training. The others, as many as 50, luckily saved by a traffic light that the driver ran into.
It's a tragic event, very traumatic for all people involved. Two families are the ones that were most critical. We airlifted the families to get them to the hospital so they could visit their loved one.
Those 5 with the most severe injuries now in critical condition, some suffering head trauma, others much worse.
We have broken bones. We've had some loss of limb, for example. Those are the severe range of injuries. These are life-threatening injuries.
Early morning jogs are a routine part of the 22-week LA County Sheriff's Department Academy. Officials say a field sobriety test found the 22-year-old driver had no alcohol in his system. He was detained by authorities who say he's cooperating.
It looks like it's an accident, a horrific accident, but we can't know that for sure until the CHP does their investigation and reaches a conclusion based on all the evidence they still have yet to gather.
Our thanks to Nayala for that report.
Idaho police are walking back a previous statement that there was no threat to the community of Moscow following the fatal stabbing of 4 University of Idaho students Sunday. Authorities say they have not identified a suspect or found a weapon. Gotti Schwartz has more.
In Moscow, Idaho, pain, frustration, and fear after the gruesome massacre of 4 University of Idaho students. The lack of answers over the deadly events that happened inside this home have caused many to pack up and get out of town. Even the sister of one of the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, telling us if Kaylee was still alive, she'd want her to leave.
If my sister was still in Moscow, I would tell her to come home.
Kaylee and her 3 friends were killed just hours after they took this picture, the coroner describing the murders as some of the most gruesome she'd ever seen. Kaylee was extremely close with the other victims, friends with Madison Mogan since the 6th grade. The two living with 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, who was dating 20-year-old Ethan Chapin. His parents say they were told their son was stabbed to death. Ethan, a triplet who they had just visited.
As we pulled out of Moscow, we literally were like, we've done it. We've literally done it as parents. If everybody was like Ethan Chapin in this world, it would be a better place.
Now a college town shattered and left with more questions in their unspeakable grief. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
The suspect in the University of Virginia shooting made his first court appearance Wednesday. Christopher Darnell Jones Jr. will be held without bond. He is charged with 3 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of malicious wounding, and 5 counts of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Jones's next court date is December 8th. Prosecutors said a witness reported Jones appeared to be aiming at certain people and shot one of his victims as he slept. Virginia's football team decided to cancel their last game of the home season, which was scheduled for this Saturday. And as 3 families grieve the loss of their sons, a South Florida community tells the story of one of the victims. From our Miami station, WTVJ, Chris Hush has the story.
Deshaun was a beautiful soul, whom I, among many, had the privilege of meeting.
Gulliver Prep football coach Earl Sims nearly brought to tears.
He was like a son to me. He'll truly be missed, but we'll make sure that his legacy lives on.
In an effort to do just that, Deshaun Perry's former football coach and close family friend and attorney Michael Haggard are telling the 22-year-old story, one that ended in tragedy on Sunday.
He had made it. He was at one of the greatest schools in the country, going to class as a great student athlete. And this is how the story ends?
The football star and his 2 teammates, Devin Chandler and Lavelle Davis Jr., were shot and killed on their way back to the University of Virginia after seeing an Emmett Till play in Washington, D.C. The suspect, a fellow classmate, 22-year-old Christopher Darnell Jones Jr.
When anyone met Deshaun, the first thing they would see is this gentle giant with this humility.
From Richmond Heights to Pinecrest, Perry touched the lives of so many in South Florida, often volunteering and mentoring the young. His family, too emotional to speak on camera, telling NBC6, "Our family is devastated by the passing of our son. He was a loving, giving, caring, God-fearing young man who was full of life and potential and who made his family proud. We truly appreciate the outpouring of love and support from so many people."
When is enough going to be enough in this country?
Our thanks to Chris Hush for that report.
Let's turn now to Congress, where Republicans have just gained a major check on President Biden's power. NBC News projects that the GOP has won control over the House of Representatives, while Democrats will hold on to the Senate. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So what does this mean for the White House?
Good morning, Philip. Well, this win does mean that Republicans will have a powerful check on President Biden. The White House will likely face a flurry of investigations. Some of the most conservative members may even push for impeachment. The president will still be able to get judicial confirmations through the Senate, but his legislative agenda will face major challenges. Overnight, President Biden congratulated the top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, and said he is ready to work with the GOP to deliver results for working families. But McCarthy had this to say on Fox News.
We are the only Republican entity that can stop this disastrous Biden agenda. Think for one moment. It is official. One-party Democrat rule in Washington is finished. We have fired Nancy Pelosi.
In a statement, Speaker Nancy Pelosi says House Democrats will continue to play a leading role in supporting President Biden's agenda. She says Democrats will have strong leverage because of the Republicans' slim majority. Pelosi's office has said that she will address her future plans to her colleagues later today. Philip.
All right, split government for the next 2 years. Bree, thank you.
Hey, let's check back in with Michelle on today's extreme weather and the dip in the temperatures. Michelle, hi again.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at that coast-to-coast cold. Temperatures 10 to 25 degrees below what is average for this time of year. In the morning, so cold, feeling more like February. So we do have freeze alerts this morning, stretching from the Carolinas through the southeast along the Gulf Coast, where we're looking at temperatures dipping at or below freezing in many spots. It's going to feel like below freezing in some spots, too. So harsh mornings over the next couple of mornings. Right now, it feels like 14 in Minneapolis, feeling like just 8 in Rapid City. Even worse tomorrow, it's going to feel like below 0 in Bismarck and Rapid City. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures chilly once again, really cold in the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, temperatures below freezing in Green Bay, right at the freezing mark or near the freezing mark in portions of Wisconsin. And we're also looking at temperatures cold in the south. All right, it's Thursday. We're watching for some snow. We're watching that cold air invasion, and we're going to look ahead towards the weekend in just a bit.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Now to a special delivery. A third-year medical student at Ohio State was on duty when his wife went into labor.
The fact that she was the very first one you ever caught, and the fact that you were the one able to do it, it was just so special.
It was just one of those cool moments where it just kind of kept getting better and better.
That truly is amazing. They are overjoyed with baby Adeline.
A specific group of people may be the target of a new crime wave in New York City. Plus a preview of Bruce Springsteen's Sit Down with Howard Stern. We're back in 60 seconds.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rachel? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Leading the news in New York, a string of attacks potentially targeting members of the LGBTQ community. At least 2 men were killed while leaving gay bars in New York City. NBC's Savannah Sellers reports.
A New York City community on high alert after police say a string of robberies and assaults in New York City may be connected to the mysterious deaths of 2 gay men earlier this year.
It's scary, actually, because it could happen to anyone.
It's scary. It's really, really scary.
Julio Ramirez and John Umberger were found dead shortly after leaving gay bars in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan in 2 separate incidents. Their families telling NBC News their bank accounts were drained and that they may have been drugged.
Say his name!
Now, after months of fear and outrage, both from the LGBTQ community and the men's families, the NYPD confirming their deaths are being investigated as part of, quote, several incidents where individuals have been victims of either robberies or assault.
Me cayó una llamada y me dijeron que era del hospital de Mount Sinai, de Manhattan, y que era el examinador. Y le digo, ¿qué pasó? No, tu hijo está muerto.
In April, 25-year-old Julio Ramirez was found dead in the back of a taxi an hour after he was seen leaving the Ritz Bar and Lounge with 3 unidentified men, something his friends say was out of character.
To get into a cab with a bunch of strangers to just give away his phone, potentially, give away his belongings, it's just not like him.
About a month later, 33-year-old Umberger was found dead after he and 2 unidentified men left another popular Hell's Kitchen gay bar, the Q. His mother, Linda Clary, telling our New York station that detectives are looking at 14 victims with similar stories who survived, as well as other deaths.
There is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
Clary says her son's cell phone and credit cards were stolen, with more than $25,000 wiped from his bank accounts. Much like Ramirez, whose family says $20,000 was taken out of his accounts.
They seem to clearly target young gay men.
The NYPD said the city's medical examiner is still determining Ramirez and Umberger's official causes of death, adding that some, though not all, of the victims in the investigation are believed to be part of the LGBTQ community, which is causing concern and fear from Hell's Kitchen residents and visitors alike.
I think it's something that's important these days, at least to somebody, let somebody know that you're out, or, this is where I'm headed, so somebody, at least knows your whereabouts.
These should be the spaces where everybody feels the safest going, but especially LGBT people. And to have something so tragic like this happen, it's awful.
It makes me feel I should be very careful who I trust, which is unfortunate. You want to be open in these communities. You don't want to feel you have to be careful and mistrusting.
But for those who've continued to push for justice, this might be the start of finally getting some answers.
Our thanks to Savannah for that report.
Still to come, how the strong survive. Bruce Springsteen shares his songwriting secrets with Howard Stern.
Oh yeah, now that we got bad blood and it's not ending between the Swifties and Ticketmaster, it leads to an investigation why karma may be coming for the company.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's a good metaphor or a good title. You got to imagine, it's like anything else. You have to take your mind there and hope that your ass will follow.
That's it. The boss is in the house with Howard Stern. For the first time ever, the radio legend sits down with the one and only Bruce Springsteen. And they're not just talking about glory days for 2 hours. Bruce played some of his biggest hits. The interview aired on Stern's Sirius XM show last month, and it'll be hitting HBO on November 27th. This is the happiest I'd ever heard Stern after an interview. He's so proud of this thing. It even got him out of his house for the first time in a couple of years since the pandemic, just for this.
You know, it's that huge, too. And a little comment about Taylor Swift, right? When it comes to that as well.
They did talk about that.
Boss might be going to a concert, whether on stage, I don't know. Taylor Swift, sore spot in my life right now, trying to keep it together. And with his reputation on the line because of all of this, Ticketmaster can't shake off controversy over the Taylor Swift tour. Fans know all too well that there is a blank space where tickets should be. And now Tennessee's Attorney General is investigating the company for possible antitrust violations, because I'm saying they're the anti-hero. After surging demand led to outages on its website, the state's AG said, as an industry player, you would think Ticketmaster would be prepared. For its part, the company has blamed unprecedented demand. So if you're still trying to score tickets, like me, the general public sale starts tomorrow, because we exhausted everything when it comes to the verified fan pre-sale, the credit card pre-sale. The general public, I'm exhausted, I'm defeated. But I'm still hopeful.
We all are hoping, too, that you're able to get tickets to that concert. But a lot of people are just finding out what a lot of people have been buying tickets for years. These ticket companies get away with anything they want. They can treat the customers just with impunity, you know? And
whatever needs to happen, break up Ticketmaster, whatever. I mean, whatever it is. We'll see if there's a solution that comes out, right?
Just get her to the show. All right, Michelle's back with an early look at your weekend weather forecast.
And what's next for Jay Leno after a serious garage fire? The latest update from the comedian's doctor.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're kind of stuck in a pattern of snow and really cold air. That's going to continue to kick off the weekend tomorrow. Looking at lake effect snow along the Great Lakes. Could be measuring snow in feet, up to 4 feet of snow. And we're also looking at really cold air through the northern plains, the central plains as well, into the Midwest. Temperatures well below normal for this time of year. Southern chill continues too in the 50s in Texas. And then Saturday we're looking at wind along the Great Lakes still. We'll be right back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
In today's top stories, an update to the recovery of comedian Jay Leno. The former Tonight Show host was seriously burned in a garage fire a few days ago. His doctor says he hopes the TV icon will be released from the hospital within the week. Speaking to our Los Angeles station, the doctor said Leno had burns to about 7% of his body, but he has remained very gracious while recovering. The doctor said he is optimistic that Leno will have a very positive outcome from the incident.
Same-sex marriage protections cleared a key Senate hurdle Wednesday in a 62-37 vote. 12 Republicans voted with Democrats to advance the bill, signaling it has the 10 Republican votes needed to pass. The Respect for Marriage Act was updated to include protections for religious religious liberty to help get more Republicans on board. If it passes in the Senate, the House will need to vote on the updated bill before it heads to the president's desk. The House passed an earlier version of the bill in July. The bill was crafted amid fears the Supreme Court could undo the right to same-sex marriage after overturning Roe.
Actor Candace Cameron Bure is feeling the heat over her holiday movies. The former Full House star left the Hallmark Channel this year for The Great American Family. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, she was asked if the new cable network would feature same-sex couples as leads in its movies, and she said no, it will keep traditional marriage at its core. Stars like JoJo Siwa and LGBTQ advocates condemned that statement. Bure told People magazine the backlash breaks her heart and that she's long wanted to find a home for more faith-based programming.
A Wisconsin judge has sentenced Darrell Brooks to life in prison 6 times over plus 762 years for the Waukesha Christmas parade attack. That's more than 1,200 years, including extended supervision. Brooks was convicted of killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others when he drove his SUV through a holiday parade about a year ago. He had to be removed from the courtroom as the judge was delivering her sentencing remarks because he kept interrupting. Brooks watched the rest of the sentencing from a separate room.
A woman is facing drug smuggling charges after Customs and Border Protection officers seized about 28 pounds of cocaine that was hidden inside of her wheelchair tires. It happened last week at JFK Airport in New York. Officials say the street value was about $450,000. The suspect, who is a Dominican Republic citizen, was turned over to Homeland Security investigations.
Today's shot of the day, a rim-rocking throwdown by Arkansas's Trevon Brazile, the Razorback sophomore, putting an exclamation point on a massive slam dunk over South Dakota State. He had 13 points on the night, none more impressive than these two, and the number 9 Hogs ran away with a win, 71-56. Thanks for waking up with us. This is Early Today. D.C. power shift. The Republican majority in the House begins to reveal their anti-Biden agenda as Speaker Pelosi charts her future with a big announcement.
Feet of snow. Millions brace themselves for up to 4 feet as a paralyzing storm gets more intense.
Law enforcement in Idaho are walking back claims of no threat to the community after 4 students were brutally stabbed to death.
President Biden is back on U.S. soil after a whirlwind trip to Indonesia with new details surrounding the missile strike that killed 2 in Poland.
A class action lawsuit naming Tom Brady, Steph Curry, Larry David, and many others has been filed in connection with the FTX crypto platform and former CEO Sam Bankman-Fried for violating Florida law.
And say what? A new study finds that headphones and earbuds could be putting 1 billion people at risk of hearing loss. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. It is official. The Republicans have gained a major check on President Biden's power. NBC News projects that the GOP has won control over the House of Representatives, while Democrats will hold on to the Senate. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So what does this mean for the White House?
Good morning, Francis. Well, this win gives Republicans a powerful check on President Biden. The White House will likely face a flurry of investigations. Some of the most conservative members may even push for impeachment. The president will still be able to get his judicial confirmations through the Senate, but his legislative agenda will face major challenges. Overnight, President Biden congratulated the top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, and said he's ready to work with the GOP to deliver results for working families. But McCarthy had this to say on Fox News.
We are the only Republican entity that can stop this disastrous Biden agenda. Think for one moment. It is official. One-party Democrat rule in Washington is finished. We have fired Nancy Pelosi.
In a statement, Speaker Nancy Pelosi says House Democrats will continue to play a leading role in supporting President Biden's agenda. She says Democrats will have strong leverage because of the Republicans' slim majority. The House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office says that she will address her future plans to her colleagues later today.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Democratic Congresswoman Karen Bass is making history in the City of Angels. NBC News projects that she has defeated billionaire Rick Caruso to become the first woman ever elected as mayor of Los Angeles. Caruso, who is also a Democrat, spent about $100 million on his campaign, but was ultimately defeated. Bass will be the second black person to lead the city. She says tackling the city's homeless crisis is her top priority.
After a deadly blast in Poland sparked fears that the war in Ukraine was broadening, the international community breathed a sigh of relief. NATO and the government of Poland announcing the explosion that killed 2 was not caused by a Russian missile attack, but by Ukrainian misfire. Our Richard Engel has the story.
It was a crisis that never was. The Polish president announcing that it was not Russia, after all, that fired a missile which landed in Poland, killing at least 2 people. Instead, it was probably a misfire by Ukrainian air defenses, dramatically easing tensions after NATO allies scrambled. President Biden holding an emergency meeting at the G7 as allegations swirled that Russia had attacked NATO, potentially widening the war. Poland is a NATO member. President Biden played down the possibility of Russian involvement.
It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia.
NATO said the fatal accident was not Ukraine's fault, blaming Russia because Ukraine was only firing its missile defenses after Russia launched airstrikes, targeting infrastructure across Ukraine, plunging large parts of the country into darkness. Immediately after the explosion in Poland, Ukraine said Russia was responsible, and Ukraine's President Zelensky insisting it was not our missile, it was not our missile strike. Russia says its enemies were trying to whip up hysteria with false, unfounded accusations. Moscow did not mention its airstrikes, including against Kyiv, which appear to be revenge for the loss of the city of Kherson. The area is still exposed to Russian artillery and sniper fire.
This is as close as we can get. Russian troops have pulled back to the far banks of this river, just a few hundred yards away. They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. And that's it.
The Ukrainians collapsed the bridge to ensure the Russians don't come back.
After the explosion in Poland, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, says that he was unable to reach his Russian counterpart. Ultimately, this proved not to be a major crisis, more of a fire drill. But it did expose how quickly things can escalate and how those critical lines of communication can break down.
Richard, thank you.
Idaho police are walking back a previous statement that there was no threat to the community of Moscow following the fatal stabbing of 4 University of Idaho students on Sunday. The murders taking place just hours after this picture was taken. The coroner describing it as some of the most gruesome she has ever seen. According to authorities, they have not identified a suspect or found a weapon. Parents of the victims found in the off-campus home say they're frustrated by the lack of information, and they question why officials believe it was an isolated event. Police found the 4 dead from stab wounds and no signs of forced entry. They believe 2 other roommates were home at the time, and they were not injured.
Disturbing surveillance video shows the moment an SUV plowed in a group of LA County Sheriff's Academy recruits out on an early morning run. 25 people were injured. 5 of them are fighting for their lives in the hospital. An investigation is underway, but officials say it appears to have been an accident. Nyala Charles reports.
This Los Angeles neighborhood instantly turning into chaos. Ambulances and rescue teams swarming to the scene. 5 Southern California law enforcement recruits cling to life. Officials say 25 are injured, hit by a wrong-way driver while running on the street during training. The others, as many as 50, luckily saved by a traffic light that the driver ran into.
It's a tragic event, very traumatic for all people involved. 2 families are the ones that are most critical. We airlifted the families to get them to the hospital so they could visit their loved one.
Those 5 with the most severe injuries now in critical condition, some suffering head trauma, others much worse.
We have broken bones. We've had some loss of limb, for example. Those are the severe range of injuries. These are life-threatening injuries.
Early morning jogs are a routine part of the 22-week LA County Sheriff's Department Academy. Officials say a field sobriety test found the 22-year-old driver had no alcohol in his system. He was detained by authorities who say he's cooperating.
It looks like it's an accident. a horrific accident, but we can't know that for sure until the CHP does their investigation and reaches a conclusion based on all the evidence they still have yet to gather.
Our thanks to Nyala for that report.
A Wisconsin judge has sentenced Darrell Brooks to life in prison 6 times over, plus 762 years for the Waukesha Christmas parade attack. That's more than 1,200 years, including extended supervision. Brooks was convicted of killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others when he drove his SUV through a holiday parade about a year ago. He had to be removed from the courtroom as the judge was delivering her sentencing remarks because he kept interrupting. Brooks watched the rest of the sentencing from a separate room.
The FDA is pushing for the opioid overdose drug naloxone to be available over the counter. They say the nasal spray and injectors could be safe to administer without a prescription. Opioid overdose deaths surged 65% during the pandemic to nearly 78,000 in 2021. They are encouraging the manufacturers of the drug to file an application for non-prescription use of the product.
Amazon has begun what is expected to be the largest workforce cuts in its 28-year history. According to a person familiar with the matter who spoke to CNBC, the company plans to lay off around 10,000 employees, but the total number is fluid. CNBC reviewed internal documents that showed some employees are being offered voluntary buyouts to help trim headcounts.
The suspect in the University of Virginia shooting made his first court appearance Wednesday. Christopher Darnell Jones Jr. will be held without bond. He is charged with 3 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of malicious wounding, and 5 counts of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Jones's next court date is December 8th. Prosecutors said a witness reported Jones appeared to be aiming at certain people and shot one of the victims as he slept. Virginia's football team decided to cancel their last home game of the season, which was scheduled for this Saturday.
In Michigan, a couple of snow angels took the field. In-state rivals Western Michigan faced off against Central Michigan in the middle of a snowstorm. Look at that. Talk about dashing through the snow. The whiteout conditions there did not slow up the Broncos. They beat the Chippewas 12-10. It comes as the East is gearing up to be walloped, with Buffalo set to get feet of snow.
Hey, let's hear more about that. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is keeping an eye on all those feet of snow and where it's headed. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And we're talking 4 feet of snow, maybe more in some spots, especially in Buffalo, also Watertown. So downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. This is going to be a prolonged snowfall event. It's going to be historic, rivaling the 2014 storm that saw 65 inches of snowfall, and it could be paralyzing as well. We're going to see reduced visibilities, impossible travel in spots. Radar showing us that we're seeing the snow falling right now. We're going to continue to see the snow falling today, intensifying today, also tomorrow, and then continuing throughout the weekend as well. Where you see that lighter color, the lighter blue, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snow falling. So winter alerts for portions of western Michigan. Could see some heavy snow there too, but also lake effect snow warnings for Watertown, Buffalo, and Erie. We're expecting feet of snow, up to 4 feet in some spots, but notice Michigan seeing some heavy snow as well. Buffalo and Watertown, you're going to see lots and lots of snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it is cold out there, feeling more like February in some spots. Temperatures below freezing in the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, cold too in the Northeast and New England. And that chill extends all the way down to the Southeast. Temperature is 68 degrees in Tampa. All right, guys, we're watching the snow, we're watching the coast-to-coast cold, and we're watching the weekend forecast. We'll look at that in just a bit.
Watching a lot. Talk to you soon, Michelle. Thanks. If you want to put a twist on your holiday menu, here's something that you can surprise people with. Check this out. It is called Spam Figgy Pudding. The canned meat company has created this limited edition offering that they say has notes of cinnamon and nutmeg. The website offers some recipe ideas like meat skewers and a holiday charcuterie board.
And the uproar over Taylor Swift tickets now getting the attention of a state's attorney general.
And 1 billion people could be in danger of hearing loss. A new study you need to, well, hear about next.
If you can.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you. We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Leading the news, Ticketmaster can't shake off controversy over the Taylor Swift tour. Fans know all too well that there's a blank space where tickets should be. And now Tennessee's Attorney General is investigating the company for possible antitrust violations after surging demand led to outages on its website. The state's AG said, as an industry player, you would think Ticketmaster would be prepared. For its part, the company has blamed unprecedented demand. So if you're still trying to score some tickets, you're on your own, kid.
General public, tomorrow, everything crossed.
Good luck
right?
to all y'all.
Right, a new study says 1 billion young people could be at risk of permanent hearing loss, and the reason? Headphones, concerts, and other forms of loud entertainment. Ann Thompson spoke to the lead author.
It's part of being young. Going to loud, ear-splitting events. On top of that, there are ubiquitous smartphones and earpieces.
Oftentimes I actually have it on max volume.
Pretty much all day, every day, I've got something in my ears.
Now, a new study led by the World Health Organization says unsafe listening practices may put over 1 billion people from 12 to 34 at risk for hearing loss that's irreversible.
So it's really the combination of the loudness as well as the duration of exposure that puts you at risk.
Lead author Lauren Dillard says safety is a moving target. At 92 decibels, the noise level of truck traffic, you can safely listen for 2.5 hours without hearing protection. At 100 decibels, a power lawnmower, it's just 38 minutes. The lower the volume, the longer you can listen.
A lot of smartphones now have settings built in that will alert the user if the sound is too loud.
On the event side, performers including the Black Eyed Peas' will.i.am, R&B singer Tank, and Coldplay's Chris Martin have all talked about their hearing issues.
I have these little things I wear in my ears to keep everything quiet.
If young people don't take action now, trouble could be ahead.
Are the choices young people are making now, could they potentially pay for those choices decades from now?
Yes, absolutely.
Making this advice worth hearing. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Might be a little too late for us, right? We have these things in our ear for a few hours and it's all full blast all the time.
And then I throw the AirPods in, so yeah. Might be getting that. Still to come here, a Christmas comeback for the ages. Lindsay Lohan's new holiday movie heating up the Netflix charts.
And a crypto catastrophe inside the class action lawsuit against FTX and big-name celebrities over a multi-billion-dollar meltdown.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Leslie?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Where am I?
Alrighty, you went through the lost and found?
Are these used?
Probably, but sometimes guests leave things here by accident, so.
Not sure this was left here by accident.
Lindsay Lohan is feeling the holiday spirit this morning. Her new Netflix movie is a hit. Falling for Christmas racked up over 30 million views in its first few days on the streaming service, according to Vanity Fair, putting it just behind Enola Holmes' the sequel. Here she is. Comeback time. Maybe a Mean Girls reboot is down the line.
In 2023, you never know. All right, there are some big-name celebrities who have been swept up into a class action lawsuit after the crash of a crypto platform that they promoted. CNBC's Karen Cho joining us now to explain the accusations against them and the people behind FTX. Good morning, Karen.
Philip Francis, good morning. Well, the FTX implosion, the dust is yet to settle. Investigators are pouring over the rubble, yet the first class action lawsuit has been launched against FTX and the former CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried. The claimants are alleging that they suffered $11 billion in damages as the exchange targeted unsophisticated investors across the country. Caught up in all this, athletes and celebrities who promoted FTX, including footballer Tom Brady, his ex-wife, the model Gisele Bündchen, the comedian Larry David, Golden State Warriors guard Stephen Curry, and businessman Kevin O'Leary, among others. Now, the suit was filed in Florida by an investor who claimed that they had purchased an unregistered security that was in the form of a yield-bearing account. Effectively, the crypto industry has been luring investors to put money on deposit or assets on deposit in exchange for higher than average yields. And this investor at the center of the lawsuit claimed they lost money when FTX halted customer withdrawals and, of course, filed for bankruptcy last week. Back to you.
It's a fascinating story. We've not heard the last of that. All right, Karen, thank you for the update.
Okay, you're dreaming of the weekend. Michelle has an early look at your forecast next.
And take them to the mattresses. Fresh off his $75 million Astros bet, Mattress Mac is back with another wild gamble.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training pressure? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're going to continue to track snow. We're going to continue to track coast-to-coast cold. We're looking at bitterly cold air in the northern plains into the central plains, the Midwest, the Great Lakes. That's going to be cold enough to snow. We're going to see feet of snow downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Also looking at southern chill. Temperatures in the 50s still on Friday in Texas. That chill is going to continue into Saturday. Also watching the chance for wind and snow continuing in the Great Lakes. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. Word to you, Michelle, and word up. We'll spell out the newest addition to the Scrabble Dictionary.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
First thing you want is a good metaphor or a good title. You got to imagine, it's like anything else. You have to take your mind there and hope that your ass will follow.
The boss dropping some songwriting wisdom on Howard Stern. For the first time ever, the self-proclaimed king of all media sits down with the one and only Bruce Springsteen. And they're not just talking about glory days for 2 hours. Bruce also played some of his biggest hits. That interview aired on Stern's Sirius XM show last month, but now it's going to be hitting HBO on November 27th.
I love the whole platform of how they did that.
It was fantastic.
Same-sex marriage protections cleared a key Senate hurdle Wednesday in a 62-37 vote. 12 Republicans voted with Democrats to advance the bill, signaling it has the 10 Republican votes needed to pass. The Respect for Marriage Act was updated to include protections for religious liberty to help get more Republicans on board. If it passes in the Senate, the House will need to vote on the updated bill before it heads to the president's desk.
Actor Candace Cameron Bure is feeling the heat over her holiday movies. The former Full House star left the Hallmark Channel this year for The Great American Family. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, she was asked if the new cable network would feature same-sex couples as leads in its movies. She said no, it will keep traditional marriage at its core. Stars like Jojo Siwa and LGBTQ advocates condemn that statement. Bure told People magazine that the backlash breaks her heart and that she's long wanted to find a home for more faith-based programming.
Okay, their words we're saying more often. You got yeehaw, sitch, as in, this whole sitch here, bay, and others, and get ready to collect those triple word scores. Scrabble added about 500 new words and variations to its updated dictionary. It is the first additions to Scrabble's accepted words since 2018. So some of the notable ones that'll help you score big on family game night. You got a faux hawk, like a fake mohawk.
Oh, yeah.
Subtweet, adulting is a verb. Those will earn you several more points. The new abbreviations like convo and guac also acceptable there, as are variations like unmute.
I like it. Yeah, keeping up with the times. All right, fresh off his record-breaking World Series bet, Mattress Mac is back at it again. Earlier this month, he won $75 million betting on the Astros to win the World Series, and now he has put $500,000 on the Houston Cougars to cut down the Nets in the NCAA tournament. With the Houston as 10-1 odds, Mac stands to win $5.5 million if the Cougars tear down the Nets in April.
Okay, for the first time since 1968, the MLB has 2 unanimous Cy Young Award winners. You got Astros ace Justin Verlander. He won his 3rd AL Cy Young Award. First pitcher to receive the honor after not pitching at all the season before. Miami's Sandy Alcantara took home the NL Cy Young honors. He's the first Marlin to win the award, and his 6 complete games are more than any other team in baseball this season. Have a great day.
Go Astros. Happy birthday, Claire.
Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, flipped changes on Capitol Hill more than 1 week after the midterms. This morning, NBC News is projecting Republicans have taken back the House, setting the stage for 2 years of gridlock in Congress. We have team coverage on the results and the reaction. Plus, what it could all mean for Donald Trump's 2024 presidential run. On the defensive this morning, tension between Ukraine and its allies after 2 people were killed by a missile in NATO territory. Ukraine's president rejecting claims that the missile came from his country's air defense system.
Whatever the final conclusions may be, the world knows that Russia bears ultimate responsibility for this incident.
The latest on the fallout, including the emergency meeting between President Biden and NATO allies. Terror threat, top lawmakers blasting the FBI and other government agencies over what they call domestic extremism on social media. We'll dig into what this massive report is revealing and the blame it places on sites like TikTok and Twitter for incentivizing harmful content. And a show of support for Amber Heard months after losing that high-profile defamation trial against her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. The open letter signed by some big names that's sending a message to all survivors of domestic abuse. We're going to begin this morning with the latest on the midterm elections and what broke late last night, that new majority in the House of Representatives.
That's right. NBC News is projecting that Republicans will control the House for the next 2 years after winning enough seats to have a majority in the chamber. The win that put it over the top for the GOP, that came in California's 27th congressional district, where Republican incumbent Mike Garcia defeated Democratic challenger Christy Smith. The GOP's slim majority in the House means divided government will return to Washington Washington, with Democrats controlling the Senate. And this morning, both parties are assessing the fallout from the midterms while looking toward what the next 2 years will bring on Capitol Hill.
We have team coverage for you on all these key developments this morning. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is here, along with NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, and our anchor buddy, by the way, on the day post-election. And here we are, still post-election results rolling in. Good to have you both with us. Ali, I will begin with you. We want to talk about what this new round of sort of this split in Congress means for both parties. We know overall it likely means a lot of gridlock. So I want to ask you something specific that maybe we can kind of understand. What could this mean for the future of existing committees, like, for example, the January 6th committee in the House?
Yeah, well, that's just one of the things that we expect to change. When you look at the slim majorities that the Democrats have on the Senate side and Republicans have on the House side, you can see how difficult it's going to be for President Biden and Congress to get anything done these last 2 years of President Biden's first term. A Democratic Senate majority no doubt gives President Biden an advantage when filling key committee assignments, filling judicial appointments, filling a Supreme Court seat if the opportunity arises over the next 2 years. But a Republican majority in the House really is setting up just a stalling of President Biden's agenda. House Republicans have already said, they've been saying for months, that they plan to investigate Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, and his business dealings. They plan to start impeachment proceedings. They've already said that they plan to dissolve the January 6th committee investigating the attack on the Capitol as it stands right now. They've also said that they plan to pass a bill to secure the border within their first few weeks of reaching this majority. So definitely teeing up a very difficult 2 years, but there's already been an olive branch extended. We saw President Biden last night when Republicans reached that 218-seat threshold to reach the majority, congratulate Republicans and say he's willing to work across the aisle to get something done over the next 2 years.
And Mark, I want to bring you in here because notably it took more than a week for the GOP to get this majority in the House after already losing out on the Senate. So what do you think that says in terms of their messaging to voters this cycle, especially after their predictions of a red wave in the midterms?
Yeah, of all the surprises that we ended up seeing from the election, maybe the biggest surprise of all was that it took 8 days to call the House of Representatives in control for Republicans. Remember, Republicans only needed to flip a net of 5 seats to win control, one of the lowest bars that we've seen over the last century in covering American politics and midterm elections. And Republicans ended up doing it. But what it really does show you is that red wave that so many people were talking about, and even some Democrats had been fearing, really did fizzle out. And when you ended up taking President Biden's low approval ratings, the 70% of Americans who think the country was headed in the wrong direction, the thought was that that was going to topple Democratic incumbents as well as have Republicans win open seats. But as we ended up seeing, Democrats actually held their own, whether it was their incumbents or some of those open seats. And that's why it took so long to call the race, in addition to those long counts that we've all been following in California and the West Coast.
Let's talk about leadership now. And Ali, now that the GOP has this majority locked up, where things stand with Kevin McCarthy's campaign to become Speaker. Also, what does this mean for Nancy Pelosi's future in the House?
Yeah, so we're expecting to hear from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi later this morning about her future plans. She could either decide to stay in Democratic leadership that she's held for almost 2 decades now, or decide to step down. I know we saw President Biden wish for the latter earlier this week, hoping she would stay in Congress. As far as the House's top Republican, Kevin McCarthy, this is nearly a decade-long road for him to become Speaker, and it's still facing roadblocks. We saw him win that nomination earlier this week against House Freedom Caucus member Congressman Andy Biggs, who decided to challenge McCarthy at the last minute. Andy Biggs only getting 31 votes in his caucus, but those 31 votes are votes that Kevin McCarthy is going to need on January 3rd when the final election for the speakership happens. So that we've seen Freedom Caucus members really withhold their support for McCarthy, saying that they're making a list of demands, demanding some concessions by McCarthy to win their support. At the end of the day, the reality is that McCarthy needs those House Freedom Caucus members just as much as they need him to get anything done over the next 2 years, Savannah.
And I'd love to end wide, Mark, because we have a clear picture now on the majorities in both chambers of Congress. So what's your lasting impression from these midterm elections? Do you think these results will serve as a roadmap for both parties in the years to come?
Yeah, my takeaway is just how little actually changed despite the billions of dollars spent and all of the 2 years of campaigning. And what we ended up seeing on the House side is that only 7 incumbents ended up losing re-election, 5 Democrats and 2 Republicans. We saw only 1 incumbent governor go down to defeat. That was Nevada Democrat Steve Sisolak. And not a single incumbent senator ended up losing re-election, although we still need to watch what ended up happening in that Georgia runoff for next month. But you all add all of those things up and you just see how little the political movement really, the political lines barely budge this midterm cycle as now we all head into 2024.
Mark Murray and Ali Rafa, thank you both so much.
Let's turn our attention now to the war in Ukraine and the ongoing fallout from that missile explosion in Poland. Yesterday, NATO, Poland, and the United States all said it was likely the missile that fell in a Polish village and killed 2 people came from Ukraine's air defense system. That assessment is being disputed by Ukraine's President Zelensky, who said he had, quote, no doubt that it was not a Ukrainian missile. It's a claim put to President Biden on his return to the White House from the G20 in Indonesia.
What's your reaction to President Zelensky saying that the missiles that landed in Poland were not Ukrainian?
That's not the evidence.
That's not the evidence. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now to talk about this. Keir, it's good to see you. So President Zelensky is sticking to his claim that this was not a Ukrainian missile, despite what NATO is saying. So what's the latest on the investigation into this explosion? And is Ukraine likely to get access to the site, which it is asking for?
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, isn't it, for Western leaders, for the White House and for Ukraine. This is a division in opinion, a division in outlook, and it's being made public. And that's not really what Western leaders or Ukraine want, because, of course, what they've tried to do is maintain a united front in respect of Russia. But look, President Zelensky is saying that his officials have told him that this was likely a Russian missile. He says it makes no sense for me not to trust them. I've gone through the war with them. He then says, a little bit cryptically, God forbid some missile debris killed these people and we have to apologize, but first there needs to be an investigation. Again, it's a little bit awkward because effectively what the president of Ukraine is saying is that the Ukrainians want access to the site in Poland in order to confirm for themselves what the West is saying is true. They're supposed to be united. So it's difficult. And ultimately, there is some frustration, I have to say, among European leaders that Ukraine is taking this stance because they do seem fairly convinced that this was a missile defense system, possibly an S-300 Soviet-made missile defense system used by the Ukrainians. And maybe that's part of the reason for the confusion, because, again, if it was Soviet-made but fired by the Ukrainians, you can see why people may make a misjudgment in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely confusing and complicated. And Keir, I do want to focus on what's happening inside Ukraine, because this morning there are reports of strikes in Odessa and Dnipro, among other places. So what exactly is going on?
Yeah, it's important to remember that this is a continuing wave of airstrikes by the Russians, and that is where President Biden and Western leaders are trying to put the focus, saying, look, what happened in Poland is not Ukraine's fault, even if it was a Ukrainian air defense system. So just, for example, the latest news that 4 have been killed and more than a dozen are wounded from drone and missile strikes around Ukraine. Ukrainian officials saying they shot down 2 cruise missiles and 5 Iranian-made drones. Now, that is an improving rate of success for the Ukrainians, and perhaps that is because that they have now been helped a little bit by Western-supplied air defences. So, yeah, look, the picture is of a ongoing Russian offensive in the air over Ukraine, and perhaps, and it's been said already, perhaps what happened in Poland is somewhat inevitable when there's a war taking place right next door.
And you've broken down well what we're seeing on the ground. But on the diplomatic front, it looks like the Black Sea grain deal between Ukraine and Russia has been extended again. That matters because we know the war has impacted the world food supply and grain supply. So what can you tell us about that specifically?
Yeah, extended for another 120 days after the deal was in its 4th month. You know, this is a grain deal, a fertilizer deal, foodstuffs deal. It was days away from expiring, and what it means is that these essential foodstuffs can be exported through the Black Sea, which is, of course, part of the war zone, if you like, between Russia and Ukraine. It can be exported through there to places that are so important, like, for example, East Africa, where I was just a few weeks ago, where there is this expanding food crisis. The implications of having that blockade in the Black Sea reinstated would have been crippling, and it would have happened because, despite the fact that the Russians perhaps might not have fired on ships, the insurers who insure those ships can sail would likely have said, well, we're not going to insure them if there's a risk of a continuing conflict in that zone. So very, very important. A breakthrough. The West, the UN, Turkey, Russia, Ukraine, all involved in extending that.
Important analysis. Keir Simmons, thank you.
Let's get more on the war in Ukraine with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So, of course, I want to start with that explosion in Poland and now specifically this tension that we're seeing between Ukraine and NATO over the origins of that mission. Now, there's this investigation that's ongoing, but Ukraine was quick to pin the blame on Russia when it happened. And they're saying they doubt NATO's initial findings anyway, that it was likely Ukrainian, part of their air defense system as it was trying to protect itself from these Russian missiles. What do you make of all this? And are you concerned that incidents like this, as we see, you know, just how easily this can spill over into a bordering country, put the U.S. at risk of getting dragged into this conflict in a more boots on the ground type of way?
You hit it, the nail right on the head. Those are exactly the things that I'm concerned about. And when you look at the actually where that missile landed, you look at where Russia sent its caliber missiles that it attacked that day, it actually makes a lot of sense that a Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile missed its target and then landed in Poland. So, I mean, I don't know why the president of Ukraine is going to such lengths to contradict, the president of the United States and all of the Western European leaders, because it's an act or it's an accident that happens in war, and it's just unfortunate. But I think they should move on from it. But the bigger issue that you point out to is this exposes just the risk that anything could happen. An accident, a miscalculation, a mistake could draw the United States in. Because imagine if instead of hitting a farm, this had hit some of the U.S. troops in Poland or some of the other Western NATO allies. You can understand that we'd be having a very different conversation this morning if that had happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I want to kind of talk about where this could go from here and what you anticipated. I know you actually wrote a piece outlining something kind of similar to this. We'll get to that in just a moment. First, though, I want to play some sound from General Mark Milley speaking about Ukraine's chances of a military, specifically, victory in this war. First, let's listen to that.
The probability of a Ukrainian military victory, defined as kicking the Russians out of all of Ukraine, to include what they define or what they claim as Crimea, the probability of that happening anytime soon is not high, militarily. Politically, there may be a political solution where politically the Russians withdraw. That's possible.
So as we heard there, General Milley doesn't think there's this high probability of Ukraine, winning militarily, though a political solution might be possible. Do you agree with that? And if so, what would that look like?
Well, that actually, in this 1945 piece that you're referring to, I actually point that out, that there's not a military solution that even is on the cards that Ukraine could drive Russia out, because the capacity is just not there. At the same time that Russia has just mobilized hundreds of thousands of more troops that are on the way in there. So Milley is completely right. There is no military path for Ukraine to win the war as defined by kicking the Russians out. So that leaves the only alternative, the most rational alternative, is a diplomatic solution. The big problem comes in that right now that Zelensky doesn't want to have a negotiation, because that would mean he would have to cede some territory. Russia right now doesn't want negotiations because they think this winter offensive is going to win them even more territory. And so right now, until that plays out, I don't think there's even any possibility of a negotiated settlement, though I think that's what should happen to save Ukrainian people.
Very quickly, before I let you go, walk us through the rest of these objectives that you sort of wrote here for Russia's winter offensive.
Yeah, they have. There's a couple of several different options where they could have what's called like a low risk opportunity, where They just try to bring these troops in, these new troops, and defend what they currently have. There's a medium risk where they'll try to maybe complete capture of the Donbass, and then in some of the other areas, maybe retake Kherson and then hold there. The problem with each of those is that leaves Ukraine in a position to launch another offensive later on. So I think, as I'll talk about later, that the biggest risk is a large-scale offensive by the Russians to completely devastate most of eastern Ukraine.
Lieutenant Colonel Davis, thank you so much for your time this morning. Important conversation.
And now back to the U.S. A new investigation by the Senate Homeland Security Committee is blasting the FBI, DHS, and leading social media companies. In the 128-page report obtained by NBC News, the committee accused the agencies of not doing enough to tackle the growing threat of domestic terrorism, especially white supremacist and anti-government extremists. For more, we're joined by NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Ken, good morning. So simply, can you just tell us more about this report? What do we need to know?
Good morning, Zingle. Well, the first thing to know is this is the Democratic Senate majority of the Homeland Security Committee criticizing agencies led by the Biden administration. So it's worth paying attention to that. But this is not about politics. It's about bureaucratic inertia. As far as this committee is concerned, they have looked at the responses from the FBI and DHS to this growing threat of domestic terrorism. And what they found is that those agencies are still stuck in the past, still spending more money on the threat from international terrorism, even though officials come before Congress year after year and say the real threat is domestic violent extremists, particularly white supremacists and anti-government extremists. And this report also says that neither the FBI nor DHS can give anybody a good picture of what the actual terrorist threat is out there. And before the January 6th riots, arrests by the FBI in domestic terrorism cases had actually gone down. Now, obviously, they've spiked because the January 6th riots was a huge case. And on the social media company side, the committee says that essentially these major platforms, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, their business models are based around an idea that promotes extremism, because engagement often requires people to be angry and emotional, and that means that they engage more with extreme content.
I've heard the term hate shares, right? That emotional sharing online. I wonder, how are the FBI, DHS looking at social media giants like Meta and Twitter, and how are they responding to these accusations?
The FBI and DHS both responded essentially saying we're doing a pretty good job on domestic terrorism without really addressing the systemic issues raised in the report. Most of the social media companies also responded by saying that they try to take extremist content down whenever they see it, content that violates their terms of service. But what the report said is what they need to do is a better job on the front end with their algorithms that drive people to the extremist content. And that's a bigger issue because essentially that goes at the business model of these social media companies.
And Ken, you talked about the algorithms. What other changes does the Senate Homeland Security Committee want to address the threat of domestic extremists?
This report calls for a fundamental rethink of the domestic terrorism issue in the U.S. government. They want, for example, the DHS to appoint a domestic terrorism coordinator. They want unified definitions because there aren't any across FBI and DHS. On the social media side, they want Congress to impose more accountability on these companies to require them to steer people away from extremist content. But that gets into First Amendment issues, as you guys know, and it's very complicated, and there's not a sort of unified will for what to do in terms of how to regulate these social media platforms.
Time will tell if we get that will. Ken Delanian, thank you.
Now, this morning, we're tracking a historic lake effect snow event expected to be measured in feet. So let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And it's going to be a lot of feet. We could see 4 feet of snow, maybe 5 feet of snow in some spots. Certainly going to be historical. It's going to rival the storm from 2014 where we saw 65 inches. And take a look at this. This is video out of central Michigan, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, where Western Michigan was playing their rival Central Michigan in a blizzard, whiteout conditions. But I love it so much because you could tell they're having so much fun. And if you watch this video, we have longer videos where the people in the stands are building snowmen, the cheerleaders cheerleaders, look at them. They're just having so much fun. That first snowfall of the year. And we're going to be seeing a lot of snow around the Great Lakes and more snow falling in central and western Michigan. This is what it looks like on radar right now. You can see the blue, and we're looking at some heavy snow falling. That's where you're seeing the lighter blue, almost the white color, and that's downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. That's going to continue today. It's going to pick up today, tomorrow also. It's going to continue into the weekend. We could see heavy snow, too, in western Michigan. So this is what it looks like along the Great Lakes. Again, heavy snow. Where these bands set up, that's where we're going to see the heaviest snow. Visibilities will be reduced down to 0 in some spots. It's going to make travel very difficult. The National Weather Service out of Buffalo is calling it a paralyzing event. It's going to be prolonged, too. So it's the cold winds moving across those warmer lakes, and that's where we're seeing that lake effect snow machine being triggered. And then we're going to see the snow continuing tomorrow, piling up on the east side of the lake. Strong winds, difficult travel, and poor visibility. It's going to affect the roadways. It's going to affect the airways as well. Winter alerts posted for Wisconsin to Michigan, along the Great Lakes, including Watertown, Buffalo, Erie, and even portions of northeastern Ohio could see a lot of snow, as well as northwestern Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in terms of your snowfall forecast. Where you see those brighter colors, the pinks, the purples, that's where we're expecting the heaviest snow. So portions of western Michigan, the UP of Michigan as well, and also downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. And again, 4 feet is possible, 5 feet are even possible. We're going to see 2 inches per hour for 24 to 36, even more for several days. We're going to see a lot of snow. We could see some thunder snow as well. That's going to add to some of the energy as well. So we're looking at impacts in the air. Buffalo probably seeing ground stops and delays, very likely, major delays, and moderate delays in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, and also Chicago. So we have the snow. We also have really cold air coast to coast. Once again, the coldest air of the season today. So freeze alerts from the Carolinas to the southeast along the Gulf Coast as well. Lows near or below 32 degrees. It's cold this morning, and look at tomorrow morning. People waking up to temperatures below 0. It's going to feel like 16 below 0 in Bismarck. It'll feel like 1 degree in Minneapolis, and it's going to feel like 8 degrees tomorrow morning in Chicago. Those morning lows are going to continue into next week, so we're not going to get a break very soon. Notice Pittsburgh in the 20s, even in the teens on Sunday. The single digits in Bismarck, 8 degrees as a low Monday morning. And we're going to keep those highs really chilly too, guys. We're going to look at temperatures anywhere from 10, 15 up to 30 degrees below normal for this time of year. So it's cold and it's snowy.
Michelle, here in New York at like 4:45 this morning when I took my dog out, there were a few little snowflakes, just like it wasn't anything heavy. But yeah, and I was like getting up close to it. Obviously, I can't see. I was like, just woke up. It's dark. But I was like, is that snow? It was crazy.
I can attest. I was just in the Great Lakes region.
I know it gets pushed from the Great Lakes, so it's the wind just bringing it down. Isn't that so cool?
Yeah,
it travels that far.
Just a little bit. I was into it. You know how I'm feeling. I'm all ready for this festive weather. All right, Michelle, thank you.
I know, it's fun. Thanks.
And coming up on Morning News Now, disturbing new information this morning about the shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia football players.
After the break, what we're learning about the suspect as classmates and the community mourn. We will be right back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back now with new information this morning about the suspect involved in the shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia football players earlier this week. 2 other people were also injured in that incident. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on the investigation. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. The team's coaches are still trying to determine if they're going to be able to play any of the games on their remaining schedule. They've canceled their game on Saturday, and they're still considering what to do with their big rivalry game to end the season against Virginia Tech. All this while a campus-wide memorial is being planned in honor of the 3 victims. This morning, the UVA campus finding ways to cope with their pain.
I feel like the least we could do is come out here and show our support and show our love.
A group of students who organize on social media, painting a bridge on campus in honor of the young victims.
And it's just really nice to know that everyone's able to do that and everyone's able to support each other.
Students returning to their studies after 2 days of canceled classes as authorities ramp up their investigation into the alleged shooter, Christopher Darnell Jones. Prosecutors revealing they now believe Jones shot one of the victims, Devin Chandler, while he was asleep on a bus returning from a field trip.
Certainly it's a very, very challenging and difficult case.
The Washington Post speaking with student Ryan Lynch, who says she was on the trip. Lynch says she heard gunshots and hid, looking out from underneath her coat as she saw someone walking down the aisle of the bus. As she got up to leave, the Post writes, Lynch saw her friend, Laval Davis Jr., shot. She tried to comfort him and call for help. Later, telling the Post of the victims, I know each one of them had somebody in our class trying to help them. I want their families to know that. In their last moments, they weren't alone. Questions also remain about the suspect's motive and how he got access to a gun. A sporting goods store outside of Richmond issuing a statement to say they sold Jones 2 different weapons in July. The purchase came after he tried to buy guns from the same store 2 different times and was turned down. One because he was under the age of 21, and again after he failed a background check. Jones was convicted of a concealed weapons charge in 2021. Virginia State Police now say they are investigating those purchases. Deshaun Perry's high school coach attempting to put into words the family's immeasurable loss.
Deshaun was a beautiful flower in our garden. We knew he was going to continue to grow. But, God picked that flower.
And we did reach out to Ryan Lynch to hear her story and have not heard back. The suspect, who is facing several charges, including 3 counts of second-degree murder, is being held without bond and has yet to enter a plea. Meanwhile, the parents of one of the 2 victims who survived, Michael Hollins, say that he's undergone 2 successful surgeries and he's on the road to recovery. Savannah?
All right, a little bit of good news there. Ryan, thank you so much.
And now to the latest on the migrant crisis at the southern border. Texas continues shipping migrants to northern cities, and a new city has joined that list of destinations. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
The latest bus to the northeast from Texas filled with migrants arrived this time to Philadelphia.
The kids are frightening. I mean, they're exhausted, they're tired.
Officials say a dehydrated 10-year-old girl on the bus had a high fever and was taken to a hospital.
We are prepared to deal with it, but it is absolutely inhumane that child had to go through that.
This man says he's from Nicaragua and came here to work. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who easily won re-election last week, has organized the migrant bus trips for months to New York City, Washington, D.C., and Chicago.
Texas must continue our unprecedented efforts to secure our border.
He says his office added Philadelphia because of its sanctuary city status and to provide much-needed relief to Texas's overwhelmed border communities. In New York, where they've been receiving buses full of migrants for months, the city's mayor and comptroller butting heads after the comptroller requested a detailed accounting of how much it costs to build tent facilities to house the asylum seekers.
We're not going to hide the cost of anything.
We're going to release all the numbers because he's part of the process. I brief him after every budget. Brad, let's work together, Brad.
As of early November, the Adams administration reported that 23,800 asylum seekers have arrived in New York City. The city's independent budget office estimating that it will cost about $600 million over the course of a year to provide migrants shelter and services. New data out this week shows the number of migrants apprehended at the southern border in October was more than 230,000. That's an increase from September, and just shy of the record highs in April and May. We recently visited the Arizona border.
This area alone is seeing hundreds of asylum seekers each night.
And now concerned that more could be on the way. On Tuesday, a federal judge blocked the government from continuing to use a Trump-era public health emergency measure known as Title 42 to quickly expel migrants.
It's quite possible that we could see some overcrowding. And that's partly because people who can't be expelled under Title 42 are now going to be subject to harsher policies than in the past, because immigration law is harsher than public health law, which Title 42 is. That the Biden administration is going to struggle to make sure that they have enough beds available so as to avoid overcrowding like we've seen in the past.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. And it's important to note that the Department of Homeland Security filed for a 5-week extension to prepare to bring Title 42 to an end. Yesterday, a judge granted that request, meaning Title 42 will officially end December 21st.
Let's get to some international headlines now, starting with yet another missile launch from North Korea and then increased tensions from the U.S. presence in the South.
Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Savannah. South Korea's military says the missile flew about 150 miles at Mach 4 speed, and the launch came just after North Korea's top diplomat publicly chastised the U.S., South Korea, and Japan for President Biden's recent meeting with the allies, which was focused on the North Korean nuclear threat. Now North Korea is threatening even stronger military responses to U.S. military efforts in the region. Now to Egypt and the COP27 Global Climate Summit, where newly elected President Lula is getting a rock star welcome. He's promising to crack down on illegal deforestation in the Amazon and more global cooperation on climate change. That's a welcome change for environmentalists from former President Bolsonaro, who presided over mass deforestation in Brazil. And finally, to Kenya, where a television reporter was upstaged by an unlikely interruption from a young elephant in Nairobi, where this reporter was covering Kenya's drought. Video of the elephant's trunk popping up and then tickling the reporter's face quickly went viral, getting millions of views. Huge props to that reporter for being able to keep his cool. I don't know if I would have been able to do it. Savannah
Yeah,
and
for a
Sinclair?
minute, it's like he's just letting it happen, like what's on my head, but
It looks like he was trying to help him out. Maybe he had something going on.
cute. Oh my God, how fun. Wow, it was right in the middle of it all. All right, Josh, thank you so much. And coming up, a critical shortage of a life-saving antibiotic.
When we come back on Morning News Now, why amoxicillin is in short supply, plus why doctors are especially concerned about the timing of this shortage.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. If you're sick and have been prescribed the common antibiotic, amoxicillin, you might notice it's a little more difficult to fill that prescription than usual, with the FDA now giving the drug currently in shortage status. Right now, nearly 24 amoxicillin products are listed on the agency's shortages page due to a spike in demand. And here's why. It's mainly used for ear, respiratory, and bacterial infections like strep throat. So the shortage is putting a strain on the healthcare system, and all of this is as health officials warn of a looming triple-demic, RSV, COVID, and the common cold, infections that have all surged this fall.
When the doctor came in to give us a diagnosis, she said, just so you know, there is an amoxicillin shortage.
There's a major drug shortage, alarming providers and parents like Stacy Ritchie.
I went straight to my normal pharmacy. They were out. Headed to the second pharmacy. They were out.
Today, amoxicillin, one of the most commonly used antibiotics, is hard to find. The Food and Drug Administration issuing a notice about a shortage of the drug. The American Society of Health System Pharmacists saying 3 major amoxicillin manufacturers are reporting shortages on products, including chewable tablets, capsules and powder, or suspension drugs, typically prescribed to children. Stacy is a parent of 3 kids in Kansas City, Missouri. Her daughter, Sophia Ritchie, diagnosed with strep throat.
I would have drove to another state to get the amoxicillin if I absolutely had to.
How did that feel as a parent to be worried about whether or not you could provide medicine to your child?
It was scary.
Hugh Chansey, a pharmacist and owner of Chansey Drugs, runs 6 pharmacies in southern Georgia.
Not having amoxicillin this time of year is a big deal. You're around holidays and children are getting sick.
He and other pharmacists began flagging shortages back in October.
We can only get 3 bottles a day.
How many bottles a day do you typically get when there's not a shortage?
Well, normally it would be unlimited. We could get whatever we needed.
In a prior statement to NBC, the FDA said that they're aware of some intermittent supply interruptions of amoxicillin products in the U.S. and that there are a number of factors that can cause or contribute to drug shortages that are out of the FDA's control. As for the 3 major amoxicillin manufacturers, in a statement to NBC, UK pharmaceutical company Hickman said, in part, "We understand the importance of this medication and are looking at ways to increase production."
I'm really praying that my children don't get sick again while we have this shortage.
Now, when it comes to alternative choices, doctors say it depends on the infection. And if you're concerned about access, you should chat with a medical professional. And always remember that if the issue is not bacterial, antibiotics will likely not be needed.
Now to a disturbing legacy left in South Dakota after Canada pledged billions in reparations for creating boarding schools to forcibly assimilate Native American children. And the U.S. is now under pressure to do the same. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden investigates.
A scene more than a century in the making, a search for the bodies of indigenous children, perhaps long hidden in this basement at the Red Cloud Indian School in South Dakota. This is the first public excavation of its kind in the country.
I've heard several stories to that. To me, they're heartfelt.
The only Native American leading this kind of work, Marcia Small.
I get really emotional in these places. The work we do is sacred.
Small uses ground-penetrating radar to locate remains of children, forcibly taken from their families, many abused. One published report says 40,000 children are believed to have died at the schools beginning in the 1800s. Surrounded by the deep canyons of the Badlands, Red Cloud sits on the Pine Ridge Reservation. It is one of the poorest places in America. One expert says more than 100,000 children attended the federally created schools, as one U.S. general put it, to kill the Indian and save the man, as this 1929 newsreel suggests.
They are being rapidly brought from their state of comparative savagery and barbarism to one of civilization.
89-year-old Basil Braveheart went to Red Cloud, then known as Holy Rosary Mission School, beginning in the 1930s. He remembers fearing one of the Catholic priests who would come into the dorms at night.
For what purpose?
Looking for little boys.
To have sex with, presumably.
That's it. I became a shallow breather, thinking that if I don't breathe loud, I might disappear.
Alex Whiteplume also experienced life at the schools. A former president of the tribe, he confronted the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, himself a Native American, when he showed up unexpectedly.
There were a lot of pleasantries until you stood up.
Well, I had to correct the history. What we're sitting on here is Roman Catholic Church land, stolen in our treaty territory. And then the Assistant Secretary of Interior saying, we're going to bring you money, we're going to bring your language back. That just ticked me off something awful. And so he should face up to the truth, and America should face up to the truth.
So you heard a former president of this tribe say, we want to hear the word genocide.
The purpose of these schools was forcible assimilation to separate Indian people from their lands. There hasn't been one single Indian person in this country who's not living with the impacts of and the legacy of these boarding schools.
It's hard to know what genocide is if this isn't it.
Again, we have to tell the whole story, and we've got to paint the full picture and acknowledge our own role. And we're at step one.
But while Braveheart tells us he would like the U.S. government to apologize, he finds peace in his grandmother's words.
The wisdom that she taught me was to forgive the unforgivable.
Whiteplume sees it very differently.
I will not accept a cheap apology. America never owned up to the genocide. We should deal with it.
So far, no human remains have been found at Red Cloud, which has launched a truth and healing effort. And the Jesuits who run the school are helping to fund Small's work. Community members we talked to say they will not rest until the whole truth, whatever it might be, is known. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Pine Ridge Reservation, South Dakota.
Incredible report. Wow.
Yes, thank you, Cynthia. And coming up, pointing the finger at familiar faces. Several celebrities are being named in a new class action crypto lawsuit.
Yeah, more on the claims that could cost them billions. This is Morning News Now.
variable the storm surge? How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with a talker, the new fallout from the crash of crypto giant FTX. Now, several celebrities who promoted the platform have been named in a class action lawsuit involving the company.
That's right. The lawsuit alleges FTX and its CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried, violated Florida law and misled customers, costing them $11 billion in damages. Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Shaq, and Larry David are among the stars named in the suit.
For more, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, good morning. I mean, first of all, just Larry David being into crypto is just something that got me when I first was reading about this. Well, let's talk through exactly what's going on here. So the lawsuit blames the company's former CEOs, we mentioned, and those celebrities that Zinkley just said who promoted the company for the losses suffered by the investors, so people who bought into this crypto. Could those celebrities face some kind of punishment here? Let's just start there. And if so, how serious could that punishment potentially be?
Bankman-Fried is the real defendant here. In fact, he even tweeted things that might make him liable on the hook for what the complaint alleges. But the celebrities here are really more about deep pockets and a splash in the media. We're talking about it because it's Steph Curry and Shaq. But the theory of liability against them is much more difficult because it's essentially that a jury would have to believe that Shaq somehow knows a whole lot about cryptocurrency. Shaq knows about basketball. Sure, he's an entrepreneur. But how many people honestly think Steph Curry is endorsing cryptocurrency, knowing how cryptocurrency really works? Most of us don't, and I include me in that group.
And Danny, I want to dig into the lawsuit a bit because it accuses FTX of targeting, quote, unsophisticated investors. And we know crypto is still a relatively new phenomenon, at least newer than traditional banks. So could the celebrities named in the suit say the same thing, as you almost alluded to, that they basically didn't fully understand what they were involved in?
The defendant's theme here will be, but let the buyer beware, caveat emptor in Latin. And that means basically, look, if you get involved in any kind of investing, especially cryptocurrencies, then you do so at your own risk. Do they have a problem, these defendants, that they may not have disclosed that they were paid? Maybe. But, you know, some of the campaigns were even like hashtag I'm not an expert. Look, cryptocurrency is complicated. It's more complicated than even regular investing. So the idea that people relied on Steph Curry as a knowledgeable cryptocurrency person is a bit of a stretch. But look, I mean, the theory of liability is that these folks endorsed it, didn't do their due diligence, and may have misled consumers. But honestly, who isn't misled when it comes to cryptocurrency? Because it's so unbelievably complicated.
It's so complicated, and also, I mean, it's just had such this downfall, which people, you know, acted surprised by. People have their retirement in here and everything. I mean, it's all very confusing. Now, Danny, this is also all playing out just a week after the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Talk to us about the impact that has on this lawsuit.
Well, it's no surprise this lawsuit comes after the filing because, look, this is a company that is plummeting, and all of the problems with this company are now coming to light, including Bankman-Fried's own tweets that essentially appear to make a lot of admissions that are probably not so good for Bankman-Fried. But if it's true, Bankman-Fried has lost, what, 99% of his value? He's no longer really a deep-pocket defendant. There may not be any money left, which is why they're looking to people like Gisele Bündchen and Tom Brady, because they have deep pockets.
Danny Ceballos, as always, we appreciate you walking us through this stuff. This is a weird one. You've helped us out. Thank you so much. Now, from the FTX, crash to Twitter's tailspin, how did we get here and what happens next? NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward explains these stunning tech downfalls. Hopefully, he'll help us understand it a little bit more on Hellscape, inside the meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. You can check it out tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now. Don't miss it.
And now to our financial headlines. And Starbucks workers are planning to go on strike for Red Cup Day, one of the chain's biggest sales days of the year.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now to explain that and give us some other financial news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Zinkley, good morning to you. Yes, so workers at more than 100 Starbucks stores in 25 states are going on strike today. It's the largest labor action since a campaign to unionize stores began last year. The walkouts coincide with Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day, when customers can get a free reusable cup when they order a holiday drink. Now, it's typically one of the busiest days of the year. Workers say they're seeking better pay and a more consistent schedule. A majority of Americans are delaying a major financial milestone, such as home improvements or buying or leasing a car, due to the state of the economy. That's according to a new survey from Bankrate. Nearly 60% of people say they've declined to take part in activities or events in the past year, such as going on vacation or dining out with friends or family. An overwhelming number of people say their quality of life has been negatively impacted by the economy. Apple has rolled out its new emergency SOS service for the iPhone 14. If you're out of range, you'll now be able to send messages to emergency responders via a satellite connection. A green SOS message button will appear on the bottom of the right screen. After pressing the button, you can answer a series of questions such as what's the emergency and who needs help. Now, once you're connected to the satellite, the iPhone will send your location, your answers, and your medical ID. Older iPhone models do not have the satellite hardware, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up after her high-profile defamation trial, now actress Amber Heard is getting a major show of support.
Up next, the open letter from top feminist groups that's sending a message to all domestic violence survivors. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. National feminist organizations are breaking their silence on Amber Heard and that lawsuit, that defamation lawsuit filed by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, nearly 6 months after we saw that all happen.
Yeah, they wrote an open letter exclusively shared with NBC News in support of Heard and denounced, quote, the rising misuse of defamation lawsuits to silence people who report domestic and sexual abuse. NBC News Digital and tech and culture reporter Kat Tenbarge joins us now. Kat, thank you for joining us. So tell us more about the groups behind the letter, why they thought it was important to write it now, and the message that they're hoping to send.
Sure. So the group that authored the letter was primarily composed of anonymous women who have been quietly supporting Amber Heard on social media for months. These are average women, many of whom identify as domestic violence survivors or sexual assault survivors, who have been working over the past month or so to reach out to these feminist organizations and rally support around this letter for Amber Heard.
Hey, Kat, so happy to have you on Morning News Now. Now, following this verdict, advocacy groups like Time's Up, if we remember, they were criticized for not commenting on the Heard trial after championing victims, of course, at the height of the Me Too movement. Why do you think we're seeing more groups speaking out now? And also, I mean, people may remember how this played out on social media. It was not a lot of support for Amber Heard. So walk us through how they got here and now why we're hearing about it in this particular timing.
Definitely. So some of the people who have signed this letter were among some of those few voices who were speaking out on social media. And at the time, there was such an overwhelming support for Johnny Depp that a lot of the people speaking out in support of Amber Heard or to counter that narrative were met with online harassment, silencing, and intense criticism that lasted for months. And I think, you know, seeing how some of these women have banded together to rally these organizations around this open letter, it shows that a lot of these feminist groups were on Heard's side, but some of them maybe didn't feel empowered to come out and support her at that time due to the overwhelming amount of backlash that people in support of Amber Heard were facing. So their strength in numbers, I think that points to the reason that a lot of groups felt they were able to sign this letter at this stage. And it also points to some of the long-lasting effects of the trial and how it was received by the general public. The letter notes that there is this uptick in defamation lawsuits being used against people who accuse men or individuals of sexual assault, of domestic violence. We've seen this play out in more celebrity relationships. There are other celebrity men who have launched these types of lawsuits against their former accusers. We're also seeing it play out with all different types of victims advocacy at every level.
And Kat, briefly, as we're wrapping up, what do you hope we as a culture learn from this case?
So what these experts are saying is that a lot of misconceptions around domestic violence and these types of abusive relationships were spread during this trial. A lot of people watched the trial but walked away viewing Amber Heard as the aggressor and Johnny Depp as the victim. And what these experts are saying is you got it wrong. So I think people should take a look at what they're saying, take a look at what some of the realities of these types of abusive relationships are, and consider the way that the monetized social media environment around this trial may have led to influence their opinion.
Kat, thank you so much. We appreciate you being on with us. Important conversation here and great reporting. Thank you.
Really great insight.
Thanks for having me. Thank you so much.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, taking control. Republicans have now won the majority in the House of Representatives. The big victory for the party comes just a day after former President Trump announced another White House run. What party leaders are saying about the polarizing figure in the GOP and whether they will back him in 2024. Blame game. Ukraine and its Western allies are clashing this morning over who launched the missile that killed 2 people in Poland. U.S. officials are saying it was likely a Ukrainian missile, calling it an accident.
This explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
This morning, Ukraine says that's not the case. We have the latest on the ground as tensions escalate in the West and Russia steps up attacks. Also this morning, winter wallop. Millions of Americans are waking up to frigid temps and the beginning of a historic snowstorm. Lake effect snow is already blanketing the Midwest, and now it's moving east. Parts of the Northeast could see up to 4 feet of snow. We have a look at conditions this morning and just where this major snowstorm is headed. Plus, start planning if you're looking to travel more in the new year. We've got the vacation list for you, the 50 best places in the world to visit. And number 1 on the list doesn't even require a passport. We'll have that for you later this hour. I'm kind of hoping it's Miami because that's where me and the girlfriends are going next year.
That's always a good spot, whether it's on this list or not.
Yes.
Yeah, my husband and I just started talking about this. Where are we going to go next year? It's so fun to, plan and dream about that kind of stuff.
Yes, in time. But we begin this hour with the fallout from the midterm elections as the GOP is now projected to retake control of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but despite their control of the chamber, Republicans are at a crossroads over the direction of the party's future, which comes right as Donald Trump announces his 3rd run for president. Here's NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake with the latest.
Republican infighting continues this morning, even as the party celebrates a major victory in taking back control of the House. The margins there won't be what they had hoped, and many in the party are blaming the former president for that. Part of a heated debate about the future of that party. This morning, after a week of counting votes, control of the House now belongs to the GOP with a razor-thin majority. With the Speaker's gavel poised to pass from Nancy Pelosi to Kevin McCarthy, Republicans are vowing to ramp up investigations into Biden administration officials and the president's son Hunter Biden's business dealings. The shift in the balance of power also jeopardizes President Biden's legislative agenda, from abortion to climate to gun reform. Even as Republicans celebrate their victory, they're confronting deep divisions in the party over former President Trump's 2024 presidential bid, with some allies saying they're on board.
I like his policies. I like how tough he is.
But a growing number of Republicans say it's time for the party to move on.
We need to have a future-leaning party.
Echoed by former Trump administration officials.
I think he's unfit for office. I thought his remarks were very subdued and uninspiring.
Republican megadonor and former Trump confidant Stephen Schwartzman tells NBC News he won't support the former president this time, saying, quote, "It is time for the Republican Party to turn to a new generation of leaders." Mr. Trump's leading potential rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is dismissing talk about a Republican civil war.
We just finished this election, okay? People just need to chill out a little bit on some of this stuff. I mean, seriously.
Congressional leaders are avoiding the question. Kevin McCarthy refusing to answer Wednesday, and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell steering clear.
The way I'm going to go into this presidential primary season is to stay out of it. I don't have a dog in that fight.
But McConnell has won another fight, fending off a challenge from Trump ally, Florida Senator Rick Scott, who sought to oust him as minority leader after the GOP's failure to win control of the Senate. And later this morning, we expect to learn the future plans of the 82-year-old Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She has kept her plans a closely guarded secret. President Biden and others have urged her to stay on as the top Democrat in Congress. But we know she's also been weighing the attack on her husband last month as she debates whether to stay in Washington, return to San Francisco, or perhaps take a role somewhere in between. That mystery expected to be solved this morning.
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much. Now, Democrats are moving to pass as much legislation as possible through a lame duck Congress before Republicans officially take control of the House. And that includes the Respect for Marriage Act. Now, 12 GOP senators joined Democrats to vote in favor of the bill, and that overwhelmed that 60-vote threshold needed in the Senate. It was a historic show of bipartisanship as Democrats prepare for that political gridlock that's probably ahead. Now, the bill would codify marriage equality by allowing same-sex couples to apply for federal benefits. It would not require any state to allow same-sex couples to marry.
Now to Ukraine, which continues to dispute early U.S. and NATO assessments that the missile, which fell in a Polish village, likely came from Ukraine's air defense system. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest reaction on the ground.
The Pentagon says American investigators are in Poland trying to figure out who fired that missile across the border. Ukraine continues to say it wasn't them.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is digging in this morning, insisting that his country didn't fire, accidentally or otherwise, a missile that crossed into Poland. I have no doubt it was not our rocket, he said. Asked about that, President Biden saying overnight,
"That's not the evidence."
Poland's President Andrzej Duda called it a tragic accident, most likely caused by a misfire from a Ukrainian air defense system, an assessment shared by the Pentagon.
We have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
But the U.S. and NATO nonetheless blamed Russia for the incident, suggesting Ukraine was only using its air defenses after Russia had launched a barrage of missiles targeting Ukraine's infrastructure. Like this attack in Dnipro this morning.
While we still don't know all the facts, we do know one thing. This tragedy would never have happened but for Russia's needless invasion of Ukraine and its recent missile assaults against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure.
Russia quickly tried to capitalize on the confusion, accusing its enemies of whipping up hysteria. Russia's UN ambassador saying this is not just an international attempt at disinformation, but a conscious attempt to bring NATO into direct conflict with our country. Russia says the missiles it launched against Ukraine were at least 20 miles from the Polish border.
American officials say they hope to have a conclusive answer about the missile soon.
Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Let's get more on the situation in Ukraine with William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us this morning. So I want to ask you, of course, at that explosion in Poland. So we're hearing there from Richard Engel, Ukraine is adamant that the missile was not from its air defense system, despite what NATO says, despite what they're saying their investigations preliminarily anyway are showing. Do you think that this could drive any type of wedge between Ukraine and the West?
Savannah, I don't. I don't think so. I'm hearing actually from Kyiv that President Zelensky is saying, you know, we'll take a look at the evidence. And he's saying if it was a Ukrainian missile that was designed and fired to shoot down a Russian missile, then we'll apologize. He says, we're honest people. This is what Zelensky says. We're honest people. We'll apologize. But he wants to see the evidence. He wants to have his people involved in the investigation. They're concerned about this. The Ukrainians are concerned about this as well. So this is the famous fog of war. These things happen. This almost certainly was an accident of one side or another. It was not an intentional attack on Poland or on NATO. And so the facts will come out. The investigations will go forward. I am sure that if it's clear, when it's clear that if it was the case that it was a Ukrainian missile that was designed and fired to shoot down a Russian incoming missile, that President Zelensky and Ukraine will apologize.
And let me just ask you, Ambassador, let's say that the investigation shows that it was, in fact, a Russian missile. What would you anticipate there? What would you expect would be wanted in terms of a response from Russia? And what would you expect that we would get?
So if it indeed was a Russian missile, then it's a real problem. Then the Russians need to take responsibility for that, if that's the case. I don't believe that it was intentional by the Russians. Even if the Russians, it turns out it's a Russian missile, they didn't intentionally fire on Poland. They know, the Russians know, that an attack on Poland is an attack on NATO, is an attack on the United States. They don't want to do that. They've got their hands full, more than their hands full in Ukraine. They're getting beaten. The Russians are being beaten by the Ukrainians on the ground in Ukraine. The Russians don't want that. So they would, I'm sure, make the case that this was an accident.
Now, we saw CIA Director William Burns in Poland yesterday. This is days after holding meetings with both Russian and Ukrainian intelligence officials. What's your takeaway on these visits? What do you think of this? Is this the U.S. sort of working behind the scenes to push for an end to this war? We've been sort of concerned about these winter months, what that's going to mean, or maybe it's a way to kind of get in there with some diplomacy as ground fighting slows down. What do you make of meetings like this?
So, Savannah, you listened to Jake Sullivan last weekend. He was very clear that the United States policy in the United States is not pushing Ukraine to negotiate. United States is fully supportive of Ukraine. The Ukrainians say they're going to continue the fight during the winter, that they're not going to take a pause. And in my view, they shouldn't. They have got the Russians on the run. We remember what happened when they defeated the Russians around Kharkiv. The Russian soldiers dropped their weapons, got out of their tanks, and ran in panic. If the Ukrainians continue to push after their big victory in Kherson, if they continue to push during the winter, they can take advantage of that victory as well. And what Jake Sullivan said, which is the U.S. policy, he's reflecting the President of the United States, is we're going to support them as long as it takes. We're not going to push them to negotiate. And so Bill Burns is doing exactly the right thing of having good conversations, probably about the nuclear concerns, which have now declined, have now subsided. So he's doing the right thing of making these rounds of talks.
Quickly, I want to ask you about this grain export deal between Russia and Ukraine. It was extended by 4 months, which is less than the 1 year Ukraine was pushing for. But what do you think about that outcome and how fragile this agreement is and, you know, sort of what it means in terms of things like global food supply that are all tied up here in this war in Ukraine, especially, again, as we head into the winter months?
As we head into the winter months, it's very important. It's a good thing that it was extended. It should have been extended longer. It should not even have to be discussed because there ought to be free flow of these grain ships. But that said, it's a good thing that it was extended. And another thing to notice about it is that the Russians have again backed down. They have said they're not going to extend it, and now they've extended it. They said they weren't going to agree, and now they've agreed. So I think this is a very good sign. It ought to be extended again.
All right, Ambassador Taylor, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning. Important conversation.
Thank you, Savannah.
And turning now to the U.S. and that major winter storm that has the National Weather Service predicting an extreme weather event.
Yeah, extreme in this state, also where we are. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is preparing for a state of emergency ahead of the storm, as parts of New York are expected to feel the brunt of it, with up to 3 feet of snow possible in places like Buffalo. But the snowfall has already begun in states like Ohio, where several occurrences of what's called thunder snow, we will talk to Michelle Grossman about that, have been reported. Now, local weather services report at least 3 inches of snow an hour, and no end in sight yet.
Wow, grab your snow boots. We have meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with the latest on what to expect in the coming days. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa from a snowy Kalamazoo, Michigan, with more. Maggie, good to see you. I hope you're staying warm out there. So can you walk us through what you're seeing on the ground? How difficult are the conditions in Michigan right now?
Yeah, Clay, we're doing our best. We really appreciate it. The conditions on the ground right now, as you guys said, this storm is just starting, but already they're getting kind of dicey. I mean, just driving to this live shot this morning from our hotel, we were definitely slipping and sliding. We were taking it slow and being safe, but the roads are already a bit of a mess out there. And you can see we have our thermometer, of course. It's hovering right around freezing. So the snow's been falling all night, still falling this morning, but up to a foot of snow expected here by Saturday morning. So that's how extreme it is here. And then I want to show you this crazy video really quick, just out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. This is about 100 miles north of here. I think we have it. It's the college football highlights. Blanketed in white, Western Michigan, Central Michigan, those players literally having to plow through blinding snow to get to a snow-covered end zone. Wow. That was just last night. It shows you how extreme it is already. And again, you guys, this multi-day snow event, as you said, just getting started here.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a reschedule to me. I cannot believe that they played in that. Not even just like what it must have felt like, but it's so hard to see, like you said.
I wonder if the snow maybe was some padding.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're sort of used to it. I don't know. I have to say, Maggie, I'm so sorry you're out there, but it is very pretty, and we are very appreciative. Now, Michelle's going to have a little bit more on this in a moment, but a winter storm warning has been issued for much of West and South Michigan, and it goes all the way into Saturday. How are people preparing for this? What can they do to stay safe, especially like you just mentioned, like being on the road, stuff like that? Oh. Darn, we lost Maggie's. It's probably frozen is actually probably what's happening.
Which
Maggie's IFB.
A good play on words and reality.
Exactly. It actually really does happen. You know, the magic of TV, that's just her calling into a cell phone that's calling us, so it's probably too cold out there for that. All right, let's get into all the info we need to know about this storm now. Maybe Michelle can help us with how to keep us safe.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Good morning, Michelle.
And you have to tell us about thunder snow. I love when you teach us a new meteorology term.
You know, it's so funny. I've never even heard of that. Are they talking about sunburst snow area in Wisconsin? Otherwise, I'm thinking, like, is it sun that kind of gives the energy and then you get that burst of snow? But I really have never heard that term before.
There you go.
So I think I need a little education.
I mean, this is crazy storm. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do a little research. But I don't know. We might be referring to the sunburst ski area in Wisconsin, but I'll look into that. But we are going to see a lot of snow today. We're seeing feet of snow, the expectation over the next several days. This is not only today, but Friday, Saturday, and also Sunday. We could rival the storm in Buffalo of 2014, where they saw 65 inches of snow, so over 5 feet of snow. That's what we're looking at, the expectation there. So the National Weather Service out of Buffalo has called it the potential for a paralyzing storm. We're going to see impacts on the roadways. We're going to see impacts in the air, of course. And we're looking at snow not only there, but also in Michigan, where Maggie is, also in Wisconsin, so the northern tier of the nation. Otherwise, the other big story is really cold temperatures. This is adding to that lake effect snow machine, but that cold weather extends all the way down to the south, into the southeast. Also, portions of the west, we're looking really chilly too. It's a coast-to-coast cold. It's an Arctic blast, and we're looking at temperatures 10, even 15, 25 degrees below normal for this time of year. You can see on radar that snow is already falling. You can see how it's going, right? That cold air over the lakes, it's prompting that snow to fall. I'm going to explain that in just a second because we have a little explainer on that. But just downwind of these lakes where you see that lighter blue color, the whiter color, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snow, and that's where we expect the heaviest snow. Downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. So Watertown, Buffalo, Erie, we'll see heavy snow. But heavy snow expected in northeastern Ohio, also northwestern Pennsylvania, into portions of western Michigan as well. Let's talk about lake effect snow. What is it? How does it happen? Well, you have that cold Canadian air. We're seeing that Arctic blast come through today, some of the coldest air we've seen all season. It's going over those relatively warm lake waters. So clouds will form, and then we're going to see that snow falling downwind of the lakes, most likely east of the lakes. And until these lakes are frozen over and shut off, we're going to see the snow falling when we get those really cold winds going over. And as Savannah mentioned last hour, we could see it as far south as us. So if the winds are blowing hard enough, they're going to bring the snow down to us. So we're going to see intense snow bands up to 3 inches per hour. This is going to be for hours and hours, could be up to 36 hours. And that's going to amount to a lot of snow, so up to 4 or 5 feet in some spots. We're going to watch it very closely. It's going to be very localized. So you could go a mile outside of the snow band and see an inch of snow, but within this band, you could see up to 4 feet of snow. It's very tricky forecasting. So as we go throughout time here, those cold winds will blow over the lakes, and we're going to see the snow piling up, especially tomorrow. It's going to really intensify tonight into tomorrow. Strong winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. It's going to create difficult travel on the roadways. Also in the air, so most likely seeing major delays in Buffalo. That's probably a given. Moderate delays in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, also Chicago. So that's one big weather story today. The other one is the Arctic blast, so freeze alerts in the Carolinas. To the southeast, the Gulf Coast, lows at or below 32 degrees, at or below freezing. And look at the lows tomorrow. It's cold this morning, but we're looking at lows tomorrow below freezing. It's going to feel like 16 below zero in Bismarck, feeling like 17 below zero tomorrow morning in Rapid City. You certainly need the layers. That's going to be tough at the school bus stops tomorrow. Minneapolis feeling like 1 degree, and it will feel like 8 degrees in Chicago. Same story as we go into next week. This is not going anywhere fast. It's going to stay put for a while. So into the Thanksgiving holiday week, we're looking at temperatures in the single digits in Bismarck for your morning lows. 24 next Monday. So these are the morning lows, but the daytime highs, we're not getting much relief, guys. We're looking at temperatures, even some spots 30 degrees below normal. And again, this will stay put at least through early next week. And we'll talk more about that, of course. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, I did some very sophisticated research for us called Googling. And this is what it says. It says it's a kind of thunderstorm with snow falling as the primary precipitation instead of rain. It's considered a rare and unusual phenomenon. What do you think?
See, I could see that as thunder snow.
Oh,
we
it
have
is thunder
seen
snow.
that
I
already.
thought you might have misheard us.
Oh,
yeah, it's thunder snow.
Thunder snow.
Oh, we say that? No, I thought you said sunburst snow. Yes, thunder snow. We're expecting that too. That's when you get that lightning. There's so much energy, so you get the lightning.
Yes,
Okay, I thought you said sunburst. That's where I was confused.
Look, she just explained it. So much
it's
energy,
cool.
you get the lighting.
No, look up a video of Jim Cantore. It's the best video of him seeing thunder snow.
There we go.
It's really
Michelle,
cute.
I love when you get all sciencey on us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Bye.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a new twist in the murder of 4 college students in Idaho.
Up next, what investigators are saying about who was inside the home at the time of the killings as the search for a suspect continues. Stay with us.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. There are new developments this morning in the shocking murders of 4 University of Idaho students killed over the weekend. Police gave an update yesterday but did not identify a suspect, and people in this small town continue to fear for their safety. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is following the latest. Good morning, Gadi.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're learning about another strange detail in this case. Police are now telling us that 2 roommates were home during that violent attack, but were not injured in any way. And we also now know it was likely more than 6 hours between when police were called and when those murders took place.
New message from police in Idaho after the gruesome murders of 4 students.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
That's after police said in a statement on Tuesday, investigators believe this was an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large. Authorities do still believe the close friends were targeted.
We believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there.
Police still searching for the murder weapon.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
They say there were no signs of forced entry at the home where the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Xana's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were found. And now police revealing for the first time that 2 other roommates were home at the time of the attack but were not injured.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going.
The 2 others have not been identified, and there are no details about what they might have seen or why it took so long to alert police. The victims had been found on Sunday afternoon by officers responding to a 911 call about an unconscious individual, but investigators say they think the 4 were killed early in the morning after going out. Xana and Ethan returning from a party on campus, and Kaylee and Maddie from a bar downtown.
Cool. Thank you.
Police are also aware of this video that they say appears to show 2 of the victims ordering from a food truck, saying it could help them establish a timeline of events that night. The president of the University of Idaho, emotional.
They were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers.
If everybody was like Ethan Chapin in this world, it would be a better place.
The victims' families struggling to cope with their sudden and shocking loss.
I can't wrap my head around what Thanksgiving looks like, or Christmas looks like, or even like my day-to-day looks like.
And with no suspects still in custody, police are cautioning people to be vigilant, to be aware of their surroundings. They're also asking the public for any help, for information that could help them find this killer and solve this case. Back to you guys.
Really disturbing and devastating. Gadi, thank you.
Now to New York City, and new concerns that someone behind a string of attacks here is potentially targeting members of the LGBTQ community. At least 2 men were killed, allegedly drugged and robbed, while leaving gay bars in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. In all, the NYPD is investigating as many as more than a dozen possible victims. A New York City community on high alert after police say a string of robberies and assaults in New York City may be connected to the mysterious deaths of 2 gay men earlier this year.
It's scary, actually, because it could happen to anyone. It's scary. It's really, really scary.
Julio Ramirez and John Umberger were found dead shortly after leaving gay bars in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan in 2 separate incidents. Their families telling NBC News their bank accounts were drained and that they may have been drugged. Now, after months of fear and outrage, both from the LGBTQ community and the men's families, the NYPD confirming their deaths are being investigated as part of, quote, several incidents where individuals have been victims of either robberies or assault.
Me cayó una llamada y me dijeron que era del hospital de Mount Sinai, de Manhattan, y que era el examinador. y le digo, ¿qué pasó? No, tu hijo está muerto.
In April, 25-year-old Julio Ramirez was found dead in the back of a taxi an hour after he was seen leaving the Ritz Bar and Lounge with 3 unidentified men, something his friends say was out of character.
To get into a cab with a bunch of strangers to just give away his phone, potentially, give away his belongings, it's just not like him.
About a month later, 33-year-old Umberger was found dead after he and 2 unidentified men left another popular Hell's Kitchen gay bar, The Q. His mother, Linda Clary, telling our New York station that detectives are looking at 14 victims with similar stories who survived, as well as other deaths.
There is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
Clary says her son's cell phone and credit cards were stolen, with more than $25,000 wiped from his bank accounts. Much like Ramirez, whose family says $20,000 was taken out of his accounts.
They seem to clearly target young gay men.
The NYPD said the city's medical examiner is still determining Ramirez and Umberger's official causes of death, adding that some, though not all, of the victims in the investigation are believed to be part of the LGBTQ community, which is causing concern and fear from Hell's Kitchen residents and visitors alike.
I think it's something that's important these days, at least to somebody, let somebody know that you're out, or, this is where I'm headed, so somebody, at least knows your whereabouts.
These should be the spaces where everybody feels the safest going, but especially LGBT people. And to have something so tragic like this happen, it's awful.
It makes me feel I should be very careful who I trust, which is unfortunate. You want to be open in these communities. You don't want to feel you have to be careful and mistrusting.
But for those who've continued to push for justice, this might be the start of finally getting some answers. Now, over the weekend, the New York City Council member who represents the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood released a statement on Instagram saying his office has been in contact with the NYPD and Manhattan District Attorney's Office regarding the investigation. They are also passing out safety tips in the neighborhood.
Really disturbing.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely.
And turning now to some international headlines, world leaders are gathering in Bangkok for a major economic summit.
Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and more. Good evening. Good morning, Josh. I guess it's afternoon there. I don't know what it is.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Zinclair. That is right. It is the first in-person summit in 4 years and will bring together Vice President Kamala Harris, Chinese President Xi Jinping, and other world leaders. President Xi only recently started traveling overseas again after staying in China during the COVID-19 pandemic. On the agenda are the global energy crisis, inflation, and Russia's war in Ukraine. Now to Myanmar, where the military junta that runs the country says it's releasing 4 imprisoned foreigners whose detainment had been a big source of international tension for Myanmar. The group includes an American citizen, a Japanese filmmaker, a former British diplomat, and an Australian professor. Amnesty International says they were wrongfully detained, and there are thousands more who have been jailed on political charges since the coup in Myanmar last year. And finally, to Paris and the iconic Eiffel Tower, which could be coming to a living room near you. Lego is unveiling a build-your-own Eiffel Tower, and it is the tallest Lego set ever, reaching nearly 5 feet tall, complete with mini elevators, trees, and of course, the French flag. It costs more than $600 and is made up of 10,001 pieces. So you'd better be sure not to lose any of those pieces under the couch, or you will never get that Lego set finished. Back to you.
We were just talking. Savannah might be going to Paris, so I feel like
we'll see.
The Lego set could be a good
my husband and I are hoping
start.
during the spring, but yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, the Lego piece lost in the couch, only to be upstaged by the Lego piece that you step on and think that you may die from the pain. Yeah, all right.
Josh, thank you
Josh.
so much.
All right, coming up, a warning from doctors you'll definitely want to listen to. Nearly 1 billion people could be at risk of hearing loss. We'll show you how you can avoid becoming part of that statistic.
Plus, more parents are using melatonin to keep their kids' bedtimes, but the peaceful sleep may not be worth the long-term side effects. That's next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There's a new warning out this morning on hearing loss. A new study finds headphones and other forms of loud entertainment could be putting a staggering 1 billion young people at risk. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
It's part of being young. Going to loud, ear-splitting events. On top of that, there are ubiquitous smartphones and earpieces.
Oftentimes I actually have it on max volume.
Pretty much all day, every day, I've got something in my ears.
Now, a new study led by the World Health Organization says unsafe listening practices may put over 1 billion people from 12 to 34 at risk for hearing loss that's irreversible.
So it's really the combination of the loudness as well as the duration of exposure that puts you at risk.
Lead author Lauren Dillard says safety is a moving target. At 92 decibels, the noise level of truck traffic, you can safely listen for 2.5 hours without hearing protection. At 100 decibels, a power lawnmower, it's just 38 minutes. The lower the volume, the longer you can listen.
A lot of smartphones now have settings built in that will alert the user if the sound is too loud.
On the event side, performers including the Black Eyed Peas' Will.i.am, R&B singer Tank, and Coldplay's Chris Martin have all talked about their hearing issues.
I have these little things I wear in my ears to keep everything quiet.
If young people don't take action now, trouble could be ahead.
Are the choices young people are making now, could they potentially pay for those choices decades from now?
Yes, absolutely.
Making this advice worth hearing. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, stay in on your health. People who have trouble falling and staying asleep. We were just talking about this. That was me last night. And see, sometimes often turn to various supplements to help them at night. And that includes, of course, melatonin, something I also take sometimes.
It can be helpful, but some doctors are now raising a red flag after seeing an increase in parents giving melatonin to children to help them sleep long term.
Yeah, for more, let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. John Torres, always great to have you with us.
Good morning.
Night, morning, here we go. I mean, look, sometimes I need it because my sleep schedule is so, all wonky because of what we all do here. But I mean, let's start with the basics, just reminding people on how melatonin works. Maybe it's something they haven't used before. Maybe sometimes they feel like it doesn't work for them. What is the deal with melatonin?
So melatonin is a naturally occurring hormone. We have it, we produce it, and it helps us go to sleep. That's the beauty behind melatonin. But people take them as supplements to help them sleep as well. And the issue with supplements is we always say, regardless of what you're using to help go to sleep, you really shouldn't use it more than 2 weeks in a row, maximum 3 months to keep it under control, because then you probably have a sleep problem. You need to figure out how to use it. That's if you use it on a regular basis. Intermittently, it's a different issue.
Interesting. I wonder, what are your specific concerns around melatonin? Because I know that the American Academy of Sleep Medicine put out an advisory urging parents to be cautious about how they give it to their kids.
And the reason they put out the advisory is because they looked at data for the last 10 years, from 2012 to 2021, and they found out that 260,000 poisonings had been reported in children of melatonin. In other words, they took overdose. The vast majority, well over 80% of them, had no symptoms at all. The parents were just concerned, and rightly concerned, but there were some hospitalizations, and unfortunately 2 children did die from melatonin. These are very young children. And so the message they're putting out is, hey, you want to be careful with this if it's used appropriately, and in some cases for ADHD or autism, it seems to work very well for them. But for going, you helping them sleep, under 3 months time period, no more than 3 months at the most, is what most experts agree. 3 to 4 year old is the minimum age you should be using it at, and just very intermittently, because otherwise you want to use other techniques to try to get them to sleep. You don't want to just use the hormones. The other thing we don't know is what's going to happen with the hormones. It is a hormone, and the hormone balance, especially in growing children, is very delicate. So if you end up pushing up one hormone, you might push another one down, and it could cause an imbalance in the hormones, which could delay puberty, bring puberty on earlier, cause other issues later on in life. And so we simply don't know. It hasn't been studied.
Yeah, any type of sleeping medication for a child does sound, like a potential concern there for sure. Dr. Torres, I also want to ask you, just before we let you go, something Sinclair reported on us for last hour, the FDA announcing this shortage of amoxicillin. How much of a concern is that? Obviously, I remember being on that a lot when I was little. It's what you get if you got strep throat, that kind of thing. Also, are there alternatives?
And this is a good advisory because right now, amoxicillin is one of the most popular antibiotics we have out there. And children get it for ear infections, sore throat, those types of things. We do have alternatives, and those alternatives are antibiotics that tend to be stronger. And I tell people it's almost like using a sledgehammer to drive a nail instead of just using a regular hammer, which is what amoxicillin is. And so they can use those ones, but at the same time, we're trying to back off from antibiotics. And so talk to your doctor. Do we need these antibiotics? Do I really have to take them, or can we wait and see what happens? And oftentimes you can, but sometimes you need them. There are other ones we can go to.
All right. Dr. John Torres, so much good info. Always great when you're here in New York with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, big names from Tom Brady to Larry David are facing a legal battle over crypto. Why a lawsuit is blaming stars like them for the billions of dollars people lost on a popular crypto platform.
Plus, a Full House star is in hot water over comments she made about same-sex marriage, how she's responding to backlash, and how the LGBTQ community is reacting. That's next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. Several celebrities are finding themselves in the middle of a legal battle this morning involving crypto platform FTX. Investors who suffered major losses are suing, alleging FTX and its former CEO misled them. Now, some of the athletes and celebrities who promoted the platform are also named in that lawsuit. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
A multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by one of the most prominent attorneys in America, David Boies, was filed right here in U.S. District Court in Miami. Now, one of the names you would expect to see on that lawsuit is the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, but also included in the suit, celebrity endorsers. Everybody from Larry David to Steph Curry and Tom Brady, as a company that was once valued at $32 billion suddenly went bankrupt overnight.
And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
A-list celebrities and athletes facing a high-profile legal battle after serving as faces for a crypto company, FTX, that just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit accuses FTX, its former CEO, and around a dozen celebrities of causing some $11 billion in U.S. investor losses. The suit alleges efforts to take advantage of unsophisticated investors, adding the parties never performed any due diligence before marketing these FTX products to the public.
Are you in?
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and the Shark Tank's Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, just some of the well-known figures named in the suit. O'Leary discussing the decision on CNBC.
It's not the first time I've made a bad investment. Probably not the last time.
NBC News has reached out to all of their respective legal teams and has not yet heard back. The big question, how much do the defendants know about the product they endorsed?
It's a question of whether they can just claim that they were duped as well. You have to look at each individual endorsement. You have to look at how they endorsed it.
FTX poured millions into ads from social media.
But you are an expert, right?
No, I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
To must-see television events like the Super Bowl.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The platform's once massive $32 billion valuation seemingly vanishing overnight.
Now you're seeing, in some cases, some of these are crashing as there's more and more market instability. That leads to more challenges and the questions of who's to blame.
FTX, that's the crypto app, right? Now it's for all kinds of investing. It's better.
Mr. Bankman-Fried is apologizing to FTX investors and saying he's as shocked as anybody at how quickly this all came unraveled. He's promising clarity in a play-by-play on what went wrong once he figures it out. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam, thank you so much. Now, from the FTX crash to Twitter's tailspin, how did we get here? What happens next? Well, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward will answer some of those questions and talk about these stunning tech downfalls on hellscape inside the meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. You can check it out tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now.
And now for more financial headlines. Ahead of their mass layoffs, tech giant Amazon is offering buyouts to their employees.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Savannah Zinkley, good morning. Yeah, Amazon is offering voluntary buyouts to some employees as it looks for ways to further trim headcount beyond the layoffs that are already underway. Documents seen by CNBC show voluntary severance offers were sent out this week to some divisions, including human resources. Amazon will provide employees with a lump sum payment equal to about 3 months of pay plus 1 week of salary for every 6 months they worked at the company. They'll also get a weekly stipend for 12 weeks, and their health insurance will continue through the end of the year. A huge drop in mortgage rates is doing little to boost demand for home loans. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage falling 60 basis points yesterday from 7.22% to 6.62%. Now, that follows a dramatic decline in yields on Treasury bonds after a report showed wholesale inflation cooled last month. Mortgage applications to buy a home rose 4% in the past week, but are still down nearly 50% from this time last year. Refi applications falling 2% for the week and are down nearly 90% from a year ago. And JetBlue is looking to expand its presence in Europe. The carrier plans to launch nonstop service to Paris from New York's JFK Airport next summer and from Boston's Logan Airport at a later date. This will double JetBlue's transatlantic service following the launch of service to London last year. Other airlines, including Delta and United, have also announced new European routes starting next year. More options to travel to Europe.
We like more options.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually very cool. Thank you so much.
Silvana, thanks. And Full House actress Candace Cameron Bure is under fire this morning for recent comments she made about same-sex marriages on television.
Yeah, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal magazine, she said she would focus on, quote, traditional marriage and Christmas movies on her new cable network, Great American Family. Earlier this year, the 46-year-old said she would be moving on from the Hallmark Channel to focus on family and faith-filled programming. She released a public statement on Instagram last night saying, in part, quote, all of you who know me know beyond question that I have great love and affection for all people. It absolutely breaks my heart that anyone would ever think I intentionally would want to offend or hurt anyone.
To talk about this, GLAAD President and CEO Sarah Kate Ellis joins us now. Sarah Kate, good morning. Thanks for being here. So GLAAD has already condemned these statements from the actress. So talk to us a bit about the consequences of comments and actions like this and what the LGBTQ community is making of all of it, especially from someone who's so well known.
Yeah, well, good morning. Thanks for having me. These comments are incredibly dangerous. First of all, LGBTQ folks are big viewers of these holiday films on Hallmark, on Lifetime. We're a big, disproportionately large part of the viewership. But more so, what this does is it continues this narrative that we don't belong, that we are other. And whether that's on the production, you know, the actors, the craft services, all the folks that participate in creating the shows, or the larger society, the parents, the grandparents who watch this show or listen to her and hear that we're not part of these shows. And my response to her quote last night was, say that you're including LGBTQ people in it. I feel like we're getting really caught up in semantics here. And if you're going to not exclude, then give me a statement that includes.
And Sarah Kate, one of the things that I think that's important that you've pointed out before, because if somebody's hearing, you know, she wants to focus on Christian programming, especially at this time of year, maybe people like that idea. But you've pointed out, rightly so, that the LGBTQ community is a part of that community as well. And I'm wondering if you can kind of talk about what exactly that means, that looks like. And I know you've also said that you'd love to have a conversation with her about this. Just tell me kind of what this all means to you in terms of the faith community and what you'd like to say to her.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, is that I've always said that what's happened in this society somehow is that either you're a person of faith or you're LGBTQ. Mm-hmm. LGBTQ people are people of faith, highly so, actually. And some are and some aren't, and both are fine. But to exclude us from faith is the wrong narrative, and it's a very narrow narrative. And I think that we need to expand our conversation, and that's why I wanted to sit down with her. I wanted her to meet my wife. I want her to have a conversation with my twin 13-year-old and see what our family looks like and how we live and exist in this world. I often feel that people try to divide because out of fear or not knowing. And I thought if she met me and she met my wife and she met our kids, it would bring us closer as a society and community, because she did say in her quote that she doesn't want this division. And I think if you're excluding people, you are creating a division, and this way we don't have to create one. Even so far as marriage equality yesterday, right, going through Senate, I just want to say, like, there's a perfect example. The Mormon Church came out in favor of this policy, of this act, in support of. So we are building bridges that were falsely created in the first place. And I think that there's an opportunity here to build yet another bridge.
Well, Sarah Kate Ellis, thank you for bringing that intersectional perspective to this conversation.
Thank you so much. And coming up, looking to book a vacation and just get away, we've got just what you're looking for.
Whether you're planning a road trip or a trip across the pond, we'll break down the places experts say you should add to your next itinerary. That's coming up.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. This is a personal story. This has been an adventure. Now, some swift justice may be on the horizon for Swifties after hundreds of complaints and social media chaos over the Ticketmaster presale of Taylor Swift's The Eras Tours. I'm sure you've heard about this by now. Tennessee's Attorney General is taking matters into his own hands by launching an investigation into Ticketmaster. Now, not only did the site crash, but fans, I might be one of them, a few of our producers as well. We were all in the newsroom together, going through this together, emotionally supporting each other. Well, we had pre-sale codes, but we found no tickets were available. And then the wait for customer support was up to 3 days, not to mention every 5 minutes you were getting an error message. Now, Tennessee's AG stated he'll be looking into consumer protection violations, antitrust, and the severe lack of customer support, all in order to make sure, quote, the problems that happened yesterday don't happen again. You know what? That's not going to get me a ticket, but it's going to give me some validation for my troubles.
3 days? The Attorney General?
I know, right?
Did you read it, yeah. Savannah?
It's not me.
Well,
no, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
But it was very stressful. It's a nightmare. We can move on.
We'll move on. And we know that 2022 is moving on and coming to a close. And that means it's time to start planning your vacation for the new year.
Yeah, I love this. Hopefully you're excited to talk about this at home, too. It just so happens that Travel and Leisure released their list of the top 50 places to visit in 2023 today. And we are so lucky to be joined by the editor-in-chief of Travel and Leisure, Jackie Gifford. Jackie, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have this conversation. It's so good to see you. This is very exciting.
I'm excited about 2023.
So tell us about the list. What cracked the top 5?
Sure. So we compile every year. We're looking ahead. Travel is back. We were just talking about it. Everybody is really prioritizing experiences over things. And so when we look to compile this list of 50 places, we're looking at cities. Cities are booming, cultural attractions, food and wine. There's there's this moment now. People want to get out there and really seize the day because they realize that travel makes them feel good. So we added a lot of domestic destinations because domestic travel is still big, right? So you've got the Jersey Shore. A lot of people think the Jersey Shore, But the reality is there have been so many changes there and developments, in particular in Asbury Park. That's, Bruce Springsteen. There have been hotels that have opened there, the Asbury Hotel. The James is a new property in Bradley Beach, Atlantic City. The casinos took the pandemic to really renovate. And so Nobu Hotel is coming to that part of Jersey Shore. So we're recommending that. Pittsburgh, there's a ton of cultural attractions there. The Moonshot Museum just opened. It's a really cool attraction for kids. You've got the Carnegie Museum of Art, their 58th Carnegie International Exhibition, new hotels like the Joinery, the Industrialist. So much going on in Pittsburgh. I'm from Philadelphia, so I've never been. I've got to get over there. Houston, oh my gosh. Oh my God, Houston. There's so much happening in Houston. I can't believe it. You've got the Kinder building, that was the Kinder wing that was just added to the Museum of Fine Arts in 2020. It's really cementing Houston as a fine arts destination. The Rothko Chapel, a $35 million renovation. So lots happening, I think, across the country.
And I wonder, how are you able to whittle down the list to 50? What are the considerations?
I think, well, we look at a variety of things. The news angle, of course, that's really important. Also, just we want a breadth and a scope of places, right? So actually, one of the international destinations that we picked was the United Kingdom. It's actually Travel Leisure's destination of the year for 2023. I was just in London. The hotel scene is just on fire. I stayed at the Lanesborough. They were doing a Bridge Bridgerton-themed tea that was so fun. In Edinburgh.
Oh, I like that. I feel like they would be like anti that. You know, it's like leaning in too much to like something kitschy.
You know what,
I love
we're really seeing when people see stuff on film, they want to go, right? So in Edinburgh, there's the new Glen Eagles townhouse, which is really great. In London in the spring, you've got the Peninsula Hotel opening up. The Arcade Food Hall just came to the Battersea Power Station. So in the magazine and on our site, we have a whole wealth of tips if you want to go visit the United Kingdom. I should add the parity, the dollar-pound. That is really driving
and the euro.
And the euro, because Americans haven't seen prices like this like in their lifetime. So
and
when you go, all these things are just so much more affordable.
Yeah, this is so exciting. What a fun conversation to be having. And that's a really good reminder. Again, also, it's a good time to get bang for your buck if you do head overseas. All right, thank you so much. This is so fantastic to have you in studio with us. Come back with anything else you've got.
Yes, I will be booking my flight. And
I know, very exciting. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us.
Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. Flipped changes on Capitol Hill more than 1 week after the midterms. This morning, NBC News is projecting Republicans have taken back the House, setting the stage for 2 years of gridlock in Congress. We have team coverage on the results and the reaction. Plus, what it could all mean for Donald Trump's 2024 presidential run. On the defensive, this morning, tension between Ukraine and its allies after 2 people were killed by a missile in NATO territory. Ukraine's president rejecting claims that the missile came from his country's air defense system.
Whatever the final conclusions may be, the world knows that Russia bears ultimate responsibility for this incident.
The latest on the fallout, including the emergency meeting between President Biden and NATO allies. Terror, threat, top lawmakers blasting the FBI and other government agencies over what they call domestic extremism on social media. We'll dig into what this massive report is revealing and the blame it places on sites like TikTok and Twitter for incentivizing harmful content. And a show of support for Amber Heard months after losing that high-profile defamation trial against her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. The open letter signed by some big names that's sending a message to all survivors of domestic abuse. We're going to begin this morning with the latest on the midterm elections and what broke late last night, that new majority in the House of Representatives.
That's right. NBC News is projecting that Republicans will control the House for the next 2 years after winning enough seats to have a majority in the chamber. The win that put it over the top for the GOP, that came in California's 27th congressional district, where Republican incumbent Mike Garcia defeated Democratic challenger Christy Smith. The GOP's slim majority in the House means divided government will return to Washington, with Democrats controlling the Senate. And this morning, both parties are assessing the fallout from the midterms while looking toward what the next 2 years will bring on Capitol Hill.
We have team coverage for you on all these key developments this morning. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is here, along with NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, and our anchor buddy, by the way, on the day post-election. And here we are, still post-election results rolling in. Good to have you both with us. Ali, I will begin with you. We want to talk about what this new round of sort of this split in Congress means for both parties. We know overall it likely means a lot of gridlock. So I want to ask you something specific that maybe we can kind of understand. What could this mean for the future of existing committees, like, for example, the January 6th committee in the House?
Yeah, well, that's just one of the things that we expect to change. When you look at the slim majorities that the Democrats have on the Senate side and Republicans have on the House side, you can see how difficult it's going to be for President Biden and Congress to get anything done these last 2 years of President Biden's first term. A Democratic Senate majority no doubt gives President Biden an advantage when filling key committee assignments, filling judicial appointments, filling a Supreme Court seat if if the opportunity arises over the next 2 years. But a Republican majority in the House really is setting up just a stalling of President Biden's agenda. House Republicans have already said, they've been saying for months, that they plan to investigate Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, and his business dealings. They plan to start impeachment proceedings. They've already said that they plan to dissolve the January 6th committee investigating the attack on the Capitol as it stands right now. They've also said that they plan to pass a bill to secure the border within their first few weeks of reaching this majority. So definitely teeing up a very difficult 2 years, but there's already been an olive branch extended. We saw President Biden last night when Republicans reached that 218-seat threshold to reach the majority, congratulate Republicans and say he's willing to work across the aisle to get something done over the next 2 years.
And Mark, I want to bring you in here because notably it took more than a week for the GOP to get this majority in the House after already losing out on the Senate. So what do you think that says in terms of their messaging to voters this cycle, especially after their predictions of a red wave in the midterms?
Yeah, of all the surprises that we ended up seeing from the election, maybe the biggest surprise of all was that it took 8 days to call the House of Representatives in control for Republicans. Remember, Republicans only needed to flip a net of 5 seats to win control, one of the lowest bars that we've seen over the last century in covering American politics and midterm elections. And Republicans ended up doing it. But what it really does show you is that red wave that so many people were talking about, and even some Democrats had been fearing, really did fizzle out. And when you ended up taking President Biden's low approval ratings, the 70% of Americans who think the country was headed in the wrong direction, the thought was that that was going to topple Democratic incumbents as well as have Republicans win open seats. But as we ended up seeing, Democrats actually held their own, whether it was their incumbents or some of those open seats. And that's why it took so long to call the race, in addition to those long counts that we've all been following in California and the West Coast.
Let's talk about leadership now. And Allie, now that the GOP has this majority locked up, where things stand with Kevin McCarthy's campaign to become Speaker. Also, what does this mean for Nancy Pelosi's future in the House?
Yeah, so we're expecting to hear from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi later this morning about her future plans. She could either decide to stay in Democratic leadership that she's held for almost 2 decades now, or decide to step down. I know we saw President Biden wish for the latter earlier this week, hoping she would stay in Congress. As far as the House's top Republican, Kevin McCarthy, this is nearly a decade-long road for him to become Speaker, and it's still facing roadblocks. We saw him win that nomination earlier this week against House Freedom Caucus member Congressman Andy Biggs, who decided to challenge McCarthy at the last minute. Andy Biggs only getting 31 votes in his caucus, but those 31 votes are votes that Kevin McCarthy is going to need on January 3rd when the final election for the speakership happens. So that we've seen Freedom Caucus members really withhold their support for McCarthy, saying that they're making a list of demands, demanding some concessions by McCarthy to win their support. At the end of the day, the reality is that McCarthy needs those House Freedom Caucus members just as much as they need him to get anything done over the next 2 years, Savannah.
And I'd love to end wide, Mark, because we have a clear picture now on the majorities in both chambers of Congress. So what's your lasting impression from these midterm elections? Do you think these results will serve as a roadmap for both parties in the years to come?
Yeah, my takeaway is just how little actually changed despite the billions of dollars spent and all of the 2 years of campaigning. And what we ended up seeing on the House side is that only 7 incumbents ended up losing re-election, 5 Democrats and 2 Republicans. We saw only 1 incumbent governor go down to defeat. That was Nevada Democrat Steve Sisolak. And not a single incumbent senator ended up losing re-election, although we still need to watch what ended up happening in that Georgia runoff for next month. But you all add all of those things up and you just see how little the political movement really, the political lines barely budge this midterm cycle as now we all head into 2024.
Mark Murray and Ali Rafa, thank you both so much.
Let's turn our attention now to the war in Ukraine and the ongoing fallout from that missile explosion in Poland. Yesterday, NATO, Poland, and the United States all said it was likely the missile that fell in a Polish village and killed 2 people came from Ukraine's air defense system. That assessment is being disputed by Ukraine's President Zelensky, who said he had, quote, no doubt that it was not a Ukrainian missile. It's a claim put to President Biden on his return to the White House from the G20 in Indonesia.
What's your reaction to President Zelensky saying that the missiles that landed in Poland were not Ukrainian?
That's not the evidence.
That's not the evidence. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now to talk about this. Keir, it's good to see you. So President Zelensky is sticking to his claim that this was not a Ukrainian missile, despite what NATO is saying. So what's the latest on the investigation into this explosion? And is Ukraine likely to get access to the site, which it is asking for?
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, isn't it, for Western leaders, for the White House and for Ukraine. This is a division in opinion, a division in outlook, and it's being made public. And that's not really what Western leaders or Ukraine want, because, of course, what they've tried to do is maintain the united front in respect of Russia. But look, President Zelensky is saying that his officials have told him that this was likely a Russian missile. He says it makes no sense for me not to trust them. I've gone through the war with them. He then says, a little bit cryptically, God forbid some missile debris killed these people and we have to apologize, but first there needs to be an investigation. Again, it's a little bit awkward because effectively what the president of Ukraine is saying is that the Ukrainians want access to the site in Poland in order to confirm for themselves what the West is saying is true. They're supposed to be united. So it's difficult. And ultimately, there is some frustration, I have to say, among European leaders that Ukraine is taking this stance, because they do seem fairly convinced that this was a missile defense system, possibly an S-300 Soviet-made missile defense system used by the Ukrainians. And maybe that's part of the reason for the confusion, because, again, if it was Soviet-made but fired by the Ukrainians, you can see why people may make a misjudgment in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely confusing and complicated. And Keir, I do want to focus on what's happening inside Ukraine, because this morning there are reports of strikes in Odessa and Dnipro, among other places. So what exactly is going on?
Yeah, it's important to remember that this is a continuing wave of airstrikes by the Russians, and that is where President Biden and Western leaders are trying to put the focus, saying, look, what happened in Poland is not Ukraine's fault, even if it was a Ukrainian air defense system. So just, for example, the latest news that 4 have been killed and more than a dozen are wounded from drone and missile strikes around Ukraine. Ukrainian officials saying they shot down 2 cruise missiles and 5 Iranian-made drones. Now, that is an improving rate of success for the Ukrainians, and perhaps that is because that they have now been helped a little bit by Western-supplied air defenses. So, yeah, look, the picture is of a ongoing Russian offensive in the air over Ukraine, and perhaps, and it's been said already, perhaps what happened in Poland is somewhat inevitable when there's a war taking place right next door.
And you've broken down well what we're seeing on the ground. But on the diplomatic front, it looks like the Black Sea grain deal between Ukraine and Russia has been extended again. That matters because we know the war has impacted the world food supply and grain supply. So what can you tell us about that specifically?
Yeah, extended for another 120 days after the deal was in its 4th month. You know, this is a grain deal, a fertilizer deal, foodstuffs deal. It was days away from expiring. And what it means is that these essential foodstuffs can be exported through the Black Sea, which is, of course, part of the war zone, if you like, between Russia and Ukraine. It can be exported through there to places that are so important, like, for example, East Africa, where I was just a few weeks ago, where there is this expanding food crisis. The implications of having that blockade in the Black Sea reinstated would have been crippling, and it would have happened because, despite the fact that the Russians perhaps might not have fired on ships, the insurers who insure those ships can sail would likely have said, well, we're not going to insure them if there's a risk of a continuing conflict in that zone. So very, very important. A breakthrough. The West, the UN, Turkey, Russia, Ukraine, all involved in extending that.
Important analysis. Keir Simmons, thank you.
Let's get more on the war in Ukraine with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So, of course, want to start with that explosion in Poland and now specifically this tension that we're seeing between Ukraine and NATO over the origins of that mission. Now, there's this investigation that's ongoing, but Ukraine was quick to pin the blame on Russia when it happened. And they're saying they doubt NATO's initial findings anyway, that it was likely Ukrainian, part of their air defense system as it was trying to protect itself from these Russian missiles. What do you make of all this? And are you concerned that incidents like this, as we see, just how easily this can spill over into a bordering country, put the U.S. at risk of getting dragged into this conflict in a more boots on the ground type of way?
You hit it, the nail right on the head. Those are exactly the things that I'm concerned about. And when you look at the actually where that missile landed, you look at where Russia sent its caliber missiles that it attacked that day, it actually makes a lot of sense that a Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile missed its target and then landed in Poland. So I don't know why the president of Ukraine is going to such lengths to contradict the president of the United States and all of the Western European leaders, because it's an act or it's an accident that happens in war, and it's just unfortunate. But I think they should move on from it. But the bigger issue that you point out to is this exposes just the risk that anything could happen. An accident, a miscalculation, a mistake could draw the United States in. Because imagine if instead of hitting a farm, this had hit some of the U.S. troops in Poland or some of the other Western NATO allies. You can understand that we'd be having a very different conversation this morning if that had happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I want to kind of talk about where this could go from here and what you anticipated. I know you actually wrote a piece outlining something kind of similar to this. We'll get to that in just a moment. First, though, I want to play some sound from General Mark Milley speaking about Ukraine's chances of a military, specifically, victory in this war. First, let's listen to that.
The probability of a Ukrainian military victory, defined as kicking the Russians out of all of Ukraine, to include what they define or what they claim as Crimea, the probability of that happening anytime soon is not high, militarily. Politically, there may be a political solution where politically the Russians withdraw. That's possible.
So as we heard there, General Milley doesn't think there's this high probability of Ukraine, winning militarily, though a political solution might be possible. Do you agree with that? And if so, what would that look like?
Well, that actually in this 1945 piece that you're referring to, I actually point that out, that there's not a military solution that even is on the cards that Ukraine could drive Russia out, because the capacity is just not there. At the same time that Russia has just mobilized hundreds of thousands of more troops that are on the way in there. So Milley is completely right. There is no military path for Ukraine to win the war as defined by kicking the Russians out. So that leaves the only alternative, the most rational alternative, is a diplomatic solution. The big problem comes in that right now that Zelensky doesn't want to have a negotiation, because that would mean he would have to cede some territory. Russia right now doesn't want negotiations because they think this winter offensive is going to win them even more territory. And so right now, until that plays out, I don't think there's even any possibility of a negotiated settlement, though I think that's what should happen to save Ukrainian people.
Very quickly, before I let you go, walk us through the rest of these objectives that you sort of wrote here for Russia's winter offensive.
Yeah, they have. There's a couple of several different options where they could have what's called like a low risk opportunity, where they just try to bring these troops in, these new troops, and defend what they currently have. There's a medium risk where they'll try to maybe complete capture of the Donbass, and then in some of the other areas, maybe retake Kherson and then hold there. The problem with each of those is that leaves Ukraine in a position to launch another offensive later on. So I think, as I'll talk about later, that the biggest risk is a large-scale offensive by the Russians to completely devastate most of eastern Ukraine.
Lieutenant Colonel Davis, thank you so much for your time this morning. Important conversation.
And now back to the U.S. A new investigation by the Senate Homeland Security Committee is blasting the FBI, DHS, and leading social media companies. In the 128-page report obtained by NBC News, the committee accused the agencies of not doing enough to tackle the growing threat of domestic terrorism, especially white supremacist and anti-government extremists. For more, we're joined by NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. Ken, good morning. So simply, can you just tell us more about this report? What do we need to know?
Good morning, Zinkley. Well, the first thing to know is this is the Democratic Senate majority of the Homeland Security Committee criticizing agencies led by the Biden administration. So it's worth paying attention to that. But this is not about politics. It's about bureaucratic inertia. As far as this committee is concerned, they have looked at the responses from the FBI and DHS to this growing threat of domestic terrorism. And what they found is that those agencies are still stuck in the past, still spending more money on the threat from international terrorism, even though officials come before Congress year after year and say the real threat is domestic violent extremists, particularly white supremacists and anti-government extremists. And this report also says that neither the FBI nor DHS can give anybody a good picture of what the actual terrorist threat is out there. And before the January 6th riots, arrests by the FBI in domestic terrorism cases had actually gone down. Now, obviously, they've spiked because the January 6th riots was a huge case. And on the social media company side, the committee says that essentially these major platforms, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, their business models are based around an idea that promotes extremism, because engagement often requires people to be angry and emotional, and that means that they engage more with extreme content.
I've heard the term hate shares, right? That emotional sharing online. I wonder, how are the FBI, DHS looking at social media giants like Meta and Twitter, and how are they responding to these accusations?
The FBI and DHS both responded essentially saying we're doing a pretty good job on domestic terrorism without really addressing the systemic issues raised in the report. Most of the social media companies also responded by saying that they try to take extremist content down whenever they see it, content that violates their terms of service. But what the report said is what they need to do is a better job on the front end with their algorithms that drive people to the extremist content. And that's a bigger issue because essentially that goes at the business model of these social media companies.
And Ken, you talked about the algorithms. What other changes does the Senate Homeland Security Committee want to address the threat of domestic extremists?
This report calls for a fundamental rethink of the domestic terrorism issue in the U.S. government. They want, for example, the DHS to appoint a domestic terrorism coordinator. They want unified definitions because there aren't any across FBI and DHS. On the social media side, they want Congress to impose more accountability on these companies to require them to steer people away from extremist content. But that gets into First Amendment issues, as you guys know, and it's very complicated, and there's not a sort of unified will for what to do in terms of how to regulate these social media platforms.
Time will tell if we get that will. Ken Delanian, thank you.
Now, this morning, we're tracking a historic lake effect snow event expected to be measured in feet. So let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And it's going to be a lot of feet. We could see 4 feet of snow, maybe 5 feet of snow in some spots. Certainly going to be historical. It's going to rival the storm from 2014 where we saw 65 inches. And take a look at this. This is video out of central Michigan, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, where western Michigan was playing their rival central Michigan in a blizzard, whiteout conditions. But I love it so much because you could tell they're having so much fun. And if you watch this video, we have longer videos where the people in the stands are building snowmen, the cheerleaders, look at them. They're just having so much fun. That first snowfall of the year. And we're going to be seeing a lot of snow around the Great Lakes and more snow falling in central and western Michigan. This is what it looks like on radar right now. You can see the blue, and we're looking at some heavy snow falling. That's where you're seeing the lighter blue, almost the white color. And that's downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. That's going to continue today. It's going to pick up today, tomorrow also. It's going to continue into the weekend. We could see heavy snow too in western Michigan. So this is what it looks like along the Great Lakes. Again, heavy snow. Where these bands set up, that's where we're going to see the heaviest snow. Visibilities will be reduced down to 0 in some spots. It's going to make travel very difficult. The National Weather Service out of Buffalo is calling it a paralyzing event. It's going to be prolonged too. So it's the cold winds moving across those warmer lakes, and that's where we're seeing that lake effect snow machine being triggered. And then we're going to see the snow continuing tomorrow, piling up on the east side of the lake. Strong winds, difficult travel, and poor visibility. It's going to affect the roadways. It's going to affect the airways as well. Winter alert alerts posted for Wisconsin and Michigan, along the Great Lakes, including Watertown, Buffalo, Erie, and even portions of northeastern Ohio could see a lot of snow, as well as northwestern Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in terms of your snowfall forecast. Where you see those brighter colors, the pinks, the purples, that's where we're expecting the heaviest snow. So portions of western Michigan, the UP of Michigan as well, and also downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. And again, 4 feet is possible, 5 feet or even possible. We're going to see 2 inches per hour for 24 to 36, even more for several days. We're going to see a lot of snow. We could see some thunder snow as well. That's going to add to some of the energy as well. So we're looking at impacts in the air. Buffalo probably seeing ground stops and delays, very, very likely major delays, and moderate delays in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, and also Chicago. So we have the snow. We also have really cold air coast to coast. Once again, the coldest air of the season today. So freeze alerts from the Carolinas to the southeast along the Gulf Coast as well. Lows near or below 32 degrees. It's cold this morning, and look at tomorrow morning. People waking up to temperatures below zero. It's going to feel like 16 below zero in Bismarck. It'll feel like 1 degree in Minneapolis, and it's going to feel like 8 degrees tomorrow morning in Chicago. Those morning lows are going to continue into next week, so we're not going to get a break very soon. Notice Pittsburgh in the 20s, even in the teens on Sunday. The single digits in Bismarck, 8 degrees as a low Monday morning. And we're going to keep those highs really chilly too, guys. We're going to look at temperatures anywhere from 10, 15 up to 30 degrees below normal for this time of year. So it's cold and it's snowy.
Michelle, here in New York at like 4:45 this morning when I took my dog out, there were a few little snowflakes, just like it wasn't anything heavy. But yeah, and I was like getting up close to it. Obviously, I can't see. I was like, just woke up. It's dark. But I was like, is that snow? It was crazy.
I can attest. I was just in the Great Lakes region.
I think it gets pushed from the Great Lakes. So it's the wind just bringing it down. Isn't that so cool?
Yeah,
it travels that far.
Just a little bit. I was into it. You know how I'm feeling. I'm all ready for this festive weather. All right, Michelle, thank you.
I know, it's fun. Thanks.
And coming up on Morning News Now, disturbing new information this morning about the shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia football players.
After the break, what we're learning about the suspect as classmates and the community mourn. We will be right back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with new information this morning about the suspect involved in the shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia football players earlier this week. 2 other people were also injured in that incident. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on the investigation. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. The team's coaches are still trying to determine if they're going to be able to play any of the games on their remaining schedule. They've canceled their game on Saturday, and they're still considering what to do with their big rivalry game to end the season against Virginia Tech. All this while a campus-wide memorial is being planned in honor of the 3 victims. This morning, the UVA campus finding ways to cope with their pain.
I feel like the least we could do is come out here and show our support and show our love.
A group of students who organize on social media, painting a bridge on campus in honor of the young victims.
And it's just really nice to know that everyone's able to do that and everyone's able to support each other.
Students returning to their studies after 2 days of canceled classes as authorities ramp up their investigation into the alleged shooter, Christopher Darnell Jones. Prosecutors revealing they now believe Jones shot one of the victims, Devin Chandler, while he was asleep on a bus returning from a field trip.
Certainly it's a very, very challenging and difficult case.
The Washington Post speaking with student Ryan Lynch, who says she was on the trip. Lynch says she heard gunshots and hid, looking out from underneath her coat as she saw someone walking down the aisle of the bus. As she got up to leave, the Post writes, Lynch saw her friend, Laval Davis Jr., shot. She tried to comfort him and call for help. Later, telling the Post of the victims, I know each one of them had somebody in our class trying to help them. I want their families to know that. In their last moments, they weren't alone. Questions also remain about the suspect's motive and how he got access to a gun. A sporting goods store outside of Richmond issuing a statement to say they sold Jones 2 different weapons in July. The purchase came after he tried to buy guns from the same store 2 different times and was turned down. One because he was under the age of 21, and again after he failed a background check. Jones was convicted of a concealed weapons charge in 2021. Virginia State Police now say they are investigating those purchases. Deshaun Perry's high school coach attempting to put into words the family's immeasurable loss.
Deshaun was a beautiful flower in our garden. We knew he was going to continue to grow. But, God picked that flower.
And we did reach out to Ryan Lynch to hear her story and have not heard back. The suspect, who is facing several charges, including 3 counts of second-degree murder, is being held without bond and has yet to enter a plea. Meanwhile, the parents of one of the 2 victims who survived, Michael Hollins, say that he's undergone 2 successful surgeries and he's on the road to recovery. Savannah?
All right, a little bit of good news there. Ryan, thank you so much.
And now to the latest on the migrant crisis at the southern border. Texas continues shipping migrants to northern cities, and a new city has joined that list of destinations. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
The latest bus to the northeast from Texas filled with migrants arrived this time to Philadelphia.
The kids are frightening. I mean, they're exhausted, they're tired.
Officials say a dehydrated 10-year-old girl on the bus had a high fever and was taken to a hospital.
We are prepared to deal with it, but it is absolutely inhumane that child had to go through that.
This man says he's from Nicaragua and came here to work. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who easily won re-election last week, has organized the migrant bus trips for months to New York City, Washington, D.C., and Chicago.
Texas must continue our unprecedented efforts to secure our border.
He says his office added Philadelphia because of its sanctuary city status and to provide much-needed relief to Texas's overwhelmed border communities. In New York, where they've been receiving buses full of migrants for months, the city's mayor and comptroller butting heads after the comptroller requested a detailed accounting of how much it costs to build tent facilities to house the asylum seekers.
We're not going to hide the cost of anything. We're going to release all the numbers because he's part of the process. I brief him after every budget. Brad, let's work together, Brad.
As of early November, the Adams administration reported that 23,800 asylum seekers have arrived in New York City. The city's independent budget office estimating that it will cost about $600 million over the course of a year to provide migrants shelter and services. New data out this week shows the number of migrants apprehended at the southern border in October was more than 230,000. That's an increase from September, and just shy of the record highs in April and May. We recently visited the Arizona border.
This area alone is seeing hundreds of asylum seekers each night.
And now concerned that more could be on the way. On Tuesday, a federal judge blocked the government from continuing to use a Trump-era public health emergency measure known as Title 42 to quickly expel migrants.
It's quite possible that we could see some overcrowding. And that's partly because people who can't be expelled under Title 42 are now going to be subject to harsher policies than in the past, because immigration law is harsher than public health law, which Title 42 is. That the Biden administration is going to struggle to make sure that they have enough beds available so as to avoid overcrowding like we've seen in the past.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. And it's important to note that the Department of Homeland Security filed for a 5-week extension to prepare to bring Title 42 to an end. Yesterday, a judge granted that request, meaning Title 42 will officially end December 21st.
Let's get to some international headlines now, starting with yet another missile launch from North Korea and then increased tensions from the U.S. presence in the south.
Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Savannah. South Korea's military says the missile flew about 150 miles at Mach 4 speed, and the launch came just after North Korea's top diplomat publicly chastised the U.S., South Korea, and Japan for President Biden's recent meeting with the allies, which was focused on the North Korean nuclear threat. Now North Korea is threatening even stronger military responses to U.S. military efforts in the region. Now to Egypt and the COP27 Global Climate Summit, where newly elected President Lula is getting a rock star welcome. He's promising to crack down on illegal deforestation in the Amazon and more global cooperation on climate change. That's a welcome change for environmentalists from former President Bolsonaro, who presided over mass deforestation in Brazil. And finally, to Kenya, where a television reporter was upstaged by an unlikely interruption from a young elephant in Nairobi, where this reporter was covering Kenya's drought. Video of the elephant's trunk popping up and then tickling the reporter's face quickly went viral, getting millions of views. Huge props to that reporter for being able to keep his cool. I don't know if I would have been able to do it. Savannah
yeah,
and
for a
Sinclair?
minute, it's like he's just letting it happen, like what's on my head, but
it looks like he was trying to help him out. Maybe he had something going on.
Cute. Oh my God, how fun. Wow, it was right in the middle of it all. All right, Josh, thank you so much. And coming up, a critical shortage of a life-saving antibiotic.
When we come back on Morning News Now, why amoxicillin is in short supply, plus why doctors are especially concerned about the timing of this shortage.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. If you're sick and have been prescribed the common antibiotic, amoxicillin, you might notice it's a little more difficult to fill that prescription than usual, with the FDA now giving the drug currently in shortage status. Right now, nearly 24 amoxicillin products are listed on the agency's shortages page due to a spike in demand. And here's why. It's mainly used for ear, respiratory, and bacterial infections like strep throat. So the shortage is putting a strain on the healthcare system, and all of this is as health officials warn of a looming triple-demic, RSV, COVID, and the common cold, infections that have all surged this fall.
When the doctor came in to give us a diagnosis, she said, just so you know, there is an amoxicillin shortage.
There's a major drug shortage, alarming providers and parents like Stacy Ritchie.
I went straight to my normal pharmacy. They were out. Headed to the second pharmacy. They were out.
Today, amoxicillin, one of the most commonly used antibiotics, is hard to find. The Food and Drug Administration issuing a notice about a shortage of the drug. The American Society of Health System Pharmacists saying 3 major amoxicillin manufacturers are reporting shortages on products, including chewable tablets, capsules and powder, or suspension drugs, typically prescribed to children. Stacy is a parent of 3 kids in Kansas City, Missouri. Her daughter, Sophia Ritchie, diagnosed with strep throat.
I would have drove to another state to get the amoxicillin if I absolutely had to.
How did that feel as a parent to be worried about whether or not you could provide medicine to your child?
It was scary.
Hugh Chansey, a pharmacist and owner of Chansey Drugs, runs 6 pharmacies in southern Georgia.
Not having amoxicillin this time of year is a big deal. You're around holidays and children are getting sick.
He and other pharmacists began flagging shortages back in October.
We can only get 3 bottles a day.
How many bottles a day do you typically get when there's not a shortage?
Well, normally it would be unlimited. We could get whatever we needed.
In a prior statement to NBC, the FDA said that they're aware of some intermittent supply interruptions of amoxicillin products in the U.S. and that there are a number of factors that can cause or contribute to drug shortages that are out of the FDA's control. As for the 3 major amoxicillin manufacturers, in a statement to NBC, UK pharmaceutical company Hickman said, in part, "We understand the importance of this medication and are looking at ways to increase production."
I'm really praying that my children don't get sick again while we have this shortage.
Now, when it comes to alternative choices, doctors say it depends on the infection. And if you're concerned about access, you should chat with a medical professional. And always remember that if the issue is not bacterial, antibiotics will likely not be needed.
Now to a disturbing legacy left in South Dakota after Canada pledged billions in reparations for creating boarding schools to forcibly assimilate Native American children. And the U.S. is now under pressure to do the same. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden investigates.
A scene more than a century in the making, a search for the bodies of indigenous children, perhaps long hidden in this basement at the Red Cloud Indian School in South Dakota. This is the first public excavation of its kind in the country.
I've heard several stories to that. To me, they're heartfelt.
The only Native American leading this kind of work, Marcia Small.
I get really emotional in these places. The work we do is sacred.
Small uses ground-penetrating radar to locate remains of children, forcibly taken from their families, many abused. One published report says 40,000 children are believed to have died at the schools beginning in the 1800s. Surrounded by the deep canyons of the Badlands, Red Cloud sits on the Pine Ridge Reservation. It is one of the poorest places in America. One expert says more than 100,000 children attended the federally created schools, as one U.S. general put it, to kill the Indian and save the man, as this 1929 newsreel suggests.
They are being rapidly brought from their state of comparative savagery and barbarism to one of civilization.
89-year-old Basil Braveheart went to Red Cloud, then known as Holy Rosary Mission School, beginning in the 1930s. He remembers fearing one of the Catholic priests who would come into the dorms at night.
For what purpose?
Looking for little boys.
To have sex with, presumably.
That's it. I became a shallow breeder.
thinking that if I don't breathe loud, I might disappear.
Alex Whiteplume also experienced life at the schools. A former president of the tribe, he confronted the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, himself a Native American, when he showed up unexpectedly.
There were a lot of pleasantries until you stood up.
Well, I had to correct the history. What we're sitting on here is Roman Catholic Church land, stolen in our treaty territory. And then the Assistant Secretary of Interior saying, we're going to bring you money, we're going to bring your language back. That just ticked me off something awful. And so he should face up to the truth, and America should face up to the truth.
So you heard a former president of this tribe say, we want to hear the word genocide.
The purpose of these schools was forcible assimilation to separate Indian people from their lands. There hasn't been one single Indian person in this country who's not living with the impacts of and the legacy of these boarding schools.
It's hard to know what genocide is if this isn't it.
Again, we have to tell the whole story, and we've got to paint the full picture and acknowledge our own role. And we're at step one.
But while Braveheart tells us he would like the U.S. government to apologize, he finds peace in his grandmother's words.
The wisdom that she taught me was to forgive the unforgivable.
Whiteplume sees it very differently.
I will not accept a cheap apology. America never owned up to the genocide. We should deal with it.
So far, no human remains have been found at Red Cloud, which has launched a truth and healing effort. And the Jesuits who run the school are helping to fund Small's work. Community members we talked to say they will not rest until the whole truth, whatever it might be, is known. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Pine Ridge Reservation, South Dakota.
Incredible report. Wow.
Yes, thank you, Cynthia. And coming up, pointing the finger at familiar faces. Several celebrities are being named in a new class action crypto lawsuit.
Yeah, more on the claims that could cost them billions. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back now with a talker, the new fallout from the crash of crypto giant FTX. Now, several celebrities who promoted the platform have been named in a class action lawsuit involving the company.
That's right. The lawsuit alleges FTX and its CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried, violated Florida law and misled customers, costing them $11 billion in damages. Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Shaq, and Larry David are among the stars named in the suit.
For more, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, good morning. I mean, first of all, just Larry David being into crypto is just something that got me when I first was reading about this. Let's talk through exactly what's going on here. So the lawsuit blames the company's former CEOs, we mentioned, and those celebrities that Zinkley just said who promoted the company for the losses suffered by the investors, so people who bought into this crypto. Could those celebrities face some kind of punishment here? Let's just start there. And if so, how serious could that punishment potentially be?
Bankman-Fried is the real defendant here. In fact, he even tweeted things that might make him liable on the hook for what the complaint alleges. But the celebrities here are really more about deep pockets and a splash in the media. We're talking about it because it's Steph Curry and Shaq. But the theory of liability against them is much more difficult because it's essentially that a jury would have to believe that Shaq somehow knows a whole lot about cryptocurrency. Shaq knows about basketball. Sure, he's an entrepreneur. But how many people honestly think Steph Curry is endorsing cryptocurrency, knowing how cryptocurrency really works? Most of us don't, and I include me in that group.
And Danny, I want to dig into the lawsuit a bit because it accuses FTX of targeting, quote, unsophisticated investors. And we know crypto is still a relatively new phenomenon, at least newer than traditional banks. So could the celebrities named in the suit say the same thing, as you almost alluded to, that they basically didn't fully understand what they were involved in?
The defendant's theme here will be, but let the buyer beware, caveat emptor in Latin. And that means basically, look, if you get involved in any kind of investing, especially cryptocurrencies, then you do so at your own risk. Do they have a problem, these defendants, that they may not have disclosed that they were paid? Maybe. But, you know, some of the campaigns were even like hashtag I'm not an expert. Look, cryptocurrency is complicated. It's more complicated than even regular investing. So the idea that people relied on Steph Curry as a knowledgeable cryptocurrency person is a bit of a stretch. But look, I mean, the theory of liability is that these folks endorsed it, didn't do their due diligence, and may have misled consumers. But honestly, who isn't misled when it comes to cryptocurrency? Because it's so unbelievably complicated.
It's so complicated, and also, I mean, it's just had such this downfall, which people, you know, acted surprised by. People have their retirement in here and everything. I mean, it's all very confusing. Now, Danny, this is also all playing out just a week after the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Talk to us about the impact that has on this lawsuit.
Well, it's no surprise this lawsuit comes after the filing because, look, this is a company that is plummeting, and all of the problems with this company are now coming to light, including Bankman-Fried's own tweets that essentially appear to make a lot of admissions that are probably not so good for Bankman-Fried. But if it's true, Bankman-Fried has lost, what, 99% of his value? He's no longer really a deep-pocket defendant. There may not be any money left, which is why they're looking to people like Gisele Bündchen and Tom Brady, because they have deep pockets.
Danny Ceballos, as always, we appreciate you walking us through this stuff. This is a weird one. You've helped us out. Thank you so much. Now, from the FTX, crash to Twitter's tailspin, how did we get here and what happens next? NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward explains these stunning tech downfalls. Hopefully, he'll help us understand it a little bit more on Hellscape, inside the meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. You can check it out tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now. Don't miss it.
And now to our financial headlines. And Starbucks workers are planning to go on strike for Red Cup Day, one of the chain's biggest sales days of the year.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now to explain that and give us some other financial news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah Zinkle, good morning to you. Yes, so workers at more than 100 Starbucks stores in 25 states are going on strike today. It's the largest labor action since a campaign to unionize stores began last year. The walkouts coincide with Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day, when customers can get a free reusable cup when they order a holiday drink. Now, it's typically one of the busiest days of the year. Workers say they're seeking better pay and a more consistent schedule. A majority of Americans are delaying a major financial milestone, such as home improvement or buying or leasing a car, due to the state of the economy. That's according to a new survey from Bankrate. Nearly 60% of people say they've declined to take part in activities or events in the past year, such as going on vacation or dining out with friends or family. An overwhelming number of people say their quality of life has been negatively impacted by the economy. Apple has rolled out its new emergency SOS service for the iPhone 14. If you're out of range, you'll now be able to send messages to emergency responders via a satellite connection. A green SOS message button will appear on the bottom of the right screen. After pressing the button, you can answer a series of questions such as what's the emergency and who needs help. Now, once you're connected to the satellite, the iPhone will send your location, your answers, and your medical ID. Older iPhone models do not have the satellite hardware, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up after her high-profile defamation trial, now actress Amber Heard is getting a major show of support.
Up next, the open letter from top feminist groups that's sending a message to all domestic violence survivors. You're watching Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. National feminist organizations are breaking their silence on Amber Heard and that lawsuit, that defamation lawsuit filed by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, nearly 6 months after we saw that all happen.
Yeah, they wrote an open letter exclusively shared with NBC News in support of Heard and denounced, quote, the rising misuse of defamation lawsuits to silence people who report domestic and sexual abuse. NBC News Digital and tech and culture reporter Kat Tenbarge joins us now. Kat, thank you for joining us. So tell us more about the groups behind the letter, why they thought it was important to write it now, and the message that they're hoping to send.
Sure. So the group that authored the letter was primarily composed of anonymous women who have been quietly supporting Amber Heard on social media for months. These are average women, many of whom identify as domestic violence survivors or sexual assault survivors, who have been working over the past month or so to reach out to these feminist organizations and rally support around this letter for Amber Heard.
Hey, Kat, so happy to have you on Morning News Now. Now, following this verdict, advocacy groups like Time's Up, if we remember, they were criticized for not commenting on the Heard trial after championing victims, of course, at the height of the Me Too movement. Why do you think we're seeing more groups speaking out now? And also, I mean, people may remember how this played out on social media. It was not a lot of support for Amber Heard. So walk us through how they got here and now why we're hearing about it in this particular timing.
Definitely. So some of the people who have signed this letter were among some of those few voices who were speaking out on social media. And at the time, there was such an overwhelming support for Johnny Depp that a lot of the people speaking out in support of Amber Heard or to counter that narrative were met with online harassment, silencing, and intense criticism that lasted for months. And I think, you know, seeing how some of these women have banded together to rally these organizations around this open letter, it shows that a lot of these feminist groups were on Heard's side, but some of them maybe didn't feel empowered to come out and support her at that time due to the overwhelming amount of backlash that people in support of Amber Heard were facing. So their strength in numbers, I think that points to the reason that a lot of groups felt they were able to sign this letter at this stage. And it also points to some of the long-lasting effects of the trial and how it was received by the general public. The letter notes that there is this uptick in defamation lawsuits being used against people who accuse men or individuals of sexual assault, of domestic violence. We've seen this play out in more celebrity relationships. There are other celebrity men who have launched these types of lawsuits against their former accusers. We're also seeing it play out with all different types of victims advocacy at every level.
And Kat, briefly, as we're wrapping up, what do you hope we as a culture learn from this case?
So what these experts are saying is that a lot of misconceptions around domestic violence and these types of abusive relationships were spread during this trial. A lot of people watched the trial but walked away viewing Amber Heard as the aggressor and Johnny Depp as the victim. And what these experts are saying is, you got it wrong. So I think people should take a look at what they're saying, take a look at what some of the realities of these types of abusive relationships are, and consider the way that the monetized social media environment around this trial may have led to influence their opinion.
Kat, thank you so much. We appreciate you being on with us. Important conversation here and great reporting. Thank you.
Really great insight.
Thanks for having me. Thank you so much.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa, in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, taking control. Republicans have now won the majority in the House of Representatives. The big victory for the party comes just a day after former President Trump announced another White House run. What party leaders are saying about the polarizing figure in the GOP and whether they will back him in 2024. Blame game. Ukraine and its Western allies are clashing this morning over who launched the missile that killed 2 people in Poland. U.S. officials are saying it was likely a Ukrainian missile, calling it an accident.
This explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
This morning, Ukraine says that's not the case. We have the latest on the ground as tensions escalate in the West and Russia steps up attacks. Also this morning, winter wallop. Millions of Americans are waking up to frigid temps and the beginning of a historic snowstorm. Lake effect snow is already blanketing the Midwest, and now it's moving east. Parts of the Northeast could see up to 4 feet of snow. We have a look at conditions this morning and just where this major snowstorm is headed. Plus, start planning if you're looking to travel more in the new year. We've got the vacation list for you, the 50 best places in the world to visit. And number 1 on the list doesn't even require a passport. We'll have that for you later this hour. I'm kind of hoping it's Miami because that's where me and the girlfriends are going next year.
That's always a good spot, whether it's on this list or not.
Yes.
Yeah, my husband and I just started talking about this. Where are we going to go next year? It's so fun to, plan and dream about that kind of stuff.
Yes, in time. But we begin this hour with the fallout from the midterm elections, as the GOP is now projected to retake control of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but despite their control of the chamber, Republicans are at a crossroads over the direction of the party's future, which comes right as Donald Trump announces his 3rd run for president. Here's NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake with the latest.
Republican infighting continues this morning, even as the party celebrates a major victory in taking back control of the House. The margins there won't be what they had hoped, and many in the party are blaming the former president for that. Part of a heated debate about the future of that party. This morning, after a week of counting votes, control of the House now belongs to the GOP with a razor-thin majority. With the Speaker's gavel poised to pass from Nancy Pelosi to Kevin McCarthy. Republicans are vowing to ramp up investigations into Biden administration officials and the president's son Hunter Biden's business dealings. The shift in the balance of power also jeopardizes President Biden's legislative agenda, from abortion to climate to gun reform. Even as Republicans celebrate their victory, they're confronting deep divisions in the party over former President Trump's 2024 presidential bid, with some allies saying they're on board.
I like his policies. I like how tough he is.
But a growing number of Republicans say it's time for the party to move on.
We need to have a future-leaning party.
Echoed by former Trump administration officials.
I think he's unfit for office. I thought his remarks were very subdued and uninspiring.
Republican megadonor and former Trump confidant Stephen Schwartzman tells NBC News he won't support the former president this time, saying, quote, "It is time for the Republican Party to turn to a new generation of leaders." Mr. Trump's leading potential rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is dismissing talk about a Republican civil war.
We just finished this election, okay? People just need to chill out a little bit on some of this stuff. I mean, seriously.
Congressional leaders are avoiding the question. Kevin McCarthy refusing to answer Wednesday, and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell steering clear.
The way I'm going to go into this presidential primary season is to stay out of it. I don't have a dog in that fight.
But McConnell has won another fight, fending off a challenge from Trump ally, Florida Senator Rick Scott, who sought to oust him as minority leader after the GOP's failure to win control of the Senate. And later this morning, we expect to learn the future plans of the 82-year-old Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She has kept her plans a closely guarded secret. President Biden and others have urged her to stay on as the top Democrat in Congress. But we know she's also been weighing the attack on her husband last month as she debates whether to stay in Washington, return to San Francisco, or perhaps take a role somewhere in between. That mystery expected to be solved this morning.
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much. Now, Democrats are moving to pass as much legislation as possible through a lame duck Congress before Republicans officially take control of the House. And that includes the Respect for Marriage Act. Now, 12 GOP senators joined Democrats to vote in favor of the bill, and that overwhelmed that 60-vote threshold needed in the Senate. It was a historic show of bipartisanship as Democrats prepare for that political gridlock that's probably ahead. Now, the bill would codify marriage equality by allowing same-sex couples to apply for federal benefits. It would not require any state to allow same-sex couples to marry.
Now to Ukraine, which continues to dispute early U.S. and NATO assessments that the missile, which fell in a Polish village, likely came from Ukraine's air defense system. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest reaction on the ground.
The Pentagon says American investigators are in Poland trying to figure out who fired that missile across the border. Ukraine continues to say it wasn't them.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is digging in this morning, insisting that his country didn't fire, accidentally or otherwise, a missile that crossed into Poland. I have no doubt it was not our rocket, he said. Asked about that, President Biden saying overnight,
"That's not the evidence."
Poland's President Andrzej Duda called it a tragic accident, most likely caused by a misfire from a Ukrainian air defense system, an assessment shared by the Pentagon.
We have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
But the U.S. and NATO nonetheless blamed Russia for the incident, suggesting Ukraine was only using its air defenses after Russia had launched a barrage of missiles targeting Ukraine's infrastructure. Like this attack in Dnipro this morning.
While we still don't know all the facts, we do know one thing. This tragedy would never have happened but for Russia's needless invasion of Ukraine and its recent missile assaults against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure.
Russia quickly tried to capitalize on the confusion, accusing its enemies of whipping up hysteria. Russia's UN ambassador saying this is not just an international attempt at disinformation, but a conscious attempt to bring NATO into direct conflict with our country. Russia says the missiles it launched against Ukraine were at least 20 miles from the Polish border.
American officials say they hope to have a conclusive answer about the missile soon.
Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Well, let's get more on the situation in Ukraine with William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us this morning. So I want to ask you, of course, at that explosion in Poland. So we're hearing there from Richard Engel, Ukraine is adamant that the missile was not from its air defense system, despite what NATO says, despite what they're saying their investigations preliminarily anyway are showing. Do you think that this could drive any type of wedge between Ukraine and the West?
Savannah, I don't. I don't think so. I'm hearing actually from Kyiv that President Zelensky is saying, you know, we'll take a look at the evidence. And he's saying if it was a Ukrainian missile that was designed and fired to shoot down a Russian missile, then we'll apologize. He says, we're honest people. This is what Zelensky says. We're honest people. We'll apologize. But he wants to see the evidence. He wants to have his people involved in the investigation. They're concerned about this. The Ukrainians are concerned about this as well. So this is the famous fog of war. These things happen. This almost certainly was an accident of one side or another. It was not an intentional attack on Poland or on NATO. And so the facts will come out. The investigations will go forward. I am sure that if it's clear, when it's clear that if it was the case that it was a Ukrainian missile that was designed and fired to shoot down a Russian incoming missile, that President Zelensky and Ukraine will apologize.
And let me just ask you, Ambassador, let's say that the investigation shows that it was, in fact, a Russian missile. What would you anticipate there? What would you expect would be wanted in terms of a response from Russia? And what would you expect that we would get?
So if it indeed was a Russian missile, then it's a real problem. Then the Russians need to take responsibility for that, if that's the case. I don't believe that it was intentional by the Russians. Even if the Russians, it turns out it's a Russian missile, they didn't intentionally fire on Poland. They know, the Russians know, that an attack on Poland is an attack on NATO, is an attack on the United States. They don't want to do that. They've got their hands full, more than their hands full in Ukraine. They're getting beaten. The Russians are being beaten by the Ukrainians on the ground in Ukraine. The Russians don't want that. So they would, I'm sure, make the case that this was an accident.
Now, we saw CIA Director William Burns in Poland yesterday. This is days after holding meetings with both Russian and Ukrainian intelligence officials. What's your takeaway on these visits? What do you think of this? Is this the U.S. sort of working behind the scenes to push for an end to this war? We've been sort of concerned about these winter months, what that's going to mean, or maybe it's a way to kind of get in there with some diplomacy as ground fighting slows down. What do you make of meetings like this?
So, Savannah, you listened to Jake Sullivan last weekend. He was very clear that the United States policy in the United States is not pushing Ukraine to negotiate. United States is fully supportive of Ukraine. The Ukrainians say they're going to continue the fight during the winter, that they're not going to take a pause. And in my view, they shouldn't. They have got the Russians on the run. We remember what happened when they defeated the Russians around Kharkiv. The Russian soldiers dropped their weapons, got out of their tanks, and ran in panic. If the Ukrainians continue to push after their big victory in Kherson, if they continue to push during the winter, they can take advantage of that victory as well. And what Jake Sullivan said, which is the U.S. policy, he's reflecting the President of the United States, is we're going to support them as long as it takes. We're not going to push them to negotiate. And so Bill Burns is doing exactly the right thing of having good conversations, probably about the nuclear concerns, which have now declined, have now subsided. So he's doing the right thing of making these rounds of talks.
Quickly, I want to ask you about this grain export deal between Russia and Ukraine. It was extended by 4 months, which is less than the 1 year Ukraine was pushing for. But what do you think about that outcome and how fragile this agreement is and you know, sort of what it means in terms of things like global food supply that are all tied up here in this war in Ukraine, especially, again, as we head into the winter months?
As we head into the winter months, it's very important. It's a good thing that it was extended. It should have been extended longer. It should not even have to be discussed because there ought to be free flow of these grain ships. But that said, it's a good thing that it was extended. And another thing to notice about it is that the Russians have again backed down. They have said they're not going to extend it, and now they've extended it. They said they weren't going to agree, and now they've agreed. So I think this is a very good sign and ought to be extended again.
All right, Ambassador Taylor, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning. Important conversation.
Thank you, Savannah.
And turning now to the U.S. and that major winter storm that has the National Weather Service predicting an extreme weather event.
Yeah, extreme in this state. Also where we are, New York Governor Kathy Hochul is preparing for a state of emergency ahead of the storm, as parts of New York are expected to feel the brunt of it, with up to 3 feet of snow possible in places like Buffalo. But the snowfall has already begun in states like Ohio, where several occurrences of what's called thunder snow, we will talk to Michelle Grossman about that, have been reported. Now, local weather services report at least 3 inches of snow an hour, and no end in sight yet.
Wow, grab your snow boots. We have meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with the latest on what to expect in the coming days. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa from a snowy Kalamazoo, Michigan with more. Maggie, good to see you. I hope you're staying warm out there. So can you walk us through what you're seeing on the ground? How difficult are the conditions in Michigan right now?
Yeah, Clay, we're doing our best. We really appreciate it. The conditions on the ground right now, as you guys said, this storm is just starting, but already they're getting kind of dicey. I mean, just driving to this live shot this morning from our hotel, we were definitely slipping and sliding. We were taking it slow and being safe, but the roads are already a bit of a mess out there. And you can see we have our thermometer, of course. It's hovering right around freezing. So the snow's been falling all night, still falling this morning, but up to a foot of snow expected here by Saturday morning. So that's how extreme it is here. And then I want to show you this crazy video really quick, just out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. This is about 100 miles north of here. I think we have it. It's the college football highlights. Blanketed in white, Western Michigan, Central Michigan, those players literally having to plow through blinding snow to get to a snow-covered end zone. Wow. That was just last night. It shows you how extreme it is already. And again, you guys, this multi-day snow event, as you said, just getting started here.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a reschedule to me. I cannot believe that they played in that. Not even just like what it must have felt like, but it's so hard to see, like you said.
So I wonder if the snow maybe was some padding.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're sort of used to it. I don't know. I have to say, Maggie, I'm so sorry you're out there, but it is very pretty, and we are very appreciative. Now, Michelle's going to have a little bit more on this in a moment, but a winter storm warning has been issued for much of West and South Michigan, and it goes all the way into Saturday. How are people preparing for this? What can they do to stay safe, especially like you just mentioned, like being on the road, stuff like that? Oh. Darn, we lost Maggie's. It's probably frozen is actually probably what's happening. Maggie's IFB.
A good play on words and reality.
Exactly. It actually really does happen. You know, the magic of TV, that's just her calling into a cell phone that's calling us, so it's probably too cold out there for that. All right, let's get into all the info we need to know about this storm now. Maybe Michelle can help us with how to keep us safe.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Good morning, Michelle.
And you have to tell us about thunder snow. I love when you teach us a new meteorology term.
You know, it's so funny. I've never even heard of that. Are they talking about sunburst snow area in Wisconsin? Otherwise, I'm thinking, like, is it sun that kind of gives the energy and then you get that burst of snow? But I really have never heard that term before.
There you go.
So I think I need a little education.
I mean, this is crazy storm. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do a little research. But I don't know. We might be referring to the sunburst ski area in Wisconsin, but I'll look into that. But we are going to see a lot of snow today. We're seeing feet of snow, the expectation over the next several days. This is not only today, but Friday, Saturday, and also Sunday. We could rival the storm in Buffalo of 2014, where they saw 65 inches of snow, so over 5 feet of snow. That's what we're looking at, the expectation there. So the National Weather Service out of Buffalo has called it the potential for a paralyzing storm. We're going to see impacts on the roadways. We're going to see impacts in the air, of course. And we're looking at snow not only there, but also in Michigan, where Maggie is, also in Wisconsin, so the northern tier of the nation. Otherwise, the other big story is really cold temperatures. This is adding to that lake effect snow machine, but that cold weather extends all the way down to the south, into the southeast, also portions of the west. We're looking really chilly too. It's a coast-to-coast cold. It's an Arctic blast, and we're looking at temperatures 10, even 15, 25 degrees below normal for this time of year. You can see on radar that snow is already falling. You can see how it's going, right? That cold air over the lakes, it's prompting that snow to fall. I'm going to explain that in just a second because we have a little explainer on that. But just downwind of these lakes where you see that lighter blue color, the whiter color, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snow, and that's where we expect the heaviest snow. Downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. So Watertown, Buffalo, Erie, we'll see heavy snow. But heavy snow expected in northeastern Ohio, also northwestern Pennsylvania, into portions of western Michigan as well. Let's talk about lake effect snow. What is it? How does it happen? Well, you have that cold Canadian air. We're seeing that Arctic blast come through today, some of the coldest air we've seen all season. It's going over those relatively warm lake waters. So clouds will form, and then we're going to see that snow falling downwind of the lakes, most likely east of the lakes. And until these lakes are frozen over and shut off, we're going to see the snow falling when we get those really cold winds going over. And as Savannah mentioned last hour, we could see it as far south as us. So if the winds are blowing hard enough, they're going to bring the snow down to us. So we're going to see intense snow bands up to 3 inches per hour. This is going to be for hours and hours, could be up to 36 hours. And that's going to amount to a lot of snow, so up to 4 or 5 feet in some spots. We're going to watch it very closely. It's going to be very localized. So you could go a mile outside of the snow band and see an inch of snow, but within this band, you could see up to 4 feet of snow. It's very tricky forecasting. So as we go throughout time here, those cold winds will blow over the lakes, and we're going to see the snow piling up, especially tomorrow. It's going to really intensify tonight into tomorrow. Strong winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. It's going to create difficult travel on the roadways. Also in the air, so most likely seeing major delays in Buffalo. That's probably a given. Moderate delays in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, also Chicago. So that's one big weather story today. The other one is the Arctic blast, so freeze alerts in the Carolinas. To the southeast, the Gulf Coast, lows at or below 32 degrees, at or below freezing. And look at the lows tomorrow. It's cold this morning, but we're looking at lows tomorrow below freezing. It's going to feel like 16 below zero in Bismarck, feeling like 17 below zero tomorrow morning in Rapid City. You certainly need the layers. That's going to be tough at the school bus stops tomorrow. Minneapolis feeling like 1 degree. And it will feel like 8 degrees in Chicago. Same story as we go into next week. This is not going anywhere fast. It's going to stay put for a while. So into the Thanksgiving holiday week, we're looking at temperatures in the single digits in Bismarck for your morning lows. 24 next Monday. So these are the morning lows, but the daytime highs, we're not getting much relief, guys. We're looking at temperatures, even some spots 30 degrees below normal. And again, this will stay put at least through early next week. And we'll talk more about that, of course. Back
All
to
right,
you.
Michelle, I did some very sophisticated research for us called Googling. And this is what it says. It says it's a kind of thunderstorm with snow falling as the primary precipitation instead of rain. It's considered a rare and unusual phenomenon. What do you think?
Snow. See, I could see that as thunder snow. We have seen that already.
I thought you might have misheard us. Yeah, it's thunder snow.
Thunder snow.
Oh, we say that. No, I thought you said sunburst snow. Yes, thunder snow. We're expecting that too. That's when you get that lightning. There's so much energy, so you get the lightning. Okay, I thought you said sunburst. That's where I was confused.
Look, she just explained it. So much energy. You get the lighting.
No, look up a video of Jim Cantore. It's the best video of him seeing thunder snow.
There we go.
It's really
Michelle,
cute.
I love when you get all sciencey on us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Bye.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a new twist in the murder of 4 college students in Idaho.
Up next, what investigators are saying about who was inside the home at the time of the killings as the search for a suspect continues. Stay with us.
Watch NBC Nightly.
Difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. There are new developments this morning in the shocking murders of 4 University of Idaho students killed over the weekend. Police gave an update yesterday but did not identify a suspect, and people in this small town continue to fear for their safety. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is following the latest. Good morning, Gotti.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're learning about another strange detail in this case. Police are now telling us that 2 roommates were home during that violent attack, but were not injured in any way. And we also now know it was likely more than 6 hours between when police were called and when those murders took place.
New message from police in Idaho after the gruesome murders of 4 students.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
That's after police said in a statement on Tuesday, investigators believe this was an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large. Authorities do still believe the close friends were targeted.
We believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there.
Police still searching for the murder weapon.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
They say there were no signs of forced entry at the home where the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Xana's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were found. And now police revealing for the first time that 2 other roommates were home at the time of the attack but were not injured.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going.
The 2 others have not been identified, and there are no details about what they might have seen or why it took so long to alert police. The victims had been found on Sunday afternoon by officers responding to a 911 call about an unconscious individual, but investigators say they think the 4 were killed early in the morning after going out. Xana and Ethan returning from a party on campus, and Kaylee and Maddie from a bar downtown.
Cool. Thank you.
Police are also aware of this video that they say appears to show 2 of the victims ordering from a food truck, saying it could help them establish a timeline of events that night. The president of the University of Idaho, emotional.
They were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers.
If everybody was like Ethan Chapin in this world, it would be a better place.
The victims' families struggling to cope with their sudden and shocking loss.
I can't wrap my head around what Thanksgiving looks like, or Christmas looks like, or even like my day-to-day looks like.
And with no suspects still in custody, police are cautioning people to be vigilant, to be aware of their surroundings. They're also asking the public for any help, for information that could help them find this killer and solve this case. Back to you guys.
Really disturbing and devastating. Gotti, thank you.
Now to New York City, and new concerns that someone behind a string of attacks here is potentially targeting members of the LGBTQ community. At least 2 men were killed, allegedly drugged and robbed, while leaving gay bars in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. In all, the NYPD is investigating as many as more than a dozen possible victims.
A New York City community on high alert after police say a string of robberies and assaults in New York City may be connected to the mysterious deaths of 2 gay men earlier this year.
It's scary, actually, because
it could happen to anyone.
It's scary. It's really, really scary.
Julio Ramirez and John Umberger were found dead shortly after leaving gay bars in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan in 2 separate incidents. Their families telling NBC News their bank accounts were drained and that they may have been drugged.
Say his name!
Now, after months of fear and outrage, both from the LGBTQ community and the men's families, the NYPD confirming their deaths are being investigated as part of, quote, several incidents where individuals have been victims of either robberies or assault.
Me cayó una llamada y me dijeron que era del hospital de Mount Sinai, de Manhattan, y que era el examinador. Y le digo, ¿qué pasó? No, tu hijo está muerto.
In April, 25-year-old Julio Ramirez was found dead in the back of a taxi an hour after he was seen leaving the Ritz Bar and Lounge with 3 unidentified men, something his friends say was out of character.
To get into a cab with a bunch of strangers to just give away his phone, potentially, give away his belongings, it's just not like him.
About a month later, 33-year-old Umberger was found dead after he and 2 unidentified men left another popular Hell's Kitchen gay bar, The Q. His mother, Linda Clary, telling our New York station that detectives are looking at 14 victims with similar stories who survived, as well as other deaths.
There is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
Clary says her son's cell phone and credit cards were stolen, with more than $25,000 wiped from his bank accounts. Much like Ramirez, whose family says $20,000 was taken out of his accounts.
They seem to clearly target young gay men.
The NYPD said the city's medical examiner is still determining Ramirez and Umberger's official causes of death, adding that some, though not all, of the victims in the investigation are believed to be part of the LGBTQ community, which is causing concern and fear from Hell's Kitchen residents and visitors alike.
I think it's something that's important these days, at least to somebody, let somebody know that you're out, or, this is where I'm headed, so somebody, at least knows your whereabouts.
These should be the spaces where everybody feels the safest going, but especially LGBT people. And to have something so tragic like this happen, it's awful. It makes me feel I should be very careful who I trust, which is unfortunate. You want to be open in these communities. You don't want to feel you have to be careful and mistrusting.
But for those who've continued to push for justice, this might be the start of finally getting some answers.
Now, over the weekend, the New York City Council member who represents the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood released a statement on Instagram saying his office has been in contact with the NYPD and Manhattan District Attorney's Office regarding the investigation. They are also passing out safety tips in the neighborhood.
Really disturbing.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely.
And turning now to some international headlines, world leaders are gathering in Bangkok for a major economic summit.
Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and more. Good evening. Good morning, Josh. I guess it's afternoon there. I don't know what it is.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Zincle. That is right. It is the first in-person summit in 4 years and will bring together Vice President Kamala Harris, Chinese President Xi Jinping, and other world leaders. President Xi only recently started traveling overseas again after staying in China during the COVID-19 pandemic. On the agenda are the global energy crisis, inflation, and Russia's war in Ukraine. Now to Myanmar, where the military junta that runs the country says it's releasing 4 imprisoned foreigners whose detainment had been a big source of international tension for Myanmar. The group includes an American citizen, a Japanese filmmaker, a former British diplomat, and an Australian professor. Amnesty International says they were wrongfully detained, and there are thousands more who have been jailed on political charges since the coup in Myanmar last year. And finally, to Paris and the iconic Eiffel Tower, which could be coming to a living room near you. Lego is unveiling a build-your-own Eiffel Tower, and it is the tallest Lego set ever, reaching nearly 5 feet tall, complete with mini elevators, trees, and of course, the French flag. It costs more than $600 and is made up of 10,001 pieces. So you'd better be sure not to lose any of those pieces under the couch, or you will never get that Lego set finished. Back to you.
We were just just talking, Savannah might be going to Paris, so I feel like
we'll see.
The Lego set could be a good
my husband and I are hoping to in the spring, but yeah, exactly, yeah. The Lego piece lost in the couch, only to be upstaged by the Lego piece that you step on and think that you may die from the pain. Yeah, all right.
Josh, thanks
you
Josh.
So much. All right, coming up, a warning from doctors you'll definitely want to listen to. Nearly 1 billion people could be at risk of hearing loss. We'll show you how you can avoid becoming part of that statistic.
Plus, more parents are using melatonin to keep their kids' bedtimes, but the peaceful sleep may not be worth the long-term side effects. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Welcome back. There's a new warning out this morning on hearing loss. A new study finds headphones and other forms of loud entertainment could be putting a staggering 1 billion young people at risk. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
It's part of being young. Going to loud, ear-splitting events. On top of that, there are ubiquitous smartphones and earpieces.
Oftentimes I actually have it on max volume.
Pretty much all day, every day, I've got something in my ears.
Now, a new study led by the World Health Organization says unsafe listening practices may put over 1 billion people from 12 to 34 at risk for hearing loss that's irreversible.
So it's really the combination of the loudness as well as the duration of exposure that puts you at risk.
Lead author Lauren Dillard says safety is a moving target. At 92 decibels, the noise level of truck traffic, you can safely listen for 2.5 hours without hearing protection. At 100 decibels, a power lawnmower, it's just 38 minutes. The lower the volume, the longer you can listen.
A lot of smartphones now have settings built in that will alert the user if the sound is too loud.
On the event side, performers including the Black Eyed Peas' will.i.am, R&B singer Tank, and Coldplay's Chris Martin have all talked about their hearing issues.
I have these little things I wear in my ears to keep everything quiet.
If young people don't take action now, trouble could be ahead.
Are the choices young people are making now, could they potentially pay for those choices decades from now?
Yes, absolutely.
Making this advice worth hearing. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, stay in on your health. People who have trouble falling and staying asleep, We were just talking about this. That was me last night. And see, sometimes often turn to various supplements to help them at night, and that includes, of course, melatonin, something I also take sometimes.
It can be helpful, but some doctors are now raising a red flag after seeing an increase in parents giving melatonin to children to help them sleep long term.
Yeah, for more, let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John Torres, always great to have you with us.
Good morning.
Night, morning, here we go. I mean, look, sometimes I need it because my sleep schedule is so, all wonky because of what we all do here. But I mean, let's start with the basics, just reminding people on how melatonin works. Maybe it's something they haven't used before. Maybe sometimes they feel like it doesn't work for them. What is the deal with melatonin?
So melatonin is a naturally occurring hormone. We have it, we produce it, and it helps us go to sleep. That's the beauty behind melatonin. But people take them as supplements to help them sleep as well. And the issue with supplements is we always say, regardless of what you're using to help go to sleep, you really shouldn't use it more than 2 weeks in a row, maximum 3 months to keep it under control, because then you probably have a sleep problem. You need to figure out how to use it. That's if you use it on a regular basis. Intermittently, it's a different issue.
Interesting. I wonder, what are your specific concerns around melatonin? Because I know that the American Academy of Sleep Medicine put out an advisory urging parents to be cautious about how they give it to their kids.
And the reason they put out the advisory is because they looked at data for the last 10 years, from 2012 to 2021, and they found out that 260,000 poisonings had been reported in children of melatonin. In other words, they took overdose. The vast majority, well over 80% of them, had no symptoms at all. The parents were just concerned, and rightly concerned. But there were some hospitalizations, and unfortunately, 2 children did die from melatonin. These are very young children. And so the message they're putting out is, hey, you want to be careful with this if it's used appropriately. And in some cases for ADHD or autism, it seems to work very well for them. But for going, you helping them sleep, under 3 months time period, no more than 3 months at the most, is what most experts agree. 3 to 4 year old is the minimum age you should be using it at, and just very intermittently, because otherwise you want to use other techniques to try to get them to sleep. You don't want to just use the hormones. The other thing we don't know is what's going to happen with the hormones. It is a hormone, and the hormone balance, especially in growing children, is very delicate. So if you end up pushing up one hormone, you might push another one down, and it could cause an imbalance in the hormones, which could delay puberty, bring puberty on earlier, cause other issues later on in life. And so we simply don't know. It hasn't been studied.
Yeah, any type of sleeping medication for a child does sound, like a potential concern there for sure. Dr. Torres, I also want to ask you, just before we let you go, something Zinclair reported on this for last hour, the FDA announcing this shortage of amoxicillin. How much of a concern is that? Obviously, I remember being on that a lot when I was little. It's what you get if you got strep throat, that kind of thing. Also, are there alternatives?
And this is a good advisory, because right now, amoxicillin is one of the most popular antibiotics we have out there. And children get it for ear infections, sore throat, those types of things. We do have alternatives, and those alternatives are antibiotics that tend to be stronger. And I tell people it's almost like using a sledgehammer to drive a nail instead of just using a regular hammer, which is what amoxicillin is. And so they can use those ones, but at the same time, we're trying to back off from antibiotics. And so talk to your doctor. Do we need these antibiotics? Do I really have to take them, or can we wait and see what happens? And oftentimes you can, but sometimes you need them. There are other ones we can go to.
All right. Dr. John Torres, so much good info. Always great when you're here in New York with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, big names from Tom Brady to Larry David are facing a legal battle over crypto. Why a lawsuit is blaming stars like them for the billions of dollars people lost on a popular crypto platform.
Plus, a Full House star is in hot water over comments she made about same-sex marriage, how she's responding to backlash, and how the LGBTQ community is reacting. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Several celebrities are finding themselves in the middle of a legal battle this morning involving crypto platform FTX. Investors who suffered major losses are suing, alleging FTX and its former CEO misled them. Now, some of the athletes and celebrities who promoted the platform are also named in that lawsuit. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
A multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by one of the most prominent attorneys in America, David Boies, was filed right here in U.S. District Court in Miami. Now, one of the names you would expect to see on that lawsuit is the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, but also included in the suit, celebrity endorsers, everybody from Larry David to Steph Curry and Tom Brady, as a company that was once valued at $32 billion suddenly went bankrupt overnight.
And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
A-list celebrities and athletes facing a high-profile legal battle after serving as faces for a crypto company, FTX, that just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit accuses FTX, its former CEO, and around a dozen celebrities of causing some $11 billion in U.S. investor losses. The suit alleges efforts to take advantage of unsophisticated investors, adding the parties never performed any due diligence before marketing these FTX products to the public.
Are you in?
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and the Shark Tank's Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, just some of the well-known figures named in the suit. O'Leary discussing the decision on CNBC.
It's not the first time I've made a bad investment, probably not the last time.
NBC News has reached out to all of their respective legal teams and has not yet heard back. The big question, how much do the defendants know about the product they endorsed?
It's a question of whether they can just claim that they were duped as well. You have to look at each individual endorsement. You have to look at how they endorsed it.
FTX poured millions into ads from social media.
But you are an expert, right?
No, I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
To must-see television events like the Super Bowl.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The platform's once massive $32 billion valuation seemingly vanishing overnight.
Now you're seeing, in some cases, some of these are crashing as there's more and more market instability. That leads to more challenges and the questions of who's to blame.
FTX, that's the crypto app, right? Now it's for all kinds of investing. It's better.
Mr. Bankman-Fried is apologizing to FTX investors and saying he's as shocked as anybody at how quickly this all came unraveled. He's promising clarity in a play-by-play on what went wrong once he figures it out. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam, thank you so much. Now, from the FTX crash to Twitter's tailspin, how did we get here? What happens next? Well, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward will answer some of those questions and talk about these stunning tech downfalls on hellscape inside the meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. You can check it out tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now.
And now for more financial headlines. Ahead of their mass layoffs, tech giant Amazon is offering buyouts to their employees.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Savannah Zinkley, good morning. Yeah, Amazon is offering voluntary buyouts to some employees as it looks for ways to further trim headcount beyond the layoffs that are already underway. Documents seen by CNBC show voluntary severance offers were sent out this week to some divisions, including human resources. Amazon will provide employees with a lump sum payment equal to about 3 months of pay plus 1 week of salary for every 6 months they worked at the company. They'll also get a weekly stipend for 12 weeks, and their health insurance will continue through the end of the year. A huge drop in mortgage rates is doing little to boost demand for home loans. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage falling 60 basis points yesterday from 7.22% to 6.62%. Now, that follows a dramatic decline in yields on Treasury bonds after a report showed wholesale inflation cooled last month. Mortgage applications to buy a home rose 4% in the past week, but are still down nearly 50% from this time last year. Refi applications falling 2% for the week and are down nearly 90% from a year ago. And JetBlue is looking to expand its presence in Europe. The carrier plans to launch nonstop service to Paris from New York's JFK Airport next summer and from Boston's Logan Airport at a later date. This will double JetBlue's transatlantic service following the launch of service to London last year. Other airlines, including Delta and United, have also announced new European routes starting next year. More options to travel to Europe.
We like more options.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually very cool. Thank you so much.
Silvana, thanks. And Full House actress Candace Cameron Bure is under fire this morning for recent comments she made about same-sex marriages on television.
Yeah, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal magazine, she said she would focus on, quote, traditional marriage and Christmas movies on her new cable network, Great American Family. Earlier this year, the 46-year-old said she would be moving on from the Hallmark Channel to focus on family and faith-filled programming. She released a public statement on Instagram last night saying, in part, quote, all of you who know me know beyond question that I have great love and affection for all people. It absolutely breaks my heart that anyone would ever think I intentionally would want to offend or hurt anyone.
To talk about this, GLAAD President and CEO Sarah Kate Ellis joins us now. Sarah Kate, good morning. Thanks for being here. So GLAAD has already condemned these statements from the actress. So talk to us a bit about the consequences of comments and actions like this and what the LGBTQ community is making of all of it, especially from someone who's so well known.
Yeah, well, good morning. Thanks for having me. These comments are incredibly dangerous. First of all, LGBTQ folks are big viewers of these holiday films on Hallmark, on Lifetime. We're a big, disproportionately large part of the viewership. But more so, what this does is it continues this narrative that we don't belong, that we are other. And whether that's on the production, you know, the actors, the craft services, all the folks that participate in creating the shows, or the larger society, the parents, the grandparents who watch this show or listen to her and hear that we're not part of these shows. And my response to her quote last night was, say that you're including LGBTQ people in it. I feel like we're getting really caught up in semantics here. And if you're going to not exclude, then give me a statement that includes.
And Sarah Kate, one of the things that I think that's important that you've pointed out before, because if somebody's hearing, you know, she wants to focus on Christian programming, especially at this time of year, maybe people like that idea. But you've pointed out, rightly so, that the LGBTQ community is a part of that community as well. And I'm wondering if you can kind of talk about what exactly that means, that looks like. And I know you've also said that you'd love to have a conversation with her about this. Just tell me kind of what this all means to you in terms of the faith community and what you'd like to say to her.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, is that I've always said that what's happened in this society somehow is that either you're a person of faith or you're LGBTQ. LGBTQ people are people of faith, highly so, actually. And some are and some aren't, and both are fine. But to exclude us from faith is the wrong narrative, and it's a very narrow narrative. And I think that we need to expand our conversation, and that's why I wanted to sit down with her. I wanted her to meet my wife. I want her to have a conversation with my twin 13-year-old and see what our family looks like and how we live and exist in this world. I often feel that people try to divide because out of fear or not knowing. And I thought if she met me and she met my wife and she met our kids, it would bring us closer as a society and community, because she did say in her quote that she doesn't want this division. And I think if you're excluding people, you are creating a division, and this way we don't have to create one. Even so far as marriage equality yesterday, right, going through Senate, I just want to say, like, there's a perfect example. The Mormon Church came out in favor of this policy, of this act, in support of. So we are building bridges that were falsely created in the first place. And I think that there's an opportunity here to build yet another bridge.
Well, Sarah Kate Ellis, thank you for bringing that intersectional perspective to this conversation.
Thank you so much. And coming up, looking to book a vacation and just get away, we've got just what you're looking for.
Whether you're planning a road trip or a trip across the pond, we'll break down the places experts say you should add to your next itinerary. That's coming up.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. This is a personal story. This has been an adventure. Now, some swift justice may be on the horizon for Swifties after hundreds of complaints and social media chaos over the Ticketmaster presale of Taylor Swift's The Eras Tours. I'm sure you've heard about this by now. Tennessee's Attorney General is taking matters into his own hands by launching an investigation into Ticketmaster. Now, not only did the site crash, but fans I might be one of them, a few of our producers as well. We were all in the newsroom together, going through this together, emotionally supporting each other. Well, we had pre-sale codes, but we found no tickets were available. And then the wait for customer support was up to 3 days, not to mention every 5 minutes you were getting an error message. Now, Tennessee's AG stated he'll be looking into consumer protection violations, antitrust, and the severe lack of customer support, all in order to make sure, quote, the problems that happened yesterday don't happen again. You know what? That's not going to get me a ticket, but it's going to give me some validation for my troubles.
3 days? The Attorney General?
I know, right?
Did you write a complaint, Savannah?
It's not me.
Well,
no, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
But it was very stressful. It's a nightmare. We can move on.
We'll move on. And we know that 2022 is moving on and coming to a close. And that means it's time to start planning your vacation for the new year.
Yeah, I love this. Hopefully you're excited to talk about this at home, too. It just so happens that Travel and Leisure released their list of the top 50 places to visit in 2023 today. And we are so lucky to be joined by the editor-in-chief of Travel and Leisure, Jackie Gifford. Jackie, thank you so much for being here. And we're so excited to have this conversation. It's so good to see you. This is very exciting.
I'm excited about 2023.
So tell us about the list. What cracked the top 5?
Sure. So we compile every year. We're looking ahead. Travel is back. We were just talking about it. Everybody is really prioritizing experiences over things. And so when we look to compile this list of 50 places, we're looking at cities. Cities are booming, cultural attractions, food and wine. There's there's this moment now. People want to get out there and really seize the day because they realize that travel makes them feel good. So we added a lot of domestic destinations because domestic travel is still big, right? So you got the Jersey Shore. A lot of people think the Jersey Shore, But the reality is there have been so many changes there and developments, in particular in Asbury Park. That's, Bruce Springsteen. There have been hotels that have opened there, the Asbury Hotel. The James is a new property in Bradley Beach, Atlantic City. The casinos took the pandemic to really renovate. And so Nobu Hotel is coming to that part of to Jersey Shore. So we're recommending that. Pittsburgh, there's a ton of cultural attractions there. The Moonshot Museum just opened. It's a really cool attraction for kids. You've got the Carnegie Museum of Art, their 58th Carnegie International Exhibition, new hotels like the Joinery, the Industrialist. So much going on in Pittsburgh. I'm from Philadelphia, so I've never been. I've got to get over there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, Houston. There's so much happening in Houston. I can't believe it. You've got the Kinder building, that was the Kinder wing that was just added to the Museum of Fine Arts in 2020. It's really cementing Houston as a fine arts destination. The Rothko Chapel, a $35 million renovation. So lots happening, I think, across the country.
And I wonder, how are you able to whittle down the list to 50? What are the considerations?
I think, well, we look at a variety of things. The news angle, of course, that's really important. Also, we want a breadth and a scope of places, right? So actually, one of the international destinations that we picked was the United Kingdom. It's actually Travel and Leisure's destination of the year for 2023. I was just in London. The hotel scene is just on fire. I stayed at the Lanesborough. They were doing a Bridgerton-themed tea that was so fun. In Edinburgh.
Oh, I like that. I feel like they would be like anti that. It's like leaning in too much to like something kitschy. I love it.
When people see stuff on film, they want to go, right? So in Edinburgh, there's the new Glen Eagles Townhouse, which is really great. In London, in the spring, you've got the Peninsula Hotel opening up. The Arcade Food Hall just came to the Battersea Power Station. So in the magazine and on our site, we have a whole wealth of tips if you want to go visit the United Kingdom. I should add the parity, the dollar pound. That is really driving
and the euro.
And the euro, because Americans haven't seen prices like this in their lifetime. So when you go, all these things are just so much more affordable.
Yeah, this is so exciting. What a fun conversation to be having. And that's a really good reminder. Again, also, it's a good time to get bang for your buck if you do head overseas. All right, thank you so much. This is so fantastic to have you in studio with us. Come back with anything else you've got.
Yes, I will be booking my flight. And
I know, very exciting. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, taking control. Republicans have now won the majority in the House of Representatives. The big victory for the party comes just a day after former President Trump announced another White House run. What party leaders are saying about the polarizing figure in the GOP and whether they will back him in 2024. Blame game. Ukraine and its Western allies are clashing this morning over who launched the missile that killed 2 people in Poland. U.S. officials are saying it was likely a Ukrainian missile, calling it an accident.
This explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
This morning, Ukraine says that's not the case. We have the latest on the ground as tensions escalate in the West and Russia steps up attacks. Also this morning, winter wallop. Millions of Americans are waking up to frigid temps and the beginning of a historic snowstorm. Lake effect snow is already blanketing the Midwest, and now it's moving east. Parts of the Northeast could see up to 4 feet of snow. We have a look at conditions this morning and just where this major snowstorm is headed. Plus, start planning if you're looking to travel more in the new year. We've got the vacation list for you, the 50 best places in the world to visit. And number 1 on the list doesn't even require a passport. We'll have that for you later this hour. I'm kind of hoping it's Miami because that's where me and the girlfriends are going next year.
That's always a good spot, whether it's on this list or not.
Yes.
Yeah, my husband and I just started talking about this. Where are we going to go next year? It's so fun to, plan and dream about that kind of stuff.
Yes, in time. But we begin this hour with the fallout from the midterm elections as the GOP is now projected to retake control of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but despite their control of the chamber, Republicans are at a crossroads over the direction of the party's future, which comes right as Donald Trump announces his 3rd run for president. Here's NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake with the latest.
Republican infighting continues this morning, even as the party celebrates a major victory in taking back control of the House. The margins there won't be what they had hoped, and many in the party are blaming the former president for that. Part of a heated debate about the future of that party. This morning, after a week of counting votes, control of the House now belongs to the GOP with a razor-thin majority. With the Speaker's gavel poised to pass from Nancy Pelosi to Kevin McCarthy. Republicans are vowing to ramp up investigations into Biden administration officials and the president's son Hunter Biden's business dealings. The shift in the balance of power also jeopardizes President Biden's legislative agenda, from abortion to climate to gun reform. Even as Republicans celebrate their victory, they're confronting deep divisions in the party over former President Trump's 2024 presidential bid, with some allies saying they're on board.
I like his policies. I like how tough he is.
But a growing number of Republicans say it's time for the party to move on.
We need to have a future-leaning party.
Echoed by former Trump administration officials.
I think he's unfit for office. I thought his remarks were very subdued and uninspiring.
Republican megadonor and former Trump confidant Stephen Schwartzman tells NBC News he won't support the former president this time, saying, quote, "It is time for the Republican Party to turn to a new generation of leaders." Mr. Trump's leading potential rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is dismissing talk about a Republican civil war.
We just finished this election, okay? People just need to chill out a little bit on some of this stuff. I mean, seriously.
Congressional leaders are avoiding the question. Kevin McCarthy refusing to answer Wednesday, and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell steering clear.
The way I'm going to go into this presidential primary season is to stay out of it. I don't have a dog in that fight.
But McConnell has won another fight, fending off a challenge from Trump ally, Florida Senator Rick Scott, who sought to oust him as minority leader after the GOP's failure to win control of the Senate. And later this morning, we expect to learn the future plans of the 82-year-old Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She has kept her plans a closely guarded secret. President Biden and others have urged her to stay on as the top Democrat in Congress. But we know she's also been weighing the attack on her husband last month as she debates whether to stay in Washington, return to San Francisco, or perhaps take a role somewhere in between. That mystery expected to be solved this morning.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. Now, Democrats are moving to pass as much legislation as possible through a lame duck Congress before Republicans officially take control of the House. And that includes the Respect for Marriage Act. Now, 12 GOP senators joined Democrats to vote in favor of the bill, and that overwhelmed that 60-vote threshold needed in the Senate. It was a historic show of bipartisanship as Democrats prepare for that political gridlock that's probably ahead. Now, the bill would codify marriage equality by allowing same-sex couples to apply for federal benefits. It would not require any state to allow same-sex couples to marry.
Now to Ukraine, which continues to dispute early U.S. and NATO assessments that the missile, which fell in a Polish village, likely came from Ukraine's air defense system. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest reaction on the ground.
The Pentagon says American investigators are in Poland trying to figure out who fired that missile across the border. Ukraine continues to say it wasn't them.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is digging in this morning, insisting that his country didn't fire, accidentally or otherwise, a missile that crossed into Poland. I have no doubt it was not our rocket, he said. Asked about that, President Biden saying overnight,
"That's not the evidence."
Poland's President Andrzej Duda called it a tragic accident, most likely caused by a misfire from a Ukrainian air defense system, an assessment shared by the Pentagon.
We have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
But the U.S. and NATO nonetheless blamed Russia for the incident, suggesting Ukraine was only using its air defenses after Russia had launched a barrage of missiles targeting Ukraine's infrastructure. Like this attack in Dnipro this morning.
While we still don't know all the facts, we do know one thing. This tragedy would never have happened but for Russia's needless invasion of Ukraine and its recent missile assaults against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure.
Russia quickly tried to capitalize on the confusion, accusing its enemies of whipping up hysteria. Russia's UN ambassador saying this is not just an international attempt at disinformation, but a conscious attempt to bring NATO into direct conflict with our country. Russia says the missiles it launched against Ukraine were at least 20 miles from the Polish border.
American officials say they hope to have a conclusive answer about the missile soon.
Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Well, let's get more on the situation in Ukraine with William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us this morning. So I want to ask you, of course, at that explosion in Poland. So we're hearing there from Richard Engel, Ukraine is adamant that the missile was not from its air defense system, despite what NATO says, despite what they're saying their investigations preliminarily anyway are showing. Do you think that this could drive any type of wedge between Ukraine and the West?
Savannah, I don't. I don't think so. I'm hearing actually from Kyiv that President Zelensky is saying, you know, we'll take a look at the evidence. And he's saying if it was a Ukrainian missile that was designed and fired to shoot down a Russian missile, then we'll apologize. He says, we're honest people. This is what Zelensky says. We're honest people. We'll apologize. But he wants to see the evidence. He wants to have his people involved in the investigation. They're concerned about this. The Ukrainians are concerned about this as well. So this is the famous fog of war. These things happen. This almost certainly was an accident of one side or another. It was not an intentional attack on Poland or on NATO. And so the facts will come out. The investigations will go forward. I am sure that if it's clear, when it's clear that if it was the case that it was a Ukrainian missile that was designed and fired to shoot down a Russian incoming missile, that President Zelensky and Ukraine will apologize.
And let me just ask you, Ambassador, let's say that the investigation shows that it was, in fact, a Russian missile. What would you anticipate there? What would you expect would be wanted in terms of a response from Russia? And what would you expect that we would get?
So if it indeed was a Russian missile, then it's a real problem. Then the Russians need to take responsibility for that, if that's the case. I don't believe that it was intentional by the Russians. Even if the Russians, it turns out it's a Russian missile, they didn't intentionally fire on Poland. They know, the Russians know, that an attack on Poland is an attack on NATO, is an attack on the United States. They don't want to do that. They've got their hands full, more than their hands full in Ukraine. They're getting beaten. The Russians are being beaten by the Ukrainians on the ground in Ukraine. The Russians don't want that. So they would, I'm sure, make the case that this was an accident.
Now, we saw CIA Director William Burns in Poland yesterday. This is days after holding meetings with both Russian and Ukrainian intelligence officials. What's your takeaway on these visits? What do you think of this? Is this the U.S. sort of working behind the scenes to push for an end to this war? We've been sort of concerned about these winter months, what that's going to mean, or maybe it's a way to kind of get in there with some diplomacy as ground fighting slows down. What do you make of meetings like this?
So, Savannah, you listened to Jake Sullivan last weekend. He was very clear that the United States policy in the United States is not pushing Ukraine to negotiate. United States is fully supportive of Ukraine. The Ukrainians say they're going to continue the fight during the winter, that they're not going to take a pause. And in my view, they shouldn't. They have got the Russians on the run. We remember what happened when they defeated the Russians around Kharkiv. The Russian soldiers dropped their weapons, got out of their tanks, and ran in panic. If the Ukrainians continue to push after their big victory in Kherson, if they continue to push during the winter, they can take advantage of that victory as well. And what Jake Sullivan said, which is the U.S. policy, he's reflecting the President of the United States, is we're going to support them as long as it takes. We're not going to push them to negotiate. And so Bill Burns is doing exactly the right thing of having good conversations, probably about the nuclear concerns, which have now declined, have now subsided. So he's doing the right thing of making these rounds of talks.
Quickly, I want to ask you about this grain export deal between Russia and Ukraine. It was extended by 4 months, which is less than the 1 year Ukraine was pushing for. But what do you think about that outcome and how fragile this agreement is and, you know, sort of what it means in terms of things like global food supply that are all tied up here in this war in Ukraine, especially, again, as we head into the winter months?
As we head into the winter months, it's very important. It's a good thing that it was extended. It should have been extended longer. Should not even have to be discussed because there ought to be free flow of these grain ships. But that said, it's a good thing that it was extended. And another thing to notice about it is that the Russians have again backed down. They have said they're not going to extend it, and now they've extended it. They said they weren't going to agree, and now they've agreed. So I think this is a very good sign and ought to be extended again.
All right, Ambassador Taylor, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning. Important conversation.
Thank you, Savannah.
And turning now to the U.S. and that major winter storm that has the National Weather Service predicting an extreme weather event.
Yeah, extreme in this state. Also, where we are, New York Governor Kathy Hochul is preparing for a state of emergency ahead of the storm, as parts of New York are expected to feel the brunt of it with up to 3 feet of snow possible in places like Buffalo. But the snowfall has already begun in states like Ohio, where several occurrences of what's called thunder snow, we will talk to Michelle Grossman about that, have been reported. Now, local weather services report at least 3 inches of snow an hour and no end in sight yet.
Wow, grab your snow boots. We have meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with the latest on what to expect in the coming days. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa from a snowy Kalamazoo, Michigan with more. Maggie, good to see you. I hope you're staying warm out there. So can you walk us through what you're seeing on the ground? How difficult are the conditions in Michigan right now?
Yeah, Clay, we're doing our best. We really appreciate it. The conditions on the ground right now, as you guys said, this storm is just starting, but already they're getting kind of dicey. I mean, just driving to this live shot this morning from our hotel, we were definitely slipping and sliding. We were taking it slow and being safe, but the roads are already a bit of a mess out there. And you can see we have our thermometer, of course. It's hovering right around freezing. So the snow's been falling all night, still falling this morning, but up to a foot of snow expected here by Saturday morning. So that's how extreme it is here. And then I want to show you this crazy video really quick, just out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. This is about 100 miles north of here. I think we have it. It's the college football highlights. Blanketed in white. Western Michigan, Central Michigan, those players literally having to plow through blinding snow to get to a snow-covered end zone. Wow. That was just last night. It shows you how extreme it is already. And again, you guys, this multi-day snow event, as you said, just getting started here.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a reschedule to me. I cannot believe that they played in that. Not even just like what it must have felt like, but it's so hard to see, like you said.
So I wonder if the snow maybe was some padding.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're sort of used to it. I don't know. I have to say, Maggie, I'm so sorry you're out there, but it is very pretty, and we are very appreciative. Now, Michelle's going to have a little bit more on this in a moment, but a winter storm warning has been issued for much of West and South Michigan, and it goes all the way into Saturday. How are people preparing for this? What can they do to stay safe, especially, like you just mentioned, like being on the road, stuff like that? Oh, Darn, we lost Maggie's. It's probably frozen is actually probably what's happening.
Which
Maggie's
is
IFB.
A good play on words and reality. So
exactly. It actually really does happen. You know, the magic of TV, that's just her calling into a cell phone that's calling us, so it's probably too cold out there for that. All right, let's get into all the info we need to know about this storm now. Maybe Michelle can help us with how to keep us safe.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Good morning, Michelle.
And you have to tell us about thunder snow. I love when you teach us a new meteorology term.
You know, it's so funny. I've never even heard of that. Are they talking about sunburst snow area in Wisconsin? Otherwise, I'm thinking, like, is it sun that kind of gives the energy and then you get that burst of snow? But I really have never heard that term before.
There you go.
So I think I need a little education.
I mean, this is crazy storm. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do a little research. But I don't know. We might be referring to the sunburst ski area in Wisconsin, but I'll look into that. But we are going to see a lot of snow today. We're seeing feet of snow, the expectation over the next several days. This is not only today, but Friday, Saturday, and also Sunday. We could rival the storm in Buffalo of 2014 where they saw 65 inches of snow, so over 5 feet of snow. That's what we're looking at, the expectation there. So the National Weather Service out of Buffalo has called it the potential for a paralyzing storm. We're going to see impacts on the roadways. We're going to see impacts in the air, of course. And we're looking at snow not only there, but also in Michigan where Maggie is, also in Wisconsin, so the northern tier of the nation. Otherwise, the other big story is really cold temperatures. This is adding to that lake effect snow machine, but that cold weather extends all the way down to the south, into the southeast. Also, portions of the west, we're looking really chilly too. It's a coast-to-coast cold. It's an Arctic blast, and we're looking at temperatures 10, even 15, 25 degrees below normal for this time of year. You can see on radar that snow is already falling. You can see how it's going, right? That cold air over the lakes, it's prompting that snow to fall. I'm going to explain that in just a second because we have a little explainer on that. But just downwind of these lakes where you see that lighter blue color, the whiter color, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snow, and that's where we expect the heaviest snow. Downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. So Watertown, Buffalo, Erie, we'll see heavy snow. But heavy snow expected in northeastern Ohio, also northwestern Pennsylvania, into portions of western Michigan as well. Let's talk about lake effect snow. What is it? How does it happen? Well, you have that cold Canadian air. We're seeing that Arctic blast come through today, some of the coldest air we've seen all season. It's going over those relatively warm lake waters. So clouds will form, and then we're going to see that snow falling downwind of the lakes, most likely east of the lakes. And until these lakes are frozen over and shut off, we're going to see the snow falling when we get those really cold winds going over. And as Savannah mentioned last hour, we could see it as far south as us. So if the winds are blowing hard enough, they're going to bring the snow down to us. So we're going to see intense snow bands up to 3 inches per hour. This is going to be for hours and hours, could be up to 36 hours. And that's going to amount to a lot of snow, so up to 4 or 5 feet in some spots. We're going to watch it very closely. It's going to be very localized. So you could go a mile outside of the snow band and see an inch of snow, but within this band, you could see up to 4 feet of snow. It's very tricky forecasting. So as we go throughout time here, those cold winds will blow over the lakes, and we're going to see the snow piling up, especially tomorrow. It's going to really intensify tonight into tomorrow. Strong winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. It's going to create difficult travel on the roadways. Also in the air, so most likely seeing major delays in Buffalo. That's probably a given. Moderate delays in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, also Chicago. So that's one big weather story today. The other one is the Arctic blast, so freeze alerts in the Carolinas. To the southeast, the Gulf Coast, lows at or below 32 degrees, at or below freezing. And look at the lows tomorrow. It's cold this morning, but we're looking at lows tomorrow below freezing. It's going to feel like 16 below zero in Bismarck, feeling like 17 below zero tomorrow morning in Rapid City. You certainly need the layers. That's going to be tough at the school bus stops tomorrow. Minneapolis feeling like 1 degree. And it will feel like 8 degrees in Chicago. Same story as we go into next week. This is not going anywhere fast. It's going to stay put for a while. So into the Thanksgiving holiday week, we're looking at temperatures in the single digits in Bismarck for your morning lows. 24 next Monday. So these are the morning lows, but the daytime highs, we're not getting much relief, guys. We're looking at temperatures, even some spots 30 degrees below normal. And again, this will stay put at least through early next week. And we'll talk more about that, of course. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, I did some very sophisticated research for us called Googling. And this is what it says. It says it's a kind of thunderstorm with snow falling as the primary precipitation instead of rain. It's considered a rare and unusual phenomenon. What do you think?
Snow. See, I could see that as thunder snow.
Oh,
we
it
have
is thunder
seen
snow.
that
I
already.
thought you might have misheard us.
Oh,
yeah, it's thunder snow.
Thunder snow.
Oh, we see that. No, I thought you said sunburst snow. Yes, thunder snow. We're expecting that too. That's when you get that lightning. There's so much energy, so you get the lightning. Okay, I thought you said sunburst. That's where I was confused.
Look at, she just explained it. So much energy. You get the lighting.
No, look up a video of Jim Cantore. It's the best video of him seeing thunder snow.
There we go.
It's really
Michelle,
cute.
I love when you get all sciencey on us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Bye.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a new twist in the murder of 4 college students in Idaho.
Up next, what investigators are saying about who was inside the home at the time of the killings as the search for a suspect continues. Stay with us.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. There are new developments this morning in the shocking murders of 4 University of Idaho students killed over the weekend. Police gave an update yesterday but did not identify a suspect, and people in this small town continue to fear for their safety. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is following the latest. Good morning, Gotti.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're learning about another strange detail in this case. Police are now telling us that 2 roommates were home during that violent attack, but were not injured in any way. And we also now know it was likely more than 6 hours between when police were called and when those murders took place.
New message from police in Idaho after the gruesome murders of 4 students.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
That's after police said in a statement on Tuesday, investigators believe this was an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large. Authorities do still believe the close friends were targeted.
We believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there.
Police still searching for the murder weapon.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
They say there were no signs of forced entry at the home where the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Xana's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were found. And now police revealing for the first time that 2 other roommates were home at the time of the attack but were not injured.
There was other people home at that time, but we are not just focusing just on them, we're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going.
The two others have not been identified, and there are no details about what they might have seen or why it took so long to alert police. The victims had been found on Sunday afternoon by officers responding to a 911 call about an unconscious individual, but investigators say they think the four were killed early in the morning after going out. Xana and Ethan returning from a party on campus, and Kaylee and Maddie from a bar downtown.
Cool. Thank you.
Police are also aware of this video that they say appears to show two of the victims ordering from a food truck, saying it could help them establish a timeline of events that night. The president of the University of Idaho, emotional.
They were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers.
If everybody was like Ethan Chapin in this world, it would be a better place.
The victims' families struggling to cope with their sudden and shocking loss.
I can't wrap my head around what Thanksgiving looks like, or Christmas looks like, or even like my day-to-day looks like.
And with no suspects still in custody, police are cautioning people to be vigilant, to be aware of their surroundings. They're also asking the public for any help, for information that could help them find this killer and solve this case. Back to you guys.
Really disturbing and devastating. Gotti, thank you.
Now to New York City, and new concerns that someone behind a string of attacks here is potentially targeting members of the LGBTQ community. At least 2 men were killed, allegedly drugged and robbed while leaving gay bars in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. In all, the NYPD is investigating as many as more than a dozen possible victims. A New York City community on high alert after police say a string of robberies and assaults in New York City may be connected to the mysterious deaths of 2 gay men earlier this year.
It's scary, actually, because it could happen to anyone. It's scary. It's really, really scary.
Julio Ramirez and John Umberger were found dead shortly after leaving gay bars in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan in 2 separate incidents. Their families telling NBC News their bank accounts were drained and that they may have been drugged. Now, after months of fear and outrage, both from the LGBTQ community and the men's families, the NYPD confirming their deaths are being investigated as part of, quote, several incidents where individuals have been victims of either robberies or assault.
Me cayó una llamada y me dijeron que era del hospital de Mount Sinai de Manhattan y que era el examinador. Y le digo que pasó, no, tu hijo está muerto.
In April, 25-year-old Julio Ramirez was found dead in the back of a taxi an hour after he was seen leaving the Ritz Bar and Lounge with 3 unidentified men, something his friends say was out of character.
To get into a cab with a bunch of strangers, to just give away his phone, potentially, give away his belongings, it's just not like him.
About a month later, 33-year-old Umberger was found dead after he and 2 unidentified men left another popular Hell's Kitchen gay bar, The Q. His mother, Linda Clary, telling our New York station that detectives are looking at 14 victims with similar stories who survived, as well as other deaths.
There is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
Clary says her son's cell phone and credit cards were stolen, with more than $25,000 wiped from his bank accounts. Much like Ramirez, whose family says $20,000 was taken out of his accounts.
They seem to clearly target young gay men.
The NYPD said the city's medical examiner is still determining Ramirez and Umberger's official causes of death, adding that some, though not all, of the victims in the investigation are believed to be part of the LGBTQ community, which is causing concern and fear from Hell's Kitchen residents and visitors alike.
I think it's something that's important these days, at least to somebody, let somebody know that you're out, or, this is where I'm headed, so somebody, at least knows your whereabouts.
These should be the spaces where everybody feels the safest going, but especially LGBT people. And to have something so tragic like this happen, it's awful.
It makes me feel I should be very careful who I trust, which is unfortunate. You want to be open in these communities and don't want to feel you have to be careful and mistrusting.
But for those who've continued to push for justice, this might be the start of finally getting some answers. Now, over the weekend, the New York City Council member who represents the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood released a statement on Instagram saying his office has been in contact with the NYPD and Manhattan District Attorney's Office regarding the investigation. They are also passing out safety tips in the neighborhood.
Really disturbing.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely.
And turning now to some international headlines, world leaders are gathering in Bangkok for a major economic summit.
Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and more. Good evening. Good morning, Josh. I guess it's afternoon there. I don't know what it is.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Zincle. That is right. It is the first in-person summit in 4 years and will bring together Vice President Kamala Harris, Chinese President Xi Jinping, and other world leaders. President Xi only recently started traveling overseas again after staying in China during the COVID-19 pandemic. On the agenda are the global energy crisis, inflation, and Russia's war in Ukraine. Now to Myanmar, where the military junta that runs the country says it's releasing 4 imprisoned foreigners whose detainment had been a big source of international tension for Myanmar. The group includes an American citizen, a Japanese filmmaker, a former British diplomat, and an Australian professor. Amnesty International says they were wrongfully detained, and there are thousands more who have been jailed on political charges since the coup in Myanmar last year. And finally, to Paris and the iconic Eiffel Tower, which could be coming to a living room near you. Lego is unveiling a build-your-own Eiffel Tower, and it is the tallest Lego set ever, reaching nearly 5 feet tall, complete with mini elevators, trees, and of course, the French flag. It costs more than $600 and is made up of 10,001 pieces. So you'd better be sure not to lose any of those pieces under the couch, or you will never get that Lego set finished.
Well,
Back to you.
we were just talking. Savannah might be going to Paris, so I feel like
we'll see.
The Lego set could be a good
my husband and I are hoping
start.
to in the spring. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. The Lego piece lost in the couch, only to be upstaged by the Lego piece that you step on and think that you may die from the pain. Yeah.
Ow.
All right,
Josh.
Thanks,
you
Josh.
so much.
All right, coming up, a warning from doctors you'll definitely want to listen to. Nearly 1 billion people could be at risk of hearing loss. We'll show you how you can avoid becoming part of that statistic.
Plus, more parents are using melatonin to keep their kids' bedtimes, but the peaceful sleep may not be worth the long-term side effects. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. There's a new warning out this morning on hearing loss. A new study finds headphones and other forms of loud entertainment could be putting a staggering 1 billion young people at risk. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
It's part of being young. Going to loud, ear-splitting events. On top of that, there are ubiquitous smartphones and earpieces.
Oftentimes I actually have it on max volume.
Pretty much all day, every day, I've got something in my ears.
Now, a new study led by the World Health Organization says unsafe listening practices may put over 1 billion people from 12 to 34 at risk for hearing loss that's irreversible.
So it's really the combination of the loudness as well as the duration of exposure that puts you at risk.
Lead author Lauren Dillard says safety is a moving target. At 92 decibels, the noise level of truck traffic, you can safely listen for 2.5 hours without hearing protection. At 100 decibels, a power lawnmower, it's just 38 minutes. The lower the volume, the longer you can listen.
A lot of smartphones now have settings built in that will alert the user if the sound is too loud.
On the event side, performers including the Black Eyed Peas' will.i.am, R&B singer Tank, and Coldplay's Chris Martin have all talked about their hearing issues.
I have these little things I wear in my ears to keep everything quiet.
If young people don't take action now, trouble could be ahead.
Are the choices young people are making now, could they potentially pay for those choices decades from now?
Yes, absolutely.
Making this advice worth hearing. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, stay in on your health. People who have trouble falling and staying asleep. We were just talking about this. That was me last night. And see, sometimes often turn to various supplements to help them at night. And that includes, of course, melatonin, something I also take sometimes.
It can be helpful, but some doctors are now raising a red flag after seeing an increase in parents giving melatonin to children to help them sleep long term.
Yeah, for more, let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John Torres, always great to have you with us.
Good morning.
Night, morning, here we go. I mean, look, sometimes I need it because my sleep schedule is so, all wonky because of what we all do here. But I mean, let's start with the basics, just reminding people on how melatonin works. Maybe it's something they haven't used before. Maybe sometimes they feel like it doesn't work for them. What is the deal with melatonin?
So melatonin is a naturally occurring hormone. We have it, we produce it, and it helps us go to sleep. That's the beauty behind melatonin. But people take them as supplements to help them sleep as well. And the issue with supplements is we always say, regardless of what you're using to help go to sleep, you really shouldn't use it more than 2 weeks in a row, maximum 3 months to keep it under control, because then you probably have a sleep problem. You need to figure out how to use it. That's if you use it on a regular basis. Intermittently, it's a different issue.
Interesting. I wonder, what are your specific concerns around melatonin? Because I know that the American Academy of Sleep Medicine put out an advisory urging parents to be cautious about how they give it to their kids.
And the reason they put out the advisory is because they looked at data for the last 10 years, from 2012 to 2021, and they found out that 260,000 poisonings had been reported in children of melatonin. In other words, they took overdose. The vast majority, well over 80% of them, had no symptoms at all. The parents were just concerned, and rightly concerned, but there were some hospitalizations, and unfortunately 2 children did die from melatonin. These are very young children. And so the message they're putting out is, hey, you want to be careful with this if it's used appropriately, and in some cases for ADHD or autism, it seems to work very well for them. But for going, you helping them sleep, under 3 months time period, no more than 3 months at the most, is what most experts agree. 3 to 4 year old is the minimum age you should be using it at, and just very intermittently, because otherwise you want to use other techniques to try to get them to sleep. You don't want to just use the hormones. The other thing we don't know is what's going to happen with the hormones. It is a hormone, and the hormone balance, especially in growing children, is very delicate. So if you end up pushing up one hormone, you might push another one down, and it could cause an imbalance in the hormones, which could delay puberty, bring puberty on earlier, cause other issues later on in life. And so we simply don't know. It hasn't been studied.
Yeah, any type of sleeping medication for a child does sound, like a potential concern there for sure. Dr. Torres, I also want to ask you, just before we let you go, something Sinclair reported on us for last hour, the FDA announcing this shortage of amoxicillin. How much of a concern is that? Obviously, I remember being on that a lot when I was little. It's what you get if you got strep throat, that kind of thing. Also, are there alternatives?
And this is a good advisory, because right now, amoxicillin is one of the most popular antibiotics we have out there. And children get it for ear infections, sore throat, those types of things. We do have alternatives, and those alternatives are antibiotics that tend to be stronger. And I tell people it's almost like using a sledgehammer to drive a nail instead of just using a regular hammer, which is what amoxicillin is. And so they can use those ones, but at the same time, we're trying to back off from antibiotics. And so talk to your doctor. Do we need these antibiotics? Do I really have to take them, or can we wait and see what happens? And oftentimes you can, but sometimes you need them. There are other ones we can go to.
All right. Dr. John Torres, so much good info. Always great when you're here in New York with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, big names from Tom Brady to Larry David are facing a legal battle over crypto. Why a lawsuit is blaming stars like them for the billions of dollars people lost on a popular crypto platform.
Plus, a Full House star is in hot water over comments she made about same-sex marriage, how she's responding to backlash, and how the LGBTQ community is reacting. That's next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Welcome back. Several celebrities are finding themselves in the middle of a legal battle this morning involving crypto platform FTX. Investors who suffered major losses are suing, alleging FTX and its former CEO misled them. Now, some of the athletes and celebrities who promoted the platform are also named in that lawsuit. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
A multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by one of the most prominent attorneys in America, David Boies, was filed right here in U.S. District Court in Miami. Now, one of the names you would expect to see on that lawsuit is the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, but also included in the suit, celebrity endorsers, everybody from Larry David to Steph Curry and Tom Brady, as a company that was once valued at $32 billion suddenly went bankrupt overnight.
And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
A-list celebrities and athletes facing a high-profile legal battle after serving as faces for a crypto company, FTX, that just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit accuses FTX, its former CEO, and around a dozen celebrities of causing some $11 billion in U.S. investor losses. The suit alleges efforts to take advantage of unsophisticated investors, adding the parties never performed any due diligence before marketing these FTX products to the public.
Are you in?
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and the Shark Tank's Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, just some of the well-known figures named in the suit. O'Leary discussing the decision on CNBC.
It's not the first time I've made a bad investment, probably not the last time.
NBC News has reached out to all of their respective legal teams and has not yet heard back. The big question, how much did the defendants know about the product they endorsed?
It's a question of whether they can just claim that they were duped as well. You have to look at each individual endorsement. You have to look at how they endorsed it.
FTX poured millions into ads from social media.
But you are an expert, right?
No, I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
To must-see television events like the Super Bowl.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so.
The platform's once massive $32 billion valuation seemingly vanishing overnight.
Now you're seeing, in some cases, some of these are crashing as there's more and more market instability that leads to more challenges and the questions of who's to blame.
FTX, that's the crypto app, right? Now it's for all kinds of investing. It's better.
Mr. Bankman-Fried is apologizing to FTX investors and saying he's as shocked as anybody at how quickly this all came unraveled. He's promising clarity in a play-by-play on what went wrong once he figures it out. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam, thank you so much. Now, from the FTX crash to Twitter's tailspin, how did we get here? What happens next? Well, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward will answer some of those questions and talk about these stunning tech downfalls on hellscape inside the meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. You can check it out tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now.
And now for more financial headlines. Ahead of their mass layoffs, tech giant Amazon is offering buyouts to their employees.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Savannah Zinkley, good morning. Yeah, Amazon is offering voluntary buyouts to some employees as it looks for ways to further trim headcount beyond the layoffs that are already underway. Documents seen by CNBC show voluntary severance offers were sent out this week to some divisions, including human resources. Amazon will provide employees with a lump sum payment equal to about 3 months of pay plus 1 week of salary for every 6 months they worked at the company. They'll also get a weekly stipend for 12 weeks, and their health insurance will continue through the end of the year. A huge drop in mortgage rates is doing little to boost demand for home loans. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage falling 60 basis points yesterday from 7.22% to 6.62%. Now, that follows a dramatic decline in yields on Treasury bonds after a report showed wholesale inflation cooled last month. Mortgage applications to buy a home rose 4% in the past week, but are still down nearly 50% from this time last year. Refi applications falling 2% for the week and are down nearly 90% from a year ago. And JetBlue is looking to expand its presence in Europe. The carrier plans to launch nonstop service to Paris from New York's JFK Airport next summer and from Boston's Logan Airport at a later date. This will double JetBlue's transatlantic service following the launch of service to London last year. Other airlines, including Delta and United, have also announced new European routes starting next year. More options to travel to Europe.
We like more options.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually very cool. Thank you so much.
Silvana, thanks. And Full House actress Candace Cameron Bure is under fire this morning for recent comments she made about same-sex marriages on television.
Yeah, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal magazine, she said she would focus on, quote, traditional marriage and Christmas movies on her new cable network, Great American Family. Earlier this year, the 46-year-old said she would be moving on from the Hallmark Channel to focus on family and faith-filled programming. She released a public statement on Instagram last night saying, in part, quote, all of you who know me know beyond question that I have great love and affection for all people. It absolutely breaks my heart that anyone would ever think I intentionally would want to offend or hurt anyone.
To talk about this, GLAAD President and CEO Sarah Kate Ellis joins us now. Sarah Kate, good morning. Thanks for being here. So GLAAD has already condemned these statements from the actress. So talk to us a bit about the consequences of comments and actions like this and what the LGBTQ community is making of all of it, especially from someone who's so well known.
Yeah, well, good morning. Thanks for having me. These comments are incredibly dangerous. First of all, LGBTQ folks are big viewers of these holiday films on Hallmark, on Lifetime. We're a big, disproportionately large part of the viewership. But more so, what this does is it continues this narrative that we don't belong, that we are other. And whether that's on the production, the actors, the craft services, all the folks that participate in creating the shows, or the larger society, the parents, the grandparents who watch this show or listen to her and hear that we're not part of these shows. And my response to her quote last night was, say that you're including LGBTQ people in it. I feel like we're getting really caught up in semantics here. And if you're going to not exclude, then give me a statement that includes.
And Sarah Kate, one of the things that I think that's important that you've pointed out before, because if somebody's hearing, she wants to focus on Christian programming, especially at this time of year, maybe people like that idea. But you've pointed out, rightly so, that the LGBTQ community is a part of that community as well. And I'm wondering if you can kind of talk about what exactly that means, that looks like. And I know you've also said that you'd love to have a conversation with her about this. Just tell me kind of what this all means to you in terms of the faith community and what you'd like to say to her.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, is that I've always said that what's happened in this society somehow is that either you're a person of faith or you're LGBTQ. Mm-hmm. LGBTQ people are people of faith, highly so, actually. And some are and some aren't, and both are fine. But to exclude us from faith is the wrong narrative, and it's a very narrow narrative. And I think that we need to expand our conversation, and that's why I wanted to sit down with her. I wanted her to meet my wife. I want her to have a conversation with my twin 13-year-old and see what our family looks like and how we live and exist in this world. I often feel that people try to divide because out of fear or not knowing. And I thought if she met me and she met my wife and she met our kids, it would bring us closer as a society and community, because she did say in her quote that she doesn't want this division. And I think if you're excluding people, you are creating a division, and this way we don't have to create one. Even so far as marriage equality yesterday, right, going through Senate, I just want to say, there's a perfect example. The Mormon Church came out in favor of this policy, of this act, in support of. So we are building bridges that were falsely created in the first place. And I think that there's an opportunity here to build yet another bridge.
Well, Sarah Kate Ellis, thank you for bringing that intersectional perspective to this conversation.
Thank you so much. And coming up, looking to book a vacation and just get away, we've got just what you're looking for.
Whether you're planning a road trip or a trip across the pond, we'll break down the places experts say you should add to your next itinerary. That's coming up.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. This is a personal story. This has been an adventure. Now, some swift justice may be on the horizon for Swifties after hundreds of complaints and social media chaos over the Ticketmaster presale of Taylor Swift's The Eras Tours. I'm sure you've heard about this by now. Tennessee's Attorney General is taking matters into his own hands by launching an investigation into Ticketmaster. Now, not only did the site crash, but fans, I might be one of them, a few of our producers as well. We were all in the newsroom together, going through this together, emotionally supporting each other. Well, we had pre-sale codes, but we found no tickets were available. And then the wait for customer support was up to 3 days, not to mention every 5 minutes you were getting an error message. Now, Tennessee's AG stated he'll be looking into consumer protection violations, antitrust, and the severe lack of customer support, all in order to make sure, quote, the problems that happened yesterday don't happen again. You know what? That's not going to get me a ticket, but it's going to give me some validation for my troubles.
3 days? The Attorney General?
I know, right?
Did you write a complaint, Savannah?
It's not me.
Wow.
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
But it was very stressful. It's a nightmare. We can move on.
We'll move on. And we know that 2022 is moving on and coming to a close. And that means it's time to start planning your vacation for the new year.
Yeah, I love this. Hopefully you're excited to talk about this at home, too. It just so happens that Travel and Leisure released their list of the top 50 places to visit in 2023 today. And we are so lucky to be joined by the editor-in-chief of Travel and Leisure, Jackie Gifford. Jackie, thank you so much for being here. And we're so excited to have this conversation. It's so good to see you. This is very exciting.
I'm excited about 2023.
So tell us about the list. What cracked the top 5?
Sure. So we compile every year. We're looking ahead. Travel is back. We were just talking about it. Everybody is really prioritizing experiences over things. And so when we look to compile this list of 50 places, we're looking at cities. Cities are booming, cultural attractions, food and wine. There's there's this moment now. People want to get out there and really seize the day because they realize that travel makes them feel good. So we added a lot of domestic destinations because domestic travel is still big, right? So we've got the Jersey Shore. A lot of people think the Jersey Shore, But the reality is there have been so many changes there and developments, in particular in Asbury Park. That's, Bruce Springsteen. There have been hotels that have opened there, the Asbury Hotel. The James is a new property in Bradley Beach, Atlantic City. The casinos took the pandemic to really renovate. And so Nobu Hotel is coming to that part of Jersey Shore. So we're recommending that. Pittsburgh, there's a ton of cultural attractions there. The Moonshot Museum just opened. It's a really cool attraction for kids. You've got the Carnegie Museum of Art, their 58th Carnegie International Exhibition, new hotels like the Joinery, the Industrialist. So much going on in Pittsburgh. I'm from Philadelphia, so I've never been. I've got to get over there. Houston, oh my God, Houston. There's so much happening in Houston. I can't believe it. You've got the Kinder building, that was the Kinder wing that was just added to the Museum of Fine Arts in 2020. It's really cementing Houston as a fine arts destination. The Rothko chapel, a $35 million renovation. So lots happening, I think, across the country.
And I wonder, how are you able to whittle down the list to 50? What are the considerations?
I think, well, we look at a variety of things. The news angle, of course, that's really important. Also, just we want a breadth and a scope of places, right? So actually, one of the international destinations that we picked was the United Kingdom. It's actually Travel Leisure's destination of the year for 2023. I was just in London. The hotel scene is just on fire. I stayed at the Lanesborough. They were doing a Bridgerton-themed tea that was so fun. In Edinburgh.
Oh, I like that. I feel like they would be like anti that. You know, it's like leaning in too much to like something kitschy.
You know what,
I love
we're really seeing when people see stuff on film, they want to go, right? So in Edinburgh, there's the new Glen Eagles Townhouse, which is really great. In London, in the spring, you've got the Peninsula Hotel opening up. The Arcade Food Hall just came to the Battersea Power Station. So in the magazine and on our site, we have a whole wealth of tips if you want to go visit the United Kingdom. I should add the parity, the dollar pound. That is really driving
and the euro.
And the euro, because Americans haven't seen prices like this like in their lifetime. So and when you go, all these things are just so much more affordable.
Yeah, this is so exciting. What a fun conversation to be having. And that's a really good reminder. Again, also, it's a good time to get bang for your buck if you do head overseas. All right, thank you so much. This is so fantastic to have you in studio with us. Come back with anything else you've got.
Yes, I will be booking my flight. And
I know, it's very exciting. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. We're glad to have you with us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Vicki Wynn is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, November 17th. Divided Congress. The GOP takes control of the House, but only by a slim margin, leading to 2 more years of a split government as Democrats hang on to the Senate.
November chill. An Arctic blast of air is pushing temperatures to drop and snow to fall in the Midwest and Northeast, just in time for the Thanksgiving holiday season.
Anti-alert after months of outrage. The New York City Police Department is now investigating a string of attacks on members of the LGBTQ+ community. This after 2 separate murders of gay men.
And respect the Queen. Beyonce landed 9 Grammy Award nominations, tying, get this, Jay-Z for the most nominated artist in Grammy history. We'll have a look at that, plus the Taylor Swift Ticketmaster drama, and what's streaming in our entertainment wrap.
We are so glad you can join us this Thursday. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the balance of power in Congress, where NBC News projects the GOP has in fact won control of the House, flipping the lower chamber in its favor. Now, majority means that Republicans will have a pretty powerful check on President Biden for the next 2 years.
Yeah, that's right. But their margin is so slim, so their caucus must be united if they want to get anything done. Plus, Democrats still, of course, control the Senate, making for a split Congress.
Luckily, we have NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joining us now live from Capitol Hill. Ali, it's good to see you this Thursday. First off, we know that both parties are assessing this sort of midterms fallout, with Democrats losing majority in the House, Republicans coming to terms with the lack of the red wave that they had previously projected. So which party, Ali, is in a better position? And frankly, is legislative gridlock, all but inevitable at this point?
Savannah, Morgan, good to see you. That's something that really depends on who you ask here on Capitol Hill as well as the White House. It's something that President Biden says he hopes doesn't happen, this legislative gridlock. He said last night when the House was called for a Republican majority that he hopes to extend an olive branch and work across the aisle with the House Republicans. But House Republicans are hoping that their majority, however slim, will prevent the flow of some legislation to passing in the Senate. They are all but likely to stop parts of President Biden's legislative agenda from advancing to the Senate. House Republicans have already said that they plan on launching investigations into President Biden's son Hunter, his business dealings. They've already said that they want to dissolve the January 6th committee investigating the attack on the Capitol as it stands today. They've also said that they plan on investigating the FBI and investigating some key committee assignments that President Biden has assigned. But then you go to the Senate side, where President Biden and Democrats with their majority on that side definitely have the upper hand and more leverage with key committee assignments, appointing liberal judges and justices to the Supreme Court if a seat should open up in the next 2 years.
Yeah, Allie, I think those committees and those investigations are going to be some of the stuff to watch, as we don't see maybe much happen with gridlock, but there is exactly where we could see some steps taken. I want to ask you about leadership in this now Republican-led House. We're going to have some breaking news on this in this hour, actually. Let's talk about both sides of this. Does it look like Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has the support from House Republicans to be Speaker? And then, of course, let's talk about House Speaker for now, Nancy Pelosi. She's expected to take the floor in just a few minutes. Do we have any sense of what she's going to say about her future?
Yeah, Savannah, so my team is really planted in every corner that Pelosi will pass on the way from her office to the House floor. She actually just left her office, hasn't made it into the House chamber just yet. But to give you a sense of the suspense and excitement here on Capitol Hill, as we await this speech by Speaker Nancy Pelosi about her future plans, one Democratic lawmaker told my colleague that this is like waiting for white smoke to come out of the Vatican, just to give you a sense of the excitement here. But as we await House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's plans, you have Kevin McCarthy trying to cement his support for the speakership position. We saw him gain that nomination yesterday against Congressman Andy Biggs, who decided to challenge McCarthy at the last minute. But the votes that Biggs eventually garnered are votes that McCarthy is going to need when this final election for the speakership position happens on January 3rd. So that is something that we're definitely keeping an eye on, what sort of concessions he's going to make to be able to garner that support.
All right, Allie, that Vatican analogy is a great one. Thank you so much. A lot going on there. Get to it. See you soon.
Well, Savannah, I'm not sure if you've seen these photos yet, but the images are striking. Right now, parts of the Midwest and Northeast bracing for a major snowstorm, a strong Arctic blast that has moved through most of the country, causing heavy snowfall, strong winds. And this system now has triggered winter weather warnings and lake effect snow warnings. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us live from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Maggie, look, there are winter weather warnings for Michigan right now. I saw some snow falling around you earlier this morning. I know that some parts of the state could see up to 3 feet of snow. What are officials telling people to do to prepare?
Yeah, right now, as you know, this is definitely a seasoned bunch. We're in Kalamazoo, Michigan. This is not their first rodeo with snow, but they're definitely asking people to be cognizant of this forecast. And right now, you can see the snow took a little bit of a break. But again, this is a multi-day snow event. It's been falling hard. It's forecasted to keep falling hard, picking back up again. So definitely being careful on the roads is top of mind, and just being prepared in case things do get severe enough where you have to hunker down, keep food kind of on hand, that sort of thing, check on loved ones, all of that typical advice. But just to give you an idea, again, of how bad this has been, I think we have some video queued up from a football game last night about 100 miles north of here. This is Western Michigan versus Central Michigan. You can see the snow falling in those highlights, like college football highlights with whiteout conditions. Those players literally having to plow through, fun verbiage, I guess, in this context, to get to a completely snow-covered end zone. That was how hard it was falling last night here in Michigan. And again, it's expected to keep falling into Saturday, if not Sunday. So this, Morgan, is just beginning.
And give us a sense, Maggie. I mean, we look, for example, here in New York, we know that Governor Kathy Hochul issued a state of emergency for 11 counties along the coast of Lakes Erie and Ontario. What else did she say? And Maggie, when will this Arctic blast sort of end?
So the verbiage they used was that in earnest, they expect the snow to really start falling this afternoon, up to 3 inches per hour, up to 6, possibly more feet by the weekend in the Buffalo area. And again, also, that's a seasoned bunch too, right? Like, that's Buffalo, New York. She told people, officials there told people, this is not your normal winter storm here in Buffalo. This is not what you're used to. This is going to be severe. This could very well be dangerous. And they've got an example of how dangerous it got last night. The interstates got so bad that already officials have implemented a commercial traffic ban. And last night, that forced a bunch of semi-trucks to pull off of I-90 in upstate New York and come over to a rest stop, cramming in and basically riding out the worst of it. So they're already alerting people about how dangerous this is. Again, guys, this storm is just getting started. I'll note also, we still have a month of fall left. So we say winter storm, but this is unseasonably early.
You just got a whole reaction here in the studio. We are all shocked to find that out. A month left. Wow. News you can use. NBC correspondent Maggie Vespa. Thanks so much, Maggie. We appreciate it.
Yeah, that is a full winter scene right there. All right, and turning now to the financial collapse and the multi-billion-dollar lawsuit facing cryptocurrency giant FTX. The company's former CEO is under fire, but get this, so are several high-profile celebrities who endorsed FTX. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is at the federal courthouse in Miami with the latest.
A multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by one of the most prominent attorneys in America, David Boies, was filed right here in U.S. District Court in Miami. Now, one of the names you would expect to see on that lawsuit is the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, but also included in the suit, celebrity endorsers, everybody from Larry David to Steph Curry and Tom Brady, as a company that was once valued at $32 billion suddenly went bankrupt overnight.
And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
A-list celebrities and athletes facing a high-profile legal battle after serving as faces for a crypto company, FTX, that just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit accuses FTX, its former CEO, and around a dozen celebrities of causing some $11 billion in U.S. investor losses. The suit alleges efforts to take advantage of unsophisticated investors, adding the parties never performed any due diligence before marketing these FTX products to the public.
Are you in?
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and the Shark Tank's Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, just some of the well-known figures named in the suit. O'Leary discussing the decision on CNBC.
It's not the first time I've made a bad investment. Probably not the last time.
NBC News has reached out to all of their respective legal teams and has not yet heard back. The big question, how much do the defendants know about the product they endorsed?
It's a question of whether they can just claim that they were duped as well. You have to look at each individual endorsement. You have to look at how they endorsed it.
FTX poured millions into ads from social media.
But you are an expert, right?
No, I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
To must-see television events like the Super Bowl.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The platform's once massive $32 billion valuation seemingly vanishing overnight.
Now you're seeing, in some cases, some of these are crashing as there's more and more market instability. That leads to more challenges and the questions of who's to blame.
FTX, that's the crypto app, right? Now it's for all kinds of investing. It's better.
Mr. Bankman-Fried is apologizing to FTX investors and saying he's as shocked as anybody at how quickly this all came unraveled. He's promising clarity in a play-by-play on what went wrong once he figures it out. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Today is a Red Cup Day at Starbucks. In case you noticed, it's the coffee giant's biggest sales day of the year, and more than 100 union stores across the U.S. are now planning to strike.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen there. Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, good to see you. So do we know why union stores are striking, and how is it going to impact people's daily coffee runs on the biggest sale day? I'm sure a lot of people are heading there.
Most importantly, right, you need your daily cup of Joe. Depends on where you are. The union says that it wants to call attention to what it calls illegal retaliation against its organizing efforts, including firings and store closings. Workers also want higher pay and consistent schedules. Starbucks counters that it respects employees' rights to organize. Most customers will not be affected, since only 113 of the company's 9,000 U.S. locations are unionized. But if your local Starbucks is one of them, you may be offered the union's own version of the Holiday Red Cup, featuring the Grinch's hand holding an ornament with the union's logo. Guys, I almost want that, just as a memorabilia.
Yeah, exactly. All right, CNBC's Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, hospital beds across the country are filling up with sick children. Now doctors are running out of one of the most prescribed medicines to treat them. Coming up in just a moment, when this critical shortage could actually finally be cleared up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The FDA says there's a shortage of nearly 24 amoxicillin-related products. That's, of course, an extremely popular antibiotic, and it's a major concern because of that surge in respiratory and flu-like illnesses. Pharmacists told our Zinclay Esamoah that a shortage this severe is highly problematic heading into the winter season.
When the doctor came in to give us a diagnosis, she said, just so you know, there is an amoxicillin shortage.
There's a major drug shortage, alarming providers and parents like Stacy Ritchie.
I went straight to my normal pharmacy. They were out. Headed to the second pharmacy. They were out.
Today, amoxicillin, one of the most commonly used antibiotics, is hard to find. The Food and Drug Administration issuing a notice about a shortage of the drug. The American Society of Health System Pharmacists saying 3 major amoxicillin manufacturers are reporting shortages on products, including chewable tablets, capsules and powder, or suspension drugs, typically prescribed to children. Stacy is a parent of 3 kids in Kansas City, Missouri. Her daughter, Sophia Ritchie, diagnosed with strep throat.
I would have drove to another state to get the amoxicillin if I absolutely had to.
How did that feel as a parent to be worried about whether or not you could provide medicine to your child?
It was scary.
Hugh Chansey, a pharmacist and owner of Chansey Drugs, runs 6 pharmacies in southern Georgia.
Not having amoxicillin this time of year is a big deal. You're around holidays and children are getting sick.
He and other pharmacists began flagging shortages back in October.
We can only get 3 bottles a day.
How many bottles a day do you typically get when there's not a shortage?
Well, normally it would be unlimited. We could get whatever we needed.
In a prior statement to NBC, the FDA said that they're aware of some intermittent supply interruptions of amoxicillin products in the U.S. and that there are a number of factors that can cause or contribute to drug shortages that are out of the FDA's control. As for the 3 major amoxicillin manufacturers, in a statement to NBC, UK pharmaceutical company Hickman said, in part, "We understand the importance of this medication and are looking at ways to increase production."
I'm really praying that my children don't get sick again while we have this shortage.
Zinclay Esamoah, NBC News.
All right, our thanks to Zinclay Esamoah. All right, so now to our mental health check. Thanksgiving just a week away, if you can believe it. So with all that food, of course, comes a little bit of stress. So joining us now on how to handle Turkey Day, family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jennifer Hartstein. Dr. Hartstein, I'm so glad you're with us
Nice
today.
to be here. Thanks.
Look, you know, Thanksgiving, the holidays, it's a joyous time of the year, of course, but for a lot of people, it can be very stressful. I was interested in one of the things you said about people can get so busy they even skip their own meals.
Yeah.
They forget to feed themselves. Why did you say that's sort of dangerous for your mental health?
It's dangerous for your mental health because we need food like we need gas in our car. It gives us what we need. So we need to really nourish ourselves. And there's a couple things that happen, right? You ever heard of being hangry? So it impacts our mood. We become more irritable. It can.
You just asked a 7-month pregnant woman if she knows what hangry
Yes,
is.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I should.
Yes, I know what hangry is.
Excellent point. So, you know, right, it makes us irritable. It gives us greater risk for not being able to concentrate, being more depressed and anxious. So we have to really be thinking about what we need to fuel our body so that we are at our best self.
Speaking of best self, you know, for a lot of people, they haven't been with their families for the past few years because of the pandemic, and now they're getting back for the first time. And you know, sometimes families can deal with conflict, right? There could be topics that are hot button topics and families that may be politically divided or geographically separated and don't see each other often. Yes. How can people sort of handle those more, shall we say, delicate conversations?
It's really hard, and I have 3 really important things to think about. The first is have a conversation now about the boundaries you'd like to set when you go to Thanksgiving. Maybe your daughter doesn't want to hug Uncle Joe. That's okay to ask for. So create those boundaries. And then when you get to the holiday, stay mindful about what those boundaries are so that you kind of keep reminding people to not kind of push them in a different way. And if you're feeling really pushed, take a time out. We put kids on time out so they re-regulate. Do that for yourself. Walk away, take a walk, go outside, give yourself a break so that you can come back and try and keep the peace.
How do you, when it comes to those boundaries, that's such a key topic. I think that's something that people need to follow up on and learn more. Dr. Julie Hartstein, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. Now, higher prices for just about everything aren't keeping shoppers from spending sprees. What this means for the growing recession fears a little later. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're learning more now about one of the victims from Sunday's shooting at the University of Virginia. Deshaun Perry was killed along with 2 other football players, and now his former football coach and close family friend are speaking out on behalf of Perry's family. Chris Hush with NBC South Florida has more on the late player's legacy.
Deshaun was a beautiful soul, whom I, among many, had the privilege of meeting.
Gulliver Prep football coach Earl Sims nearly brought to tears.
He was like a son to me. He'll truly be missed, but we'll make sure that his legacy lives on.
In an effort to do just that, Deshaun Perry's former football coach and close family friend and attorney Michael Haggard are telling the 22-year-old's story, one that ended in tragedy on Sunday.
He had made it. He was at one of the greatest schools in the country, going to class as a great student athlete. And this is how the story ends?
The football star and his 2 teammates, Devin Chandler and Lavelle Davis Jr., were shot and killed on their way back to the University of Virginia after seeing an Emmett Till play in Washington, D.C. The suspect, a fellow classmate, 22-year-old Christopher Darnell Jones Jr.
When anyone met Deshaun, the first thing they would see is this gentle giant with this humility.
From Richmond Heights to Pinecrest, Perry touched the lives of so many in South Florida, often volunteering and mentoring the young. His family, too emotional to speak on camera today, telling NBC6, "Our family is devastated by the passing of our son. He was a loving, giving, caring, God-fearing young man who was full of life and potential and who made his family proud. We truly appreciate the outpouring of love and support from so many people."
When is enough going to be enough in this country?
That was Chris Hush reporting from NBC South Florida.
Now, the city of Philadelphia has welcomed 28 migrants sent by bus from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Reporter Karen Hua from NBC Philadelphia spoke to Philly Mayor Jim Kenney about how the city prepped for them with less than 24 hours notice.
It's the first bus of migrants sent to Philly from the Texas border. 28 people, including 5 kids, arriving at 30th Street Station to a warm welcome.
Si no llevan dinero, nosotros llevamos hasta Philadelphia.
This 23-year-old from Nicaragua says he has no money, but he's happy to be here. The drive from Del Rio to Philadelphia takes at least 28 hours. Officials tell us a 10-year-old girl had to go to the emergency room after getting off the bus.
We are prepared to deal with it, but it is absolutely inhumane that that child had to go through that.
Most of the migrants are from Colombia, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic, fleeing danger in their home countries. They were all brought to a temporary shelter in North Philly, given food, clothes, and legal help from local nonprofits. Of the 28, only 2 are staying in Philly. The others were picked up by family members or are being transported to other states to reunite with relatives.
At its core, this is a humanitarian crisis that started with instability and violence in South and Central America and is being accelerated by political dynamics in our own country.
Since April, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has bused more than 13,000 immigrants to Democratic-led cities like New York, D.C., and Chicago. Philadelphia officially found out a bus would be coming yesterday afternoon through a press release. In the statement, Governor Abbott said it's meant to bring relief to overwhelmed border communities.
Even if they were nice enough to let us know so we could get ready, but they don't even do that. So I guess they're having fun and they're enjoying, playing with people's lives.
That was NBC Philadelphia's Karen Hua reporting.
The number of premature births across the United States has hit an all-time high, according to a March of Dimes report. 1 in 10 babies born just last year were delivered at least 3 weeks early, marking the highest preterm birth rate in 15 years. Now, that report found that people of color, or those who live in lower-income areas, are the most at risk for premature births. Babies born too early are at a greater risk of physical and intellectual disabilities.
Now, the FDA is pushing for easier access to a life-saving drug overdose antidote. An online memo posted on Tuesday encourages drug makers to apply for over-the-counter approval for naloxone, which can reverse effects of an opioid overdose. If given in time, data from the CDC shows that more than 107,000 Americans died from drug overdoses last year.
New York City on high alert after a string of crimes, including the murders of 2 gay men. Just ahead, their families fight for answers and for justice. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can also watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Let's go now to Washington, D.C., where just a moment ago, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced that she will not be seeking further leadership. Let's go straight to D.C. now.
Liam, Sean, and Ryan, Paul and Thomas, Bella and Octavio, they are the joys of our lives for whom and we are so very, very proud of them and a comfort to us at this time. And for my brilliant, dedicated, and patriotic staff, under the leadership of Terry McCullough, working together, the finest group of public servants the House has ever known. Thank you all so much. And again, for those who sent me here, for the people of San Francisco, for entrusting me with the high honor of being their voice in Congress. In this continued work, I will strive to honor the call of the patron saint of our city, St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. In this house, we begin each day with a prayer and a pledge to the flag. And every day, I am in awe of the majestic miracle that is American democracy. As we participate in a hallmark of our republic, the peaceful, orderly transition from one Congress to the next, let us consider the words of, again, President Lincoln, spoken during one of America's darkest hours. He called upon us to come together, to swell the chorus of the Union, when once again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. That again is the task at hand. A new day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one. And always an unfinished mission to make the dreams of today the reality of tomorrow. Thank you all. May God bless you and your families, and may God continue to bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all so much.
Obviously, the end of an era here, as she's been in power for the last 2 decades. Now, it does sound like she's going to remain in office. We're going to bring back in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa to walk us through, wrap up there what we just heard, and also what you're hearing from people around the Hill. You're right there. This is a big announcement. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, it signals a big change. What are you hearing?
Absolutely, Savannah. This moment really sending shockwaves through Capitol Hill. Of course, we all knew that it was possible, but Speaker Pelosi kept her plans so extremely tight to the vest. Nothing leaking this morning or yesterday, when we know, according to sources, she went home with 2 versions of a speech. One, if she decided to stay in Democratic leadership, and the other, of course, as we're seeing play out here, she just announced that she will not be seeking a continued role in Democratic leadership. That speech that she gave on the House floor, getting a standing ovation, not just from members of her own caucus. We even saw a few Republicans there on the floor, including Steve Scalise. This moment not lost on members of even the Senate. We saw Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer even in the audience there. And so before she announced this, she talked about her history and her time in the House. She talked about the first time she ever stepped foot on the House floor. She listed all of the accomplishments that she's she's been part of and witness to in these last 2 decades in Democratic leadership, working with different administrations, all the different types of legislation she's been part of, from Obamacare to historic climate legislation. And so right now, this leaves the door open and so many questions as to what happens next with Democratic leadership. We know that Leader Hoyer and Whip Clyburn have been sort of leaving this moment to her and waiting for her to announce her plans before they make their own. There are also, we've heard for months and really years now, calls for a new and younger generation to step forward and enter roles in Democratic leadership. Whether that happens is still yet to be seen, but as of right now, it seems that members of her own caucus, as you can see from this moment with Pelosi and Chuck Schumer on the floor, they're letting her have this moment, letting her soak this all in as we await really any more words on her next steps.
That's right. We see Chuck Schumer there, Maxine Waters, a lot of people there giving their congratulations and well wishes to her. And I know there's a lot of speculation now on Capitol Hill about who could possibly fill her shoes. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joining us live. Ali, thank you so much.
Yeah, breaking news there. Thanks, Ali. Now, the New York Police Department is investigating a string of attacks targeting members of the LGBTQ community after 2 separate murders of gay men earlier this year. A New York City community on high alert after police say a string of robberies and assaults in New York City may be connected to the mysterious deaths of 2 gay men earlier this year.
It's scary, actually, because it could happen to anyone. It's scary. It's really, really scary.
Julio Ramirez and John Umberger were found dead shortly after leaving gay bars in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan in 2 separate incidents. Their families telling NBC News their bank accounts were drained and that they may have been drugged. Now, after months of fear and outrage, both from the LGBTQ community and the men's families, the NYPD confirming their deaths are being investigated as part of, quote, several incidents where individuals have been victims of either robberies or assault.
Me cayó una llamada y me dijeron que era del hospital de Mount Sinai, de Manhattan, y que era el examinador. Y le digo, ¿qué pasó? No, tu hijo está muerto.
In April, 25-year-old Julio Ramirez was found dead in the back of a taxi an hour after he was seen leaving the Ritz Bar and Lounge with 3 unidentified men, something his friends say was out of character.
To get into a cab with a bunch of strangers to just give away his phone, potentially, give away his belongings, it's just not like him.
About a month later, 33-year-old Umberger was found dead after he and 2 unidentified men left another popular Hell's Kitchen gay bar, The Q. His mother, Linda Clary, telling our New York station that detectives are looking at 14 victims with similar stories who survived, as well as other deaths.
There is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
Clary says her son's cell phone and credit cards were stolen, with more than $25,000 wiped from his bank accounts. Much like Ramirez, whose family says $20,000 was taken out of his accounts.
They seem to clearly target young gay men.
The NYPD said the city's medical examiner is still determining Ramirez and Umberger's official causes of death, adding that some, though not all, of the victims in the investigation are believed to be part of the LGBTQ community, which is causing concern and fear from Hell's Kitchen residents and visitors alike.
I think it's something that's important these days, at least to somebody, let somebody know that you're out, or this is where I'm headed, so somebody at least knows your whereabouts.
These should be the spaces where everybody feels the safest going, but especially LGBT people. And to have something so tragic like this happen, it's awful. It makes me feel I should be very careful who I trust, which is unfortunate. You want to be open in these communities. You don't want to feel you have to be careful and mistrusting.
But for those who've continued to push for justice, this might be the start of finally getting some answers. Now, as the NYPD continues to search for the suspects, a Hell's Kitchen City Council member posted on Instagram that the group would be handing out safety tip flyers at LGBTQ bars in the area. That's how concerned they are about this
sad
right
to see them
there.
come to that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
Great reporting.
Thank you.
Well, today there is hope that the economy is bouncing back. Despite inflated and expensive prices, shoppers are still emptying their wallets ahead of the holidays.
Yeah, that's right. New forecasts say economic growth may accelerate to close out the year, with retail spending expected to stay strong. CNBC's senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us now. Steve, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. So what kind of growth are we looking at this quarter? I think I've heard you say that it really surprised you just how large this number is. How strong will holiday shopping be?
Yeah, let me set the context a little bit. Remember all this concern about a recession that's been out there. The Federal Reserve is raising rates in its most aggressive rate hike cycle in 40 years. And every expectation out there is that this economy will slow. And then we get this gangbusters October retail sales report that says not only did consumers shell out 4% more on the month for gasoline, they also bought more furniture, they bought more stuff online, all kinds of shopping that suggests there is really very little weakness in the consumer. And what our data show is that the economy is accelerating in the second half of the year. Remember, we did those two negative numbers in the beginning 2 quarters. The last 2 quarters, we did 2.6% in the third quarter. We're going to do 2% in the fourth quarter. Both of those are at, around, or even above the potential of the economy. So we're just not seeing the slowing we thought we had. And by the way, that goes along with how's this happening? Very low unemployment. Many Americans are employed. They're getting paychecks, and guess what? Not a big surprise. They're spending them.
It's interesting, Steve. I mean, when you talk about how surprised you were and the fact that, you know, this possibility of a recession that everyone was talking about and worried about, sort of in a sentence, are we going to avoid one?
You know, it's a tougher call to make. I find it hard to believe every sort of economic bone in my body says the Fed is going to be successful at slowing this economy down. We've not seen rate hikes like this in a long time. You keep talking about, I keep hearing executives say they're going to be slowing down investment or slowing down employment. So I think sometime next year this economy should start to slow. Does it mean a recession? Look, it is possible to get off cheap here, what they call a soft landing. If we have a 1 percentage point increase in the unemployment rate, we'll have gotten off cheap. I hope it's not more than that, but there are expectations and forecasts out there that it could be.
I know you will keep us up to date as we keep our eyes on the economy. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman. Steve, thank you so much.
That's what music fans are talking about, the Grammy showdown between Beyonce, Adele, and Taylor Swift. We've got one other we're talking about over here, too. Bad Bunny. Straight ahead, our entertainment expert is here to break down the battle for music's top prize. More NBC News Daily is right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
All right, welcome back. The nominations for music's biggest night are here, and many of them are making Grammy history.
That's right. But the question is, are there any surprise wins in stores? NBC News entertainment contributor and Pop News CEO Chris Witherspoon is here to break all things down entertainment. Chris, we love when you are here with us.
Thank you.
We got to talk the front runners: Harry Styles, Beyonce, and of course, Bad Bunny.
Yeah, okay. Yes. I mean, this is going to be one of those years where I feel like people are going to make this event TV again. You know, the award shows, the viewership is slipping sometimes, but you got heavy hitters, Lizzo, Brandy Carlisle, Adele, and Beyonce going head to head. Oh, did I say it right?
I don't know.
Adele, going head to head. And I think that the biggest moment's going to be between, you know, Bad Bunny and Harry Styles, obviously battling it out, and Bad Bunny being the first Latin artist to be nominated for Album of the Year. And it's so important because the Grammy viewers, they're really like global consumers.
Exactly.
People aren't just relegated to the Latin Grammys.
No.
This should be a part of the mainstream Grammy. And he's one of the most streamed artists of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's huge. Yeah. Can we go to Beyonce for a second?
Yes, of course.
I mean, this is my biggest moment of the night is Beyonce. She's leading the night with 9 Grammy nominations. But what's kind of cool, you guys, is that there's no visuals for this album. In the past 40 years, think about how big music videos have been for marketing an album. Beyonce is the first to do it this way and to lead the Grammys with her art speaking louder than her actual visuals for her music.
Just the artistry.
And it's kind of cool with Beyonce, you all, it's Parkwood Entertainment. So she's also leading as a woman, but it's on her own terms. Ain't no record label saying, calling the shots. Beyonce put this album out through her own label.
Also, these nominations.
Who runs the world?
Yeah.
Who runs the world? Yes. Y'all and Beyonce. Y'all and Beyonce, basically.
Yes. I love that. Also, the fact that these nominations tied her with Jay-Z, of all people.
That's
I mean,
so
incredible, right?
And I think it's great that they're at 88, both 88 nominations. They're kind of keeping it in the family, but also Rock Nation. Jay-Z's put his music out through his own label as well. So you hear so much about black artists, you know, being marginalized, overlooked through the Grammys and through the recording industry. They are doing this on their own terms. Their children should be so proud. And her dad, Matthew Knowles, said her big dream back with Destiny's Child was to get 1 Grammy. Child, 88 nominations. You are doing it.
Yeah, amazing. All right, somebody else who's pretty good at doing it on her own terms. Also up for Album of the Year, Taylor Swift. It's been a bad week for us Taylor fans, though. I mean, come on. We were talking a little bit about this. I was trying. I can't live like this, to be honest with you, under the stress of trying to get tickets.
Because you're trying to get a ticket,
Yes. This Ticketmaster meltdown. Tell us about what happened. And now, actually, like, the Attorney General of Tennessee is stepping in. What's the latest on this whole drama?
It's getting real quick. And, you know, I was on a couple weeks ago. Taylor was breaking all those Billboard records. She done broke Ticketmaster, basically, okay?
100%.
The site crashed on Tuesday. Tickets were supposed to go between $49 and $450. People couldn't get in. There was a queue. People were waiting for 8 hours. Then would get knocked out of the queue, had to go back to being like 2,000 in line. And then on StubHub, reportedly, tickets are going for around $20,000.
Yes, that's crazy.
So it's absolutely insane. And to your point, the Tennessee Attorney General, Jonathan Scamardi, says that his office has really been rushed with complaints, and now they're doing an internal investigation as to what's going on. And the problem, you all, is that Ticketmaster really has monopoly on ticket sales. There's no other place in the game, really, that folks can access. And we have to democratize how people are able to attend these events. The general admission sales go on sale tomorrow on Friday, but people that are getting tickets right now,
like 150,000.
It's elitist. It's an elitist experience. Just know I will perform Taylor Swift songs. Who wants to come? I will buy and gift and drop, okay, for a quarter of the price.
I lost my recently from
I have the lighting right here. Let me know.
All 10 minutes of the 10-minute version of Oscar.
Oh, you're a diehard fan, so you can step in.
Yeah, all right.
I'll pass the mic to you.
Do not pass it over here. Nope. Let's rattle it on the same thing. Listen, we only have 30 seconds. What are people streaming this weekend?
Okay, so this weekend, Skin the Claws on Disney+. I had a chance to interview Tim Allen this past week for Today All Day. We have a clip. Cool. Let's take a look if we have time.
When I was on set and I saw how people were so surprised and happy and overjoyed to see him in that Santa suit again, it like made me think about how much he's done, you know, and how many people people's lives that he's changed with this franchise.
And by the way, that's Tim Allen's real-life daughter, Elizabeth.
Wow.
You can watch it on Disney Plus this weekend.
There we go.
We will be there.
Witherspoon. That's so exciting. Hey, yeah, good watching for this.
Thank you so much for joining
us.
us,
Already the
Chris.
holidays.
We appreciate it. I know. Can you believe it?
We're in the spirit over here.
We are in this. We're bringing the spirit here. You are watching NBC News Daily. That was awesome.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Late-night comedy legend Jay Leno is recovering after being treated for severe burns from a car fire that erupted in his garage just over the weekend. Today Show co-host Chanel Jones has the latest details.
Comedian Jay Leno is said to be in good spirits as he receives treatments for severe burns. The late-night legend was seriously injured when a car he was working on at his garage over the weekend erupted in flames.
He's been a model patient, being compliant with everything that we've asked him to do.
Dr. Peter Grossman is helping care for the 72-year-old who's scheduled to have a second surgery this week. He says Leno suffered second and third degree burns over 7% of his body, including his face and hands.
Unfortunately, at this point, it's too early to tell whether there's going to be any permanent damage. Our hope is to get him to heal as quickly as possible.
Leno saying in a statement, "I am okay, just need a week or two to get back on my feet."
While I am optimistic that we'll be able to have a good result and get him out of the hospital, I'm hoping that it will be within a week, but again, I don't know for sure.
The former host of The Tonight Show is an avid car enthusiast with over 180 vehicles in his collection.
Come on, let's take it for a ride.
The comedian sharing his passion for classic and luxury cars on the CNBC show Jay Leno's Garage.
Oh my God, it's the new F1.
At the Grossman Burn Center in Los Angeles, Leno already had hyperbaric oxygen therapy and skin grafts. Dr. Grossman says the comedian is trying to maintain a positive attitude, even passing out cookies to children also receiving burn care.
He's very down to earth, very gracious. He's very friendly. He's very appreciative, and he wants to be able to do for others. He just wants to be a regular guy and get back to work.
Wow.
That was Today Show co-host Chanel Jones.
Now, next month marks 50 years since the final Apollo moon mission. The launch of NASA's Artemis rocket is the first step in mankind's return to the moon. NBC News anchor Lester Holt has more on this historic flight.
It has mesmerized and beckoned humanity throughout history. A mystery in plain sight, the moon. So close, but beyond reach.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
At least until the crew of Apollo 11 closed the distance more than half a century ago.
It's one small step for man.
America planted its flag on the moon, declared victory in the space race, and then turned its attention to other space priorities. As our ability has advanced over the years to allow us to peek into the heavens, to see galaxies far beyond our own, the moon, our closest neighbor, has still beckoned, still stoked our imaginations.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together.
A new generation is succumbing to the moon's irresistible draw. Uncrewed for this test mission, the Orion space capsule sailing toward a close lunar rendezvous. Been there, done that? Maybe. Except this time, NASA views the moon as a stepping stone, a bridge to Mars and beyond. But if all goes well, humans could walk the moon's dusty surface once more by the middle of this decade. Mankind's giant leap, landing us in a new starting place.
All right, that was NBC News anchor Lester Holt with that report.
All right, so here is what is trending now. One of Hollywood's great directors, Martin Scorsese, is celebrating his 80th birthday today. He has 9 Oscar nominations for Best Director, finally winning 2006 for The Departed. He's considered one of the most influential filmmakers ever.
And Martha Stewart is earning a new title, the Queen of Thanksgiving. I feel like maybe she already had that one. She joined Today's Show this morning and was ceremoniously crowned. Take a listen.
Golden turkey baster goes to the one and only Miss Martha Stewart. The Queen! All hail the Queen of Thanksgiving! Cheers!
All hail.
All hail.
Martha.
The right energy. Queen Martha.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And remember, you can also watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That is wherever you stream. It includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. You can find it anywhere. Your news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, I'm Savannah Sellers. Vicki Wynn is on assignment.
We're so glad you can join us here on NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford. It starts right now.
Today is Thursday, November 17th. Turn up the heat. Winter weather is slamming parts of the Midwest and Northeast tonight, with some places expecting up to 4 feet of snow, just as countless Americans plan to hit the road for the holiday.
And cryptocurrency collapse. Tom Brady, Larry David, Shaquille O'Neal, and several other high-profile celebrities are being named in a class action lawsuit after endorsing a cryptocurrency giant that's gone bankrupt.
Suspect search. Idaho police are on the hunt for any possible suspects after 4 university students were murdered near campus, rattling the nearby town.
Talking turkey. With inflation running high this year, it'll be tough to stick to your holiday budget. But thankfully, we've got all the tips you need to grab your favorite Thanksgiving foods and at the very best price.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're so happy to have you here with us on this Thursday. And we start with that major snowstorm hitting parts of the Midwest and Northeast.
We're talking 4 to 5 feet of snow in some areas. And this is all coming from a strong Arctic blast of air from Canada that's actually causing temperatures around the country to drop significantly.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us live from Kalamazoo, Michigan, where she's been out there for us all day. Maggie, girl, thank you. Thank you. What are conditions looking like right now? It looks like it's slowed down a little.
It's slowing down a little, thankfully, yeah, for the purposes of these live shots. But by no means does that mean that this is over, guys. You know that. We know that. This is a multi-day snow event. And I want to just kind of to drive that point home of the severity of this. Bring back that insane football video from last night that we saw coming in. Football highlights in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, about 100 miles north of here. This is how this storm kicked off, like whiteout conditions on these highlights. Players plowing through to get to a snow-covered end zone. Again, this is a multi-day snow event, slamming parts of the Midwest up into the East Coast. It's just getting started. As you said, guys, feet of snow on the way.
And speaking of feet of snow, Maggie, let's talk about Buffalo, New York. I know that city is said to be on high alert because of the lake effect snow warning that's in place right now. So what are officials telling people to do, or even just how to prepare for this storm?
It definitely, I mean, you and I both know, and everybody in Buffalo knows, that is a seasoned crop of people, right? They've been through a lot of winter storms, and the governor, along with local officials in the area, held a press conference earlier today reminding them, alerting them that they have now declared a state of emergency, not just in Buffalo, but actually in 11 counties surrounding Buffalo, so huge portion of upstate New York, and telling them this is not a normal storm. This is not the kind of storm that we are used to seeing. This is dangerous. This is possibly 4 to 6 feet of snow by Sunday, up to 3 inches falling per hour. And they have the National Guard deployed and on standby, just in case people need help, end up, on roadways or in their homes, in case anybody loses power. They're asking everyone to keep food stocked, checked on loved ones, and just keep an eye on the forecast, because this, guys, they say even by Buffalo standards, is serious.
Which is pretty telling. I just briefly here, Maggie, for people who are just in the rest of the country, as we're heading into the holiday season, specifically Thanksgiving next week, do we expect this sort of weather forecast to impact a lot of those flights or travel plans?
Yeah, that's a huge question. Obviously, our climate team is all over it. They're telling us this is expected to end this weekend, Saturday into Sunday, so we should have some time to rebound before Thanksgiving travel, but definitely something, guys, to keep an eye on as we head into the holiday week.
All right, Maggie, I need you to go get warm. I have seen you literally since like 8 a.m. with snow falling on your head out there, so please, you need some hot chocolate. All right, thank you. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, thanks.
Yeah, we're very grateful for her out there. Right now, turning to the financial collapse and the multi-billion-dollar lawsuit facing cryptocurrency giant FTX. The company's former CEO is under fire, but so are several high-profile celebrity endorsers. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is at the federal courthouse in Miami with the latest.
A multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by one of the most prominent attorneys in America, David Boies, was filed right here in U.S. District Court in Miami. Now, one of the names you would expect to see on that lawsuit is the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, but also included in the suit, celebrity endorsers, everybody from Larry David to Steph Curry and Tom Brady, as a company that was once valued at $32 billion suddenly went bankrupt overnight.
And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
A-list celebrities and athletes facing a high-profile legal battle after serving as faces for a crypto company, FTX, that just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit accuses FTX, its former CEO, and around a dozen celebrities of causing some $11 billion in U.S. investor losses. The suit alleges efforts to take advantage of unsophisticated investors, adding the parties never performed any due diligence before marketing these FTX products to the public.
Are you in?
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and the Shark Tank's Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, just some of the well-known figures named in the suit. O'Leary discussing the decision on CNBC.
It's not the first time I've made a bad investment, probably not the last time.
NBC News has reached out to all of their respective legal teams and has not yet heard back. The big question, how much do the defendants know about the product they endorsed?
It's a question of whether they can just claim that they were duped as well. You have to look at each individual endorsement. You have to look at how they endorsed it.
FTX poured millions into ads from social media.
But you are an expert, right?
No, I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
To must-see television events like the Super Bowl.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The platform's once massive $32 billion valuation seemingly vanishing overnight.
Now you're seeing, in some cases, some of these are crashing as there's more and more market instability. That leads to more challenges and the questions of who's to blame.
FTX, that's the crypto app, right? Now it's for all kinds of investing. It's better.
Mr. Bankman-Fried is apologizing to FTX investors and saying he's as shocked as anybody at how quickly this all came unraveled. He's promising clarity in a play-by-play on what went wrong once he figures it out. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
We turn now to breaking news today from Capitol Hill. Just last hour, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced she's stepping down from her role as the Democratic leader of the House, a role that she's held now for 2 decades. It comes hours after NBC News projected Republicans won control of the lower chamber, flipping it from blue to red. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from Capitol Hill. Ryan, big day, lots to unpack, a big legacy, big shoes to fill. We know that NBC News reported Speaker Pelosi took home 2 different versions of her speech last night, which is very interesting. So what factors ultimately played into the final decision to step away and the speech she ultimately read?
Yeah, Morgan, it seems as though she was deliberating this decision right up until the last minute, and she kind of found a way to have it both ways. She's not going to leave Congress. She's going to stay as a backbench member, a rank-and-file member of the House of Representatives, but she's not going to seek a leadership position in the next Congress. That's a unique thing for leaders here in Washington to do. Normally, if you step away from a leadership post like that, you leave Congress altogether. But we're in a different era now because the margins in the House of Representatives are so thin. Pelosi does not want to leave a vacancy that will make it that much more difficult for Democrats to compete with Republicans here in Washington. And in her speech that she just gave from the House floor, she talked about the reason that she decided to step away, and she said that it was specifically about allowing there to be an opportunity for a new generation of leaders here in Washington.
Speaking of which, you know,
with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. And I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility. A new day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one.
So it's not just Pelosi that's going to be stepping away from leadership for the House Democrats. Also, Steny Hoyer, the #2 ranking Democrat, is also deciding to step down. This is a remarkable change for Democratic leaders, many of them octogenarians running the House of Representatives for the Democratic Party. There are many younger Democrats who have been anxiously waiting for this opportunity, Morgan, and it seems as though their time has come.
I'm really glad you brought that up because, while they're waiting anxiously in the wings, they were also looking up for many years, Nancy Pelosi. She was the first ever female speaker. So if you can, just Ryan, quickly tell us about the legacy she leaves behind, how she really revolutionized that role. And looking ahead, do we have sort of a short list from that new generation of people who might be interested in filling her shoes?
Yeah, everything you say is so important, and I think that's part of the reason that she's going to stick around for a little bit, to try and be here to shepherd through that new generation of leaders, because they do also look up to her. And she really, in many ways, revolutionized the position of Speaker of the House, not only being the first woman to do so, but she also had to preside over many majorities where the margins were so very slim, and that meant keeping all the votes in her column. One name to look at as the future leader of the Democratic Party, Morgan, Hakeem Jeffries, the congressman from New York City. Many believe that he is the one waiting in the wings, ready to take the job.
All right, a lot of eyes there on Capitol Hill. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles for us. Ryan, thank you.
And now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, and this is an interesting one. The FDA is marking a new milestone after it cleared a lab-grown meat product as safe to eat. It will eventually be sold in grocery stores and restaurants across the U.S.
Will you be brave enough to try it is the real question. CNBC reporter Frank Holland joins us now. Frank, tell us more. I mean, my first words my mom told me was "more meat, mommy." That was like my first phrase. So a true Southern woman, okay? So I'm very curious how this happens, Frank. How do you grow meat in a lab?
Wow, what a toss.
Yeah.
Savannah and Morgan, great to see you guys. Okay, we're going to get into it. The company that got the FDA clearance, Upside Foods, takes living cells from chickens and then grows those cells in a controlled environment to produce, for example, a cultivated chicken fillet. The company can begin selling its products after passing the Agriculture Department's inspection process. The FDA's sign-off only applies to Upside Foods, but the agency says it is working now with several other companies using that exact same technology. Also today, fans and other investors will be able to buy a slice of the Atlanta Braves. The Major League Baseball team's current owner, Liberty Media, plans a split that will turn the team into a publicly traded company that is separate from Liberty's other operations. And San Francisco International Airport, it tops the Wall Street Journal's new ranking of the nation's busiest airports thanks to reliable flights and some great amenities, including yoga rooms and even a museum. At the bottom of that list is Newark Liberty, although it is opening up a new terminal next month, and that's my airport I fly out of. So I'm not going to say anything about it, but Newark Liberty, that's the one to go to.
I'm still thinking about more meat, mommy.
Yeah, I didn't even know what to say. I was just like, I just better stick to the script on this one.
Also, like, I'm imagining all three of those coming out together for the first time. More meat, mommy. Like, never spoken about.
That's how you do it in Carolina. All right, CNBC's Frank Holland. Frank, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, now doctors sound the alarm on hearing loss in young people ahead the dangerous combination causing it and what can be done to prevent it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, so there's a new warning about hearing loss. A study found that headphones and other forms of loud entertainment could be putting 1 billion young people at risk. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has a look at this growing problem.
It's part of being young. Going to loud, ear-splitting events. On top of that, there are ubiquitous smartphones and earpieces.
Oftentimes I actually have it on max volume.
Pretty much all day, every day, I've got something in my ears.
Now, a new study led by the World Health Organization says unsafe listening practices may put over 1 billion people from 12 to 34 at risk for hearing loss that's irreversible.
So it's really the combination of the loudness as well as the duration of exposure that puts you at risk.
Lead author Lauren Dillard says safety is a moving target. At 92 decibels, the noise level of truck traffic, you can safely listen for 2.5 hours without hearing protection. At 100 decibels, a power lawnmower, it's just 38 minutes. The lower the volume, the longer you can listen.
A lot of smartphones now have settings built in that will alert the user if the sound is too loud.
On the event side, performers including the Black Eyed Peas' will.i.am, R&B singer Tank, and Coldplay's Chris Martin have all talked about their hearing issues.
I have these little things I wear in my ears to keep everything quiet.
If young people don't take action now, trouble could be ahead.
Are the choices young people are making now, could they potentially pay for those choices decades from now?
Yes, absolutely.
Making this advice worth hearing. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, now, a new Senate report is calling out big tech and other government agencies for failing to address the threat of domestic extremists. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. Ken, there's some scary stuff in this here. Let's dig into it. So this report found that the FBI and DHS are spending more money and resources on international terrorism. Why is that the case if they've been saying specifically for years that domestic terrorism is more of a threat? We've heard so much about that in recent years. What's going on there?
The report describes a kind of bureaucratic dysfunction and inertia, Savannah, where definitions of domestic terrorism keep changing and where neither FBI nor DHS can even provide the data on how many domestic terrorist attacks, particularly motivated by white supremacist ideology or anti-government extremism, how many happen in a given year. And I know from my own reporting that for years, the domestic terrorism divisions of both of those agencies were kind of backwaters. They weren't high status kinds of postings. And so it takes a while for government agencies to come around to the current priorities of the day. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that we also saw in here, which is pretty startling, this report asserts that social media companies like Meta, TikTok, Twitter, they actually incentivize terror and hate. Explain first how, and then also if we've heard from any of those companies on this.
Yeah, and this is not a new idea, right? These companies reward engagement. That's how they make money. And it turns out that people are often most engaged by stuff that makes them angry. And so what this report says is that the entire business model of these companies sort of encourages extremist content. Now, these companies say they do what they can to take down content that violates their rules of service, but what the report says is they need to be doing more work on the front end with their algorithms that reward the most extreme content.
Yeah, there's that magic word, the algorithm. Absolutely. All right, Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Scary stuff. And a quick programming note, don't miss the NBC News Now special. It's called Hellscape, Inside the Meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. It airs tonight at 10:30 p.m.
Yeah, definitely don't want to miss that. Thanksgiving is exactly a week away. The 5 things you can do right now to avoid that sticker shock we are all feeling. You are watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. October border apprehensions are rising, just shy of the all-time record. And now a judge says a rule that quickly returns migrants back to their home countries is illegal. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with more on the growing border crisis.
The latest bus to the northeast from Texas filled with migrants arrived this time to Philadelphia. This man says he's from Nicaragua and came here to work. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who easily won re-election last week, has organized the migrant bus trips for months to New York City, Washington, D.C., and Chicago.
Texas must continue our unprecedented efforts to secure our border.
He says his office added Philadelphia because of its sanctuary city status and to provide much-needed relief to Texas's overwhelmed border communities. In New York, where they've been receiving buses full of migrants for months, the city's mayor and comptroller butting heads after the comptroller requested a detailed accounting of how much it cost to build tent facilities to house the asylum seekers. As of early November, the Adams administration reported that 23,800 asylum seekers have arrived in New York City. The city's independent budget office estimating that it will cost about $600 million over the course of a year to provide migrants shelter and services. New data out this week shows the number of migrants apprehended at the southern border in October was more than 230,000. That's an increase from September, and just shy of the record highs in April and May. We recently visited the Arizona border.
This area alone is seeing hundreds of asylum seekers each night.
And now concerned that more could be on the way. On Tuesday, a federal judge blocked the government from continuing to use a Trump-era public health emergency measure known as Title 42 to quickly expel migrants.
It's quite possible that we could see some overcrowding. And that's partly because people who can't be expelled under Title 42 are now going to be subject to harsher policies than in the past, because immigration law is harsher than public health law, which Title 42 is. That the Biden administration is going to struggle to make sure that they have enough beds available so as to avoid overcrowding like we've seen in the past.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Well, Savannah, she's been a supportive big sister since day one, quite literally. 10-year-old Miracle Moore from Missouri was honored Wednesday after helping her mom deliver her baby sister at home. Laura Brzeski from our NBC affiliate KSDK in St. Louis has the story.
She said, call 911, and then I called, and then that's when she had the baby.
While time was moving fast for 10-year-old Miracle,
I was scared.
It actually took about 10 minutes to help her mom, Viola Fair, deliver her baby sister, Jayla, with the help of this dispatcher.
I learned pretty quick that we had a serious situation. We have a set of protocols that we follow, and she followed all of my instructions to a T. It did an amazing job, and a few minutes later, we had another baby girl in the house.
Fair says she was so proud of her daughter Miracle, who helped her bring another miracle into their lives on October 23rd, 3 weeks early.
It was definitely a miracle because once I had the baby and she came out, I couldn't really grab her or pick her up or nothing. So then Miracle came and she was trying to wrap her up in a towel. She kind of rubbed her back a little bit so she can cry. So she was real helpful. I am very thankful.
Shortly after delivery, paramedics from Christian Hospital took it from there.
Just picked baby up first thing, wrapped her in a blanket, yelled happy birthday. It was good. We love seeing good outcomes for families and stuff like that. We do see a lot of bad things, but one of these special moments is the best. This is what we do it for.
Miracle was given 2 awards for her heroic work. She says someday she might want to be in the medical field to continue helping people every day. But for now, she's focused on her first job, being a big sister ×2.
She's really cute. She doesn't cry a lot, and I get to hold her a lot.
Oh, gets to hold her a lot. That was Laura Berchesky from our NBC affiliate KSDK reporting.
All right, a murderer is on the loose and a tiny college town in Idaho is on edge. The latest on the search ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that is wherever you stream. It includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was less than
Welcome back. I'm Savannah Sellers.
So glad you could join us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. A judge in Florida is awarding Gabby Petito's family $3 million in their wrongful death lawsuit against Brian Laundrie's parents. Now, the lawsuit alleges the Laundries knew that their son murdered Petito last August. The money will go towards the Gabby Petito Foundation.
At least 4 people were killed and dozens more injured in Ukraine today as Russia launched another airstrike. Russian forces fired 18 cruise missiles and 5 drones at Ukrainian targets just a day after the West vowed to send Kyiv more assistance. The barrage comes as the UN announced the extension of a deal ensuring the safe export of grain from Ukraine.
And out west, Representative Karen Bass is now the first woman to be elected mayor of Los Angeles. The Democratic Congresswoman defeated businessman Rick Caruso in a tight race. Bass is currently serving her 6th term in the House and was on the short list to be Joe Biden's running mate back in the 2020 election.
Now let's get to those new details today in the shocking murders of 4 young University of Idaho students.
That's right. 4 days after their tragic deaths, police still have not identified a suspect, leaving this small college town completely on edge. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has been following this for us. Gotti?
Yeah, we've been learning more about another strange detail in this case. Police are now telling us 2 other roommates were home during this violent attack, but were not hurt in any way. We also know that it was likely more than 6 hours between when police were called and when those murders took place.
A deepening mystery in Idaho.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
As officers reveal more of what they know and what they don't know about the gruesome murders of a close-knit group of college friends.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Police also say there were no signs of forced entry at the home where the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Xana's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were found. And now police revealing for the first time that 2 other roommates were home at the time of the attack but were not injured.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
The 2 others have not been identified, and there are no details about what they might have seen or why it took so long to alert police. The victims had been found on Sunday afternoon by officers responding to a 911 call about an unconscious individual, but investigators say they think the 4 were killed early in the morning after going out. Xana and Ethan returning from a party on campus, and Kaylee and Maddie from a bar downtown.
Cool. Thank you.
Police are also aware of this video that appears to show 2 of the victims ordering from a food truck, saying it could help them establish a timeline of the events that night.
Excuse me.
The president of the University of Idaho, emotional.
Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers.
Overnight, the town of Coeur d'Alene, near where Kaylee and Maddie grew up, coming together to mourn the loss of 4 young lives.
Because there's so many people here in this area who know them and love them.
If everybody was like Ethan Chapin in this world, it would be a better place.
The victims' families struggling to cope with their sudden and shocking loss.
At this point, not real. It's not fathomable. I can't wrap my head around what Thanksgiving looks like, or Christmas looks like, or even like my day-to-day looks like.
And with no suspect in custody, police are cautioning people to be vigilant. They're also asking the public for help with any information that could help them find this killer and solve this case. Back to you.
Wow. We are a week away from Thanksgiving, and a new survey shows that your holiday feast is going to cost a bit more this year. Well, thankfully, our very own Vicki Wynn has tips on how you can stick to your budget while still shopping for your holiday favorites.
Families across the country getting excited for their Thanksgiving feast, but expect to pay a little extra for the turkey and all the trimmings this year, as much as 20% more than last year, according to a new survey by the American Farm Bureau.
Hella crazy that no one's talking about how expensive Thanksgiving shopping is about to be.
Average spending for 10 people, $64.05. That's up from last year's average of $53.31, making this the most expensive dinner in 37 years of the Bureau's holiday surveys. So what's to blame for the increase?
The war in Ukraine is affecting quite a few commodity prices over and above our general inflation rates. Farmers are feeling this pain as they have seen a doubling of their fuel prices, a tripling of their fertilizer prices.
The biggest jump in price, a 14-ounce bag of cubed stuffing mix, up 69%. The least, a 30-ounce can of pumpkin pie mix, up 18%. As for the star attraction, turkey prices have gone up 21% for a 16-pound bird, from $23.99 to $28.96. The turkey supply affected by an avian flu outbreak.
There may be smaller turkeys, it may be harder to find a big bird.
Consumers are feeling the pain.
That's the same, $81 right now.
I mean, honestly, if something is enough that you're like taken aback, I might consider going to multiple stores to see who has the best deal.
But the news isn't all bad. You're actually saving on fresh cranberries. A 12-ounce bag down 14%. The president and CEO of the National Grocers Association says grocery stores are aggressively pushing deals this year.
Around Thanksgiving, the grocers are taking promotional dollars they've been accruing throughout the year from manufacturers, and they are putting those into promotions for consumers so they can get those great deals at the shelf.
Supermarket Aldi matching the prices of Thanksgiving favorites to the costs back in 2019. With deals going on right now for a whole frozen turkey at $107 a pound compared to $159. Whole Foods also having a deal on frozen turkeys right now at $149 a pound. And at Safeway, deals going on this week for sweet potatoes and ham. Other ways to save: make a list and stick to it. Join store loyalty programs. Take advantage of various apps. Basket and Flip let you see the weekly coupons for all the stores in your area. And for those sides, go for dried herbs over fresh.
Yes!
We talked to chef and TV personality Monte Carlo, who gave us this advice.
You can freeze milk, and also you can cook with sour milk. You can use it the same way that you would sour cream, buttermilk.
Just don't drink it. And when you spot a deal on eggs, Carlo says buy in bulk. Crack the eggs you aren't using, scramble them, and freeze them in ice cube trays for later. And if you haven't done your shopping yet, don't worry, it's not too late.
This is a great weekend to get that shopping done, and particularly turkeys. If they're going to be buying frozen turkeys.
All right, our thanks to our very own Vicki Nguyen.
Yeah, lots of good tips in there. Right now, everybody's talking about their travel plans right now. We have been all day. But we're looking past the holidays and thinking about those 2023 vacations.
That's right. We know tropical islands or foreign getaways aren't in everyone's budget right now. So Travel and Leisure magazine made a list of 5 of the most affordable places to visit with your family or with your friends. Editor-in-chief of Travel and Leisure magazine, Jackie Gifford, is here to break it all down for us. Jackie, it's great to see you this Thursday. Thank you for joining us. I do want to just start with the first one. Why is the Jersey Shore at the very top of the list?
If you haven't been to the Jersey Shore, now is the time to go, because it's not the Jersey Shore you think you know, right? So there's actually been a lot of hotel news there. We have Asbury Park Hotel. It's under $200 from now through April, which is the shoulder season. The boardwalk has been renovated. Atlantic City casinos have actually taken this pandemic dip to renovate and spent multi-millions of dollars. So I think actually it's a really cool destination, very accessible for us East Coasters. But hey, if you're from the West Coast, why not give it a try? Also, a Nobu Hotel is coming to the Jersey Shore. Who knew?
Yeah, very fancy. Yeah. All right. Next up, Pittsburgh on the list. Often associated with professional sports, but what else is making people want to travel there?
I think Pittsburgh is one of those undersung gems for the cultural attractions. So the Moonshot Museum just opened in October. It's actually all about space exploration. When you go and visit, you can actually see them building lunar aircraft. It's also really affordable, $10 for adults, $5 for kids. The Carnegie Museum of Art is hosting their 58th annual Carnegie International. So many great hotels. The joinery is around $200 a night. So I think, you know, for cultural attractions, it can't be beat.
Also, like, really nice people and Dirty O's curly French fries. So, I mean, how can you go wrong, right?
Tells you what to eat.
Listen, how did San Francisco make the list, Jackie? Because San Francisco is like one of the most expensive places to live in the United States.
There's actually a lot of free attractions in San Francisco, which people might not be aware of. So this past year, the Institute of Contemporary Art just opened. It's free. I think what they're doing is really interesting because they're not buying art for the museum. They're actually using, it's a rotating exhibition. They're using that money to get back to the staff and the artists. Also, the Presidio area is fantastic. And they just unveiled the Treetops, which is a 14-acre green space. And what's really cool about that is they look to locals for input in the design. So some new stuff. The Line Hotel just opened around $200 as well. So it's the San Francisco that we all know and love. But again, it does have an affordable angle, which I think is really key for 2023 as people are looking to still travel domestically, but find those undersung gems. And look, the food in San Francisco is fantastic, and you can be outside in nature.
That is true. Great restaurants there. All right, what about Houston? What's the big draw there?
H-Town.
Well, Houston's one of the most diverse cities in America. I think that's a huge draw. The food scene is fantastic, but they're unveiling some interesting things. So the JMK5 Arena, it's a new concert venue that's going to be opening an old racetrack. I think the Museum of Fine Arts is an interesting one because they just unveiled their new Kinder building. The Rothko Chapel went through a $35 million renovation. It's free to the public. So again, that affordable angle. There's also La Maison Hotel in Midtown. It's really cute and charming. And again, I think Houston is one of those cities that is coming into its own, and it's time to consider it for 2023.
Well, speaking of that, for those who are considering international travel, Jackie, the last one is the UK. I mean, it's also, I think, Travel and Leisure's destination of the year. Tell us what's behind that.
It is. Well, we compiled a whole list of things to do in the UK. I think number one, by the way, the dollar to pound parity is so key. It's really driving American to go over there and visit because everything is more affordable. The Aragon House is an affordable hotel. Also, you might not realize many of the major museums in London, all throughout the UK, are free. So from a traveler's perspective, I think it's a really exciting time to go because there's so much hotel news. There's an amazing new food hall in London called the Arcade Food Hall. In Edinburgh, it's just a great city known for its festivals. If you've never been to Northern Ireland, I think now's the time to go. Really, I think the UK is pretty special.
All right, Editor-in-Chief of Travel and Leisure Magazine, Jackie Gifford, getting us excited for some trips. Thanks for being with us.
Global tennis star Novak Djokovic has been granted a visa to compete in the upcoming Australian Open. Now, this comes during a year after he was deported from the country over his refusal to get a COVID vaccine. Now, Djokovic's visa was canceled on arrival in Melbourne last year after losing an appeal for an exemption, and he will be competing down under in 2023. And coming up, Taylor Swift, we've been talking about it, at the center of a major concert controversy. What we know about Attorney General's investigation into the Ticketmaster meltdown. We're NBC News Daily right after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, welcome back. The nominations for music's biggest night are here, and many of them are making Grammy history.
That's right. But the question is, are there any surprise wins in stores? NBC News entertainment contributor and Pop News CEO Chris Witherspoon is here to break all things down entertainment. Chris, we love when you are here with us.
Thank you.
We got to talk the front runners: Harry Styles, Beyonce, and of course, Bad Bunny.
Yeah, okay. Yes. I mean, this is going to be one of those years where I feel like people are going to make this event TV again. You know, the award shows, the viewership is slipping sometimes, but you got heavy hitters. Lizzo, Brandy Carlisle, Adele, and Beyonce going head to head. Oh, did I say it right?
I don't know.
Adele going head to head. And I think that the biggest moment's going to be between, you know, Bad Bunny and Harry Styles, obviously battling it out, and Bad Bunny being the first Latin artist to be nominated for Album of the Year.
of the year.
And it's so important because the Grammy viewers, they're really like global consumers.
Exactly.
People aren't just relegated to the Latin Grammys.
No.
This should be a part of
Not
the mainstream.
now.
And he's one of the most streamed artists of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's huge.
Yeah.
Can we go to Beyonce for a second?
Yes, of course.
I mean, this is my biggest moment of the night is Beyonce. She's leading the night with 9 Grammy nominations. But what's kind of cool, you guys, is that there's no visuals for this album. In the past 40 years, think about how big music videos have been for marketing an album. Beyonce is the first to do it this way and to lead the Grammys with her art speaking louder than her actual visuals for her music.
Just the artistry.
And it's kind of cool with Beyonce, you all, it's Parkwood Entertainment. So she's also leading as a woman, but it's on her own terms. Ain't no record label saying, calling the shots. Beyonce put this album out through her own label.
Also,
Parkwood
these
Entertainment.
nominations.
Who runs the world?
Yeah.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Yeah. Y'all and Beyonce. Y'all and Beyonce, basically.
Yes. I love that. Also, the fact that these nominations tied her with Jay-Z of all people. I mean,
it's
it's
incredible, right?
And I think it's great that they're at 88, both 88 nominations. They're kind of keeping it in the family, but also Rock Nation. Jay-Z's put his music out through his own label as well. So you hear so much about black artists, you know, being marginalized, overlooked through the Grammys and through the recording industry. They are doing this on their own terms. Their children should be so proud. And her dad, Matthew Knowles, said her big dream back with Destiny's Child was to get 1 Grammy. Child, 88 nominations. You are doing it.
Yeah, amazing. All right, somebody else who's pretty good at doing it on her own terms. Also up for Album of the Year, Taylor Swift. It's been a bad week for us Taylor fans, though. I mean, come on. We were talking a little bit about this. I was trying. I can't live like this, to be honest with you, under the stress of trying to get
to get a ticket.
Yes. This Ticketmaster meltdown. Tell us about what happened. And now, actually, like the Attorney General of Tennessee stepping in. What's the latest on this whole drama?
It's getting real quick. And you know, I was on a couple weeks ago. Taylor was breaking all those Billboard records. She done broke Ticketmaster, basically. Okay.
100%.
The site crashed on Tuesday. Tickets were supposed to go between $49 and $450. People couldn't get in. There was a queue. People were waiting for 8 hours. Then would get knocked out of the queue, had to go back to being like 2,000 in line. And then on StubHub, reportedly, tickets are going for around $20,000.
Yes, that's crazy.
So it's absolutely insane. And to your point, the Tennessee Attorney General, Jonathan Scamardi, says that his office has really been rushed with complaints, and now they're doing an internal investigation as to what's going on. And the problem, you all, is that Ticketmaster really has monopoly on ticket sales. There's no other place in the game, really, that folks can access. And we have to democratize how people are able to attend these events. The general admission sales go on sale tomorrow on Friday, but people that are getting tickets right now,
for like 150,000.
It's an elitist. It's an elitist experience. Just know I will perform Taylor Swift songs. Who wants to come? I will buy and gift and drop. Okay, for a quarter of the price.
I lost recently from
I have the lighting right here. Let me know.
All 10 minutes of the 10-minute version of Oswald.
Oh, you're a diehard fan, so you can step in.
Yeah, all right.
I'll pass the mic to you.
Do not pass it over here. Let's rattle it on the same thing. Listen, we only have 30 seconds. What are people streaming this weekend?
Okay, so this weekend, Santa Claus on Disney Plus. I had a chance to interview Tim Allen this past week for Today All Day. We have a clip. Cool. Let's take a look if we have time.
When I was on set and I saw how people were so surprised and happy and overjoyed to see him in that Santa suit again, it like made me think about how much he's done, you know, and how many people's lives that he's changed with this franchise.
And by the way, that's Tim Allen's real-life daughter, Elizabeth.
Wow.
You can watch it on Disney Plus this weekend.
There we go.
We will be there.
Witherspoon. That's so exciting. Hey, yeah, good watching for this.
Thank you so much for joining
us. It's already the holidays.
We appreciate it. I know. Can you believe it?
We're in the spirit over here.
We are in this. We're bringing the spirit here. You are watching NBC News Daily. That was awesome.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In a post-pandemic world, personal health is really top of mind, but finding the right help is getting a lot harder.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy. Doctors providing primary care, including pediatricians, are growing increasingly rare, sparking a shortage that's expected to get worse. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles takes a look at how this is affecting those in need.
Across the country, a growing crisis.
Hi, I was wondering if I could sign up for a primary care physician.
People are struggling to find a primary care doctor.
It's disheartening.
In Los Angeles, Max Tompkins has been looking for a year, and he's not alone. The Health Resources and Services Administration saying the nation is more than 17,000 primary care physicians short. The number projected to grow up to 48,000 by 2034.
So Max, you're 23 years old. Why is it important for you to establish that health care now?
I want to be the healthiest version of me that I can be.
He doesn't have a car, so he needs a doctor that's close.
Thank you so much for your time.
But no luck. In Vermont, Britt Williams endures long COVID symptoms. She tweeted about them. They include getting sick often, memory loss, and general exhaustion. She can't find a primary care doctor.
I have expended countless hours and lots of energy.
An asthma condition makes her breathing problems even worse. She spent months suffering, unable to get the care she needed.
I find that in healthcare, if we are reactive instead of proactive, that's often the difference between life and death.
A rabies scare even forcing her to the emergency room, putting a strain on her health and her pocketbook.
I have a $1,100 medical bill that I have to pay, which for many Americans would be way out of reach and something that they're not able to take care of.
PCP's primary care physicians are a person's first call when they get sick. But the AAMC says there's a severe shortage in America, making them the hardest doctors to find.
Inside urgent care facilities, more and more patients are coming in because they can't get an appointment with a PCP.
Their longer-term issues probably not getting dealt with.
No state is meeting the primary care need. The hardest hit, rural and minority areas.
It's inequitable, it's unfair, it's unjust.
A growing and aging population is surging demand, and doctors are retiring, some early because of pandemic burnout.
How dire is it?
It's a very scary human story, and we are very concerned about it.
A study in family medicine found most med school graduates don't become primary care physicians, opting for higher paying specialties instead. Dr. Enrique Gonzalez is a PCP. At his practice, the demand is overwhelming.
We're all day patients,
okay.
Yeah.
But he can't find more PCPs to hire.
It's a paradox because on one hand, there's a great need, but on the other hand, the availability is not there.
In 2015, he decided to only see older patients to improve quality of care.
Why is primary care so important?
It's the first line of defense.
So primary care physicians can save lives.
Yes, yes.
The AAMC is hoping to increase financial incentives for PCPs.
I definitely think that we are continuing to look at first-generation medical students and looking at, low-cost loan programs, scholarship programs, and other things. Primary care providers are getting a little bit more reimbursement than they were.
And as for Max, he's still waiting.
I'm leaving a voicemail to see if I can sign up for a primary care physician.
Hoping one day he will find a doctor. Nyala Charles, NBC News.
All right, and here is what's trending now. The Meghan Markle and Prince Harry docuseries about their lives will premiere next month on Netflix. The highly anticipated series is by Oscar-nominated director Liz Garbus and marks the first content from the multi-year deal Harry and Meghan signed with the streaming service back in 2020.
And this one's for you, Savannah. Taylor Swift may be causing trouble on Ticketmaster, but she is definitely bejeweled on YouTube. Woo-hoo. See what we did there?
Yeah.
The singer now has 50 million subscribers, making her only the 8th artist to hit that number. Other artists include Justin Bieber, Eminem, and BTS. Just one more milestone for the pop icon.
That's right.
That's right.
I was some of those streams.
I believe it. You're also in that Ticketmaster line.
Yeah.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And remember, you can also watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. You can find us anywhere and everywhere. The news continues right after this.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Thursday, November 17th, 2022. Winter blast, a powerful storm on the move, dumping snow across nearly half a dozen states. The state of emergency now underway, and the area is expected to be hardest hit.
Murder mystery. Police in Idaho reversing course in the investigation into the death of 4 college students.
Whoever is responsible for these murders is still at large. The investigators do not know who that person is. People just need to be vigilant and help us however they can.
The new video emerging of those students hours before they were found dead.
Breaking news, gavel out. Less than 24 hours after Republicans won control of the House, Speaker Pelosi steps down as the Democratic House leader. What she's saying now about her future in politics and who might take her place.
And home alone. As the holidays approach, not everybody is in a holly jolly spirit. The helpful advice you need to hear if you'll be spending the holidays by yourself. It is 11 a.m. in Palm Springs, 1 p.m. in Biloxi, and 2 p.m. here in New York City.
Glad to have you with us. We begin with breaking news. The first major snowstorm of the 2022 season. It's here.
Now, that massive storm system is dumping snow across several states now. In upstate New York, a state of emergency is now in effect. Residents are being urged to be on alert for sweeping power outages and dangerous road conditions.
This potentially crippling storm could last into the weekend. Some areas are already picking up as much as 10 inches of snow, and it's not over yet.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the latest storm track for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa in Kalamazoo, Michigan today, roughly 2 hours outside Detroit. So, Maggie, set the scene for us. What's the situation like there?
Well, guys, thankfully, we're getting a little bit of a relief from the snow that started last night and continued overnight into this morning. Driving this morning was definitely a bit treacherous. We had to take it really slow. We could see cars driving on the roadways here in Kalamazoo. So that's a concern, as you can imagine, across swaths of the country being impacted again by this massive lake effect snow system. We have some of the craziest video that's coming in from cities across the country as snow started falling and kept falling as far east, of course, as Ohio and Pennsylvania. Some areas there, and Bill can speak more to this, but expecting up to 3 feet of snow. But then you talked about what's been really labeled the bullseye of this storm, Buffalo, New York, upstate New York. And the video, it kind of sets the scene there of these semi-trucks that overnight last night had to pull off on a rest stop after officials declared the interstate too dangerous for them to be on. That state of emergency there in effect into the weekend. Officials warning people to be ready for this storm, be ready for power outages, again, dangerous road conditions, basically be ready to hunker down in their homes as, again, this storm, guys, is just beginning. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, feels like it is just beginning. Bill, let's bring you in here. Time it out for all of us. What can we expect over the next 24 hours?
Up to this point, this has just been kind of a typical lake effect snow. We're waiting to see what's going to happen tonight over Lake Erie heading towards western New York. That's when this could be more extreme. So here's our snowfall totals expected through Sunday. You notice off of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario is the highest totals, and then a general kind of 6 to 12 in the highest elevations off of Lake Michigan. But the area of greatest concern is going to develop this evening. So here's the forecast for Buffalo. And on the radar here, this is the future radar, where you see the yellow and the reds. That's where we could be dealing with lightning and thunder snow. And that's where we could get 2 to 3 inches of snow an hour. So that develops from areas of the south towns of Buffalo to Orchard Park. That's where the Buffalo Bills play, up to Buffalo this evening. That will continue overnight. So if they go 10 hours with 2 to 3 inches an hour, they could wake up with easily a foot of snow tomorrow morning. Then Friday, they get a little break during the day. The snow band shifts to the south. But then Friday evening into Saturday, that heavy snow shifts right over the city. So again, we're waiting to see if people are going to get stranded on the roads, and that's what we want to avoid, is the police having to rescue people like we did in 2014.
All right, Bill Cairns, Maggie Vespa for us. Thank you both.
Some breaking news from Capitol Hill now. Moments ago, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced she will step back from her role in Democratic leadership. She will stay in Congress. Pelosi is the only woman ever to be Speaker of the House. She's led the Democrats in that chamber for nearly 20 years. Her announcement today comes less than 24 hours after NBC News projected the Republicans will take control of the House of Representatives when the new congressional term starts in January. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, what's been the reaction to Pelosi's announcement?
Yeah, Kate and Aaron, there are some days here on Capitol Hill where you can practically feel the shockwaves and just the historic nature of what's going on. And you can tell just from the absolute swarm of reaction to this announcement by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi that she won't be seeking this leadership position as House Speaker anymore. You can tell that today is one of those days. I want you to take a listen to a bit of her speech on the House floor from earlier today.
And defending our Constitution.
Her announcement in the House chamber was met with a minutes-long standing ovation by members of her own caucus. Since then, we've seen Democrats in the House tweeting statements of praise, releasing statements, and even photos of memorable moments they've had with her during her 2 decades in leadership. President Biden even reacting in a statement, calling her, quote, the most consequential speaker in the country's history, and saying, quote, because of Nancy Pelosi, the lives of millions and millions of Americans are better, even in districts represented by Republicans who voted against her bills and too often vilify her. Even Republicans like former House Speaker Paul Ryan himself saying, quote, I tip my hat to Speaker Pelosi, Kate.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
The man who drove into a Christmas parade and killed 6 people last year in Wisconsin will spend the rest of his life in prison. Darrell Brooks was led out of court in handcuffs after his sentencing, the judge fighting back tears as she handed down that decision.
It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over.
NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has more.
Nearly a year after the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade, Darrell Brooks has now been sentenced. He's facing 6 consecutive life sentences among the 76 counts of criminal charges he had been convicted for. The judge explaining that this adds up to 762 years behind bars. So obviously a very serious sentence after what was a very contentious and chaotic trial. The past few days, a very emotional time for victims in court as they were able to give their victim impact statements. And let me tell you, I was on the ground covering this tragedy about a year ago. There was so much raw emotion at the time, and I heard a lot of that echoed in the courtroom, but there was also an added level of anger as people talked about the gruesome details behind their injuries, as well as the PTSD, depression, and anxiety that they're still facing today, and trying to explain to both the community and children about this effect that it had on them.
What does it feel like to attend a funeral of a child your age? I hate that my kids know. I hate that I didn't get a chance to cheer on my son and Jackson during the baseball season last year. I hate that my son said it was weird having one less teammate.
During this trial, you show no remorse. It makes you look like a monster.
That frustration directed so often towards Darrell Brooks because he was often seen doodling in his notebook or looking down at his Bible, rolling his eyes, sometimes laughing while in court, causing a lot of contentious outbursts between him and the judge. And so the community really didn't feel like he was remorseful in this. Now, Darrell Brooks did have the opportunity to speak in court. He spoke for about 2 hours on Wednesday, apologizing to the community of Waukesha, apologizing that they didn't seem to understand the remorse that he had. He also went on about his mental health issues. He said that what happened on November 21st was not an attack. It was not planned or plotted, but a result of his mental health issues, quote, boiling over, reaching a boiling point. Now, the judge pushed back in her sentencing remarks, saying that because of multiple consultations with experts, with those in the medical field, and looking at Brooks's history of violence, she does not believe that mental health played into a factor here in terms of the attack and the fact that he didn't seem to show any remorse or show any signs of stopping when the attack happened. This is something that was pushed back against by Darrell Brooks. He had to be taken out of the courtroom several times. So a contentious trial ending with a contentious sentencing hearing. But again, 6 consecutive life sentences for the suspect in the Waukesha parade attack. Back to you.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you. There are more questions than answers this afternoon in the murder mystery involving 4 University of Idaho students. Police say they do not have a suspect, and they're walking back statements now that there is no threat to the community. NBC News Digital reporter Eric Ortiz has been following this for us. Eric, it's a pretty big shift, right, from what they were saying a couple of days ago. Are police now saying there could be a threat to others?
Yeah, Kate, the police have been insistent that this was an isolated and targeted attack, and they've yet to tell the public why that is. And the community has said, if these are homicides and the person who did it hasn't been caught, how can we know we're safe? But now the police chief is reversing course. He's saying we cannot say that there is no threat to the community.
Eric, I want to get to some new video that's getting a lot of attention. It appears to show 2 of the victims ordering from a food truck. You see them highlighted there before they were attacked. What are police saying about that video? Could it help the case?
Yeah, police have confirmed that we do see 2 of the female victims in the video. It was posted online on the Twitch live streaming platform. And this is important because police can use the footage to start piecing together where these college students were. Now we know the exact time of night they were out and maybe who they interacted with before they were found dead.
All right, Eric Ortiz, I know there's a lot of frustration from the families there. Thank you for covering it.
An important deadline is looming for missing stimulus checks, and Gen Z says wedding season is breaking the bank.
Brian Sullivan joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Kate and Aaron. Thank you very much. All right, before we get to those, first up, employees at more than 100 unionized Starbucks locations, they're striking today. Same day the company is handing out a Red Holiday Cup. Now, those stores are a tiny fraction of America's 9,000 locations. The union accusing Starbucks of illegally retaliating against organization efforts. Starbucks denies did anything wrong. Also, if you have not filed your 2021 federal tax return, last year's You could be missing out on a $1,400 stimulus check or maybe other tax benefits. You have until midnight Eastern Time tonight. Use the free file option at irs.gov. If you miss that, you do have 3 years to file your return by mail. And to your point, we know that hosting a wedding can be expensive, but attending one apparently also requires a lot more money than it used to. A recent survey from Prudential finds almost half of millennials and Gen Zers say spending on weddings, along with things like baby showers and other celebrations, is getting in the way of their personal financial goals. Do you love your friends or not? I mean,
listen, your happiness is killing me. There's costing me so much money.
You notice it was a Freudian slip. I said separation instead of celebration.
I noticed that. Was that Freudian? Yeah. But you're in that age group of like all your friends are getting married.
It gets expensive.
Right? I'm in the age group. All my friends are getting married again.
I'm probably closer to that.
Me too. Okay. Brian, thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, the emotional plea from the families of 2 gay men who were found dead in New York City. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The suspect charged with killing 3 University of Virginia football players legally bought his guns earlier this year. The gun store owner tells NBC News Christopher Darnell Jones tried to buy weapons twice before, but was denied, once because he was under 21 and the other time after he failed a background check. Jones is due back in court next month. UVA's president announced an official campus-wide memorial service will be held Saturday afternoon after the football team's home game on that day was canceled.
Concern is growing that someone behind a deadly string of attacks is potentially targeting New York City's LGBTQ community.
At least 2 men were found dead earlier this year after leaving gay bars in Manhattan. Now we're hearing from the victims' families, rather. NBC's Savannah Sellers joins us now. Savannah, do investigators have any sense of just how big this could be? How many victims?
I mean, listen, you just said it. There's been 2 men who have actually died so far. They're investigating as many as a dozen more victims, and it has this entire neighborhood of Hell's Kitchen right here in Manhattan on edge. Take a look.
A New York City community on high alert after police say a string of robberies and assaults in New York City may be connected to the mysterious deaths of 2 gay men earlier this year.
It's scary, actually, because it could happen to anyone. It's scary. It's really, really scary.
Julio Ramirez and John Umberger were found dead shortly after leaving gay bars in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan in 2 separate incidents. Their families telling NBC News their bank accounts were drained and that they may have been drugged.
Say his name!
Now, after months of fear and outrage, both from the LGBTQ community and the men's families, the NYPD confirming their deaths are being investigated as part of, quote, several incidents where individuals have been victims of either robberies or assault.
Me cayó una llamada y me dijeron que era del hospital de Mount Sinai, de Manhattan, y que era el examinador. Y le digo, ¿qué pasó? No, tu hijo está muerto.
In April, 25-year-old Julio Ramirez was found dead in the back of a taxi an hour after he was seen leaving the Ritz Bar and Lounge with 3 unidentified men, something his friends say was out of character.
To get into a cab with a bunch of strangers to just give away his phone, potentially, give away his belongings, it's just not like him.
About a month later, 33-year-old Umberger was found dead after he and 2 unidentified men left another popular Hell's Kitchen gay bar, The Q. His mother, Linda Clary, telling our New York station that detectives are looking at 14 victims with similar stories who survived, as well as other deaths.
There is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
Clary says her son's cell phone and credit cards were stolen, with more than $25,000 wiped from his bank accounts. Much like Ramirez, whose family says $20,000 was taken out of his accounts.
They seem to clearly target young gay men.
The NYPD said the city's medical examiner is still determining Ramirez and Umberger's official causes of death, adding that some, though not all, of the victims in the investigation are believed to be part of the LGBTQ community, which is causing concern and fear from Hell's Kitchen residents and visitors alike.
I think it's something that's important these days, at least to somebody, let somebody know that you're out, or, this is where I'm headed, so somebody, at least knows your whereabouts.
These should be the spaces where everybody feels the safest going, but especially LGBT people, and to have something so tragic like this happen, it's awful.
It makes me feel I should be very careful who I trust, which is unfortunate. You want to be open in these communities. You don't want to feel you have to be careful and mistrusting.
But for those who've continued to push for justice, this might be the start of finally getting some answers.
So as we just heard, though, those were residents of the neighborhood, visitors to the neighborhood. We just gathered that sound. Everyone is worried. And right now, one of the things that city officials are doing to try to make people aware is literally passing out pamphlets with safety tips. That's where they're at right now, with trying to make sure the community knows that this could be a real concern.
All right, Savannah Sellers, thank you.
Still ahead, the hardcore ultimatum from Elon Musk to Twitter employees. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Drivers across the nation are seeing gas prices dip a little bit this week, and that's good news for the estimated 50 million Americans who are planning to travel by car for Thanksgiving. CNBC's Pippa Stevens reports.
That's right. The national average for a gallon of gas is now $3.72, according to AAA, which is well below the more than $5 we topped out at over the summer. In recent weeks, we've seen slightly softer demand as well as an increase in supply, which has kept a lid on prices. And this is certainly welcome news ahead of Thanksgiving, when nearly 55 million Americans are forecast to drive at least 50 miles. That's on track to be the third busiest year since AAA began tracking the data in 2000. But it is all relative, with Gas Buddy noting that while prices have come down, they're still forecast to be the highest ever for Thanksgiving. And the price decline might ultimately prove temporary. There are still a lot of unknowns when it comes to the direction of oil prices. And remember, oil accounts for more than 50% of the cost of gasoline. And one date we're watching closely is December 5th. That's when the EU ban on Russian oil goes into effect. And we could see prices move a whole lot higher after that. Back to you.
Okay, what you save on gas, you'll likely end up spending on your Thanksgiving meal. A new survey finds your feast is going to cost more than usual this year. NBC's Vicki Nguyen has some tips on staying on budget.
Families across the country getting excited for their Thanksgiving feast, but expect to pay a little extra for the turkey and all the trimmings this year, as much as 20% more than last year, according to a new survey by the American Farm Bureau.
Hella crazy that no one's talking about how expensive Thanksgiving shopping is about to be.
Average spending for 10 people, $64.05. That's up from last year's average of $53.31, making this the most expensive dinner in 37 years of the Bureau's holiday surveys. So what's to blame for the increase?
The war in Ukraine is affecting quite a few commodity prices over and above our general inflation rates. Farmers are feeling this pain as they have seen a doubling of their fuel prices, a tripling of their fertilizer prices.
The biggest jump in price, a 14-ounce bag of cubed stuffing mix, up 69%. The least, a 30-ounce can of pumpkin pie mix, up 18%. As for the star attraction, turkey prices have gone up 21% for a 16-pound bird, from $23.99 to $28.96. The turkey supply affected by an avian flu outbreak.
There may be smaller turkeys, it may be harder to find a big bird.
Consumers are feeling the pain.
That's insane, $81 per ham.
I mean, honestly, if something is enough that you're like taken aback, you know, I might consider going to multiple stores to see who has the best deal.
But the news isn't all bad. You're actually saving on fresh cranberries, a 12-ounce bag down 14%. The president and CEO of the National Grocers Association says grocery stores are aggressively pushing deals this year.
Around Thanksgiving, the grocers are taking promotional dollars they've been accruing throughout the year from manufacturers, and they are putting those into promotions for consumers so they can get those great deals at the shelf.
Supermarket Aldi matching the prices of Thanksgiving favorites to the costs back in 2019. With deals going on right now for a whole frozen turkey at $107 a pound compared to $159. Whole Foods also having a deal on frozen turkeys right now at $149 a pound. And at Safeway, deals going on this week for sweet potatoes and ham. Other ways to save: make a list and stick to it. Join store loyalty programs. Take advantage of various apps. Basket and Flip let you see the weekly coupons for all the stores in your area. And for those sides, go for dried herbs over fresh.
Yes!
We talked to chef and TV personality Monte Carlo, who gave us this advice.
You can freeze milk, and also you can cook with sour milk. You can use it the same way that you would sour cream, buttermilk.
Just don't drink it. And when you spot a deal on eggs, Carlo says buy in bulk. Crack the eggs you aren't using, scramble them, and freeze them in ice cube trays for later. And if you haven't done your shopping yet, don't worry, it's not too late.
This is a great weekend to get that shopping done, and particularly turkeys. If they're going to be buying frozen turkeys.
For boxed, canned, or frozen goods, you should consider generic store brands. They're usually cheaper and just as good quality. And also consider them for single ingredient baking supplies like flour or sugar. Back to you.
Vicki Wynn for us today. Up next, why a crypto crackdown could mean legal troubles for some of the biggest names in TV, film, and sports. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
4 children are dead. 2 other people are recovering in the hospital after a house fire in northern Iowa. Firefighters responded to the call around 5 a.m. Wednesday. Flames were seen on the first and second floors of the home. No word on what caused the fire, but officials say foul play is not suspected.
A Florida judge has awarded Gabby Petito's family $3 million after it filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the parents of Brian Laundrie. In his diary released by his attorneys, Laundrie had admitted to killing Petito on a cross-country road trip last year before dying by suicide himself. Petito's family attorney said that some of the money will go to the Gabby Petito Foundation, which supports domestic violence victims.
And a 10-year-old girl named Miracle is being honored by first responders in Missouri, get this, for helping deliver her own baby sister. Miracle called 911 when her mother, Viola, went into labor 3 weeks early. By following instructions from the dispatcher, she was amazingly able to help deliver her new baby sister, Jayla, beautiful little baby, in just 10 minutes. Can you imagine that?
I can't, not even. Wow. Well, Twitter employees face a crucial deadline just a few hours away. Fall in line with new CEO Elon Musk's vision or get out. Musk made that ultimatum in a company-wide email obtained by CNBC. Twitter and Musk did not respond to CNBC's request for comment. The billionaire has already laid off half of the social media platform's full-time staff. He's also fired top executives since taking over in late October. Let's bring in NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins now. Ben, you've talked to some Twitter employees. You've been talking to them a lot over the last few weeks. What exactly is Musk demanding in this email, and how are the employees reacting?
Yeah, he's telling them that they're going to have to get super hardcore, which probably in his mind means sleep on the floor, work 10 to 20-hour days, do the stuff that he does, and also take on the responsibilities of half the fired employees, and also the 80% of contractors that they also fired, which did things like content moderation. This is a skeleton crew of a company, and it's going to become even more of one after 5 or 6 o'clock today, when these people have a choice between 3-month severance or doing whatever this is.
So, Ben, yesterday Musk also said that he doesn't intend to be Twitter's CEO long term, right? What did he mean by that? Is he looking to appoint somebody else?
Yeah, he said that in a trial about Tesla, but he does want to hand this off over time, but not immediately. Right now, he has a lot of work to do to make sure this company stays upright. He has a whole vision for this thing that's very different than the current Twitter. We are in the infancy of that thing, if it makes it.
All right, Ben Collins for us today, keeping an eye on Twitter and Elon Musk. Thank you, Ben.
The newly appointed CEO of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX is saying that its current situation is worse than what happened at energy giant Enron. And he should know, he's the one who oversaw the Enron bankruptcy more than 2 decades ago.
Now, in a new bankruptcy filing in court, John Ray slammed his predecessor at FTX for a, quote, complete failure of corporate controls.
Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. He's with us here. Brian, this class action lawsuit that was filed against FTX names a lot of celebrities who endorsed the company, from Tom Brady to Larry David. That's getting a lot of attention. Is that leading investors, celebrities and regular folks, to turn away from crypto?
Yeah, there's a lot of other celebrities as well. You can see Steph Curry on that full screen ahead of you as well. Broadly speaking, this has indeed had an impact on crypto. When we saw Bitcoin, for example, fall from about 21,000 last week to as low as around 15,000 this week. It's bounced back a little bit, but broadly speaking, FTX had a lot of people putting money into their cryptocurrency exchange, as well as interest-bearing accounts, and those customers who are now feeling burned or a bit upset at the celebrities that were endorsing this company that ended up being a house of cards, which again, filing for bankruptcy now. Some of those customers feeling like they were wrong and that they should be paid out something. But the bigger question is, in the bankruptcy proceedings, will the people who actually had money in FTX get any of that back? Remains an open question.
Which also then begs the question, Brian, are there any indications at this point that there might be some movement toward regulation of this crypto space?
Well, the simple answer might be, well, yeah, of course. Why not, right? That would have prevented something like this from happening. But there is an argument among some crypto skeptics that perhaps regulating the space would actually further entrench or maybe even add more credibility to a essentially emerging technology that might not be that robust or reliable right now. So it's not so clear that more regulation would be needed in this space. There was legislation that Sam Bankman-Fried, the former head of FTX, was pushing for. Not so clear whether or not that's going to be back on the table again. Obviously, the midterm election is going to be confusing a little bit of the calculus in terms of whether or not that could be passed or not. But certainly an interesting question as we get to the next Congress next year.
It'll be interesting to watch. Brian Chung for us today. Brian, thank you. And from the FTX crash to Twitter's tailspin, how did we get here and what happens next? NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward delves into those questions. You can watch Hellscape, Inside the Meltdowns at Twitter and FTX tonight at 10:30 Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Yeah, I'm tuning into that. Now to a painful chapter in American history, the search for remains of indigenous children at a former boarding school in South Dakota.
Here's NBC News senior investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden.
A scene more than a century in the making, a search for the bodies of indigenous children, perhaps long hidden in this basement at the Red Cloud Indian School in South Dakota. This is the first public excavation of its kind in the country.
I've heard several stories to that. To me, they're heartfelt.
The only Native American leading this kind of work, Marcia Small.
I get really emotional in these places. The work we do is sacred.
Small uses ground-penetrating radar to locate remains of children, forcibly taken from their families, many abused. One published report says 40,000 children are believed to have died at the schools beginning in the 1800s. Surrounded by the deep canyons of the Badlands, Red Cloud sits on the Pine Ridge Reservation. It is one of the poorest places in America. One expert says more than 100,000 children attended the federally created schools, as one U.S. general put it, to kill the Indian and save the man, as this 1929 newsreel suggests.
They are being rapidly brought from their state of comparative savagery and barbarism to one of civilization.
89-year-old Basil Braveheart went to Red Cloud, then known as Holy Rosary Mission School, beginning in the 1930s. He remembers fearing one of the Catholic priests who would come into the dorms at night.
For what purpose?
Looking for little boys.
To have sex with, presumably.
That's it. I became a shallow breather, thinking that if I don't breathe loud, I might disappear.
Alex Whiteplume also experienced life at the schools. A former president of the tribe, he confronted the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, himself a Native American, when he showed up unexpectedly.
There were a lot of pleasantries until you stood up.
Well, I had to correct the history. What we're sitting on here is Roman Catholic Church land, stolen in our treaty territory. And then the Assistant Secretary of Interior saying, we're going to bring you money, we're going to bring your language back. That just ticked me off something awful. And so he should face up to the truth, and America should face up to the truth.
So you heard a former president of this tribe say, we want to hear the word genocide.
The purpose of these schools was forcible assimilation to separate Indian people from their lands. There hasn't been one single Indian person in this country who's not living with the impacts of and the legacy of these boarding schools.
It's hard to know what genocide is if this isn't it.
Again, we have to tell the whole story, and we've got to paint the full picture and acknowledge our own role. And we're at step one.
But while Braveheart tells us he would like the U.S. government to apologize, he finds peace in his grandmother's words.
The wisdom that she taught me was to forgive the unforgivable.
Whiteplume sees it very differently.
I will not accept a cheap apology. America never owned up to the genocide. We should deal with it.
So far, no human remains have been found at Red Cloud, which has launched a truth and healing effort. And the Jesuits who run the school are helping to fund Small's work. Community members we talked to say they will not rest until the whole truth, whatever it might be, is known.
Cynthia is with us here. I just want to thank you for covering this, for going and digging in on this. It's so important. I wonder, we know each other well. Like, what moved you the most as you covered this?
You know, we determined that if we were going to do this story, that we wanted to hear from the elders. You know, in the way that Spielberg so brilliantly captured, you know, the victims of the Holocaust, to record what they had to say. We wanted to be able to record what some of these people experienced, many of whom had never been able to speak publicly before. We didn't include, it's in the longer version, a woman who said to me that she was raised there and that she felt that she had been a bad mother herself because she used very abusive techniques with her children because it's what she had learned. Yeah. You know, but the wisdom and the collective sense of determination to try to now right these wrongs. You know, we talked to many of the young people there. This trauma is generational. It continues. And so many of the problems we know exist at, you know, this particular reservation and others are a direct result of this boarding school system.
Well, it's incredible storytelling. Cynthia McFadden, thank you. And we encourage folks to watch Cynthia's NBC special tonight, The Reckoning. You can watch it anytime, actually. The Reckoning in American Genocide. It's available on YouTube and Peacock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, with the number of migrants looking to enter the U.S. at record levels, the U.S. is increasingly relying on Central and South American countries to stop some migrants from heading north. I want to bring in NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, you got an exclusive look at what exactly U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Department of Homeland Security, what they're all doing. Talk to us about those operations.
That's right, Kate. I just got back from Colombia, where I traveled with the Colombian National Police and Americans from Homeland Security investigations. That's part of ICE and DHS here in the U.S. And what they're doing is they're training Colombian National Police to go out and arrest people who are committing crimes that have a nexus to the United States, to stop crimes like human smuggling and drug trafficking before they ever get to the U.S. border. We saw a number of operations, and I also spoke to Nicolas Barrera. He is a major in the Colombian National Police who told me what this is all about. Here's what he had to say. What is the relationship like working with DHS and HSI?
Okay, agents from United States, they have no jurisdiction in our country, so they have to work with us like a team. So we work with them in changing information, giving them information and receiving information from them. So what we can do is have investigations like in two roads, Colombia and United States. So we can get evidence from United States agents, and we can give them that information in order to get all bad people.
So it's something not a lot of people realize, that Americans are actually supplying information, telling Colombians where to go to make these arrests of drug traffickers, of human traffickers. And it was the first time an American news crew has been invited along to see it.
Such interesting access there, Julia. Thank you for that. And you can watch more of Julia's exclusive reporting. That's tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Coming up, with Thanksgiving and Christmas upon us, some helpful advice on how to avoid the holiday blues. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, you know, for some people, it is the most wonderful time of the year. But for others, the holidays can also trigger feelings of loneliness and anxiety, even if you're surrounded by friends and family.
Yeah, in today's mental health check, we're exploring how to manage some of those feelings and cope with a potentially isolating time of the year. Joining us now is the editor-in-chief of Very Well Mind, psychotherapist Amy Warren. Amy, we appreciate you being here today. Talk to us a little bit here. How can people pass this time and avoid feeling lonely if they find themselves without holiday plans?
I think one of the biggest things people can do is plan ahead. Sometimes it's the dread of spending a day by yourself that is worse than anything else. But if you have a plan of how you're going to spend it, it gets rid of a lot of that dread. So even if that means you're just going to sit on the couch by yourself and watch movies all day, or you're going to make a special meal just for yourself, planning ahead really helps. You know, okay, I have something I'm going to do, reduces a lot of that angst about how lonely you might feel, and it can help you know, this is what I'm going to do with my time, makes it much better.
I saw volunteer on that list, which I know that can really make you, as a volunteer, feel better. I've also done some reporting on loneliness, and I know that doctors say that you can be lonely even when you're surrounded by people. So what do you do in that situation? You know, maybe you're at the family gathering, but you still feel lonely inside.
That's a good point. And to your other point about doing kind things for other people, always something we can do, even if you don't have time to volunteer officially. Maybe you just write a kind letter to somebody or create something nice, bake cookies for your neighbor.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can absolutely feel lonely in a crowded room, being surrounded by family. Maybe you feel like you just aren't connecting with those people. So you might just practice being in the moment. Think about each conversation that you're having. Try to really connect with people, open up, talk to them some more, and try to stay off social media. Maybe when you're bored and you're in a room full of people, you tend to get out your phone and scroll through it. That will make you feel even worse as you're looking at what everybody else is doing and you're not connecting with the people around you.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the don't do's here. I mean, what are the other things you think that are unhealthy ways of trying to cope with some of these issues around, being by yourself?
So, sometimes we turn to really short-term coping strategies that make us feel better in the moment, whether we turn to junk food to try to make ourselves feel better. Sometimes we turn to alcohol. Maybe you reach out to an ex who isn't good for you just to try to get rid of the loneliness in the moment, but really paying attention to the things that are bad for you and then trying to fill your time with the things that are good for you. So going to the gym, maybe reading a book, surrounding yourself with healthy people. When you really plan ahead about how you want to spend your time, how you want to cope with those uncomfortable feelings, can help you be less likely to reach for those unhealthy things.
I know sometimes, though, it's easy for us to say, reach out, find a plan. But sometimes you feel like you're bugging people if you reach out, like, I don't have a place to go. What do you do in that situation?
One thing you can do, if you're afraid of, I don't want to interrupt somebody's family time by just calling them randomly and telling them I'm having a bad day, but maybe you send a text message that says, I'm kind of having a rough time. Is there a good time that we can connect? And maybe they'll tell you later in the evening or tomorrow, but just knowing that can help you get through it, and scheduling time to talk to people. But knowing too that a lot of people are going to be really happy to talk to you. They'll probably be relieved that you reached out. And they might be very willing to have a conversation with you, but you have to be vulnerable and let them know this is a tough time for me.
I literally wrote a message like that to my sister 2 nights ago. When you can, call me.
I just wanted to ask you, like, as an introvert, I sort of get this anxiety around expectations, right? What if you get invited to holiday gatherings and you don't really want to go? How do you politely decline, or should you? Or just go?
It's really up to you, but if you really don't want to go to something, and maybe it's because you're an introvert, but maybe you're also grieving the loss of somebody in your life this year, and the holidays are going to be tougher than usual, you don't have to go. So you might just give a very simple, thank you for the invitation, I'm not able to make it. You don't necessarily have to offer a lengthy explanation, or you might just say it doesn't fit in my schedule, my calendar's looking pretty busy this year, or I appreciate it, maybe next time. Those are all kind things you can say without getting into too much detail. But if it's somebody that you're close to, you might explain to them, this is a tough thing for me, so I'm going to pass for now.
All right.
Remember when I invited you to my house for Thanksgiving next week? Is that what you're thinking about here?
Not at all, no.
Amy, I don't mean to make light. Amy Morin, thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're tracking major developments in the war in Ukraine. Divisions are growing over exactly who caused the explosion in Poland that killed 2 people on Tuesday.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky insists that his forces were not behind the blast, but some of the country's greatest supporters, including the U.S., appear to disagree. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel.
The Pentagon says American investigators are in Poland trying to figure out who fired that missile across the border. Ukraine continues to say it wasn't them.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is digging in this morning, insisting that his country didn't fire, accidentally or otherwise, a missile that crossed into Poland. I have no doubt it was not our rocket, he said. Asked about that, President Biden saying overnight,
"That's not the evidence."
Poland's President Andrzej Duda called it a tragic accident, most likely caused by a misfire from a Ukrainian air defense system, an assessment shared by the Pentagon.
We have seen nothing that contradicts President Duda's preliminary assessment that this explosion was most likely the result of a Ukrainian air defense missile that unfortunately landed in Poland.
But the U.S. and NATO nonetheless blamed Russia for the incident, suggesting Ukraine was only using its air defenses after Russia had launched a barrage of missiles targeting Ukraine's infrastructure. Like this attack in Dnipro this morning.
While we still don't know all the facts, we do know one thing. This tragedy would never have happened but for Russia's needless invasion of Ukraine and its recent missile assaults against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure.
Russia quickly tried to capitalize on the confusion, accusing its enemies of whipping up hysteria. Russia's UN ambassador saying this is not just an international attempt at disinformation, but a conscious attempt to bring NATO into direct conflict with our country. Russia says the missiles it launched against Ukraine were at least 20 miles from the Polish border.
American officials say they hope to have a conclusive answer about the missile soon.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you. Iran plotted to kidnap and kill at least 10 people in the United Kingdom this year. That's according to Britain's domestic spy chief.
NBC News investigative reporter Dan DeLuce is joining us now. He's been digging into this story. So, Dan, walk us through the announcement here. Why was Iran plotting to kill and kidnap these people, and is there still a threat?
It is very much still a threat, Aaron, according to British intelligence officials and other governments as well. And the motivation clearly seems to be the Iranian regime is so worried about the protests that are raging back home that they're targeting dissidents and journalists abroad who they believe are fomenting the problem. And in this case, in London, there is a Farsi language television station that the Iranian regime is enraged and very angry about. And that appears to be what explains those kidnap plots there. But there's also evidence that this is continuing, and the British are saying that those intelligence services pose a direct threat.
And you just mentioned abroad in general. So are there other plots that might be happening in other places beyond the UK?
That's right. Across Europe, there's concern. And then right here in the U.S., federal prosecutors last year indicted 4 Iranians, including an intelligence official, and they're accused of trying to plot to kidnap an Iranian-American commentator and journalist, Masih Alinejad, who's been on our air as well. They were trying to target her in her Brooklyn home. And then there was also another instance where a man was knocking on her door, and police found that he had an AK-47 in his car and ammunition.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in D.C. today. Dan, thank you.
A Dutch court just convicted 3 people for shooting down a passenger plane in 2014 and killing 298 people. You remember it was big news then when Malaysian Airlines flight MH17 was brought down by a missile as it flew over Ukraine. 2 Russians and a Ukrainian separatist were convicted in absentia today. A 4th suspect was acquitted.
North Korea launched a short-range ballistic missile toward the ocean today. That's according to the South Korean military. This comes just hours after North Korea threatened to be, quote, fiercer. North Korea says its weapons testing is in response to joint military drills between the U.S. and South Korea. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, November 17th, 2022. Breaking news, end of an era. 2 decades of Democratic leadership. Now Nancy Pelosi is stepping down.
The hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus.
What her decision means for the future of the party.
Unsolved mystery, the deepening investigation surrounding the death of 4 college students in Idaho. The new video of those students just hours before they were murdered.
Grinding halt. Starbucks workers at more than 100 stores nationwide are on strike. What they're demanding on one of the chain's busiest days of the year.
And the doctor is out. Why primary care physicians are getting harder to come by and the impact that's having on millions of families. We begin with breaking news, though, the end of an historic run on Capitol Hill.
Nancy Pelosi, the first female Speaker of the House in this country, says that she will step down as Democratic leader. The 82-year-old California Congresswoman, however, is expected to remain a member of the House.
Pelosi's announcement comes less than 24 hours after Republicans won control of the House, handing President Biden a divided Congress.
And the Biden agenda will seemingly have an uphill battle now, with Republicans poised to launch investigations and possible impeachments.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and White House correspondent Monica Alba. Ali, I'll start with you. Pelosi has been so effective for Democrats in the House over a lot of years. What did she say about this decision?
Yeah, Kate. Well, really two big themes of Speaker Pelosi's speech earlier today were faith and family. These are themes that have echoed not only in her speech, but really her 2 decades in Democratic leadership. Pelosi talking about all the different ways her faith and her family have helped her achieve this lengthy list of legislative accomplishments. And she also said that her faith and her family were the things that helped her make this deeply personal decision to pass the torch down to this new generation of Democratic leadership. I want you to take a listen to a bit of her announcement earlier today.
There is no greater official honor for me than to stand on this floor and to speak for the people of San Francisco. This I will continue to do as a member of the House, speaking for the people of San Francisco, serving the great state of California, and defending our Constitution.
Pelosi saying she's grateful for members who have already expressed interest in these leadership positions, members like Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar, members she's already been able to sort of shepherd and mentor, and will be in a very unique position to be able to do that for the next 2 years as she sits in this rank and file position. Notably, though, Kate, those members, when we've asked them about their future plans, those members are notably silent when we asked them today.
Well, let's head down the street to Monica Alba now outside the White House. Monica, how is the White House preparing for this divided Congress now? Anything being, do they see anything being able to get done over the next 2 years?
Well, this president is an eternal optimist, so he says yes. And as a veteran of Capitol Hill, he, of course, is no stranger to gridlock in Washington. So he says he's prepared to reach across the aisle and work with Republicans in certain areas. Now, the White House hasn't detailed exactly what kinds of things, but they've looked to things like a year ago, that bipartisan infrastructure law that did have the support of Democrats and Republicans as one example. So they're hopeful they can do it again, perhaps in another area. But on that monumental news today of Speaker Pelosi taking this new leadership position, the president put out a statement. Of course, he's known her for years, and he praised her. He said, "When I think of Nancy Pelosi, I think of dignity, and that even though she is stepping down from this leadership role in the House Democratic Caucus, she will never waver in protecting our sacred democracy." We know that the two spoke earlier today, and the president congratulated her on her career and thanked her for these years of service as she now shifts into this Speaker Emeritus type role. Aaron.
All right, Monica Alba, Ali Rafa, thanks so much.
We are tracking a severe winter weather threat targeting the Northeast at this hour. Snow already coming down in parts of Michigan, New York, and Pennsylvania. But a major lake effect system is forming right now, and it's set to start dumping feet of snow on those states beginning this evening. That could overwhelm even these areas that are used to getting hit with a lot of snow. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa now in Michigan for us today. So, Maggie, talk to us about how the states are preparing for this big storm.
Sure, Aaron. So here in Michigan, you can see the snow is falling. It's been falling really since last night and steadying to the overnight and morning hours, but not terrible here, not the most severe that we're seeing. So generally, we're just getting kind of that advice about being safe on the roads, being cognizant of just keeping your fridges stocked in case there are power outages, but no real warnings in effect. Contrast that with states further east that are getting really the brunt of this storm. Ohio, we're seeing states of emergency in counties there, up to 3 feet of snow expected by the weekend. And then especially the state of New York. Buffalo really deemed the bullseye of this storm. The governor declaring a state of emergency there, up to 6 feet of snow forecasted by the weekend, or at least the end of the weekend, the end of the day, Sunday. And with the governor also deploying the National Guard, having them on standby, because we've already been seeing scenes of drivers struggling on the roads, semis having to pull over and wait at rest stops to wait out the worst of the storm thus far. So a lot of states just sending out those warnings and hoping people heed them as the storm rolls in. Aaron.
All right, Maggie Vespa in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Maggie, thanks.
Police are walking back claims that there is no threat to the community after 4 University of Idaho students were murdered at an off-campus home there. The reversal has led to frustration and concern from the victims' families and from students there. And the police still say they do not have any suspects. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now with more. Stephen, a county prosecutor was on the Today Show this morning talking about the investigation. How did he explain that shift that we just said in tone?
Yeah, Kate, there has been such a shift in tone. Lake County Prosecutor Bill Thompson tried to clear some of that up, tried to clear up that confusion. There have been some mixed messages here. The mayor saying this was possibly a crime of passion. Thompson saying his office has no information to support that. What we do know, these 4 students were found dead in a home near the University of Idaho on Sunday. Authorities saying these students, identified as Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Zaina Kernadel, and Kaylee Concavs, all between the ages of 20 and 21, were close friends and had been at events nearby Saturday, returning home in the early hours on Sunday. Officers got a call around noon Sunday about an unconscious person, and that's when they say they found those 4 students dead with stab wounds. Originally, authorities said that this could just be an isolated incident and posed no threat to the community, but they did walk back those claims. Thompson telling Today they don't have a suspect yet.
The fact of the matter is that whoever is responsible for these murders is still at large. The investigators do not know who that person is. From what they've told my office, they believe that this was what they call a targeted attack and not just a random act of violence. And I think they tried to communicate that, but obviously that communication didn't work very well.
Well, he went on to say that they do know who called 911, but they're not releasing that information right now. 2 other roommates were also at the home at the time. They were reportedly unhurt, but there aren't any other details about what they may have seen or heard in this case, Kate.
It's so mysterious. And Stephen, there's also some video now from a food truck that appears to show 2 of the victims before the attack, right? Walk us through that and what impact could that have?
Yeah, this video is something investigators are looking at because it does, at the very least, help with the timeline. It was recorded early Sunday morning before they ended up at that home. The food truck live streams its camera on the app Twitch. 2 of those students seen ordering and waiting several minutes for their food and then leaving. Now, the video appears pretty normal. There are no obvious causes for alarm here, but it's not clear yet if there are any clues here that could help authorities. It adds to the many questions of what exactly happened and who did it. Kate?
I know, we'll stay on it. Stephen Romo, thank you. The man who drove his car into a Christmas parade in Wisconsin last year, killing 6 people, will spend the rest of his life in prison. A jury convicted him last month for the attack in Waukesha, which happened in November of last year. The victims ranged from 8 to 81 years old.
A homicide investigation underway today in a tight-knit Phoenix neighborhood. This comes after police found 5 members of the same family dead inside their home. It took officials hours to get inside after a strong presence of natural gas was detected. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is joining us now. So, Steve, there are so many unanswered questions about what's happened here. Where does this investigation stand at this point?
Just an unimaginable discovery, and important to first say that this is, again, now a homicide investigation. Police say that family found unresponsive and with, quote, clear signs of trauma after the family nanny called 911. Also, that presence of strong odor of strong natural gas in the home that crews had to air out before going in, a process that took hours. And once police did make entry, 5 people found dead, including a husband, a wife, their 3 children, including reports that they were 2 infant girls and a 3-year-old boy. Here's reaction from Phoenix PD upon that discovery. Listen to this.
Any scene where there's a loss of life, it's a devastation for someone, whether it's family members, the neighborhood. It sounds like, after talking to people, that this was a close-knit neighborhood.
Police say they are not searching for a suspect, but this has clearly, again, become a homicide investigation. Unclear at this point if another weapon was also used in that case. Back to you.
Steve, you told us a little bit about the family there. What more do we know about them prior to being found dead?
Look, all we know is reports on the ground. And according to that, our affiliate has been doing some reporting as well. This is a normal family, tight-knit community, and that there may have been some marital problems, but nothing that would, of course, lead to a scene like this. Investigation, of course, ongoing. As police get more details, we'll let you know. Aaron?
All right, Steve Patterson at our LA Bureau today. Steve, thank you.
Amazon is offering voluntary buyouts amid massive layoffs there. And this year, you should have an easier time getting presents under the tree.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
News and Amazon. In addition to its plans to lay off thousands of employees, the company is also sending out some voluntary severance offers. According to internal documents that were reviewed by CNBC, workers getting the offer can get 3 months of pay plus 1 week of salary for every 6 months they spent at the company if they resign by later this month. Also, Facebook parent Meta has fired or disciplined more than 24 employees and contractors for allegedly taking over user accounts. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. Journal, which reports that in some cases, the insiders at Meta are accused of accepting bribes from people who were trying to get back into their own locked accounts. And the Journal also says Americans can look forward to their first normal holiday shopping season in 3 years. Supply chains that were scrambled by the pandemic are slowly getting back to, again, normal, whatever that means, and even improved based on lessons learned. So we'll see. I spoke to the Macy's CEO this morning, and he said promotions are coming. They're going to be open for an hour longer Christmas Eve because they expect everybody to push back their shopping a little bit later this year.
Does this mean that Aaron can shop on Christmas Eve safely and there will be supplies in the store?
I don't know if there'll be anything good left. Poor whoever Aaron's buying for, poor them.
Christina Partsinevelos, thanks.
Coming up, what's happening inside Twitter as we near the deadline to answer the ultimatum given by Elon Musk. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, in just a few hours, employees still working at Twitter will face a tough decision: either buy into new CEO Elon Musk's vision or find a new job. The billionaire, who's been overhauling the social media site since he took over last month, issued an ultimatum in a company-wide email obtained by CNBC. Twitter and Musk have not responded to CNBC's request for comment. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac is following all this for us. So, Steve, walk us through what the demands were from Musk, and do we have any sense of how employees are responding to this kind of ultimatum?
Yeah, Kate, remember when you were in middle school and you got those notes from maybe the boy you might have a crush on saying, if you like me, check yes or no? Well, Musk basically sent that same kind of note out to the entire staff at Twitter saying, follow my rules, work grueling hours, and quote, hardcore. I think we got the quote up there, right there. Work hardcore, whatever that means. And if you agree, check yes, and you stay employed. If you don't agree, you have to accept a severance package and you're out of the company.
Yeah, that's very direct. Okay, so what does this tell us about the future direction of Twitter and what other major changes could be coming?
Yeah, well, what it tells us is Elon wants to be surrounded by a bunch of yes men. It tells us if you disagree with his vision, he doesn't want you working at the company. And we've already seen that this week. For example, some Twitter engineers spoke out publicly on Twitter criticizing some of the decisions Elon has made about the Twitter platform and changes he's made. And even internally, just on Slack messages within the company criticizing his decisions. Well, guess what? Those people got fired in the middle of the night the very next day via email. So it's very clear he just wants to be surrounded by people at this company who will do what he says, even if he changes his mind or waffles or is inconsistent in what he wants. He just wants people who say yes, and that's what this email is, I guess, designed to weed those people out.
He wants a loyal crew. That seems clear. Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
A new Senate investigative report accuses the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and top social media platforms of not doing enough to stop rising domestic terrorism threats. It also says the government is not following federal law and systematically tracking incidents. I want to bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney in now. Ken, where else did this report identify shortcomings, and what are the recommendations for fixing this problem?
Aaron, this report said that the FBI and DHS are still devoting more resources to the threat from international terrorism, even though they acknowledge that domestic terrorism is a greater danger to Americans. And the report just described a kind of bureaucratic inertia and just suggested that neither of these agencies is doing everything it should be doing to tackle this growing problem. And one example was that the report said that both agencies are not using their full authorities under the law to monitor open source public social media postings of threats. For example, before January 6th, there was a lot of information on social media. They saw it, they didn't act on it. So they'd like to change that policy. And in terms of the social media companies, this report basically called them out, the major platforms, Twitter, YouTube, Meta, for having a business model that is premised on extremist content. Basically, these companies are rewarded by user engagement, and what researchers have found is the content that's most engaging is often the content that makes us angry, the extremist content, and the more we consume it, the more extreme it gets. And so this is a systemic problem, and what this report says is really that Congress needs to step in and regulate some of these companies. The companies respond by saying they're doing their best to try to take down extremist content that violates their rules of service. But the Senate report said that essentially they need to do more on the front end with the algorithms that put this stuff in front of people. Aaron.
So given that, Ken, this idea they need to do more on the front end, is there any indication, any sort of response that says, yes, we're going to do more on the front end?
There are proposals, but there's nothing that seems close to passing. It's such an earth-shaking, seismic policy debate about whether to regulate these social media companies in the context of the First Amendment. And, you know, we're all on there engaging in speech. It's a big step for Congress to try to penalize these companies for speech that a lot of people say is objectionable. Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Still ahead, the message from Starbucks employees as hundreds walk out on one of their busiest days of the year. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Chaos erupted at a school board meeting in South Carolina on Tuesday.
Several teachers and community members there walked out in protest after the newly elected board voted to fire the district's first black superintendent. They also voted to set up a committee to decide whether certain books should be banned from schools.
6 of those board members are backed by the conservative activist group Moms for Liberty.
NBC News national reporter Tyler Kincaid is joining us now. He's been tracking this story. So, Tyler, I do want to start by playing a little bit of sound from that meeting, and we'll talk about it on the other side here.
I make a motion to terminate the employment of Mr. Dion Jackson, the superintendent of the Berkeley County School District.
Why are we terminating his employment?
Mr. Barrow, I'm not going to discuss personnel matters in open session.
So this seemed to take some people by surprise here, Tyler. Walk us through what happened.
So this was the first meeting after last week's elections. They swore the new board members at the top of the meeting, and then immediately they moved some of these new board members to make one of the Moms for Liberty-backed board members the new chair. And then from there, it was only moments later that they started taking votes on firing the district's lawyer, firing the superintendent, who'd only been on the job for a year, and then moving to ban critical race theory from being taught at all in the district. All of this just within 2 hours.
I think it's worth noting the superintendent and the lawyer were both black.
Yeah, the superintendent who was let go was actually the first black superintendent for this district, which is about a quarter of all students are black. His replacement that they named will be the second black superintendent. But still, this is just came off as a big surprise. Right. But it's also being celebrated by Moms for Liberty and a lot on the right as an example of how to clean house.
Tyler, let me ask about that, because I actually, for Meet the Press Reports, which is one of our shows, I went to Florida for several days last spring, and I interviewed the founder of Moms for Liberty. And at that point, they were starting to grow outside of Florida. How influential are they now nationwide?
They've become a big player in conservative politics. They say that they have over 100,000 members nationwide, chapters in 42 states. They're holding events with Ron DeSantis, Betsy DeVos, Ben Carson, Rick Scott. I mean, they are really playing an influential role, and they spent all of 2022 working to elect school board candidates around the country. Now, nationally, they were about 50% successful in winning those races, but they were even more successful in Florida. And I think that that's been an underappreciated aspect of what's been going on, particularly with why there was such a red wave in Florida, but not elsewhere.
Yeah, very interesting. Tyler Kincaid, thank you.
Well, in a big shakeup, Yale and Harvard are bowing out of an annual list that ranks the nation's top law schools.
That's right. They're calling the system profoundly flawed. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is covering that for us. So, Ron, this is all about that U.S. News and World Report annual ranking, right, which we think of as being the marquee ranking. Both of these schools usually do pretty well on that ranking. Why are they pulling out?
They do extremely well. Yale is #1 and Harvard is number 3 or 4. And this, again, is law school rankings. Remember, there are rankings for engineering schools, undergraduate schools, business schools. And to some extent, this is the gold standard. Families, students pay a lot of attention to U.S. News and what they have to say, ranking schools, because it makes it somewhat simplifies things. But Yale and Harvard are making a statement of principle. They're saying that the whole process is fundamentally flawed because it essentially pays too much attention to what you might think of as traditional metrics when they're looking at law school students, students who have high GPAs, students who do well on the LSATs, the entrance exams, students who basically do well in the law school and get a good high-paying job at the end with no debt. However, Yale is saying, and Harvard as well, that their mission and their obligation to the law profession and to their colleges, their universities, is to find other kinds of students who are diverse, who perhaps need need financial aid, students who perhaps don't score as high in traditional metrics, and that they say that the U.S. News rankings don't value that type of student. They also, Yale and Harvard say, are trying to direct a lot of their students to public service, to public interest law. And they're saying that the U.S. News rankings also don't value that. That's why they're opting out.
All right, Ron Allen, thank you.
Up next, how retailers are feeling ahead of the busy holiday shopping season. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police in Los Angeles have released the name of the suspected driver in custody now, accused of injuring 25 sheriff's deputies, 5 of them critically. 22-year-old Nicholas Gutierrez was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder of a peace officer after his SUV plowed into the recruits while they were on a training run.
Disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is scheduled to be sentenced tomorrow. Holmes faces up to 20 years in prison after she was convicted on 4 counts of investor fraud and conspiracy back in January. Prosecutors have recommended a sentence of 15 years, while the defense has asked for 18 months of house arrest.
And a Philadelphia couple is asking for the public's help after their dog went missing from outside a convenience store. The couple says they stopped at a Wawa on Tuesday night while their dogs, Frankie and Theo, were inside the locked car. When they returned, the car door was open and Frankie was there, but Theo was nowhere to be found. Security video did not show anyone trying to break into the car. So
we don't know where the poor dog is.
And if he just opened the door and took off?
Starbucks workers at more than 100 stores are on strike today. It's being called the Red Cup Rebellion because today's the day that Starbucks gives free reusable red cups to people who buy holiday drinks. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Houston. Priscilla, what are these strikes all about?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Kate, happening at more than 100 of these unionized Starbucks stores. I spoke to one barista here, Madeline. She tells me that she's worked here for 2 years, and today she didn't show up inside. Instead, she came out here to strike because she feels that since this store has unionized, Starbucks has not come to the negotiating table and negotiated with them in good faith. And I asked her what she hopes the impact of the strike will be here and also at those stores across the country. I want to play a little bit of our conversation.
I think that collective action is what it takes for companies to listen to their workers. This is a very important day for Starbucks. We do so much preparation for this day, and we just want to show them that they would not be the company that they are without their workers.
And over the past year, more than 250 Starbucks locations have unionized. You hear some of the folks driving by honking in support of these efforts here. And yeah, so 250 stores have unionized, but the bargaining has not happened. In recent weeks, that has been opened up, but those negotiations actually broke down over issues around whether or not members would be allowed to participate via Zoom. And so that is the current state of things as these unionized Starbucks are working to come to an agreement with the company. Kate?
And Priscilla, have we gotten any response from the company, from Starbucks, to these strikes?
Yeah, we have heard from Starbucks in a statement. They say that they have met with, had more than 50 of these bargaining sessions over the past several weeks with stores across the country. They're expecting to have another 60 in the coming weeks. And I want to read part of what else they said in that statement, writing, "We remain committed to all partners and will continue to work together side by side to make Starbucks a company that works for everyone. Starbucks has continued to engage Workers United representatives in a good faith effort to move the bargaining process forward." So you hear them there saying that they are working in good faith. They also point out to us that this is happening in a small fraction of their more than 9,000 stores across the country, and they tell us that it has not impacted their sales and sort of the popularity of the day. Kate?
All right, Priscilla Thompson, thank you. Well, believe it or not, and I am not ready for this, we are about 1 week away from one of the busiest shopping days of the year. We're talking about Black Friday.
And despite inflation, retailers are pretty optimistic that shoppers will empty their wallets ahead of the holidays. Business and data reporter Brian Chung joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. So, Brian, what trends could we see when it comes to holiday shopping this year?
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I'm not ready either, so I got to do some planning here. But right now, what we're seeing is that Americans are still spending pretty strongly headed into the holiday season. We got retail sales data yesterday in the morning showing that people were spending 1.3% more than they were in the same month last year. That shows a strong, resilient consumer ahead of that busy shopping season. And we also heard from a number of retail companies this week in earnings calls. Macy's, the latest to speak. We actually heard from the CEO this morning who mentioned that they expect people to actually wait a little bit longer. They're saying we're now expect holiday shopping patterns to be similar to 2019, adding that people could be shopping on Black Friday, on Cyber Monday, and the 2 weeks before Christmas, which was not necessarily the case last year when you had people trying to get ahead of the supply chain issues. Now, the volume for how much they spend remains to be seen. Obviously, inflation remaining a big issue crunching on Americans' wallets.
And I know you and the business unit told us that in October, retail sales were up, right? But we saw a shift in terms of what people were spending money on?
Yeah, and one way that you could read this is kind of where are retailers discounting goods, right? Because that might be the area where you're seeing Americans maybe shy away from buying things right now. And again, in October, what we did see was things like apparel, toys, furniture getting more discounting. And that does tell you that perhaps those could be the more heavily discounted items during Black Friday as well. For apparel, it was indeed the case that you had a lot of retailers over ordering after the supply chain issues last year. They had sweaters that they wanted to sell last Black Friday. They ended up getting stuck on a boat. They didn't arrive until April. So what did they do? They held onto them to sell them this season, but they might have to discount them to get them out of the warehouses.
Sell them cheap, maybe. Do we have any idea how much people plan? What do they say about how much they're going to spend this holiday season?
Yeah, well, Deloitte did a study that kind of asked Americans, how much are you planning to spend this year? And the estimate is around $1,400, $1,455 to be specific. And for reference, that's the same amount that they said they planned to spend last year. Now, what's different between last year and this year? Inflation, right? That means that the purchasing power of that $1,400 budget is going to be a lot smaller. So the estimate that might have covered about 16 gifts last year. This year, only about 9. So you might have to give those other 7 people maybe a card.
Or you go to the closet where you have that store. I have a store of like gifts that I've been keeping for a while.
The supply reserve. That's a smart move, like a gift reserve. Yeah.
I do wonder, the other thing we talk about in the holiday season is travel, right? People are moving around a lot this time of year. Any idea how that might impact what retailers can do or expect?
Yeah, Deloitte also doing a study when it comes to travel, and the expectation is that fewer Americans will travel this season than they did last year, and that makes sense when you consider how much more expensive it is to get on a plane and then also put gas in your car. If you do want to travel, maybe staying at home will be a lot cheaper, which seems to be the difference for what Americans want to do this season. We'll have to see.
So you can ship the fruitcake. Just send it. And that way you don't have to carry it yourself.
Exactly. There you go.
There you go. Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, Democrats have already sealed control of the Senate, but there's still one more race that needs to be decided. Georgia, the runoff election between incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock and GOP challenger Herschel Walker, less than 3 weeks away now. Let's turn to NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's in Fort Valley, Georgia for us today. Shaq, less than 20 days before this runoff election there in Georgia, you were just at an event for Raphael Warnock. What's the strategy he's using as this next election day gets closer?
Well, you're really hearing him out on the trail sharpen and become more pointed in his attacks against his opponent. We heard him repeatedly say that his opponent doesn't have the character or the competence to be a senator from Georgia. And he even tied the announcement of former President Trump announcing that he's going to be running for president again in 2024. He tied that to Herschel Walker. I want you to listen to that moment when he was talking to reporters afterwards.
Here is what we know about Donald Trump. He is well practiced and very skilled in the politics of division, and my opponent is his acolyte. He anointed him and recruited him from Texas to run in Georgia. I'm focused on the people of Georgia and what I can do for them.
There were people here in Georgia who were asking the former president not to announce his candidacy until after the runoff. And you get a sense when you hear some of the messaging coming from Senator Warnock, you get a sense of why that was.
And Shaq, what about Republican candidate Herschel Walker here? What's on his schedule? What's his plan for the next couple of weeks here?
Well, later today, he'll be in Gainesville. Tomorrow, he'll be in Savannah, Georgia. He's on a bus tour as well. And, we talked about an ad that Senator Warnock's campaign released today. Well, Herschel Walker, his campaign also released a fresh ad this week trying to personalize him. This is a candidate who has faced a lot of attacks in the past. We spent a lot of time in the general election talking about scandals and him allegedly paying for an abortion of a partner years ago. Well, you have in this ad people acting as a character witness essentially for him, saying he has small town values, that he's someone who likes to give back, that he's a good person. You really get a sense as we are in this runoff phase that both sides are trying to make this about the individual rather than the national conversations.
All right, NBC's Shaquille Brewster for us in Georgia today. Shaq, thank you. And a historic win in the Los Angeles mayor's race. NBC News projecting Democratic Representative Karen Bass will be that city's next mayor. She will be the first woman to hold that position in the nation's second most populated city. When she announced her mayoral campaign last year, Bass promised tackling the city's homelessness crisis would be a top priority.
We're getting a new look today at newly released video from the January 6th insurrection. It shows a group of rioters breaking into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office looking for the lawmaker. I want to bring in Justice correspondent Ryan Riley. Ryan, what do we know about this new video, and why is it just being released now?
That's right. So this video came out at the request of NBC News through the Media Coalition that has been covering a lot of these trials, ongoing January 6 cases. There's an ongoing case right now against Riley Williams, and she's an individual who's charged with aiding and abetting the theft of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's laptop on January 6. You can see it in actually some of those videos you see on screen now, that laptop sitting on the table there. And what essentially the government says is that this video was filmed by another rider who has since been charged and introduced in this case. There's just this evidence that continues to come out and come out and come out because a lot of these rioters film their own crimes, and then when they are arrested, that evidence gets into the hands of the FBI. So you can expect more evidence to sort of trickle out here. But this was something that was, I think, really compelling for jurors because a lot of the footage that we typically see only has, CCTV footage, which doesn't have the audio. And this really has some compelling audio about what a scary situation it was inside the speaker's suite on January 6th.
Yeah, I don't feel like we've seen that conference table before. Am I wrong? I don't think we've seen that particular room in any footage.
It's trickled out. It hasn't come out through. It's trickled out a little bit, but some of the footage is really quite something. You see a smashed mirror, for example, and just the chaos that is sort of unfolding inside this conference room and inside this speaker suite.
And Ryan, I have to ask you, you're outside a courthouse in Washington where January 6th defendant Riley Williams faces 6 charges in connection with the Capitol attack. Where do things stand in her case?
That's right. So the jury is deliberating right now. They actually just came back with a note, but they started deliberations yesterday afternoon. So we should get a verdict potentially today, tomorrow, potentially Monday in this case. It was about a week-long case, and in these January 6 cases, a lot of these cases have ended up, juries have reached a verdict within about 24 hours, typically, after they start deliberations.
All right, we'll watch that. Ryan Riley, thank you.
Coming up, the desperate need for primary care doctors and the impact it's having on millions of Americans. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Well, we know a good doctor can be hard to find sometimes. The most in-demand doctors, those who practice family medicine, internal medicine, the pediatricians, they're in short supply.
And a new report projects that the national shortage could get even worse if the problem continues to go unaddressed. NBC News correspondent Naila Charles has more on the demand for primary care doctors. Naila?
Kate, Aaron, if you've tried getting an appointment with a primary care doctor, you've probably noticed the search is long and hard. It's because of a systemic issue that means there aren't enough doctors to go around. Across the country, a growing crisis.
Hi, I was wondering if I could sign up for a primary care physician.
People are struggling to find a primary care doctor.
It's disheartening.
In Los Angeles, Max Tompkins has been looking for a year, and he's not alone. The Health Resources and Services Administration saying the nation is more than 17,000 primary care physicians short. The number projected to grow up to 48,000 by 2034. So Max, you're 23 years old. Why is it important for you to establish that health care now?
I want to be the healthiest version of me that I can be.
He doesn't have a car, so he needs a doctor that's close.
Thank you so much for your time.
But no luck. In Vermont, Britt Williams endures long COVID symptoms. She tweeted about them. They include getting sick often, memory loss, and general exhaustion. She can't find a primary care doctor.
I have expended countless hours and lots of energy.
An asthma condition makes her breathing problems even worse. She spent months suffering, unable to get the care she needed.
I find that in healthcare, if we are reactive instead of proactive, that's often the difference between life and death.
A rabies scare even forcing her to the emergency room, putting a strain on her health and her pocketbook.
I have a $1,100 medical bill that I have to pay, which for many Americans would be way out of reach and something that they're not able to take care of.
PCP's primary care physicians are a person's first call when they get sick. But the AAMC says there's a severe shortage in America, making them the hardest doctors to find. Inside urgent care facilities, more and more patients are coming in because they can't get an appointment with a PCP.
Their longer-term issues probably not getting dealt with.
No state is meeting the primary care need. The hardest hit, rural and minority areas.
It's inequitable, it's unfair, it's unjust.
A growing and aging population is surging demand, and doctors are retiring, some early because of pandemic burnout. How dire is it?
It's a very scary human story, and we are very concerned about it.
A study in family medicine found most med school graduates don't become primary care physicians, opting for higher paying specialties instead. Dr. Enrique Gonzalez is a PCP. At his practice, the demand is overwhelming.
All day patients,
okay.
Yeah.
But he can't find more PCPs to hire.
It's a paradox because on one hand, there's a great need, but on the other hand, the availability is not there.
In 2015, he decided to only see older patients to improve quality of care. Why is primary care so important?
It's the first line of defense.
So primary care physicians can save lives.
Yes, yes.
The AAMC is hoping to increase financial incentives for PCPs.
I definitely think that we are continuing to look at first-generation medical students and looking at, low-cost loan programs, scholarship programs, and other things. Primary care providers are getting a little bit more reimbursement than they were.
And as for Max, he's still waiting.
I'm leaving a voicemail to see if I can sign up for a primary care physician.
Hoping one day he will find a doctor. Last year, Congress funded 1,000 new residency training programs for med school graduates, but experts say that's not even close to enough. Kate, Aaron?
Nayela Charles for us. Nayela, thank you.
An alarming new report finds premature births in the U.S. are rising. According to a March of Dimes report, the number of babies born too early is at a 15-year high.
Black women and American Indian Alaska Native women are about 63% more likely to give birth preterm than white women. In actuality, it's more than just race. It's actually racism and some of the systems set up that lead to not only inadequate care, but disrespectful care and the way we manage care.
According to that report, more than 1 in 10 babies born last year were delivered at least 3 weeks before what's considered full term.
There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Jay Leno is recovering after suffering significant burns from a car fire.
The host of CNBC's Jay Leno's Garage is expected to make a full recovery, but he has a long road ahead of him. Here's NBC's Chanel Jones.
Hey there, Jay Leno is on the mend after suffering significant burns from a car fire. The former Tonight Show host is expected to make a full recovery and says he's humbled by the support he's received. Comedian Jay Leno is said to be in good spirits as he receives treatments for severe burns. The late-night legend was seriously injured when a car he was working on at his garage over the weekend erupted in flames.
He's been a model patient, being compliant with everything that we've asked him to do.
Dr. Peter Grossman is helping care for the 72-year-old who's scheduled to have a second surgery this week. He says Leno suffered second and third degree burns over 7% of his body, including his face and hands.
Unfortunately, at this point, it's too early to tell whether there's going to be any permanent damage. Our hope is to get him to heal as quickly as possible.
Leno saying in a statement, "I am okay, just need a week or two to get back on my feet."
While I am optimistic that we'll be able to have a good result and get him out of the hospital, I'm hoping that it will be within a week, but again, I don't know for sure.
The former host of The Tonight Show is an avid car enthusiast with over 180 vehicles in his collection.
Come on, let's take it for a ride.
The comedian sharing his passion for classic and luxury cars on the CNBC show Jay Leno's Garage.
Oh my God, it's the new F1.
At the Grossman Burn Center in Los Angeles, Leno already had hyperbaric oxygen therapy and skin grafts. Dr. Grossman says the comedian is trying to maintain a positive attitude, even passing out cookies to children also receiving burn care.
He's very down to earth, very gracious. He's very friendly. He's very appreciative, and he wants to be able to do for others. He just wants to be a regular guy and get back to work.
Wow.
While Leno continues his treatment, a source familiar with the situation tells NBC he has canceled all scheduled events for at least the next 2 weeks, including comedy shows in St. Louis and Denver. Back to you.
Chanel Jones reporting there. Let's take a look at what's trending now. Full House actress Candace Cameron Bure is receiving some backlash from the LGBTQ community.
Burr says that she left the Hallmark Channel to partner with the faith-based network Great American Family because it will keep traditional marriage at the core. That's a quote. Hallmark recently started featuring same-sex couples in its holiday movies.
And look what you made me do. Ticketmaster says it is canceling tomorrow's public sale for Taylor Swift's upcoming tour. It cites extraordinarily high demand and insufficient ticket inventory. Not sure what that means. Ticketmaster crashed earlier this week when so-called Swifties flooded the site trying to snag those pre-sale tickets. The Tennessee Attorney General is now investigating Ticketmaster after being slammed with complaints.
I think it means they don't have enough tickets for the demand for tickets.
What is that, like paper tickets? What do you mean they don't have enough tickets?
Like there aren't enough seats in all the places she's performing to satisfy all the fans who want tickets.
So nobody gets anything?
Well, no, the pre-sale people got stuff. But now, I'm sorry, I'm following this very closely because I was on the list and I didn't get approved for pre-sale, so now I get nothing because that general sale is not happening.
Sorry.
Okay, moving on. Like Swifties, Justin Bieber fans are being left asking, what do you mean? Refunds are now being issued for the artist's recently canceled world tour. Bieber performed just shy of 50 shows before he announced that he needs to take a break and focus on his health.
Skittles sending a message to Harry Styles fans after the singer got, a taste of the rainbow, if you will. Styles was performing in California when he was pelted by a handful of Skittles on stage. The candy brand took to Instagram to remind fans of proper concert etiquette, saying, "I can't believe I have to say this, but please don't throw Skittles."
It could be dangerous, right?
You could get in somebody's eye or stuck in their nose.
Next year's Grammy Awards will feature a brand new recognition for video game music. The new category is called Best Score Soundtrack for Video Games and Other Interactive Media. The list of nominated games includes Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy game.
All right.
Okay, my kids put music like that on their playlists.
It's good stuff.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily. The kids like it right here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's Thursday, it's the end of an era for Democrats, as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announces she will step aside, passing the torch to a new generation of House Democrats after nearly 20 years as the party's top leader in Congress. This as Republicans narrowly clinch control of the House, signaling plans for investigations into the Biden administration and setting the stage for a new era of divided government, even as the Republican Party is divided amongst itself. Plus, the House holds an historic hearing on the Cherokee Nation's centuries-old demand for a delegate in Congress, why it matters, and what it means for the fight for representation, with the Cherokee Nation's delegate designate herself. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake, in for Chuck Todd on an historic day on Capitol Hill. Just hours after Republicans officially hit the 218-seat threshold to capture a House majority in January, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi took to the floor to announce her intention to step down as House Democratic leader after nearly 2 decades in charge of the caucus. With her colleagues looking on, she made it official, capping off one of the most enduring leadership tenures in modern political history.
When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker. No matter what title you all, my colleagues, have bestowed upon me, Speaker, Leader, Whip, there is no greater official honor for me than to stand on this floor and to speak for the people of San Francisco. This I will continue to do as a member of the House, speaking for the people of San Francisco, serving the great state of California, and defending our Constitution. And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. And I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility.
After nearly 20 years running the House Democratic Caucus, it's hard to find a modern parallel for Pelosi's tenure in House leadership. She's the first woman to hold the gavel as Speaker of the House, and she did that twice. She was instrumental in every Democratic law passed in the Biden and Obama administrations, from the Great Recession stimulus to Obamacare to the American Rescue Plan. She was the top Democrat in Washington during the Trump administration, and her House Democratic Caucus impeached him twice. She also wielded immense power within the Democratic caucus, keeping the caucus together through ideological fracturing and passing trillion-dollar pieces of President Biden's agenda with a narrow majority. Pelosi spoke emotionally today about her career in public service and about her husband, Paul, who's recovering after being violently attacked by someone who was targeting the Speaker. Amid an environment of heightened political turmoil, Pelosi addressed the fragility of our American democracy.
In this House, we begin each day with a prayer and a pledge to the flag. And every day, I am in awe of the majestic miracle that is American democracy. As we participate in a hallmark of our republic, the peaceful, orderly transition from one Congress to the next, let us consider the words of, again, President Lincoln, spoken during one of America's darkest hours. He called upon us to come together, to swell the chorus of the Union, when once again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. That, again, is the task at hand. A new day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one.
Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn also announced that they're stepping aside from their top leadership posts, opening the door for a new generation of younger Democratic leaders. All indications are that those new leaders will be Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, and Pete Aguilar. This changing of the guard comes as Democrats had a better-than-expected performance in last week's midterm. House Republicans, meanwhile, they're poised to keep their leadership team largely unchanged, despite a disappointing midterms that left them just narrowly taking control of the House. We should also note that Kevin McCarthy was not present at Pelosi's speech this afternoon. In fact, the only member of the House Republican leadership team to attend was Whip Steve Scalise. Some top House Republicans held a press conference today, previewing their plans for oversight investigations into Hunter Biden and members of the Biden family, the beginning of what are likely to be many investigations in the new Congress targeting the current administration. Joining me now to talk about all of it on Capitol Hill is NBC's Ryan Nobles, and NBC's Monica Alba is outside the White House. So, Ryan, what's the mood been like there today? Historic day, the reaction to Speaker Pelosi's speech.
You know, Garrett, I think probably the best word you could use to describe what we saw here today was grateful. So many members of the Democratic caucus seem grateful for the work that Nancy Pelosi has given to this body over the past 3 decades, 20 in leadership, but also grateful by the way that she has decided to pass the baton on to the next generation. I mean, you know as well as anyone that there was quite a bit of angst behind the scenes as to how this was all going to play out. Was she going to stay or was she going to go? And she found kind of a happy medium here where she's going to allow for this new generation of Democratic leaders to step forward, while at the same time preserving those tight margins between Republicans and Democrats in the House of Representatives. And the other kind of pretty big feat here was the fact that she took that step and she got these other two very prominent and powerful leaders in Steny Hoyer and James Clyburn to take that step with her. And this is what Steny Hoyer had to say about that decision by the three of them to let the next crop of leaders take the baton.
Because I think it's time for new leadership, and I think we have excellent opportunities. Very frankly, I think I could be elected, and that was not the issue. but I think it's time. Well, I think it's always good for a party to have new blood and new invigoration, enthusiasm, and new ideas.
So I think one of the things that was interesting there, what you heard from Leader Hoyer, Garrett, is that he made it clear that he could have been elected if he wanted to, but he's stepping down on his own accord, which I think is important. They do want to make it clear that if they want to stay, in these positions, they could. And the other thing that's important to point out, Garrett, is that under normal circumstances, all three of these individuals would have just resigned Congress and left. The fact that they're still going to be here gives them the opportunity to kind of steward this next group of leaders into the next generation of Congress.
Right. It's just like you and I could have totally played college ball, but, we wanted to focus on our studies.
Exactly.
Exactly. Talk a little bit about this new presumptive incoming leadership team. I think people have gotten to know Hakeem Jeffries a little bit. People might know Pete Aguilar from the January 6th committee. What does this new team bring to the table?
Well, first of all, shout out to Generation X, right? It's our time. It's this is the first crop of Generation X leaders to really kind of take control. These are guys in their mid to late 40s, early 50s that are going to be the people in charge, and they are all dynamic personalities. They are people who have been in Congress for some time, but also really have the support and loyalty amongst their membership. And the three of them all work together as well. There's no doubt that they're each their own individual members of Congress. They have their own kind of individual goals, and they're certainly not running as a ticket by any stretch of the imagination, but they do seem to be in concert in terms of what they think the direction of the Democratic caucus should be going forward. And make no mistake, there's going to be a lot that they're going to have to be involved in this next Congress, especially because Republicans do not have a huge majority, maybe somewhere between 5 and 7 seats. There's going to be opportunities for Democrats to make noise when it comes to legislation and the check on the oversight that Republicans are going to try and put forward. So them staying unified is going to be very, very important, and these three are going to be the ones in charge of it.
And Ryan, what about the role that, Congresswoman Pelosi will play going forward? We haven't seen something like this in quite a long time.
Yeah, and I do think it's going to take some time to figure out exactly what role she will play. This is a kind of new territory for her, and it's new territory for the other members of Congress. And I'm sure there's going to be a careful balancing act between her advising the next round of leadership and not bowling over them. I think there's still a lot of members of Congress that still see her as their guiding light and may be willing to look to her before they look to this new crop of leaders. So it's really going to be incumbent upon her and Steny Hoyer and James Clyburn to say, no. This is a decision for this group. We're here if you need the help, but they are the leaders now, and we are their support.
As we keep on this theme of generational change, I'll turn to my fellow millennial at the White House, Monica Alba. Monica, what's the reaction been like from the president? We know that he asked the speaker to stay on, or at least that he wanted her to. How did he find out, and what does the White House feel about this decision?
Well, we know the two have had a close relationship for years, Garrett, and they spoke this morning before Speaker Pelosi made this news public, and the president congratulated her on her years of service, her storied career, and essentially put out a statement saying the nicest things possible about another human being, saying that when he thinks of Nancy Pelosi, he thinks of dignity, and that she will go down in history as one of the greatest and most effective speakers of all time. So we're talking here about ages and generations. President Biden is about to celebrate his 80th birthday on Sunday. So I do think it's a fascinating conversation and question in terms of what the two talked about when you look at the president's own future. And he has said he's going to go for it and run for re-election again in 2024. At least he intends to. But those are going to be the big conversations coming up. I think that is the dynamic that this White House is keenly aware of. The fact that on Capitol Hill, they're passing the torch to a new generation when you have a soon-to-be octogenarian president who's saying, I may stick around here and try to do this all over again. The thing that White House officials tell me is that when they look at what happened here with the midterms, defying expectations, better than expected performance, they feel like it's because they were running on President Biden's agenda and some of those legislative accomplishments. So, of course, now we're looking at gridlocked Washington, which is nothing new to a veteran of Capitol Hill, former Senator Joe Biden. But it is a just really, really interesting conversation here now as they plot his future and has all those conversations over the holidays coming up.
And Mon, what about the relationship between Biden and Hakeem Jeffries? Here you've got he's replacing someone who was kind of a generational peer, someone who very united in how they think about their Catholic faith, with the younger man with a different background. How's that working relationship going to be with potentially the new top Democrat in the House?
And this is a White House that has said we are going to support whatever House Democrats want to do here. We're going to let them take the lead. We're going to work with them every step of the way. So it's a good working relationship. But of course, as you know, Garrett, the president also had really good relationships with Steny Hoyer, with Jim Clyburn, with Nancy Pelosi. So all of those relationships continue. The fact that she's going to be the sort of Speaker Emeritus leading from the backbench, I think you can kind of know that the president's going to be in touch with Hoyer and Clyburn as well as the new leaders, again, saying we're here to help. And the other thing we all know and can talk about is that Republicans are going to have all these investigations, talk of impeachment, so they got to stick close on the strategy as that oversight heats up, even though this White House has been bracing for that for months, if not more than a year, knowing that's the likely outcome here.
Right. Let's not forget, President Biden probably wouldn't be President Biden if it weren't for Jim Clyburn. So we'll put a bookmark in there. Ryan and Monica, thank you both. And joining me now is Vermont Democratic Congressman and one of the House Democrats' chief deputy whips, Peter Welch, but he's also Senator-elect Peter Welch. You served with Nancy Pelosi since 2007. What was your reaction to seeing her step back in this way today?
Well, your reporter used the word grateful. It was really an astonishing experience to serve with her. She had a level of physical energy that is renowned, but what she had also was incredible emotional energy, and she had a capacity to listen. And I think what was the glue that held the Democrats together, from the Blue Dogs to the Progressives, was they always knew she would listen. She would do her best to accommodate their concerns. And at the end of the day, when you have to get to 218 and all of us have to settle for what we can get, you felt you'd had a fair hearing from the Speaker. So that emotional capacity that she had, as well as her renowned physical strength and strategic sense, all added up to her being the greatest speaker in the history of the country.
Democrats, I think, it sometimes took for granted her ability to keep that caucus united. Do Hakeem Jeffries and the new team realize the scope of the challenge they're going to have in the minority, trying to keep that ideologically diverse group together?
Well, they do. I mean, they were huge supporters of Nancy Pelosi. And I think had Nancy decided to run again, they would have been supportive of her. But they know very much how skillful she was. And frankly, I think they learned from it. You know, Nancy Pelosi was tough, but her persuasive skills were not based on being tough or my way or the highway. It was through listening. It was through accommodating. It was through trying to get people to see how we could have some common ground and make some real progress. And she did the litany of the accomplishments through the three presidents, minus one that she worked with. So I think that our new leaders, the likely new leaders, go in with a kind of appreciation for the skills and how the way Nancy Pelosi conducted herself is a good model. But they're going to have to find their own way, and they will.
All right, the rest of my questions are for Senator-elect Welch. So you represent the new blood in the Senate in this class. You're one of very few freshmen coming in on the Democratic side, just you and John Fetterman. What do you think about this idea of, you know, the importance of bringing new blood into either of these bodies in a Democratic caucus broadly across both chambers that has been perhaps less willing to have turnover and power changing hands with younger members?
Well, you know, as Steny Hoyer said, new blood is always good, and experience is always good. And what I think is really important for us in the Senate is we have an opportunity to get things done. I mean, this election, especially in the Senate, but with our narrow loss in the House, the American people stood up for democracy. That's number one. And number two, the American people stood up for having a government that does practical things that make a difference in their lives. And this is, I think, the opportunity that I'm excited about in the Senate, because I think we have Republicans and Democrats who want to get things done.
Well, in the Senate last year, the last 2 years, we saw what amounted to a kind of a stunning outbreak of bipartisanship. When you think about all the things that did get done in the Senate on a bipartisan basis, that was obviously not the case in the House. I wonder how you think about, you know, working in the Senate now with a Republican-controlled House. Do you think there are opportunities for real bipartisanship? What kind of legislation might actually make it to President Biden's desk, given the breakdown of the two chambers?
Well, you know, when look at what we did last year. the things we did that are bipartisan are things that needed to be done for you, whether you voted for Trump or you voted for Biden. We all need broadband. We all have veterans who suffered and got cancer as a result of burn pits, and they need VA benefits. We all need lower-cost prescription drugs. So we can be bipartisan if what the underlying policy is about trying to help folks in my district and in my Republican colleagues' district. What the existential question is for the Republican House colleagues is, do they want to focus on legislation or investigations, impeachment, and fighting the last war?
What do you think about that? I mean, you've obviously worked in some capacity with Kevin McCarthy and with a lot of these House Republicans for a long time. Do you think they want to pass legislation? Do you think they want to make law? Or do you think they want to pave the way for, you know, a Republican majority in both chambers and a President Trump or whomever else in 2024?
Well, they're clearly split. I mean, Leader McCarthy got a big vote within the caucus, but over 30 Freedom Caucus folks who are prepared to burn the House down. So this is an act in progress. What's going to happen? And you saw the rollout today with an announcement of all the investigations they want to run. And it feels to me a little bit tone deaf, because we've got inflation, we've got affordability issues, and we have communities that want the government to be a partner with state government and local governments to try to get things done. And the focus on all these investigations that are looking in the rearview mirror, I don't think will help them. But that's the existential question for the Republicans. Senator Schumer's made it very clear that we want to work with Republicans in the Senate.
Last question for you. Since you're going to be the new kid at school when you show up at the Senate, what are you expecting to see most different after your long career in the House moving across the hall?
Well, it's smaller,
significantly,
as you know. The question I have is, I'm going to miss my House colleagues. But the fact is, I think I have a real opportunity to stay engaged with my House colleagues, and the hope is that through that bipartisan and bicameral approach, I can help make progress in the Senate.
We shall see. Senator-elect Peter Welch, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And coming up, more on the future of both parties as Democrats begin a new era under new leadership, while Republicans face growing divisions with the same leadership. And a programming note, I'm here because this afternoon, Chuck is sitting down with former Vice President Mike Pence. You can see the first piece of that interview right here on Meet the Press Now tomorrow, with the full interview airing Sunday on Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. You are watching Meet the Press Now. Stick around.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. As we've been discussing, after nearly 2 decades as the leader of House Democrats, Speaker Nancy Pelosi is now stepping aside. Pelosi was first elected to Congress in the late 1980s, and she made her first appearance on Meet the Press back in 1994. In 2006, a year before she made history as the first female speaker, she discussed the possibility with Tim Russert. Take a listen.
You're going to be the speaker.
Well, if that's the case, I just want a Democratic speaker.
But in 2004, you predicted you would be the speaker. It didn't happen.
I thought John Kerry was going to be president of the United States.
You guaranteed that.
That I guarantee.
Can you guarantee you'll be the speaker?
No, I can say that. I can say what I said then. If the election were held today, we would have a Democratic majority. And on that very first day, we will have a new direction for America, for all Americans, not the privileged few. We're going to make America safer by passing the Homeland Security recommendations immediately. Give America a raise by increasing the minimum wage. Make health care affordable by negotiating for better prices. Lower the cost of college education by cutting in half the interest on student loans. We're going to be fair.
To celebrate 75 years of Meet the Press, we've created a special interactive site with more clips and highlights from our archives. You can scan the QR code on your screen to take a deep dive into the past. There's some fascinating stuff in there. But for more now on the future of Congress and of both political parties, I'm joined by Lisa Desjardins, correspondent for PBS NewsHour, Naveen Nayak, president and executive director of the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. So, Naveen, what did the Pelosi era really mean for Democrats? She spanned multiple presidents. She was sort of like the glue that got this done over the past 20 years. It's hard to imagine, I think, for many Democrats turning the page on that era.
It really is. It was, it was fairly emotional. She actually marks my time in Washington doing this kind of work. And you think of the accomplishments. I mean, I think that's what she wants to be remembered for. And they're pretty historic, whether it's on health care, what she's done now with infrastructure, student loan. There's a whole set of accomplishments. Climate change at the top of that list. We'll be talking about her for a long time. But it really is. I think she's going to age even better than she's been worn, in the sense that I don't think we're going to have a speaker like her who is so committed to actually getting things done and so able to rally her caucus to actually get these kinds of accomplishments.
Lisa, we've covered these three, potential incoming new leaders for a while. I don't know if you heard my question to Peter Welch, but to me, it's like, I wonder if they really know what they're getting themselves into. I mean, to step into the spotlight in this way, what do you expect to see from this new leadership team?
It's almost like marrying into the royal family. Like, you have no idea, really, until you're doing it, how crazy it is. I think this is an untested group. They certainly have been in dress rehearsals as you speak, doing press conferences regularly. Hakeem Jeffries was part of an impeachment team, those kinds of things. They're untested, so we really don't know what we're going to get. I expect them to make some mistakes, but I also think that's a big part of why now Speaker Pelosi will become Representative Pelosi. She's going to stay there to sort of add some heft and some backbone as they continue.
Brad, what does it say to you that the party that outperformed expectations, has their leaders stepping back, and the party that underperformed is keeping their leadership team around? The Republicans in both the House and the Senate largely keeping leadership teams in place that I think most Republicans acknowledged did not give them the results that they were hoping for this time around.
Well, it wasn't as good as we wanted, but Democrats did lose seats each of the last 2 elections in the House, and it is time for generational change on the Democratic side. And I think that without having a full Democratic control, the president's agenda is not going to move very much in the House, and so the need for a seasoned veteran speaker is much less than it would be if you're trying to move the president's agenda. And while it's divided government, it's probably a good time for the Democrats to break in new leaders. And I think for Republicans, it's a good time for us to figure out how to be a majority again. You know, we have to oppose the president's policies, and we have to come up with those of our own. One of the lessons we learned last week was that I think Republicans in Congress had not put forth a proactive agenda that independents could rally around.
That's the Rick Scott argument to a degree. But Republicans lost something here, too. Nancy Pelosi has been the chief boogeyman for Republicans for most of those last 20 years. Joe Biden doesn't generate the same hate that Speaker Pelosi does. How do Republicans react to that in the next election cycle and as kind of they go forward?
Well, Nancy Pelosi couched herself as a partisan warrior, right? She tried to take over Congress for the Democrats from the Republicans. She's a liberal from San Francisco, the most liberal city in the country. So in many ways, she welcomed that caricature that became very convenient in most campaigns. And she was also a very partisan speaker. She was a successful speaker, but she was a partisan one. You don't find Nancy Pelosi accomplishments that are bipartisan accomplishments.
No, not typically.
And so, therefore, the attacks on Nancy Pelosi in campaigns were true. Voters did see her as a partisan, and they did see her as a symbol of Democratic control of government. I don't think that was inaccurate. I don't know who's going to be the next symbol of that for Republicans. Chuck Schumer might be a candidate.
Naveen, all this talk about generational change and leadership, I kind of wonder how that is being heard down the street. The other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. How should Democrats think about this moment of generational change, and how should the White House embrace this moment or not? I mean, President Biden set himself up to be this bridge between generations. He talked about it during the campaign, but now he's the octogenarian kind of staying behind here while all this other group of leaders moves on.
I guess a little bit to Brad's point, I actually think if, you know, how different would this moment have been if Democrats had picked up 5 more seats? You know, would there have been more of a call for Speaker Pelosi to stick around to keep implementing Biden's agenda? And to that extent, President Biden has just presided over the most successful midterm election for a president in maybe, you know, at least 50 years in a first term. And I think we'll get credit for the unbelievable agenda he passed in his first 2 years. So I don't know why there'd be a ton of pressure given the actual success he's been enjoying both legislatively and politically.
I would say George Bush's midterm was better.
Except the difference here, George Bush, we had 9/11. He was at 70% approval rating.
He did gain seats and was more popular. I mean, Biden lost Congress, so I mean, it's.
I think the problem we have here is both parties are getting the same message from voters, but they're just looking at the message each other is getting. We know that the Democratic initial agenda from President Biden was too to the left for voters and for the votes in the House and Senate, and now Republicans are getting the message. You guys are too extreme too.
To that end, I want to play Mitch McConnell's prognosis here from the press conference, which I think you were at the other day, and we'll talk about it on the other side. Here was McConnell's take on this question of how the voters were viewing these midterms.
We underperformed among voters who did not like President Biden's performance, among independents and among moderate Republicans who looked at us and concluded too much chaos, too much negativity, and we turned off a lot of these centrist voters.
So how do they get these centrist voters back?
Yeah, especially with a House that has really just been waiting to do investigations and really speak to their base. You know, I think it's going to be difficult. And I think we may see what I see for those centrist voters that I was talking to, including some of my own family, more motivation to stay home. And that is going to be the trick. It's not so much moving a Democrat to Republican or the vice versa. It's getting those voters who are just exhausted and fed up to show up again. And I don't hear anything from either party, or especially from Republicans, from Mitch McConnell yesterday, saying how they're going to do that.
So, Brad, Kevin McCarthy either has a different read or just a different set of circumstances to deal with here, right? We have House Republicans going out today saying they want to investigate Hunter Biden. It's going to be one of their first orders of business. That doesn't seem to fit Mitch McConnell's prescription. So I wonder, which do you think it is here? Does McCarthy have a different theory of the case, or just a different set of problems he has to solve as leader of a House Republican conference?
Well, first, I take a little bit of issue with Senator McConnell's point, because we did have examples of independents and moderate Republicans voting for Republicans. It was for Republican governors. Ron DeSantis, Mike DeWine, Brian Kemp, Henry McMaster. The story just goes down the line.
But every Democratic governor, save one, got reelected.
But in those swing states, those large swing states where Republican governors had a strong, positive, conservative agenda to run on, they were elected. In Washington, where the whole story was stop Joe Biden and Democrats, we got a stalemate. And so it's incumbent upon Republican leaders in Congress to put forward that agenda and to take some chances with that agenda so that independents realize they have a better alternative.
I think this is actually the challenge for Republicans. There's really just two proposals on the table. One is actually run on their agenda, which there was an agenda. Remember, the conversation at the end of the year was a Republican agenda to have a national ban on abortion, to either privatize or end social security.
Not embraced by all the leadership.
But that was the conversation.
You can't say that. There was not a national ban on abortion. It was a national ban on late-term abortion. Get it right. Get your facts right.
Not late-term unless you can do your math.
I'll be glad to put that on the ballot.
The majority of House Republicans in the caucus support a complete ban on abortion. The majority of House Republicans in the caucus completely.
Every Democrat in the House voted for abortion all the way to the due date, which is the least popular
position. There is the agenda. Yeah. Mitch McConnell's not saying we need a different agenda. He's saying we need to be quiet about it. He's saying we shouldn't be talking about our agenda until we get elected, and then we'll implement it.
So what does Joe Biden do about his agenda now? What does Joe Biden still have on his to-do list that can get through a Congress in this configuration?
I actually think that's going to be, to a large extent, up to Kevin McCarthy. I mean, if there's one story of the last 2 years, it has actually been one of the most successful periods of bipartisan legislation, right? We had the CHIPS and Science Act, we had the infrastructure bill, we had gun safety. I mean, I can't think of a time in my 20 years where there's been that level of, and Joe Biden gets a lot of credit for that because he is actually willing to engage with Republicans. I think Kevin McCarthy, the opportunity is there for Kevin McCarthy. I'm not sure where they're going to find common ground, but we've seen nothing from Republicans. Kevin McCarthy has basically said that Marjorie Taylor Greene has as much influence in that caucus, which she's not going to work with Joe Biden.
I think Republicans have had majority of the House for exactly how many hours? So I think we're still waiting to see them roll out their agenda. That's fair. But there are some Republicans and Democrats who talk to each other. Kevin McCarthy, friends with Kirsten Sinema, who's an important Democrat in the Senate. So there are opportunities. I don't know if anyone's going to take them.
Lisa, I would give you the last word here in the minute or so I've got left here. But I mean, if there's two guys in Washington who know how to get along with people who they don't like, it's probably Joe Biden and Kevin McCarthy. Is there an opportunity for a personal relationship here that could make a difference in Washington?
I think there is an opportunity, but their politics are so different. Because Kevin McCarthy, right? Kevin McCarthy has really just cared about his base. He's got the Freedom Caucus. Very different kind of politician than I think Joe Biden, even though on a personal level, sure, I think they could get along.
Not a lot of room for McCarthy to move, at least in the next 7 weeks, but we'll see what happens on the other side.
Maybe not after.
Maybe not after either. All right, we got to leave it there. Naveen, Brad, Lisa, thank you all. And up next, President Zelensky clashes with President Biden and NATO allies over what caused that deadly blast inside Poland as Russian airstrikes wreak havoc on Ukraine's energy supply with winter fast approaching. We're live in Kyiv next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. In a rare display of public disagreement, President Zelensky has broken with U.S. and NATO officials about what caused an explosion that killed 2 people inside Polish territory earlier this week. Polish, U.S. and NATO officials have stated that the blast was likely caused by a Ukrainian air defense missile. But Zelensky said in a statement today that the world does not know what happened and that it was impossible to talk about specifics. Overnight, President Biden had this to say when he returned to the White House.
What's your reaction to President Zelensky saying that the missiles that landed in Poland were not Ukrainian?
That's not the evidence.
Meanwhile, Polish President Duda visited the blast site today and said that Ukrainian officials can come see the ongoing investigation, but he wouldn't elaborate on whether Poland would grant Ukraine access to participating in the investigation. NBC's foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is on the ground in Kyiv for us tonight. So, Molly, nobody would blame Zelensky or Ukraine if this was a Ukrainian, defense missile that got knocked astray here. But he's still standing by this statement that we don't know if it was a Ukrainian missile. Do we have any idea why he's kind of dug in on this point? And how worried is he or are Ukrainian officials about potentially creating a rift with the West over this issue?
Yeah, Garrett, this is a conflict that Ukraine does not want to have right now. We do actually have an update on one of the points that you just made about the Polish investigators cooperating with Ukrainian investigators. We did just hear from the Ukrainian foreign minister that there are now Ukrainian investigators on the ground. They expect to get access to that crash site, which is something Zelensky has been talking about all day, about a joint investigation. But clearly, I think President Zelensky is looking for an off-ramp. His rhetoric and his language has certainly ratcheted down since Tuesday. So on Tuesday, he came out very quickly before any investigation, before the Polish president, before NATO, and said this was a Russian missile. Yesterday afternoon, Garrett, he was very strong again. This was not our missile. This was not our missile strike. And now the language he is using is subtly softer, climbing back slightly. So he is saying, look, we should wait for the investigation. We want to be part of this investigation. We do know from Secretary of State Blinken that obviously and understandably he has spoken with Polish President Duda about the specifics. So I do think this is not something that he wants to be at loggerheads with his NATO and Western allies. So I think we will start to see that language soften in the next 24 hours, especially once Ukrainian investigators get access to that site.
Another day of bombardment today across Ukraine, more Russian strikes. What did you see and hear in Kyiv, and what more do we know about the other cities that were struck today?
Yeah, exactly. Another major day. Of course, Tuesday was the biggest aerial bombardment that this country has seen since the beginning of the war. Today, according to Ukrainian officials, 16 more cruise missiles, including 5, in addition, to 5 drones. We were actually driving from the Polish-Ukrainian border where we were to Kyiv when the sirens went off. Countrywide alert. According to Kyiv officials, Garrett, there were no actual impacts in the Kyiv area. That means air defense. The air defenses were working, though people here did report hearing explosions. The difference of today, there were definitely fewer missiles than we saw 2 days ago, but they were highly strategically targeting infrastructure, critical infrastructure, knocking out additional power plants and power stations. And according to the state energy company, today's strikes were very damaging, and it's going to take even more time for those repairs to kick in.
Molly, we're almost out of time, but I have to ask you one more question. I understand it snowed for the first time in Kyiv today, and the way I'm thinking about this is this. If this is the start of winter in this war, whose side is winter on in this war? Is it going to hurt the Ukrainian population? Is it going to hurt the Russian invasion?
Yeah, I think if you're talking about the military, I think any Ukrainian official is going to say, look, the Ukrainian military is ready and they know how to fight in the winter. This is their home turf. They are digging in for a seriously strong fight in the winter. If you're talking about Ukrainian civilians, I'm looking at a capital city right now that half the population is without power, Garrett. 10 million households. That's not people. That is households. A lot more people across this country are without power. Most people, according to the Ukrainian energy company, are looking at 2 to 3 hours because of emergency rolling blackouts. So these critical infrastructure targets that Russia is hitting, that is hurting and targeting the civilian population.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you for your reporting. Stay warm and stay safe. I want to turn now to some sad news here in Washington. Michael Gerson, speechwriter for George W. Bush and a Washington Post columnist, has died from complications from cancer, according to the Washington Post. Gerson helped craft some of President Bush's major addresses, including his first inaugural address and his speech at the National Cathedral following the 9/11 attacks. President Bush released a statement writing, quote, "Mike harnessed the power of the pen to not just write about good policy, but drive it." Gerson was a frequent guest on both the Sunday and the daily versions of Meet the Press, bringing his insight as a former White House senior advisor and providing thoughtful insight into the Republican Party. Michael Gerson was 58 years old.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now we must move boldly into the future, grounded by the principles that have propelled us this far and open to fresh possibilities for the future. A new day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation.
And welcome back. I'm joined now by Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan, who co-chairs the House Policy and Communications Committee. And Congresswoman, I guess the big question that we've been talking about this whole hour, what does the future of the Democratic Party look like now without Nancy Pelosi at the helm in Congress?
So, first of all, Nancy's still going to be here as a member whose wisdom and counsel is going to be listened to by many, and no one should underestimate just what wisdom she can bring to things. We'll see now things are beginning to shake out. I think it is very likely that Hakeem Jeffries will be running for minority leader and Catherine Clark is whip. I think there are a lot of conversations going out. People are making their phone calls, and we're going to have a very strong, diverse leadership that is going to be a team with the wisdom of those that have gone before them, because we will benefit from having both Speaker Pelosi, but Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn as part of that group that's going to be helping to guide us as we work hard to take the majority back in 2024.
Speaker Pelosi was always kind of the master of herding cats when the different ideological factions of the Democratic Party were getting crosswise with each other. I wonder, do you see the kind of ideological center of the party drifting in one direction or another, or kind of changing with Pelosi, again, not at the kind of at the helm with that tight grip on where the party was going?
So the thing that Nancy Pelosi did well was to understand all of the different factions inside of our caucus, the different dynamics. I think that this new group of people understand, the new likely leaders very much understand that we are a diverse caucus in many different ways, geographically, gender, 1,000 different issues. New Dems, CPC, and they're going to understand. I think everybody in the caucus has a responsibility to understand that we have got to pull together, listen to each other, and develop strategy that takes everybody's perspective into place. The good news is that Nancy Pelosi has made it clear that she wants to stay here and help during this transition, and I think we got good, smart people. They're going to be running for these senior leadership jobs, but we're going to have the benefit of someone who's not going to be afraid to kick someone in the ass if they think they need to be listening to somebody.
We could say that on streaming. Congresswoman, you talk about the diversity of the caucus and of this new leadership team, but I see Hakeem Jeffries from New York, Pete Aguilar from California, Catherine Clark from Massachusetts. From a Michigander to a Texan, what about the vast middle of the country where Democrats have sometimes struggled to reach people?
So let me be very clear. I am a candidate for vice chair of the caucus, and you just gave my #1 reason for running, because it is middle America where races are won or lost. We showed you in Michigan that when you pull together and you listen to everybody, you can. We won up and down the ticket. And I will be running for vice chair with the hopes that we will have somebody from middle America who has to understand that there are a lot of working men and women, union workers, who are worried about their future, and that we have to listen to them. But we have done very well in the last few years, bringing the environmentalists, the unions, and even the OEMs, the car manufacturers, for those together on issues. So it will be important that that voice is heard in leadership.
Michigan was kind of the Democrats' Florida in this midterm. It was the state that shone the brightest for the party in this midterm. What did you learn in Michigan that the rest of the country needs to figure out from a Democratic Party perspective?
That we understood that there were different perspectives, and that you brought everybody to the table, that you went into that union hall and talked to the union worker that's worried about their job, that is concerned about inflation, increased gasoline prices. I think there were 3 things on the ballot in Michigan. Inflation was one, but choice was clearly another. People that had values, people that believed a woman had a right to make her own medical decisions. And 3, democracy was very clearly on the ballot by the time Election Day came.
And speaking of Michigan, you're working on an effort to try to move Michigan up in the nominating process for president. I'm looking at a letter in which you write, Michigan is one of the best places to pick a president. Key groups that Democrats need to persuade and turn out to win in national elections are the backbone of our state. Michigan is the most diverse battleground state and a microcosm of America. Iowa did not acquit itself particularly well in the last election cycle. How confident are you that Michigan is going to move up, maybe substantially, in the nominating process for the next president of the United States?
I think Michigan remains a purple state. Nobody can take it for granted. I'm working very hard on this issue as the DNC, the Rules Committee, meets again next week. I think we need a state where all the candidates can be seen by the diversity of what you just talked to, from urban areas to rural areas, manufacturing, union households. And I think we've made a very good case. I think we are definitively made it to the second round, and talking to a lot of people, we are very much in the mix, and it is my intention for the next 10 days to keep making that case hard, because we will determine. And by the way, it's good for Republicans too. It's a good place to have a presidential primary, because it does reflect the diversity of this country, and you go to states that don't have what all the issues are in the general election, you don't get the strongest candidates.
I think it's a compelling argument, Congresswoman. We'll see what the rest of the party thinks. Thank you very much for making time today.
Thank you.
We've got an update now on another Democrat, another former House Democrat, changing jobs into the future here. NBC News is projecting that Congresswoman Karen Bass has been elected mayor of Los Angeles, defeating billionaire real estate developer Rick Caruso. Bass will become the first woman ever to serve as mayor of the country's second largest city. In a speech just a few hours ago, the mayor-elect reaffirmed her commitment to solve homelessness, respond to crime, and make Los Angeles more affordable for working families. Up next, the growing political power of Native American voters and the latest on the Cherokee Nation's centuries-old fight for a seat in Congress. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
And welcome back. It's been an historic day in Washington as the new Congress begins to take shape. And when the House is seated in January, it may include one more history maker. Yesterday, the House Rules Committee took the first step in upholding a treaty promise to the Cherokee Nation that has sat unfulfilled for nearly 200 years, holding a hearing on seating a Cherokee Nation delegate in Congress. A Cherokee delegate was part of an 1835 treaty that forced thousands of Cherokee to vacate their lands, sending them on to what would later be known as the Trail of Tears. In exchange, the tribe was promised representation in Congress. And yesterday, Cherokee Nation Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin asked the U.S. government to finally make good on that promise.
Cherokee Nation has, in fact, adhered to our obligations under these treaties. I'm here to ask the United States to do the same. It's time for this body to honor this promise and seat our delegate in the House of Representatives.
I'm joined now by Cherokee Nation Delegate Designate Kim Teehee. So, Kim, what can you tell us about yesterday's hearing, the process going forward to get you seated as a delegate in Congress?
Well, first of all, the House Rules Committee held a historic hearing over our treaty right. Mm-hmm. It's never been done before. And what impressed me was how well-informed the members were, how thoughtful they were, but also, and more importantly, the comments that they made were made on a bipartisan basis, and they were supportive. And so we're ready to move forward to the next steps, which we believe is a vote. We've asked for a vote to happen. We hope it will happen.
And my understanding is this would be an agreement that would come up almost for renewal every 2 years, especially given the nation's history negotiating with the United States. Mm-hmm. Are you comfortable that that's an agreement you can get behind? Do you trust Congress to renew a delegate seat every 2 years?
I have to. I mean, the treaty right was ratified by the Senate, signed by the President of the United States. It is the supreme law of the land. Only the House needs to act at this point, and we'll put it to the test.
I want to talk about the historical significance of this potentially, but also the political significance of it. Historically speaking, how important is the idea of seating a Cherokee delegate to counteracting the whitewashing of this part of American history?
It is critically important. First of all, it gives Cherokee Nation a seat at the table when formulating laws that impact us, but impact other tribes too. It gives us an opportunity, a unique opportunity to educate members about tribes in this country, about ways in which we need to adequately address the great needs of Indian country. I also think it would send a strong message that the United States keeps its word by honoring the treaties and would give some measure of justice for those who lost their lives on that forced march.
Members of Cherokee Nation live and work in states and cities just like anybody else. They have representation in Congress currently, wherever their local representation might be. What does a Cherokee Nation delegate bring to the table that their pre-existing member of Congress doesn't?
Well, first of all, Cherokee Nation's representative would be a delegate, right? And that's the difference. The other difference is, as a citizen of the nation who lives in northeastern Oklahoma, I'm in CD2. That's Markwayne Mullins' seat, at least for now.
For now, yeah.
And I vote for him. He will still have to answer to those who elected him in that position. My position is to represent the governmental interest of the nation. I was appointed and confirmed by the body of people who are elected to their positions. And so that's what I will have foremost on my mind.
Should a delegate position like that, if you're going to be seated in Congress, be elected directly by the people of Cherokee Nation, like Chuck Hoskin is elected to be principal chief?
Well, our leaders and the people of the Cherokee Nation, when they ratified the Constitution of the Cherokee Nation, chose to put in that Constitution the authority for the principal chief to appoint a delegate and for the council to confirm that delegate. So they chose that the elected leaders of the nation should select their delegate.
So if you're seated in this next Congress, what committees do you want to be on? What issues would you focus on? I mean, help me and our viewers understand what may be the blind spots that a Cherokee Nation delegate could address that, your regular member of Congress wouldn't or might not be as interested in.
Right. Well, first of all, Indian tribes have too few champions that exist on Capitol Hill. And so joining that small group of people, I think, would be helpful. Absolutely, trying to get the resources that are necessary to address healthcare, education, infrastructure, but also uniquely addressing who we are culturally as a people and honoring the uniqueness about us, which, for example, our language, making sure that we continue to have the resources and the tools necessary to continue to revitalize, protect, and preserve our native languages.
The Cherokee Nation isn't the only nation that has similar treaty arrangements. You guys have made more progress on pushing Congress than have some of these other tribes. Do you believe that, A, these other tribal delegates should also be seated simultaneously or in the near future? And if not, would you consider part of your role as representing the interests of these tribes more broadly, given their lack of representation, too, for many of the same issues that have bedeviled the Cherokee Nation?
Right. Well, certainly yesterday at the hearing, there was mention of a couple of other treaties that are out there. And I think the examination of those treaty rights should not delay Cherokee Nation's efforts to get the delegates seated. Certainly across Indian country, Indian tribes all over from the west to the east have signaled their support for Cherokee Nation's delegate, and we hope to get that done.
Do you feel like, broadly speaking, the tide is turning culturally on recognition of Native American issues? I think there's so many prominent Native Americans in this government right now. Sharice Davis, Mary Patolo is going to win in Alaska. You have a Secretary of Interior for the first time who's a Native. Do you feel like the tide has turned on this after so many years of whitewashing? I mean, for lack of a better term.
Absolutely. The stars are completely aligned. You just listed some of the many things where we finally have representation at the highest level of government. And we also have 3 women who are federal judges. I mean, that's in the most diverse Congress in my lifetime, the most women in Congress in my lifetime. So I hope to join them, next year.
What's the time frame for finding out whether or not that will happen? Does it need to be voted on in the lame duck? Is that your understanding?
That's our hope. We're trying to get it done this year.
All right. Kim Teehee, we will leave it there. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time.
Appreciate you.
And thank you for being with us this hour. That's going to do it for me. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. And remember, he'll have the first sound from his interview with former Vice President Mike Pence ahead of the full interview on Meet the Press Sunday. News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill now that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her top 2 deputies are paving the way for a new generation of Democratic leadership. We'll talk about what that means for the next Congress and your life, by the way, as the incoming Republican majority says get ready for a bunch of investigations. Plus, life-threatening snow in Buffalo is now forcing the NFL to move this Sunday's Bills-Browns game out of the city. We just found this out. We're on the ground in Michigan, where this historic storm is hitting tonight. And time's up for Twitter employees who aren't ready to be extremely hardcore to get their severance. That's just one of the many tech dramas we're following today, from massive layoffs to crypto meltdowns. We'll talk about it in just a sec. Plus, some breaking news just into us on Brittany Griner. The news statement we are now getting from her legal team after we learned she's being transferred to a penal colony outside Moscow. And in tonight's original, the pandemic's been hard on all of us, putting a unique strain on pregnant women and new moms. We've got the technology that's coming out now that could give them a little bit of help. Plus, pop the champagne. We got it ready, because guess whose birthday it is today? Ours. 1 year of Hallie Jackson Now. We're glad you've been with us through it. We're going to talk about our favorite moments from the past year a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and on Capitol Hill, where we are right now in Washington, it is a whole new era. Democrats looking for a new leader as the Republicans take back control of the House of Representatives for the first time in 2 years. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying today she is not going to look for re-election to leadership after nearly 20 years in charge of the Democratic caucus. In an emotional 12-minute speech, the speaker says she never once imagined she'd be here.
Never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker. For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation.
Nancy Pelosi, the country's first ever female party leader and speaker, helped push through landmark health care and financial reform bills under former President Obama and America's biggest ever climate infrastructure investment under President Biden. And as she steps down, President Biden is thanking his longtime friend for her years of service, summing it up by saying, "When I think of Nancy Pelosi, I think of dignity," he says. And look, the speaker promised back in 2018 that she would only spend 4 more years in leadership. So here we are 4 years later. But there's another reason why this is happening now, because Republicans are getting their hands back on the gavels, right? A huge shakeup of the power dynamic in Washington. And what do Republicans want to do with that power? Well, it's brought to you by the letter I, right? Investigations and possibly impeachment. You talk about policy. They're talking about a so-called parental bill of rights. More money for oil and the police, less money for Ukraine, the IRS, and social programs. It's not super likely that any of this is going to be able to pass a Democratic Senate or get signed into law by a Democratic president. So expect the Republicans to emphasize this other new power, the investigation piece, with a lot of them, into the origins of COVID potentially, into the Justice Department, into China and Afghanistan, possibly even impeachments of cabinet members, and deeply personal investigations into the president's son, Hunter, as we heard about today.
We're not trying to prove Hunter Biden is a bad actor. He is. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, and that's where the committee will focus in this next Congress.
The president himself has said he believes in his son, and Hunter Biden has said he plans to be cleared, expects to be cleared of any potential wrongdoing. Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill for us. So, Ryan, a lot of moving pieces there on the Hill where you are. Let me just break it down to why people should care here. This isn't about the Beltway intrigue into, like, who's going to take power, who's not, this name, that name. This is about a generational shift for basically half the country, right? The Democrats in the House of Representatives, there's going to be, we know, more than 200 of them. It's a big moment for the party.
It certainly is, Hallie. And when you look at polls across the country, a lot of Americans have said for some time that it is time for the octogenarians in charge of a lot of the power bases here in Washington and beyond need to move on, and it's time for a new generation of leadership. And Nancy Pelosi seems to understand that. That's part of why she made this decision today. And talking about handing over the baton to this new group. And it's not just Nancy Pelosi who is moving on. It's also Steny Hoyer, who's the #2 ranking Democrat, who's also stepping aside, and Jim Clyburn, who's the #3 ranking Democrat. And we caught up with Steny Hoyer shortly after Nancy Pelosi made her announcement, and he talked about why he thought it was important for the next generation to take over.
I think it's time for new leadership, and I think we have an excellent opportunity. I think it's always good for a party to have new blood and new invigoration, enthusiasm, and new ideas.
So what's interesting is there's going to be new blood in charge, but some of that old blood's still going to stick around. Nancy Pelosi, Jim Clyburn, and Steny Hoyer are still going to be here in the halls of Congress. That is a unique situation, Hallie. In general, when speakers, deputy whips, when they step down from these posts, they move on. They get out of Congress completely.
That's right.
Paul Ryan, John Boehner both just decided to leave Congress from the beginning. So that's a little bit different situation and a little bit of uncharted territory that we'll have to see how that all plays out over the next couple of weeks.
You talk about where the party goes from here. I spoke with one member of Congress, Democrat Jamie Raskin, who's on the January 6th committee, about Hakeem Jeffries and why he thinks Congressman Jeffries is the right person to take over right now. I want to play what he said. Can you get behind Hakeem Jeffries as the next Democratic leader? Does he have your support?
Yeah, I think he's done an outstanding and sensational job as our caucus chair. He's paid his dues, and he's a terrific communicator who I think can express the message of the Democratic Party well.
So the message of the Democratic Party, what about the agenda of the Democratic Party? Because they will be in the minority in the House. We just laid out what Republicans are probably going to do, probably a lot of investigations. But Republicans also have a Democratic Senate, a Democrat in the White House, right? Where is the area for compromise? I asked this to one member yesterday, and they said, well, the Farm Bill, one senator told me. Okay, so like beyond the Farm Bill over the next 2 years, what are people actually going to see get done?
Yeah, Haley, you have your reason to be skeptical, right? I mean, there is not a very strong relationship between Hakeem Jeffries and Kevin McCarthy, who have the potential to be the two leaders in the House of Representatives in the upcoming Congress. Hakeem Jeffries is extremely critical of Kevin McCarthy, and the two of them need to find common ground if they're going to get anything done. It was interesting yesterday listening to Mitch McConnell talk about what the new Congress is going to look like. He said he's open to finding stuff that he says is it within the 40-yard lines of a football field. I'm not so sure that there's a desire, I should say, in the House for that same kind of compromise.
Brian Nobles on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you very much. So history on Capitol Hill, but also a history in the Midwest, right? With this major lake snow event shaping up fast. What is a lake snow event? A lot of snow coming off the Great Lakes, maybe a bananas amount in places in the Northeast. We just found out as we were coming on the air that the Buffalo Bills, right, known for playing in the snow, known for being super hardcore, they're going to actually move their scheduled game that was supposed to be Sunday because of all the snow that's expected to hit. You've got Governor Kathy Hochul already declaring a state of emergency in nearly a dozen counties, and she's got a warning for everybody about how serious this is.
This is considered an extreme event, an extreme weather event. That means it's dangerous. It also means it's life-threatening.
Check it out. This is Lake Erie, Pennsylvania, where the snow, I mean, listen, folks have the scrapers out. That guy needs more than a hoodie. Let's be real, right? I mean, look, cars off the road, et cetera. And this is just the appetizer because Buffalo, the main event, 4 to 5 feet of snow, thunder snow, maybe even possible too. Lightning flashes at the same time as snow in parts of New York. Maggie Vespa is joining us now from Michigan. So walk us through, I mean, you're in it, Maggie, what to expect there in Buffalo over the next few hours. Because tonight is when this thing is moving in.
Right, you said we're in it. We're in Kalamazoo, Michigan. But Hallie, as you've been saying, Buffalo is, we've been hearing, the bullseye of this storm. So we're in it, but we're like in the light version. So look at this. This is not even close to what Buffalo is going to get. Michigan's been seeing, parts of Michigan have been seeing snowfall since yesterday. And we're expecting up to a foot here. But as you said, up to 4 to 5 feet in Buffalo. And it's an interesting yardstick to use. But yeah, the Buffalo Bills moving their game is a big deal. That news just coming down, that game against Cleveland Browns on Sunday, going to Detroit. The last time that happened, NFL Insider reporting, 2014. So you stack that up against all of the alerts and states of emergency that we're seeing declared in New York and also Ohio. Officials are taking this very seriously, and they hope the public does too, Hallie.
Let's talk about the dangerous part of this, which is the snow load, which is when the snow falls, like the most sort of scary part of this. A foot of it on like a regular roof is like if SUVs, 4 of them, were parked on that roof, you know? Talk about what you're hearing from people and officials about how they're getting ready for this thing, because it's one thing to say, hey, snow's coming to places that are used to snow, but this is really early in the season for it. And it comes after these record cold temperatures, after we saw record high temperatures just like 2 weeks ago. Maggie's facial expression tells me that I think that her audio just went out. However, I think what she would have said is like, yeah, people have to get ready for it. A lot of snow is coming. Our thanks to Maggie Vespa, who's in the thick of it. I hope the comms are still good as the storm is moving in. We're going to have much more coverage on that storm tonight and then, of course, tomorrow morning here on NBC News Now. So listen, you're wrapping up your day at work. If you think you had a tough one, listen to what Twitter staffers dealt with today. They all had to decide on this choice, quote-unquote choice, that Elon Musk gave them. By right about now, actually just a couple hours from now, either work really long hours at high intensity and be, quote, extremely hardcore, or quit. And he'll throw you a few months severance as you go out the door. The deadline was right as we were coming on the air, 5 o'clock Eastern. And it comes as Amazon is also pink slipping people, offering workers buyouts and what's expected to be the biggest round of cuts ever, with the CEO saying today they expect those cuts to continue into next year. And then more drama, too, from the crypto company FTX, you know, the big exchange that filed for bankruptcy last week. The new chief executive is putting the exchange on blast in a federal filing, saying, never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here. This is the guy who's now taken over the reins. Joining us now is Jake Ward. Jake, like, a lot of stuff is blowing up in a lot of corners here. Let me start with what's happening at Twitter, because just in the last couple of minutes, people had to click that button and say, yes, I would like my job and I will be hardcore, or no, this is bananas and I'm leaving. Musk is kind of walking back the hardcore thing. What's going on?
Well, that is the question here. It's hard to parse exactly how hardcore he wants people to be now that it seems apparent that not enough people are going to be clicking that button. We have the sense from people inside Twitter who've been speaking to us and to our colleagues at CNBC about that button and who it is that's going to click on them. And the sense is that the developers and software engineers that Elon Musk really wants to become the center of his new Twitter, what he's calling Twitter 2.0, they may not be signing up in the numbers that he would have wanted it. So he seems to be saying, you know what, actually, if you want to work from home, you just need a manager's permission, and that manager will then be responsible for figuring out whether or not you are working at the extremely high level we need you to work at. It's not quite a never mind, but it's pretty close to it. And at the same time, we are, of course, also seeing all kinds of new information about the basic, how it is that work is going to exactly happen there and what you're signing up for when you hit that button. Here's the crazy part. When you look at the internal FAQs that were published, they've been shared with us by people who plan to leave the company. They basically show that you are signing up for, yes, this list of higher level working conditions. It's not clear how much you're going to have to be there on weekends, the rest of it. And then at one point, one of the things says, benefit changes, and it says that will have to be determined. We will communicate that to you going forward. So it is not clear yet what working conditions or pay and benefits you're quite signing up for by signing for this. But as of just 12 minutes ago, Hallie, all those workers were in theory responsible for either pressing that button or walking out that door.
Okay, so that's what the deal is at Twitter 2.0. We'll see how that goes. Let's talk about FTX. We've covered it here a lot on this show. You had those, I mean, just dagger of comments, right, from the new FTX chief executive who really put the former leadership, including Sam Bankman-Fried, on blast. Now you have investors filing a class action lawsuit against him and a whole list of celebrities who came on board to promote FTX. Talk us through it.
That's right. Not only do you have this new CEO, criticizing is not even the word, right? Condemning Sam Bankman-Fried for his role in this. And this is the guy, it's worth pointing out, who restructured Enron. This is a guy who knows a disaster when he sees it. And so the fact that he's speaking as frankly in federal documents as he is, that's really something. And now, of course, not only are we seeing the ripple effects of this FTX meltdown reach out, to countries like El Salvador, which had bet the farm on Bitcoin, reaching out and touching all these hedge funds and retail investors, the rest of it. Now it's touching the celebrity endorsers who lined up to make FTX a household name, right? You've got names like Steph Curry, Larry David, Naomi Osaka, who lined up to say this was a great idea, you should go for it. And you'll remember in Larry David's famous Super Bowl ad, he basically makes fun of any reluctance you might have had about getting into it. Well, all of those people are named in this class action lawsuit. And this is the thing, this is not the first time we've ever seen this. You'll recall that earlier this year, Kim Kardashian had $1 million fine from the SEC, and the rule is supposed to be you have to actually disclose your relationship and that you're getting paid. It does not seem clear yet whether these celebrity endorsers actually did that, Hallie.
Help me understand one thing. SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, the guy who was in charge of FTX, big Democratic donor, et cetera, he's like sliding into reporters' DMs to talk about a lot of this. He's been doing interviews. Like, does he not run the risk of some real legal trouble here? Like, is that... I would ask you if that's a good idea. You're not his lawyer, so I know you can't answer that, but help us understand this.
It is extraordinary to watch someone in as much trouble as he seems to be, speaking as publicly as he seems to be. Now, in this particular case, he was on with Vox's Kelsey Piper on a back and forth via Twitter DMs. And he is saying today that he did not intend that conversation to be public. Well, too late now. It is out there, and it is extraordinary. He says things like, she asks him, was your idea about being behind good regulation just a PR move? And he essentially says yes. Then he uses an expletive to talk down about regulators. They just make things worse.
I mean, this guy, we can say it, right? I mean, he said it. He said the F word.
regulators. You're absolutely right. That's what he said. And, you know, this is certainly not the sort of smooth talk that we are used to from somebody who is in trouble. This is some real open conversation about somebody who was certainly one thing, and with something that made him the icon of legitimacy in the crypto world. And now suddenly he is this very other thing on the far side of what is mounting legal and federal trouble here, Hallie.
I could listen to you talk about this for an hour, Jake, and luckily I will have that opportunity later on tonight, 10:30 Eastern, for an NBC News Now special, Hellscape, Inside the Meltdowns at Twitter and FTX. You can watch Jake and the team who put that together tonight, again, 10:30 Eastern on News Now. Turning to some breaking news from overseas as it relates to Brittany Griner. She's, of course, that WNBA superstar who's been detained in Russia, and we're just now learning officially where she is, exactly where she is, a penal colony hundreds of miles outside of Moscow. Her lawyers late today confirming to NBC News that she's in the Mordovia region, about 7 hours away from the Russian capital. They say they visited her, and she's trying to stay strong in this new environment. Monica Alba is in Washington, and this is a significant piece of information because for days there had been a question of like, hey, the rumor was she was in this penal colony. We didn't know for sure. And by the way, how long is she going to have to be there?
And we didn't know anything about her condition, Hallie, for weeks. Earlier this month, we knew that the transfer was scheduled to take place, but the White House, the Biden administration, the State Department, they couldn't comment on the whereabouts of her exact location. We know that the Russians weren't sharing that information with any of their counterparts here in the U.S. And even today, the State Department released a statement saying the only way we know about this is through her lawyers. And of course, we continue to be in touch with her legal team, but this is not something where they're sharing much more than that. And just to really share with viewers the harsh conditions of these kinds of penal colonies, where Brittany Griner is right now. And just remember, she's already been alone, isolated for about 9 months. She's been sentenced to serve 9 years. And she's in a place where, according to some former inmates who've spoken to Russian newspapers, inmates work all day from 7 a.m. to midnight in incredibly harsh conditions that are tantamount to slave labor. So that is why her team is saying that she's doing as best as she can as expected. And all of this is going on while the Biden administration is still trying to see if there's any hope for any kind of a prisoner swap, not just for her, but another American who they believe is wrongfully detained, and that's Paul Whelan, who is in a similar location serving time on espionage charges. So the president says he continues to try to see if there's going to be any breakthroughs with Russian officials. There were all these questions about whether maybe he was going to speak to President Putin again. We know Putin didn't show at the G20 last week where the president was meeting with other world leaders. So it's something that still seems to be going on in back channels, discussions behind the scenes. But right now, Brittany Griner, we can confirm, is being held in this penal colony. It's unclear how long she's going to be there. And we don't really know when the next update will come, which is quite something, Hallie.
A lot of people hoping it'll come, obviously, in a matter of days and not weeks or months. Monica Alba outside the White House, thank you. We've been talking about Russia, right? But it is China that the FBI director is saying today is the biggest threat that the United States faces, especially because of their cyber attacks. Watch.
China's vast hacking program is the world's largest by a mile, and they have stolen more of Americans' personal and business data than every other nation combined.
Ken Delanian is joining us now live on set, of course, our intelligence and justice reporter. It is striking to hear the FBI director say this. It is not a new warning about the threat from China, but it is stark at this moment.
It's actually been true for as long as I've been covering the intelligence community, which is more than a decade. But now you hear them talk about it in very plain terms. Now, the administration, this administration in particular, has decided they're going to tell the truth, which is that China is stealing Americans' data every day, all day. They're sending spies here. They're doing everything they can to gain an advantage, both economically and in the national security space. Yeah. And the FBI has its hands full.
And this is also part of why the TikTok thing is such a concern, why you're seeing so much pressure from the government on that front.
Yeah, that's right, because it is owned by a Chinese company. There's a lot of American data. Now, they say it's routed through.
Yeah, TikTok will say, well, we don't route American data through China.
But anytime you have Chinese hands on American data or the potential for that, people get nervous because what they're doing is building a massive database. They've got health information, personally identifying information that they can use to mine for all kinds of purposes, including hunting for CIA officers in China.
Scary stuff. Ken Delanian, thank you for that update. Appreciate it.
You bet.
More mystery tonight around those killings in Idaho of 4 college students. Like, why 2 roommates who were home when those 4 other students were stabbed to death were not heard, and who made the 911 call several hours after the attack. We know the autopsies of the victims are now complete. All we really know at this moment is that somebody killed Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves, Zana Kernodle, and Madison Mogen early Sunday. Just before noon that day, you had Moscow police getting a 911 call about somebody who was unconscious. It wasn't until officers got to the house that they found out the door was left open and that the 4 friends had been stabbed to death. Police have video, this video. We found out about this really right after the show last night. It's from a Twitch live stream that apparently shows 2 of the victims at a food truck just hours before they were found dead in their house. Stephen Romo is joining us now with more. And Stephen, it feels like every time we get some new information about this case, it prompts a whole lot more questions, too, like the fact that apparently 2 people were home when this happened. What do we know about these circumstances here? Explain this.
Yeah, there's so many mysteries in this case, Hallie. That is a big one right now. Police saying there's no signs of forced entry into that home, of course, raising a lot of questions about exactly what happened. We did hear from that coroner about just how gruesome that crime scene was. We heard that today also, that the weapon used was a large knife. Investigators, though, did say those 2 other roommates were home at the time this happened. They're not saying much more than that, though. We're not sure if they heard or saw what happened. They're also not saying who called 911. We do know that they're aware of the person who called 911, but they're not saying who that is. It's also not clear why it took from the overnight hours till noon the next day for these bodies to be found. So more questions on what exactly happened in this case, something that authorities are being asked now, not only by the families, but the entire community there where this happened.
We're showing that video on the left side of the screen now for folks who are streaming us live, and this is something that police had released. Why are they looking so closely at this, right? Like, help us understand the pieces of the puzzle that this helps connect.
Yeah, it's a bit bizarre finding out the timeline of this situation. This was taken around 1:30 in the morning. As you mentioned, this food truck happens to live stream on Twitch the cameras that they have. And we see 2 of the victims there ordering. Everything seems normal. Everyone is calm. There's no red flags, nothing setting off alarm bells in this situation. They even wait around for about 10 minutes for their order. But right now, it's not clear what clues can be gained from this. One piece of this puzzle, though, that can be gained from this is that it helps the timeline of this. If this happened around 1:30 in the morning, we were hearing from the coroner just not that long ago that it was the early morning hours, still before sunrise, when she believes that these 4 young people were stabbed to death. So that does add some information from the timeline. There could be more clues in this video. It's just not exactly clear right now.
Police are also walking back the thing that we talked about yesterday, this idea that there is no threat to the community, even though there is a killer or killers who have not been captured yet. Police are saying now, okay, well, you know, they are modifying that a little bit.
Yeah, they had to walk that back a little bit. That's something else that family members have been outraged about, because police are also saying they don't have any suspects for these murders right now. So it's hard to say that everything is safe and everything is fine if they don't know who did it or where that person is, if there have been no arrests in this case. So there's been pushback on that front as well, specifically by family members saying that. We know the mayor originally said that this may have been connected to a crime of passion. Well, the lead prosecutor for the county where this happened was on the Today Show this morning saying that their office has no idea where that information came from because they just don't know right now. So that's why they've had to walk these things back. They are asking if anyone has information on this to please come forward.
Stephen Romo. Steve, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to get to tonight, including Ticketmaster not able to shake it off with the chaos over Taylor Swift ticket sales, getting the attention of some lawmakers, some of the breaking news that Taylor Swift fans are going to want to hear, plus a major first in California, how LA's next mayor will make history. We'll have that in just a sec.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. So there's this question that we ask a lot here on our show team, which is what's in your group chats, right? What are people talking about? I can almost guarantee you that somebody has texted or added you today at some point about this Ticketmaster thing, right? And the Taylor Swift thing. It is everywhere. Lawmakers are talking about it. Attorneys general are talking about it because Ticketmaster today announced they are canceling Taylor Swift's public ticket sale tomorrow because of crazy high demand and not enough tickets left. The company is under fire now from lawmakers, from state officials. You've got Tennessee's attorney general say he's going to investigate the company after fans flooded his office with complaints when the site crashed this week. Same thing with the Pennsylvania attorney general. You got Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar sending a letter to the president of Ticketmaster's parent company concerned about the lack of competition in the ticketing market. Ticketmaster is in some real hot water, Ali Vitale, who knows this well.
Oh, yeah.
Ticketmaster says they sold something. So first of all, let's lay the groundwork here. Taylor Swift is a global phenomenon, and her fans are desperate to do anything to see her on tour. Okay, that's the backdrop. So Ticketmaster comes in and is like, hey, we're going to pre-sale tickets and then put them up for sale for the public. They sold 2 million tickets during the pre-sale alone. That was a record for any artist in a single day. Then they're coming out today saying we actually can't put tickets on sale for the public because we just don't have enough left. People are furious. Lawmakers are upset. How much trouble is Ticketmaster actually in?
Yeah, you got to imagine that when Taylor Swift said Midnight's Mayhem, this is not what she had in mind. This is the first tour that fans are getting to see her do. And look, full disclosure, Hallie, you know, I'm a big Swiftie. I was trying to get tickets.
Like, Ali Vitale has to do the story. Congress is mad at Ticketmaster over Taylor Swift. Ali Vitale's our girl, you know?
This is like the nexus of all of the things that I care about. I love Congress. I love Taylor. I don't love that I didn't get tickets and that so many of my friends spent hours and hours in line only to end up getting shut out of this. And it's not just me having a personal affinity for both of these topics. It's the fact that you're right. Attorneys general, lawmakers here in this building are all talking about the fact that they are watching Ticketmaster because Ticketmaster controls basically the entire market of how you sell concert tickets. After they had a merger, they now own 70% effectively of the space around ticket sales. And for an artist like Taylor Swift that has long talked about
kind of like small d democratizing concerts and music and equitability for artists. Like, this seems like a moment where I think a lot of her fans, me, are wondering if she's going to speak now, to use a reference, about what's happening with Ticketmaster, because so many eyes are on this, and frankly, what a mess it's been.
She hasn't yet, right? Because Live Nation's chairman has come out and over on CNBC, our sister network, apologized to fans, saying they're working hard on this, but like an apology is obviously not going to be enough for those fans, or for Senator Klobuchar, who wants answers, or for the Pennsylvania Attorney General, who's like, hey, send me your complaints here. It's not just like a regulatory concern for Ticketmaster, it's turning into like a PR nightmare for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you talk about lawmakers being upset about this, it's like Taylor Swift says, there's nothing like a mad woman. And the fact that you have someone like Senator Klobuchar, who seems pretty mad about the way that this has shaken out, but it's not just her, it's Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, it's Congressman Bill Pascrell. Many of them have said that they're going to be watching, and look, they have the ability to do oversight. In the case of Amy Klobuchar, she's a big person about antitrust and breaking up monopolies. Another woman comes to mind, Elizabeth Warren, not a fan of those things. And so there is an antitrust moment happening right now in Congress. The fact that this is now happening with a woman who all of her 10 songs off of Midnights topped the Billboard charts. She was all 10 of those slots. It reminds the power of her fan base, and it also reminds that so many eyes are on this. So Ticketmaster, people were primed for problems because we've been here before. We've seen what it's been like with Harry Styles and other major artists. Now, though, Congress is like, well, it's one of the biggest artists in the world. We're watching what's happening, and like, it's not good. This is why we can't have nice things.
Could this Taylor Swift saga and drama be the reason why, like, the Ticketmaster monopoly, if it could get broken up, is? Like, in other words, what's the end game here? If there's a lot of noise right now, like, what's the actual, you know, to mix a metaphor, heat that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, when they actually start regulating, depending on who does it, whether it's, you know, different agencies or Congress, that's when this actually starts coming out in the wash, is how this ends up getting broken up. But right now, it's just kind of in the swirling phase.
Ali Vitale, who I know was prepping for hours to get as many Taylor Swift song lyrics and album titles into that live shot. Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. Listen, it's a huge deal story, and it's one that we're going to stay on top of. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Democratic Congresswoman Karen Bass has been elected mayor of Los Angeles, the first woman and second black person to hold that title. She defeated fellow Democrat Rick Caruso, a billionaire real estate developer who was endorsed by Elon Musk, in a super competitive, and some say surprisingly competitive, mayoral race that was closely watched. Number 2, in Florida, a judge is awarding Gabby Petito's family $3 million after they filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the parents of her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. The suit says the Laundries hindered the search for Petito and knew she'd been murdered by their son, who later died by suicide. Laundrie did not have $3 million at the time of his death, and the settlement amount is what they're calling an arbitrary number. The money will go toward the Gabby Petito Foundation. Number 3, Jay Leno's doctor is hoping the longtime TV host is going to be out of the hospital within a week. Dr. Peter Grossman says Leno had burns on 7% of his body. Were relatively serious, involving his face, hands, and chest. Remember, Leno had been involved in a garage fire, gas fire, basically, when he was working on one of his very famous cars. Too soon to tell, his doctor says, whether there will be permanent damage. Number 4, a lot of folks were on a mission this past summer to kill spotted lanternflies. Look at them, the invasive insects that have caused chaos in at least 14 states. So did it make a difference? Well, kind of, according to experts. That push may have curbed the species spread to some degree, but you know their eggs can survive the cold, so now a new generation of lanternflies is expected to swarm when it gets warm. That's a problem for your trees. Number 5, take a look at this video. Writer Ariel Marie wearing Lizzo's dress. You heard that right. Marie posted a video on TikTok. She asked Lizzo to borrow a dress. She's heading to New York to attend Out Magazine's gala after being included on the Out 100 list. Marie could not find anything to wear to the event, so Lizzo came in to save the day. When we come back, RSV cases are going up, hospitals are full, but the White House says it's not quite ready to declare a national emergency on this front. We'll tell you why. Plus, our original tonight, the rise in premature births in the last year, why doctors say it happened, and why they're so worried about it on today, World Preemie Day. That's coming up.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And tonight we're talking about World Premature Day. And on it, a new big study is highlighting just how hard the pandemic has been on pregnant women and new moms. The stress, the anxiety, adding to the risks for giving birth as the number of babies born early is on the rise. But now new technology is promising hope on the horizon for moms-to-be.
Red, yellow. Lily Becker was born 8 weeks early, spending nearly a month in the NICU. Her mom and dad driving 3 hours every day just to see her, not able to spend the night because of COVID precautions.
I just felt like every time I turned around, if it wasn't COVID, then it was her prematurity, and the two together, just impossible. I just felt like the unluckiest person in the world.
The Beckers aren't alone. In 2021, more babies were born early, before 37 weeks of pregnancy, 1 in every 10 infants. That's up 4% from the year before. And while that may not sound like a lot, doctors say it's significant, and COVID could be to blame.
The increased symptoms of anxiety, depression, and stress.
Becker was part of a unique study of more than 400 pregnant women and new moms. And what researchers found surprised them. The levels of stress and anxiety off the charts, both of which can add to the risks for pregnant women, including, for some, the potential for early delivery.
Those stressful experiences are going to increase those rates that we see in preterm deliveries.
It became clear that what we needed to be looking at wasn't just the link with infection, but really what was the experience of pregnant people during the pandemic.
Laura Jalif-Pulowski is a lead researcher on that study and noticed something many of these women had in common. They felt in the dark without the information they needed.
You know, there's women with very high levels of anxiety and depression who don't know that they have kind of a clinical level of these things. We need these tools to start having these conversations.
And that's why Jalif-Pulowski Dabrowski is now turning to new technology to bridge those gaps. She's creating an app called Hello Egg. After answering a series of questions, the app describes personalized risk for preterm birth. It highlights the factors driving that risk, and it makes recommendations to address them.
And there are devices that feed information into that app that women who subscribe to the service can get, that can help them, identify things like hypertension.
Better info may mean better care, and for the Beckers, that's been priority number one, with Lily now 2 years old and mom Ashley with a clearer understanding and a message to parents like herself.
I would just say to be brave when you're advocating for your child. You're put in a situation where it's really hard to be that advocate, because you're I'm going against doctors and people who know about this kind of thing, supposedly, but you have to also do what's right for yourself or what you think is the best thing for your baby.
Thanks to the Beckers for speaking with us. And just this week, by the way, you can get on the waiting list for the Hello Egg app. It'll be available to everyone free of charge in January. This afternoon, the Biden administration is telling NBC News they are not declaring RSV a public health emergency just yet, even though a lot of doctors have been asking for this. The administration saying public health emergencies only happen based on trends they're seeing around the country and insight from public health experts. And basically that this increase in viral RSV for little kids doesn't hit the bar just yet. As of Wednesday, something like 78% of kids' hospital beds across the country were full, according to HHS. Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now. And Dr. Sayal, help us understand this, because RSV cases are still high. Pediatric beds are still full. The news, we've been covering this on the news for 2 months here. What is the bar that would need to be hit in order for the administration to say, yes, this is a public health emergency?
Good evening, Hallie. That's a good question, and one that they haven't been that transparent is, in that statement that they provided to NBC News, they actually, they didn't give an exact benchmark that they're looking for. But I'll just add, the public just went through this with COVID, of course, and then again with monkeypox, also declared, a public health emergency in August. So, I think there's an element of the Biden administration not wanting to promote fear and panic right now, especially as we get into the holidays. And I'd imagine there's an element of that as to why they didn't declare a public health emergency like the American Academy of Pediatrics wanted.
Yeah. Explain why the declaration matters, right? Because it's not just naming it a public health emergency. There's money behind it. There's actual resources that come with getting named an emergency like this.
Right. So, when you declare a public health emergency, a lot of the changes happen under the hood of the car, so to speak. They get rid of a lot of bureaucracies and issues with communicating between hospitals and states and with the CDC. But for your viewers out there, I think the biggest takeaway, should this become a public health emergency, is that they're recognizing, yes, this is a big deal. This is a big deal at a national level, and we need to mobilize all the resources we have to make sure that kids aren't dying who don't need to. I should add that Oregon actually has declared a public health emergency in the state, and we saw that with monkeypox, where states were actually taking action before the government at a federal level.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Some breaking news to get to now. The Biden administration, we've just learned, will ask the Supreme Court to step in and let them restart the student loan forgiveness program. Got a document from the Justice Department to the Fifth Circuit laying out what they're going to say. They haven't officially filed it just yet, but remember that relief plan is blocked for now after 6 Republican-led states sued the White House, basically pressing pause on any new applications for this program. That's what the White House has done. It could give up to $20,000 in relief to some students with student loan debts. We're going to see how this one unfolds in the court system. We know that Republicans will be taking back control of Congress, according to the NBC News official projection, in just about 7 weeks from now. But what happens between now and 7 weeks from now? It's what's called a lame duck session. It's like one of these annoying phrases that everybody in the Beltway says. It doesn't mean anything. It's just this time period where the party in power, in this case, the Democrats, still have that power, but in a couple of months, they will lose it. It means they have just under 2 months to try to get some stuff done. So what are they trying to do in the House before Republicans take over in January? Here's the breakdown.
First things first, in this lame duck session, Congress has to prevent a shutdown by funding the government. They'll also probably pass the National Defense Authorization Bill, which sets aside money for the U.S. military. The deadline for that, December 16th. Then, just this week, 12 Republican senators joined Democrats in announcing support for a narrow but important bill that would enshrine protections for same-sex and interracial marriage.
Today, the Senate is taking a truly bold step forward in the march towards greater justice, greater equality, by advancing the Respect for Marriage Act.
Look for that to get a full floor vote soon. Also, both parties are working together on a bill related to how Congress counts electoral votes after a presidential election. It's a response to what happened after 2020 and would make clear the vice president's role is purely ceremonial. It'll also define the number of lawmakers it takes to challenge an electoral vote. On the COVID front, Democrats are expected to try for $10 billion in new pandemic money to help with vaccines and treatments. And finally, Democrats could bring forward a bill that would protect so-called dreamers, the hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants who were brought to the U.S. at a young age, a fix that could include a pathway to citizenship.
If you're thinking, hey, that's a long list, keep in mind, since 2010, lame duck sessions have actually been pretty productive in terms of actual legislation passed. We'll see. Coming up here on the show, it's usually one of Starbucks' busiest days of the year. But today, workers at more than 100 locations are on strike. We'll talk about the changes they say the chain has to make in just a minute.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, about 1,000 people had to evacuate early this morning when, look at this tanker truck basically flipped over. All this fuel spilled out. People used a nearby middle school as a shelter while cleanup crews checked on air quality. They tried to make sure that none of this gas leaked into waterways. From our Midwest Bureau, a Missouri girl is being called a hero today after she helped her mom give birth to a baby sister at home. The 10-year-old called 911 when her mom went into labor 3 weeks early, and the dispatcher talked her through the steps for an emergency birth. 10 minutes later, she was helping her mother deliver a healthy new baby, and she helped care for it until the paramedics got there. That is amazing. Also out of our Northeast Bureau, the man suspected of killing 10 black people in a racially motivated shooting at a Buffalo, New York grocery store is expected to plead guilty in a 25-count indictment, according to a lawyer for the victims' families. The lawyer says a guilty plea lets the families avoid a long and most likely painful trial. Well, the line for your coffee may have been a little longer than usual today, and that is because unionized Starbucks workers are on strike at more than 100 stores around the country. These workers say they think Starbucks is trying to break the union and won't do a fair contract negotiation. Starbucks denies the allegations and says they're committed to this bargaining process. And if you're a Starbucks drinker, you know today's a big day, Red Cup Day, when you get a free reusable cup with a holiday drink order. Like, this is the day when Starbucks typically sees more people coming in than usual. Priscilla Thompson is joining us now live in Houston. I think you're outside of Starbucks. Priscilla, are workers still there?
Yeah, there are workers inside, but there are also some workers out here. As you see them behind me picketing, there have been around a dozen people out here all day. Around a handful of them, we're told, work at this Starbucks location, and there are also former employees and other union supporters who are out here. You'll hear the cars honking as they pass by, showing their support for these folks. And I spoke to one of these picketers. Her name is Madeline. She tells me that she's been a barista here for 2 years, and she says that they unionize, and now they want Starbucks as a company to come to the bargaining table in good faith. They feel that that has not happened, and that is the reason why we're seeing these protests across the country today. Now, Starbucks has said that they have come to the table in good faith. They tell us that they've had some 50 bargaining meetings that they showed up for already. They have 60 more planned in the coming weeks, and they say that this breakdown in bargaining is not their fault, but clearly there is a disconnect in what is happening. And the real question here is, how will this demonstration today impact business? Starbucks tells us that this is happening in around more than 100 stores, but they have more than 9,000 stores across the country. And so this is not having any noticeable impact on their business, according to Starbucks. But the workers that I've spoken to here say that they do hope this showing of collective action will sort of prompt Starbucks to reignite those discussions and hopefully bring both sides back to the table so that they can get a contract. These unionized stores say that they want a contract and they want one now. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson, live for us there in Houston. Thank you. Still to come here on the show, we are celebrating tonight because guess what? It's 1 year of this show. 1 year that you've been hanging out with us every night. We're going to look back at some of the best moments and a look ahead at what else is to come in just a sec.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
It's kind of a training regimen.
How you doing, Lester? As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
So at this time, exactly 1 year ago tonight, we were finishing up our very first show on Hallie Jackson Now. And let me tell you, Let me tell you, it's been a ride since then, right? Over the past year, we've been here to cover all the big news for you and to try to bring it to you however you're streaming in a way that is interesting and honest and digestible. From breaking news overseas on the war in Ukraine to the inside scoop on how our team of incredible reporters puts together a story, to the chaos of trying to buy a ticket to Taylor Swift's latest tour. Our team put together a video looking back at some of our best, favorite, and most impactful moments on this show in the last year. Check it out. Hey, I'm Hallie.
Over the last year, we've covered the biggest moments making news.
If they don't want to see a big surge, then do the things that are being recommended to prevent that.
Were you surprised by how this verdict came down?
I really was.
This is where we know that Russia has attacked.
We have shuttered the curtains. We're still able to use our lights. We're not putting any light onto the street, but it's very indicative of an unknown here.
Here's the thing about tonight. How do you come on the air and do the news like it's any other night? When you have to start with a warning about the stories you're about to tell, about the awful details about the murders of little kids. I know you might want to break from the news. People who do the news want to break from the news. But you deserve to know who these amazing kids and their teachers were. And with Hurricane Ian making history as it's making landfall, did you ever imagine that you would be sitting here going through something like this after having moved to this state less than a month ago?
No. Not at all.
Imagine 58 years cut off from society. The things you don't know are immense, and so he will have to learn, things like how to handle a bank account in a modern era to using a cell phone.
And through our special show franchises, we've brought you original and behind-the-scenes reporting.
Now, we want to bring you tonight's original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching.
It's just nice to know that somebody has your back.
Jax, I can tell this is emotional for you.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't grow up with the support ever.
And, for people who were freaked out with weed before, this is something that makes it a lot more approachable.
You can take my word for it that non-alcoholic cocktails can be wonderful and enjoyable, and you can have just as much fun.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. And from our Midwest Bureau, it's the goats' turn to party today. Yes, not goats like the greatest of all time, actual goats. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Stop licking toads, folks. That's the message from the National Park Service. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture.
It was a day that I didn't know how it was going to end.
I know this sounds like I'm a player, but you take what the game gives you.
This series of reports has hit me in a way that nothing else has that I've covered.
And through it all, we've had some fun along the way.
You're like hanging out the doors. You're looking for these farms, right?
I would say not hanging out the doors.
Okay, fine.
But I was terrified.
I think as a former Hill reporter yourself, if you gave us a drink or two, we would probably admit that actually covering Capitol Hill is a lot of fun.
Full disclosure, I did a live shot with a bathing suit under my clothes today because my